What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. Hokage Power of Shinigami 1 PS Chapter 1 Midnight Sun. 2998, 2999. An immature young man, shaking his hands and swiping the number 2999, his tired body convulsed uncontrollably, only to hear a bang, and a cloud of dust was lifted in the calm woods. Under the scorching sun, the boy hadn't rested for long, and struggled to get up again, and began to do squats. Every posture was so standard. Sweat kept running across his cheeks with his movements still talking about it. Damn it, I failed 3,000 times with the knife. If that's the case, do 3,000 squats. If you fail, you will kick 3,000 sidekicks. The young man who worked hard here was called Bai Ye. He was only 6 years old this year. It can be said that he has been doing this kind of exercise for nearly 5 years. Bai Ye actually traveled to this world. He used to grow up in an orphanage, and his only entertainment is probably to squeeze in the lobby with other friends to watch the only pirated disc, Naruto, owned by the orphanage. Although this has been read countless times by him over and over, but every time it is played, he will come over to enjoy it with others. Because he especially envied the people in them all have their own wonderful lives, unlike he was born with nothing, wanting to change everything there is only a way out for reading. Because Bai Ye is in an orphanage, it is very rare to be able to go to school with normal children, so every time I hear a classmate mention that he took a 5-kill or exploded some top quality equipment in the game today, he would feel envied. A person who doesn't understand or owns anything, dare not get into it at all, so he can only hide from the side and listen to them talking loudly. It wasn't until he was 16 years old that he finally had the right to work, and for the first time he made money and bought himself a small gift, a copycat mobile phone. The first time he came into contact with the mobile phone, he felt very new and excited, and he was addicted to it. He played a game with the god of death as the background, because he once learned from his classmates that this anime was once known as the 3 major migrant manga along with Naruto and One Piece. This made him very interested in the story of the god of death. For Bai Ye, who had never been in contact with anything, he didn't understand. In fact, these mobile games were specially used to make money. This kind of game is enough to satisfy this ignorant teenager. However, this is how the tragedy happened. The orphanage has bedtime at night, and Bai Ye has been plugging in the charger to hide in the bed. In addition, the quality of the phone itself is not very good, which directly caused the phone to overheat and cause a violent explosion. I don't know anything when it gets dark. When Bai Ye woke up again, he found that his body had become very strange, and he didn't feel anything wrong. But even if I tried my best, I couldn't even turn over, and a pair of short hands were waving there. After a long time, I finally realized that my body seemed to be very petite, and I felt like I was in a baby period. While Bai Ye was still struggling, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and he realized that he had seen many characters who became Naruto. That figure is impressively Kei's father Mad Dai. Although Dai didn't make many appearances in the original work, Bai Ye quickly recognized the opponent. Because she has always lived in an orphanage, Bai Ye has never seen her parents. Since she was a child, she has particularly envied those children who have parents. At the same time, she also wants to have the father of Naruto who has the same son as Watergate. Because of the sudden appearance of the character, he began to suspect that he might have traveled. Although he hadn't read the novel of traveling, he still learned a lot of information from his classmates' usual discussions. In this regard, Bai Ye quickly accepted this bizarre event. He himself yearned for this kind of life, and there was nothing worth remembering in his previous life. Advertisement: Little baby, I keep asking if I'm hungry, Dad will take you to eat delicious food. Dai, who appeared suddenly, walked quickly to embrace the noisy Bai Ye, and softly comforted him. In fact, Bai Ye was only excited to talk, but did not realize that his vocal cords were not fully developed, and could only produce screams, childish voice. Although I can't speak words, it's not that I don't understand what others are saying. Especially when I heard Dai claiming to be his father, the whole person was in a daze, wondering if he was possessed and passed through Kai's body, but I have never heard of Kai also having a younger brother or older brother. For a while, Bai Ye was very entangled in his heart. Although he liked the role of Kai very much, it was still a bit unacceptable to become Kai directly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It is not that he dislikes the other party's body, but is afraid that he will tarnish his identity, and is completely unconfident that he can reach the height that Kai can reach under the same talent conditions. However, when Dai hugged him out of the small room, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Under the setting sun, a figure was waving sweat, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. That's right, this familiar taste must be Mekke. Looking at the other person, he is probably 1 or 2 years older than his current body, and he has already begun to train hard. In this way, under Dai's careful care, Bai Ye grew up sturdily, and deeply felt the other party's love for him, which was exactly what he had always wanted in his previous life. At this time, Bai Ye made up his mind secretly, and must work hard to gain powerful strength. Because Naruto and Sasuke don't have to worry about the 4th Ninja War, but the 3rd Ninja War Dai will die in the battle with the Ninja 7. I don't want to lose this hard-earned thing again, fatherly. Under the repeated bombardment of Dai and Kai, the concept of youth crazily penetrated Bai Ye's mind, which made him very reluctant to get up immediately and sway the sweat of youth with Kai. Time passed, and Bai Ye finally successfully grew to the point where he could crawl. Unlike in the beginning, he could only go to other places with Dai or Kai holding it. I couldn't move around freely for a long time, and I could only lie on the bed alone, making the White Knight who had grown up once very aggrieved. During this time, Bai Ye also learned a lot of useful information, such as his own life experience. In fact, Bai Ye did not belong to Dai. It was when Dai returned to the village after completing the mission, he found Bai Ye crying in the field. A knife was also found at the same time. Because Bai Ye's parents could not be found in the annex, Dai finally decided to bring Bai Ye back to the village and raise him after 3 generations of consent. Of course, the knife that was found was also brought back. After all, it was the only item that might be related to Bai Ye's life experience. Now that Bai Ye could crawl around, he also started to look at the knife secretly. After slipping past, I found this knife, especially like the saber in the game I played before. Driven by curiosity, I couldn't help feeling it, and suddenly there was a bunch of information in my mind. Zanpaku knife. Unlocking degree, 0/1000. Broken road. Broken road 1 Chong, 0/1000, has been unlocked. Tai Dao. Unlocked, 1 of Tai Dao say, 0/1000 advertisement. White fight. Proficiency, 0/1000, instant step. Proficiency, 0/1000. At first, Bai Ye didn't know what was going on, until after he tried to recite the chant of Broken Path 1. Chong, a small shockwave suddenly shot out from his fingertips. After successfully releasing Broken Dao 1. Chong, Bai Ye only felt that his body was hollowed out, just like doing 100 push-ups in a row in his previous life. But there was still ecstasy on his face, and he couldn't help but rush to train with Kai right away, feeling that his future might reach the height of Naruto and the others, and he gained more confidence in the rescue of Dai from the 3 wars. Until Bai Ye was able to get up and leave normally, he began the days of working hard with Kai to do physical training. Every time he finished training, he looked half dead. He was struggling to carry him home with Kai. The name is to add to Kai training, provoked to Kai again tears of youth. Although the training is very hard, Bai Ye still feels that he is living a very fulfilling life every day. He thinks that this is the life he wants. After every training, he can feel his growth and feel that he can catch up with Kai's strength soon. However, this passionate life only lasted a year, and the reality gave him a cruel blow. On this day, Bai Ye took the initiative to pull Kai for additional training for the first time, and Kai Chang, who was full of passion, usually dragged him. Because of the day and night training throughout the year, coupled with Bai Ye's deliberate control, the experience slot carried by Zanpai Dao reached 999 1,000ths together. Seeing that the experience value is about to be full, I can't calm down and rest one night, wait until tomorrow to practice again. Soon, under the final eruption, Bai Ye surpassed the limit of his body once again, and all the experience points were already full, but what he didn't expect was that this was the beginning of his despair. Although the experience value is full, nothing he expected has happened. All the experience slots are displayed in 1,000. In addition to breaking the road and binding the road can choose to abandon the chant to start, the remaining 3 have no special abilities at all. Not reconciled, Bai Ye continued to squeeze his own potential, but found that there was still no movement, and reluctantly went home to rest and wait for tomorrow to study. In the early morning of the next morning, Bai Ye woke up earlier than Kai for the first time. He dragged Kai, who was still sleepy and drowsy, and ran into the woods, making Kai even suspect that Bai Ye was faked by someone else's transformation technique. At the beginning, Bai Ye was still full of enthusiasm and started a new day of training, but nothing changed until the evening, which made him suspect that this was already the limit of Zanpo Dao. Time is passing by, 2 days. 3 days. The days passed slowly for a week, and Bai Ye finally understood what had changed, but it was not a good change. After such a week of hard training, Bai Ye finally discovered today that his chakra volume has only increased a little, which is not the same level as before. A few days ago, I had been focusing on Zanpai Dao, but today I returned to my usual training state. Bai Ye, who didn't believe in all of this, began to train even more crazily. He has been training like this for a year, reaching the minimum requirement for entering the ninja school at the age of 3. After a year of crazier training, Chakra's growth was not as good as 1/10 of the previous years, and found that he was really limited by this Zanpaku. Bai Ye did not hesitate, and also chose to join the ninja school directly at the age of 3, wanting to see if he could get some changes from it. Chapter 2 Admission. As expected of my younger brother, youth is to go forward courageously. In that case, let you chase your youth. When Bai Ye proposed that they wanted to enroll this year, Kai and Dai agreed without hesitation, and showed their signature thumbs and golden smiles. Your strength is strong enough, don't worry, there is definitely no problem passing the entrance examination. Kai realized that Bai Ye's expression was not good, thinking that the other party was worried that he would not be able to pass the entrance examination, so he walked over and patted Bai Ye's shoulder vigorously, cheering for him. Kay is right. Last year, your strength surpassed Kay's first enrollment period. Although the growth of chakra has suddenly slowed down this year, it is more than enough to enroll. Dai Ye walked slowly, squatted down and hugged both of them, exuding the brilliance of his father. In fact, I am not worried about this. I am thinking about what to do if there is still no way to solve the slow growth of chakra after enrollment. Bai Ye was very moved when he saw this, and he took the initiative to stretch out his arms and hug everyone together, feeling the warmth of home, and at the same time hiding his anxiety deeply. You are a genius. Unlike my father and I who know nothing, we can only rely on perseverance to hone physical skills. 2 years ago, you developed 2 Muji ninjutsu. 3 generations of adults heard about this. You're full of praise. Listening to Kai's brainless bragging about himself, Bai Ye could only smile wordlessly. Only one person knew that this was only relying on that Zanpo knife, and he was not a genius at all. And now the experience value of Zanpo Dao has reached its limit, and he can no longer bring any help to himself. Perhaps the current self is the most true self. K is right. It's like although I can't be the endurance of my life because I won't know anything, I'm still very happy. I can still contribute to the village and guard everyone's safety. Dai stretched out his hands and put them on Bai Ye and Kai's heads respectively, and gently stroked their little heads. You are still young and your physical fitness is not up to the standard. Later, I will call you a skill. Even if you only have physical skill, you can become a great ninja. When Bai Ye heard something in her heart, Kai directly started yelling that she wanted to go out and start a new round of practice. Yes, although my chakra is growing slowly, my physical fitness is indeed still rising steadily. If I can reach the level of opening the 7th door before World War III, I might have the same strength that can change everything. Voice of the heart. When I thought that I could still practice Baimendunjia, Bai Ye was full of fighting spirit again. Although the total amount of chakras will be low at that time, the damage to the body after the outbreak will also be correspondingly smaller, and the endurance will be increased in disguise, and the overall strength should still be worth seeing. Advertisement. Early the next morning, Kai excitedly took Bai Ye to the school for the entrance test. Day's words were temporarily assigned to leave the village, so he did not come to accompany Bai Ye to the assessment. Before leaving, he entrusted Kai to take care of his younger brother. Speaking of which, this is Bai's first time to go to other places in the village. In order to facilitate his usual training, Dai chose a relatively remote hut. Because of the goal that must be accomplished, Bai Ye has been training desperately in the past 2 years. It can be said that there is no other person who has intersections except Dai Hekai. He looks like Grandma Lu entered the Grand View Garden along the way. Hey, have you heard? The Uchiha clan has a little princess who is about to enter the ninja school at the age of 3. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. What's this? I heard that there was a genius from the Hyuga family, and he hasn't engraved the bird in the cage until now. Ah, how is this possible? Could you have misheard it? This is true. Isn't the Nikkei-sama still has no heirs, and now it's in the war-torn era. It is said that they have been discussing whether to leave a backhand in advance. That's it. I heard that other big clans have also produced a lot of geniuses. The competition among the freshmen in this year seems to be fierce. Before arriving at the ninja school, Bai Ye received a lot of interesting news from many passersby, especially the one from the Hyuga's family. According to his guess, this person might be the one whose eye was taken away by Qing. I also heard a lot of names of people I hadn't heard of in the original work, plus they were all geniuses of various races. It is estimated that this group of people died during the 3 World Wars or the Kyubi Rebellion. In the entrance examination, Bai Ye performed very well. Relying on his excellent physical skills, he won a 5th place in a situation where everyone is not good at ninjutsu. Hey, this group of people is really a bunch of perverts. They have learned to release ninjutsu at such a young age. If they hadn't been for the last 2 years to practice physique, they would definitely be at the bottom. Maybe they might have failed the assessment directly. Looking at the assessment form posted at the entrance of the school, Bai Ye looked sighing, especially seeing that the first person had mastered the C-level ninja surgery, fully comprehending that there was a huge gap between genius and ordinary people. Sure enough, it is White Knight. It is much better than my grades last year, but last year there was a more perverted person named Kakashi Hagi. He showed a lot of C-level ninjutsu during the entrance examination. Opponent. K on the side was talking, and flames emerged from his body again, and his whole body was full of fighting spirit. Day by day, Bai Ye reached the age of 4, and Kakashi also graduated from school at this time. During the year, Bai Ye's ranking in the school has also steadily declined. It is worth mentioning that when he first started to learn ninjutsu, he was still full of confidence and felt that he was very proficient in breaking and binding the road, and the mere ninjutsu was no longer a problem. The cruel reality directly gave him a boring hammer, and he thought that he was definitely wearing himself at the time, and perfectly inherited the other party's talent of zero ninjutsu and zero illusion. At the beginning, I did desperate research, but later I felt that there were not many chakras in my body. Advertisement. It's like the way I can break the Tao and bind Tao because of its low power, and the need to train for a long time to give up chanting and release. They have not been promoted in the village. In the end, I decided to hone my physical fitness with peace of mind. Baimendunjia is also very strong. Originally, Bai Ye was training hard because of his spare time, and he was there to make up for the rest of the class, plus the ranking has fallen to the bottom 10, which can be said to be a little transparent. But there is a person who always loves to have trouble with him, so he loves to come over and provoke him, saying that you are trash and what are you doing here? This person is called Yunazi Yi, 1 year older than Bai Ye, and they both enrolled at the same time. After training every day, I was exhausted, and Bai Ye didn't bother to care about each other. He always put his left ear in and right ear out. Especially when I heard that the other party was ranked 6th in the entrance examination, I was even more reluctant to pay attention to the other party. My time is very precious and I don't have time to play with this kind of children. There is also a special reason why the power ranking has been dropping. In order to train Bai Ye's load on herself, she has been increasing, even if she does not deliberately remove it every time she assesses her strength, plus she hasn't learned any ninjutsu, her strength naturally seems to have not changed, and she is slowly being taken by others beyond. The school teacher also noticed that Bai Ye had been training with weights, and once came here specifically to test his true strength. However, Bai Ye said that even if he took off his load, he was no better than those in the top 10, and he didn't care about these superficial skills. Because of the excellent performance in school, he has been sleeping in class and his strength has not increased. He is obviously talented but refuses to work hard. He is privately regarded as a representative of poor students. Except for Z's occasional visit to brush up on his presence, other people were directly unwilling to contact him. Time is still slowly passing by. Kei also applied for graduation 2 months ago. Bai Ye also succeeded in falling to the last place. Because Kei has become a shinobi, Bai Ye has also started a personal training time. Occasionally, after Kai finishes the task and returns, the two will train together again to see how much each other's strength has increased in the respective periods. Such is today's situation. Yeah, Bai Ye, I'm back, let's have an exciting duel exercise. When I just came home from school and was going to take a break to train, Bai Ye suddenly heard a familiar voice from the door. Okay, Brother Kai, the old place, you go first, I'll be there soon. Chapter 3 In Distress. Kei, how does it feel to become Shimonin? In the beginning, the teacher only took us to do some D-level tasks such as finding pets and picking up trash, and I felt that it was not as interesting as training by myself. Why do these little things have to be specially arranged into tasks? 3 generations of adults should also have his ideas, but this time I have completed a C-level task. I feel that only by doing this task can I feel the breath of youth. Naobukai's smiling face. As soon as Bai Ye arrived at the place where he usually trained, he found that there was another person besides Kai, and the two were still discussing something fiercely. Yeah, Bai Ye, your speed is so slow this time, have you been lazy and didn't train lately? Seeing the white knight finally arrived, Kai greeted him cordially. I just changed to a new load. Bai Ye pretended to be innocent and blinked her big eyes. White knight? That unlearned crane tail in the class? Hearing the sound, Shiraya looked helplessly at the other party, and found that that person was the first Uchiha Yu in his class, and he also heard that the other party could already open his eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, it's not, heard. That's, Yu, who realized that she seemed to have said something that shouldn't be said, was at a loss trying to explain something, and found that she seemed to hurt the other person no matter what she said, and her face turned red and she was very cute. Puchi, Kiki, needless to say, the class of people how to look at me, I know, those I do not really care. Seeing the cute face of the other party, Bai Ye couldn't help but laugh, but now she comforted the other party by herself. Don't care about these little things, Bai Ye is very strong, because he always wears a load, you will have the illusion that he is very weak. Upon seeing this, Kai couldn't help but explain a few words to Bai Ye. I'm so sorry, I always think I am. Kai's explanation had a counterproductive effect. The flushed moon bowed deeply at Bai Ye, and the corner of his eyes was still secretly aiming at the other party. When Bai Ye just wanted to talk, she saw Yu, who was still bowing, suddenly opened her eyes, and quickly stretched out her right hand to take out kunai from the ninja bag, and stared at the woods behind Bai Ye, posing in a combat stance. Advertisement at the same time, Yu's left hand was not idle, she directly grabbed Bai Ye's right arm and pulled him behind her, shielding him with her body. Originally seeing Yu's reaction, Bai Ye was startled at first, but before he could make a move, he was specially protected by the other party. The face of Bai Ye behind Yu was filled with helplessness, and the message from the tail of her crane was really deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, but seeing Yu deliberately protecting her, there was still a hint of warmth in her heart. Obviously neither of them had said a word before today. This is the so-called Wool of Fire. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi, Papa. A silhouette of people clapping their hands slowly walked out of the dark, only to see that the person was specially dressed in night clothes, and at first glance he was not a serious person. As expected of the genius of the Uchiha clan, I was able to discover my existence and successfully open my eyes at this age. Originally, I just passed by because of a failed mission. I didn't want to do anything to you. But now, can I send your eyes down to make up for our loss? Seeing that the other party didn't put the 3 of them in his eyes, Bai Ye felt a burst of anger in his heart, wishing to rush to blow the other party's dog's head immediately. You, the other party's goal is you, run quickly, and Bai Ye and I are here to hold him. Kai quickly made the most correct decision, but Yu's face was full of reluctance, and he obviously wanted to stay and fight together. Flee, don't even think about it. Although I am only a Jongnin, I can be selected to perform missions in the hinterland of Konoha, indicating that I am an elite of Jongnin, kids. Earth escape iron prison. Before the voice fell, the other party had already completed the seal, and slammed his hands on the ground, and suddenly there was a roar, and the ground also trembled. As the smoke slowly dissipated, a huge circular depression appeared. The hole is surrounded by a circle formed by countless iron walls. Now we can officially start. Be careful and don't die. I'm going to be ruthless in order to make a quick fight. Looking at this exaggerated ninjutsu, Bai Ye felt a bit of weakness in his heart, and he could clearly feel that the power levels of both sides were not in the same dimension. What's more, he is still carrying a heavy load, and the opponent will never give himself a chance to take off. The only real combat power is Kai and Yu, so it's good not to drag himself. Bai Ye, don't be in a daze, we will all die here if we don't know it, but it's not completely out of chance. There is so much movement here, as long as the support to the village comes, there is hope. The other party had already rushed over with Kuwu in their hands, and Kai couldn't help but reminded him when he saw Bai Ye still in a daze. Konoha Whirlwind. Konoha Gale. After regaining his senses, Bai Ye and Kai made a perfect match. One attacked the upper body of the other party, and the other attacked the lower body of the other party. The moon on the side was not idle, and she found the opportunity to secretly throw out the 2 shurikens. Faced with these attacks, the other party didn't even dodge, and was actually preparing to eat it all. Advertisement feeling that everything was wrong, Bai Ye immediately yelled, "You, hurry up." Soil escape hard decapitation technique. Before he ran the word and shouted out, only one head was left exposed in an instant, and the name Jongren squatted aside. Huh, there are two left. Hey, you guys give up. How good is it to run away? Why bother to die here? Although the man said nicely on his mouth, his hands were still fast forming seals. Tootin' too long gun. It's awful, because the load is dragged down and can't escape the scope of this ninjutsu. White Knight's voice. Hearing the technique released by the other party, Bai Ye's eyes shrank suddenly, thinking that he would definitely become a hedgehog next. Konoha Whirlwind. K. At the critical moment, K's Konoha Whirlwind safely sent Bai Ye out of the attack range, but he didn't have time to escape and fell into it, with multiple sharp rocks stuck in his body, and he forced a smile to the direction Bai Ye was in. My brother exists to protect my brother, wow. As soon as the voice fell, a lot of blood was spit out in his mouth, his consciousness gradually began to blur, and his head slowly dropped downward. The rescued Bai Ye's eyes turned red instantly, as if he was about to bleed, and a faint sound of broken objects came from his body. He subconsciously drew out his Zanpaku knife and shouted at the ninja, shoot him. Gunslinger. Zhang Ren, who had already clasped his hands on Yu's eyes, suddenly heard a sound coming from behind him, subconsciously wanting to look back, and before he could turn his head with a knife, he pierced it straight out of his chest. Slowly lowered his head and looked at the blood knife in front of him with a blank face. He didn't know what was going on. His vision slowly blurred, and his body fell uncontrollably to the left. Bang! Lifted up a cloud of dust. After subconsciously using this trick, Bai Ye's body began to tremble, and he wanted to step forward to confirm whether the opponent was dead. Until he saw a group of ninjas with Konoha forehead rushing in the distance, he breathed a sigh of relief, and he could no longer support his body and slowly fell aside. Suddenly, Yu, who was trapped in the ground, was still awake at the scene. After being rescued by someone, Yu explained to everyone, and finally everyone picked up the seriously injured Kai and Tuoli, who was in a coma, and rushed to the hospital. Chapter 4 Evolution. So tired, I feel my body is hollowed out. In the early morning, after Bai Ye was in a coma all night, he finally woke up. He looked up and saw a bottle stand next to him, confirming that he should have been sent to the hospital. I always feel that my body is so heavy, this is considered as being pressed by a ghost, and I don't know how K is doing. Bai Ye struggled for a while and wanted to get up, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get up. She always felt that her body was a little weird, just like lead. Ah, you are awake. I am very embarrassed and fell asleep accidentally. I will help you up. After Bai Ye continued to struggle for a while, Yuer's voice suddenly came from her ears, and her body relaxed, not as oppressive as before. A small face squeezed into Bai Ye's field of vision. I saw his scattered black hair draped over his shoulders, the saliva on the corners of his mouth still stuck to a few strands of hair, and squinted his eyes as if he had just woke up. It was the month who fought together last night, up. Thank you, by the way, do you know what's going on with Kai? Actually, if it wasn't for you to press on me, I could easily get up and say by myself. I didn't expect it to look quite thin, but it can actually be so heavy, White Ye's voice. After being lifted, Bai Ye began to complain maliciously in his heart, and on the surface he still looked very serious. He is across from him, but he is blocked by the curtain. I'll help you pull it away. Yu ran over with her short legs, and opened the pure white curtain in a low voice. Kai's complexion didn't look bad, and he could be assigned to a room with himself. It seemed that he should be out of the danger period. After opening the curtain, Yu also came back and continued to speak. According to the doctor, K should have dodged at the last minute, deliberately avoiding the fatal injury. Now it looks a bit exaggerated outside, and the internal organs are actually intact. Hearing what the other party said, Bai Ye was completely relieved. If K died because of his own reasons, he would probably live in deep self-blame for the rest of his life. At the same time, I am prepared to pay attention to some heavy loads in the future, and finally there's a way to quickly take it off, otherwise it will be too burdensome in an emergency. This time Kai will suffer such severe injuries, mainly because of his inconvenience. It is said that a ninja squad actually invaded him last night, trying to take away the eyes of Hyuga's house, but it failed. He escaped alone, and the people behind were hunting him. By the way, Yu also talked about some things she had learned. That's it. By the way, did you stay in the hospital all night? Why didn't you go home? After letting go of his worries, Bai Ye began to care about Kyu's situation. The other party should not be such close friends with him and Kai. It is impossible to stay here specially. Sorry, and thank you. Seeing the other party well and suddenly bowing to him, Bai Ye was inexplicable, plus what happened yesterday. I doubted whether the other party had any special hobbies. Could you not always say sorry and bow, and why do you suddenly apologize to me? Sorry, I won't say sorry again. The White Knight who listened directly was full of black lines, and he wondered if the other party did it on purpose. Well, I mainly dragged you and Kai last night, because you and I didn't have the shame of becoming the Uchiha clan, and I stayed subconsciously after seeing you weren't taken care of, and I want to wait for you to wake thank you in person. Looking at each other, he deliberately shook his little finger, frowned and thought hard, listing the reasons one by one. It was so cute that people couldn't help but want to poke her baby's fat little face. Bai Ye finally confirmed that this guy's talent is definitely on learning, and other aspects are stupid and cute. Advertisement. Seeing that the other party wanted to say a bunch of reasons, Bai Ye quickly interrupted. I see, you should go back to rest. It's not going to school today. Look at the saliva on the corner of your mouth. Don't become like me in class and just sleep. After that, he stretched out his little hand and gently wiped the other's mouth, and also removed the hair still stuck on it. With a brush, Yu's face turned red, shyly covering her face and quickly turned and ran out. She didn't know if she was embarrassed because she would drool while sleeping or because of something else. You look like a well-bred eldest lady in front, why did you run away suddenly? There was a confused white knight, and I sat on the bed blankly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Forget it, let's take a look at what happened to Zanpaku. After yesterday's World War I, the amount of chakra in the body has suddenly increased a lot. The muttering white knight reached out and touched the Zanpaku knife standing by the bed. Zanpaku knife. Unlocked. Gunsling. 0 Broken road. Newly unlocked. Breaching road 4 White Thunder. 0 Tai Dao. Newly unlocked. Tai Dao 4 This rope. 0 White fight. Second stage. 0 Instant step. Second stage. 0 Gunsling. The blade can be stretched instantly. Dao Dao 4 Bai Ye. A thunder is released from the fingertips. 4 of the Dao. This rope, chakra has created a rope-mounted light rope to entangle and capture opponents. Looking at the Zanpaku Dao that had changed a little bit from the previous one, a smile appeared on Bai Ye's face. Not only has an additional initial solution state, but also unlocked new broken roads and bound roads. At the same time, I understand that only relying on the excitement of fighting can the Zanpaku Dao continue to evolve, and that it is easy to have a bottleneck just by working behind closed doors. Bai Ye is also ready to apply for graduation as soon as possible, and feels that there is no need to continue to stay in school. After the breakthrough, his strength has also been improved in all aspects, and he should meet the graduation standard. And even if the assessment fails, it doesn't matter. After all, I still have a lot of room for growth. I just don't know if I will be stuck in the situation where I cannot evolve again after my experience is full. Goo. Boom. I'm so hungry. I knew I asked you to buy breakfast for herself. It was a blunder. I was so hungry that I couldn't walk. I don't know if it's because the Zanpaku Sword evolution consumes too much physical strength, or the sharp spear trick is too much chakra. I saw Bai Ye lying on the side of his bed, drums crazily from his stomach, and he should be ascended to an immortal if he didn't need anything visually. After lying on the ground for a while, I suddenly heard the door opening and suddenly felt that I was saved. Nurse sister, help. Advertisement, sorry, it's me. It was different from what I had imagined, only a childish male voice came from my ear. No, I'm in the hospital, you have to come here specifically, how much hatred do you have with me? The person here is surprisingly UNB Shichi, who has been in school and can't get through the White Knight. Don't think too much, I'm not here to find anything, I'm here to apologize to you. No, what happened these years? Why do I like to apologize? Bai Ye, who was helped back to the bed by Ziyi, spit out feebly. Well, I will forgive you if you can change the bunch of flowers in your hands to steamed buns. Wow. What's going on with people these days? They apologize as soon as they meet, and they just disappear after apologizing. Well, now I haven't even left flowers. Seeing Ziyi who suddenly leapt out of the side window, he suddenly suspected that he had derailed from the times. Wow. Before he could finish his emotions, Ziyi came back from the window with a bag of hot meat buns. Give. Bai Ye looked at Ziyi who was in the dust, and she was embarrassed to say that she just said it casually. If it's a normal class business, forget it, I don't care at all, and how do you know that I am hospitalized? Bai Ye unceremoniously ate the newly baked meat buns, looking like a starving ghost reborn, and asked vaguely. It was my uncle who carried you on my back yesterday. I heard about last night from him. Oh, then say thank you to your uncle for me by the way. I'm very sorry, I have always been too much, I don't know anything, and I've been ridiculing you all the time, please hit me out. Hearing the sound, Bai Ye raised his right hand to support his forehead, with a black line on his face. After a while, he forcibly pulled up the bowing Ziyi, and said in a bad mood. I said that I don't care about these things anymore. By the way, I have always been curious about why you treat me so badly alone. I heard them say that it's because I rank higher than you in admissions. I wouldn't do these things for this reason. My father died because of the drag of his teammates, so I think you are so talented but unwilling to exercise. It's better to let you go on the battlefield to harm your teammates, not as good as. Hearing something Bai Ye said, Ziyi couldn't help raising his voice, and as he spoke, he suddenly felt embarrassed to continue. It's not because you always pretend to be stupid. I only learned the truth from my uncle yesterday. He would find it difficult to wear the weight on your body, and successfully rescued his companion. Full of resentment, whispered from the side. Chapter 5 Test. After the 3 big meat buns were eaten, Bai Ye felt that he had come back to life again. What are you whispering there alone? Forget it, do you know where my weight-bearing props are? I didn't find it nearby when I woke up. Compared with other trivial matters, Bai Ye is still more concerned about his own weight-bearing props. After all, the family cannot be said to be particularly wealthy, and the weight-bearing props that are no longer used will be sold again. It was placed in the storage room downstairs. My uncle said that it was too heavy and it was inconvenient to carry. Before I came up again, I deliberately tried it. After putting it on, it feels very difficult. It's really strong. I can wear these things forever. A different color flashed in Z's eyes. I really want to practice against you once, maybe I can't beat you, if I can be assigned to a small team with you after graduation, it would be great. Don't look down on me so much. Actually, I am also more prominent in physical skills. There are still a lot of restrictions to perform tasks. Hearing that the other person looked at herself so highly, Bai Ye could only explain with a bitter smile that helplessly, in recent years, due to the limitations of the Zanpaku Sword, his physical fitness has not been reduced, and he cannot perform ninjutsu. The 3 newly unlocked skills have not yet begun to become proficient, and I feel that the power of low-level breaking and binding is too bad, and the combat methods are too single, especially when encountering ninjas with more powerful illusions, they absolutely lie down in seconds. Anyway, it's already very powerful. The single technique can be exercised to this point, and not many people have this perseverance alone. Although it's not very good to say that, except for the top 5 in the class, you are the only one who can be recognized by me. I am not very willing to team up with the rest of the group. I would rather do it alone. Seeing Ji radiate a different kind of enthusiasm for himself, Bai Ye felt a little overwhelmed, especially the relationship between the two people can be said to be very poor. Z has been entangled here for a long time, and he couldn't leave until he was about to go to class. Seeing this guy finally left, Bai Ye was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. He felt that he was more difficult than K, and he was usually cold in the class. After being entangled by the other party for nearly half an hour, Bai Ye also felt that his state was able to recover a lot during this period, and it was expected that he would be able to get out of bed for training in 1 hour. It is guessed that this Zanpaku evolution should also bring some hidden benefits, such as the recovery speed of his body, which was not so fast before, and the training intensity can also be increased by a level accordingly. Advertisement. After lying on the bed in a restless mood, he immediately slipped out of the window and couldn't wait to get out. Before going out, he deliberately observed Kai's situation closely. The white knight without weight, shuttled freely on the roof, completely unable to feel the weight of the body, and sometimes turned somersaults, feeling that his state was better than ever, and for the first time since enrolling in school, he completely unlocked the shackles on his body. Well, it probably took less than 2 minutes. I don't know if my current speed can catch up with Xiao Li's first appearance. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In a short while, he rushed to the place where he usually trains. Bai Ye squatted under the tree and calculated his current speed slightly, trying to judge which level his specific strength had reached. Based on my current training intensity, I can estimate that the Zanpaku experience value at this stage will be used up to 3 months. By then, it should be able to surpass Xiao Li at that time, but I don't know if he can surpass him without wearing a load. Status. Following his calculations, Bai Ye's face was filled with an innocent smile. Since Zanpaku experience point was full for the first time, he was living in worry for the days after. If you can maintain a high-speed growth state, the remaining 5 years will be enough to grow by yourself. And because of his own existence, this world shouldn't completely follow its original trajectory. Maybe it will be able to directly change the direction of the 3 world wars. After calculating his speed, he got up and stepped back a few steps. The index finger and ring finger of his left hand pointed at the big tree together and started muttering. Quote. The 4 broken paths by Lei. Quote. A thunder light shot out from Bai Ye's fingertips, with a pop. The big tree directly opposite Bai Ye was hit, and the hit part appeared to be scorched black. Bai Ye set off to observe carefully, and found that only the epidermis was damaged. The power was not very large, but the relative consumption was not large. Compared to the weaker, Dao 1. Crush, this move can already be used in combat, and it is not very pleasant to hit it head on. Then, try a new binding Dao. Quote. The 4th of bound Dao this rope. As the chant was finished, a light appeared on the left hand, and with the slight shaking of the hand, this light quickly wrapped around Bai Ye itself like a dexterous little snake. I saw the entangled white knight, his arms stretched out slightly, as if he hadn't used much force, the light cord broke apart and slowly dissipated in the air. Advertisement. The strength of this rope is also a bit poor. It seems that it can only be used as an auxiliary skill to tie people who have lost resistance. You don't need to specially prepare a rope in the future. Bai Ye was not very satisfied with the newly unlocked Bound Dao. Bound Dao 1 say, could still shame someone who was not deliberately guarded. This thing flashed like Chidori for fear that the other party would not see it. I always feel that these 4 skills are a bit tasteless. It's enough to deal with those weaker than you with a knife, and the opponent who is stronger than yourself will not have much impact if you eat hard. Let's take a look at the magic spear. I used it yesterday and was directly rendered collapsed into a coma. The power should not be weak. Quote. After sighing, Bai Ye went to find a boulder as tall as a half person as his test subject nearby. Of course, that was an adult as the standard, and the actual height was a head short of Bai Ye. Shoot him, sharp gun. When the words fell, a white light flashed, piercing the huge boulder in front of him without resistance, and Bai Ye's breathing sounded sharply, and he walked over and carefully observed his results. I saw an indiscernible gap left in the center of this big stone, and he stretched out his hand to grind it up, and could clearly perceive that the stone was still the same smooth. Tisk, this hole is really horrible, just like cutting tofu, there is no crack at the cut, but it consumes a little bit, and almost 90% of the chakra is used. Bai Ye felt that if it hadn't been for the evolution of Zanpaku yesterday, he had improved a lot with chakra, otherwise it is estimated that he would collapse again. Just like every time Kakashi runs out of power, he needs to recuperate in the hospital for a while. It seems that in the short term, you can only use your whole cards as a sneak attack, otherwise your opponent will see through and evade, and your combat effectiveness will drop significantly. After Bai Ye used the smart gun, he felt a little tired, and lay down on the lawn in a big letter without an image, looking at the blue sky with emotion. Since I came into this world, it seems that I haven't rested for a long time. Since I am not with my weight, let me be lazy. The breeze slowly came, Bai Ye's hair swayed along with it, and his eyelids gradually covered his eyes. He fell asleep deep in this uninhabited suburb and had a beautiful dream that no one disturbed. Chapter 6 Play Against. Oops, I didn't expect it would be so late after a small squint. In the night, Bai Ye moved frantically on the roof, his expression a little nervous. Leaving privately for so long, I must have been discovered by the nurse sister, so troublesome. After a while, Bai Ye came to directly under his own ward, wondering whether to turn back in from here. Hey, some things are still in the hospital, and Kay is still lying there. Let's be trained as soon as you are trained. When Bai Ye was 3 years old, he was ill and was hospitalized. Because he felt bored in the hospital, he sneaked out for training. The nurse who was in charge of taking care of him at that time got him right. There is a shadow. Bai Ye squatted slightly and jumped out with a light kick on his legs. He put his hands on the edge of the window on the 3rd floor carefully, and looked inside with a probe, and found that no one had slipped in again. Hey, why is there no one on Kay's bed? Has he woken up and sneaked out? Bai Ye, who came in safely, found that Kai was also missing, and suddenly felt very strange. The other party's injury was much heavier, and he was at best out of strength. Bai Ye didn't worry too much about this. After all, ninjas from other villages couldn't be lurking in every day, and there was nothing about Kai that was worthy of other people's attention. Without thinking, Bai Ye began to turn over the small cabinet next to the bed. When he slipped out in the morning, he forgot. As a result, he was still wearing a hospital gown. He was going to change his clothes and then go to the front desk to apply for discharge and get back his weight equipment. Yeah, when Bai Ye just undressed to get dressed, a shrill scream suddenly came from the door. When Bai Ye heard the prestige, he only found Z and 2 who were holding Kai. Oh, Bai Ye, you are back. Kay, who was almost wrapped up as a mummy, didn't forget to stretch out his signature thumbs and smile brightly. Where did you go? And I heard other people's voices just now, why are you two? Seeing someone coming, Bai Ye didn't slow down anymore, quickly put on her clothes, and asked her own questions by the way. I just wanted to ask where you went. I came over after school and found that only Kai was moaning in the room. Ji Yi said speechlessly, feeling that Bai Ye still seemed unreliable. I just took Kay to the bathroom and ate together by the way. I was there this month. I blushed when I saw you naked and ran away. Ah, when you said it, I realized that I didn't seem to eat for a whole day. Advertisement. Quote. Bai Ye's brain was definitely broken. With such a peculiar focus, Ji Yi, who was helping Kai back to the bed, was directly choked and speechless. After the 3 chatted with each other for a while, you suddenly appeared with a bunch of food and stuffed them into Bai Ye's little hand. Here you are. I don't know what you like to eat, so I bought some on the snack street. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It seems that you shouldn't run away directly, but squatted outside the door, overheard the news that Bai Ye hadn't eaten yet, so she deliberately ran over and bought a bunch of them. Hey, didn't Z say that you've already left? Why did you bring back a bunch of food? Bai Ye, whose brain circuits no longer existed, said a bunch of words very honestly, causing Yu's little face to turn blush again. Z on the side really couldn't stand it anymore, and hurriedly came over and took out a bunch of octopus balls from the bag and stuffed them into Bai Ye's chattering mouth. After a long time, because Bai Ye's body was no longer in serious trouble, Yu He did not leave it specially. When he left, he said that he would see you at school, leaving Bai Ye alone to watch the night. White Knight, have you developed a new ninjutsu after a long period of silence? A man with a pipe in his mouth and a small mustache on his chin has a crystal ball in front of him, showing a scene from the hospital. There have been a lot of geniuses in this generation in the village. I have to quickly confirm the candidates for the next generation of Naruto. This person is the 3rd generation of Hokage. As early as when he learned that Bai Ye was 2 years old, he created 2 different Muji ninjutsu, and the 3 generations began to pay attention to his existence. Although Bai Ye hasn't seen anything new in his research in recent years, his usual efforts are all in his eyes, and the degree of recognition for him is still very high. I just heard some news reports about him last night, and today I deliberately used telescopes to observe it secretly and found a lot of interesting things. It seems that we can find a good teacher for him in advance. The 3 generations sitting in the chair knocked on his sore shoulder and found the right person in his mind. Okay, then I'll go to school first. I'll bring food over at noon. Early the next morning, after dealing with some trivial matters, Bai Ye left the hospital and rushed to the ninja school. In the classroom, Bai Ye sat in the last row by the window, slumped on the table and grumbled. Advertisement. Why isn't the teacher coming? I want to apply for graduation in advance today. What? For the first time, Z, who was sitting next to Bai Ye, couldn't help but let out a surprised sound, but he deliberately controlled his volume, only Bai Ye could hear him. Since you have applied for graduation in advance, then I'll be well together, so I can just be assigned to a small team. Z continued to put on a cold look, crossed his fingers to support his head, and continued speaking with a voice that only Shiroya could hear. Bai Ye cast a silent glance at him, looking at him now pretending to be forceful, very suspicious that it was to deceive the little girls in the class. After all, more than half of the girls in the class are looking at him secretly, and their eyes are still full of yes little stars. You are terrible. Together with Yuya, we searched all the girls in the class. Shinsho Yuya ranked third in the class, and his usual performance of a warm man attracted the attention of the remaining half of the girls. What am I? The first month in the class, yes. Ji suddenly shivered in the middle of what he said, a bitter cold rose behind him, and his eyes began to sweep around, and he found that Yu, who was also sitting in the last row, was staring at him with murderous eyes in the distance. Huh, why didn't you say anything suddenly? Ah, I'm not interested in me and Yuyi at all. Zi reached out his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and praised his wit. Indeed, the two little princesses in the class seemed to be only interested in improving their strength. Even the first and the second are occupied by them. The top four of you are about to divide the entire class. Bai Ye nodded his little head with approval. After hearing what he said, Yu, who was eavesdropping in the distance, started pouting her mouth, looking sullen. When Zi saw this, he could only shrug his shoulders helplessly. He only felt that this guy's brain circuit was absolutely faulty, and his analysis of other people's affairs was very good. When he came to himself, it was as if he had suffered a mental blow. Flap. Well, today we are going to practice against each other, and we are all ready to gather on the playground. The applause from the door calmed the students. As soon as the teacher showed up, he began to arrange today's class. Hey, I'm going to fight you once today. Don't let me water when you arrive. After Zi heard the teacher's words, he started gearing up, looking at Bai Ye with excitement. Chapter 7 Shiraya vs Shichi. Oh, why do you react so coldly? Are you ready to paddle again? You are ready to apply for graduation in advance and are not ready to show some strength. Be careful that the teacher will kick you directly. Zi looked at Bai Ye still indifferent, and felt so upset in his heart, he had to find a way to change his mentality. The teacher won't be as superficial as you, but he has long seen that I have been acting with a load. Don't go so fast, wait for me, I won't be able to say anything. Advertisement. When Ji saw Bai Ye got up and left, he hurried to catch up and hurried out together. It's miserable. My strength hasn't improved significantly this month. I will definitely drop out of the rankings again. I'll have to be trained again when I go home. Haha, who told you to be lazy, but I have never dropped off my ranking. Then you haven't improved for a long time, and have been suppressed by those abnormalities. It doesn't matter, the most important thing to be a human being is to be able to recognize reality. On the playground, everyone stood together in twos and threes, discussing the next battle practice with their close friends. People who are confident in their own strengths have a relaxed face. Of course, some people have a sloppy face, thinking that they might have to be beaten again after returning home. Okay, it's still the old rule. You can choose your opponent first. Everyone will play at least once. If you are not satisfied with the ranking of the last teacher, you can challenge to the next level. When the teacher saw that everyone was there, he announced the rules as usual, and took out a small book to record everyone's growth. Teacher, my opponent chooses White Knight. Zi quickly came out with a helpless look of Bai Ye. If someone preempted him, he wouldn't be able to choose Bai Ye. No, although I heard that Ji Duan Bai Ye has been very troubled, but there is no need to pick him as an opponent. Maybe I just want to take the opportunity to teach him a lesson. The duel between the fourth place and the tail of the crane always feels a bit too bullying. Some students who didn't know the truth all showed a speechless expression. They all felt that Bai Ye would not agree to this battle, because people with low rankings could choose to refuse the appointment of people with higher rankings. What do you say, Bai Ye? Do you want to refuse it? The teacher looked very interested, but it was a lot like to see how Bai Ye's current strength reached and grew. Okay, then I'll go and prepare, save him and haunt me all the time. Advertisement. With a helpless look, Bai Ye came to the side and lifted up his sleeves and trouser legs, took off the 4 weight-bearing props, and placed them on the ground softly. It turns out that he has always been wearing heavy props, and I don't know how much it weighs. Tisk, maybe others just pretend. After all, the crane tail, the ranking has been falling for so many years, it has not risen. Seeing Bai Ye's movements aroused another round of discussion among the students. Yu, who was standing with Hyuga Swift on the side, pursed his mouth slightly after hearing the people's discussion, feeling that these people are so annoying. Read more at hotmtl novel.zi. Suddenly a pair of little hands stretched out from behind Yu's, pinching the small faces on both sides, rubbing them, and leaning her head on her shoulders and chuckles softly. The eldest lady of our Uchiha clan, did she get tempted after being rescued by the other party? Just, no. Yu retorted slurredly, and stretched out her little hand to knock out her hands and played with her little face, and a blush appeared on her face. Then others are talking about the tail of the crane, what are you upset about? After being knocked off, Swift took the opportunity to change to an environmentally friendly posture. It seems that the relationship between the two should be quite good. He's not the tail of a crane, well, they're going to fight. After Yu said a word of dissatisfaction, she leaned back slightly and changed to a more comfortable posture. Sure enough, I was at ease after removing it all. After Bai Ye put down the load, he moved his muscles and bones on the spot. After getting used to the current state a little bit, he returned to the field and Zi made a confrontation with each other, preparing for a formal battle. Bai Ye's feet slammed into force and disappeared into the battlefield instantly. What? Was there such a fast speed before Bai Ye? Many people at the scene suddenly lost the sight of Bai Ye, and couldn't help shouting out their doubts. Zi in the field also shrank his eyes. It was not that he did not see Bai Ye's movements, but that his movements were difficult to reach the opponent's level. Bai Ye suddenly appeared behind Ji, floating slightly in the air, and a Konoha whirlwind kicked towards his temple. Zi didn't seem to react. After being hit directly, his body floated as if he was about to be kicked out. However, Bai Ye seemed to perceive something wrong. After hitting the target, he quickly retracted his legs and wanted to retreat, but he still appeared slightly stiff because he was in midair. The kicked Zi also exploded when Bai Ye closed his legs, and scattered into a pile of worms eroding from Bai Ye's legs upwards. One of the broken roads Chong. Quote. When the words fell, a shock wave rushed from the tip of Bai Ye's left finger towards the worm on his right leg, and blasted it away with a pop. Advertisement. At the same time, at the moment when his left foot touched the ground, he kicked hard and quickly jumped to the left. With two swishes, the two shurikens just passed out from the back where Bai Ye stayed at the time, and they almost made a hit. After Bai Ye dodged, he quickly placed his right hand on the handle of the Zanpo Dao at his waist, pulled it out, and quickly twisted his body, swinging twice. With two sounds of ding ding, it was realized that this was to resist the shuriken that was shot in the second wave. Bai Ye finally landed on both feet at the same time, so he wouldn't be as passive as before. Look, seeing Bai Ye's performance, Yu on the side happily showed off to Swift. Cut, it's just so-so. Swift replied insincerely, and moved her hands on her chest dishonestly, causing Yu blush to struggle twice with her little face weakly. Tisk, it's so troublesome, it would be nice if you can escape from the fire. The flying bugs kept chasing the White Knight and running everywhere, unable to make an effective counterattack for a while. Since Shiroya himself would not attack on a large scale, and being entangled by bugs, he would be sucked in a lot of chakras. As long as Z did not die, he would not be far from losing. After calculating the amount of his chakras, Bai Ye used the Shunbu technique to the limit and completely disappeared from Z's eyes, but it would not last long because of the consumption of a large amount of chakras. Z, who was controlling the insect swarm, was taken aback by the completely lost White Knight, and completely condensed the insect swarm into a giant ball to wrap himself in it. Boom. I saw the insect swarm surrounding Z protecting himself, as if it had suffered a violent shock wave, and it was sunken in all directions, and the hidden figures could be vaguely seen. Shoot him, sharp gun. After confirming the opponent's location, Bai Ye's Zanpaku Sword pointed at the position and shouted in a low voice. Following Bai Ye's words, the tip of the knife quickly broke through the insect swarm and reached Z's chest. Shichi, who wanted to continue to resist the consumption of chakra, suddenly felt a bit tingling in his chest, and when he looked down, he realized that he didn't know when there was a knife in his chest. Seeing this, he could only helplessly collect the scent bad bugs, knowing that he was careless, thinking that he should be safe before the other party completely destroyed the outer protective layer. Seeing that the other party had conceded, Bai Ye also retracted his Zanpaku knife, and found that chakra's consumption was much less than that of yesterday's experiment. It seems that the consumption is calculated based on the elongation distance. The two have signed each other's reconciliation, heralding the official end of the showdown. Chapter 8 Moon vs Swift. I didn't wake up. I also think I might not wake up. As Bai Ye so strong? Why has it been ranked last in recent years? The little friends on the playground were all stunned, rubbing their eyes vigorously, and wondering about life. Did you see his last move clearly? Okay. Many blood vessels burst out from the corners of Swift's eyes holding Yu, and he has already used his white eyes to observe. Yu in her arms also revealed her own single Guyu riding round eyes. Well, looking at his final performance, I can barely agree with his strength. Seeing that the winner has been divided, both of them have restored their eyes. Yu Yi gazed at the reconciliation mark of Zheng Heji and his party moving Bai Ye, confirming that the last trick he used was the one that saved him that night. I'm taking care of it this time. The last kind of sword technique should be your own creation, right? I have never heard that ordinary swords can have this kind of change. After retiring from the field, Shichi took Shiraya's Zanpaku sword tossed and observed, but he didn't realize that it was a special ninja sword. It's okay. I just studied it a few days ago, but most people shouldn't be able to learn it. I have also studied some other things. If you are interested, I can teach you. Bai Ye didn't mean to hide her privately. It was just that this kind of thing needed to be displayed with the help of Zanpadao, and she actually didn't understand the principle very well, unlike Padao and Bindao, which had specific methods of use. Never mind these. These things are not suitable for our family. Instead of wasting energy to learn those that are not suitable for us, it is better to research something new. Zi directly rejected Bai Ye's proposal, thinking that it was a waste of time to learn something that was not suitable for him. Okay then. Bai Ye shrugged casually, not caring about these things very much. Just like Chong Dao 1. Chong, and Bound Dao 1 Sai. I reported the usage method several years ago, but I have never heard of anyone going to learn it. After all, it is only suitable for sneak attacks or cooperating with others if you have not practiced enough to give up singing. The most important thing is that the intensity is not high. It is better to learn other powerful ninjutsu than wasting time to learn this. I also choose White Knight. When I was chatting with Z in the White Knight, I suddenly heard someone calling his name on the court and looked over, with a dazed expression that obviously didn't know what was going on. Ahem, Bai Ye, Swift wants to choose you as the target of battle. Seeing the White Knight without any reaction, the teacher kindly reminded him. Advertisement. Can I refuse? No. Then I still refuse. You. Seeing that Bai Ye couldn't refuse, she refused loudly and unceremoniously. The angry Swift stomped straight on the spot, wishing to rush to give him a set of 361 gossip patterns. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi month. Yu, who was still smiling and groaning, suddenly shuddered when she heard Yuyan taught her own name. She looked at it with a grieved expression. She obviously didn't do anything. Suddenly, I was so fierce. You come up and fight with me. You could not help but heaved a sigh of relief. Basically, she used to fight against Swift in the previous combat practice. It was strange to see that she suddenly chose Bai Ye just now. HMPH, what's so good about that B********************. D. I just want to try him just because he has just practiced well. Swift complained to Yu, who came over with an angry face. Yu just shrugged helplessly. Although she could guess some reasons, she didn't deliberately say it. After the seal of opposition with Swift, she opened her eyes and prepared to fight. Seeing that the other party ignored her, Swift hummed again and said that she was very upset, and also made a fighting posture. I don't know if Master Swift can end his 45 consecutive defeats this time. I don't think it's hopeful. The Moon Master is really too strong and it's impossible to lose. Nonsense, Master Swift is not bad at all, we will definitely win this time. I'm not as knowledgeable as you. You have said this 44 times. The field has not yet started, and the support teams outside the field are about to pinch first. You did not choose to step forward and attack. Ruquan's melee advantage was too great. Although she wins every time, the gap between the two is really small. As long as you are a little lazy during training, it is likely that you will lose next time. Moon is usually under a lot of pressure. Although the personal relationship between the two is very good, he still represents the Uchiha clan after all. I don't want to lose to the other side here, so I have always been squeezing myself in training, and I dare not relax in the slightest every time I fight. Swift also has her own ideals, always thinking about surpassing each other, but every time she is slightly worse than the other, the blow to her is still quite big. But this was regarded by her as the first tribulation on her way forward, and she never thought of giving up, and every time she failed, she would have worked harder to train. Thinking that he can't even surpass the other party, there is no way to break the family's rules for nearly 1,000 years. Both sides have different beliefs, and they have been supporting them desperately to become stronger. Not only are they very good at beating their best friends, but they also regard each other as their biggest opponents. It is also the reason why the two have been occupying the first or second place in the class. Advertisement. Fire escape the art of impatience. This time, Uxian made a trial. Following the successful completion of the seal, many impatience seed-like flames were spit out from the mouth, and they flew toward the direction where Swift was. On the other hand, as early as the moment when the other party set up the seal, Swift made a prediction in advance, kicked his feet and jumped to the rear, deliberately opening the distance between the two. Although the flames spit out can be controlled by the opponent, the distance is deliberately extended to allow enough reaction time. With the rapid displacement of the body, it can perfectly avoid all attacks. After releasing a wave of attacks, Yu began to retreat instead, unwilling to engage in close combat with the opponent, using the shuriken technique to interfere with the Swift rushing towards him. At this time, the ninja of the main skill showed some disadvantages. When the strength difference between the two is not big, they can't get close to each other quickly, but the other party can suppress themselves from a distance. I saw that although most of the shuriken thread was cut by Swift with a soft fist, two of them were missed and entangled tightly around her leg, secretly making a terrible cry. Art fire escape ho fireball. I saw Yu seizing this opportunity and spraying a fireball that was slightly larger than his own, following the line on the sword in his hand and moving quickly towards Swift. Seeing this, Swift condensed a large number of chakras with both hands, and hit the fireball coming from the air, using the gossip empty palm technique, but the attack distance could only reach about 1 meter. After swiftly making 7 or 8 palms towards the target, he completely punched a hole in the middle, just enough to hold his body through, but he would still get some burns because of the high temperature. At the same time, taking advantage of the moment he was in the fireball, he broke the line on his leg with 2 palms. After releasing the arrogant fireball, the moon on that side quickly stepped forward, followed the fireball and deceived him, and stopped and quickly sealed the seal about 2 or 3 meters away from Swift. Wind escape big breakthrough. A whirlwind was spit out from his mouth, and it happened to arrive at Swift's location at the same time as Hao's fireball. The two people reacted to each other, producing a flame whirlwind rotating in place. Swift, who had just been able to move freely, was shocked and couldn't avoid it at all. He released a large amount of chakras from acupuncture points around his body and revolved to imitate it back to the sky to minimize the damage he suffered. The moon outside was not idle either. During this period, he used the shuriken technique again and threw it around, spinning around the flame vortex in the center of the field. The moment it disappeared, the thread on his hand was pulled slightly. All directions are tightening toward the center. The moment Swift appeared, she was bound tightly before he could react. Yu also slammed her towards herself and put her shuriken on her neck. The subdued Swift didn't have any serious injuries, but her face was flushed red, and she was gasping for breath. It seems that the last move will consume a lot of her. Next time I will definitely win. Well, I'll apply some medicine for you later. You should have a slight burn on your body. HMPH, then you are so cruel. It's me who doesn't lose a little bit. The consequences of being slapped by you are too serious. Yu cautiously carried the a little weak Swift on her back, and quickly left the venue amidst bickering. Chapter 9 Graduation. Master Yu is still so strong. Master Swift just missed this time, and he will definitely win next time. Quote. This has been missed 46 times. Do you want to fight? If you hit me, I'm afraid you won't succeed. The friends of different factions pinched each other again. I feel there is still a gap between myself and them. After watching the battle between you and Swift, Bai Ye couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Then need to say, especially Swift is very restrained from your type of ninja, but this battle did not show the power of soft fist. Z also nodded in agreement, but kept his eyes on Bai Ye, obviously not convinced that he had lost before, and wanted to fight again. In the next battle, apart from the good battle between Senju Yui and Nara Luxon, the rest was obviously not very exciting. So Bai Ye found the opportunity and slipped out, feeling that it is better to exercise herself than wasting time there. The teacher just glanced at the direction he was leaving, and didn't say much about it. Perhaps this is not Bai Ye's first time skipping class. Z didn't go with him. He was famously known as a good student, and he would not do things that would only be done by the tail of a crane. Bai Ye didn't bother to slap his lips, just patted him on the shoulder twice before leaving. There was a cold sweat on his forehead, and he felt that his body was going to fall apart. When I came to the grove where I usually train, Bai Ye retrieved the information of Zanpai Dao, and was surprised to find that he hadn't started exercising yet. Zanpai Dao's experience value actually increased a lot. It would take about 2 or 3 days to reach this level. Kind of effect. After frowning and thinking for a while, I confirmed that I had only fought one battle today. It should be that fighting with others can also increase experience, but I didn't know it because I had been at full value before. Bai Ye suddenly regretted that he hadn't agreed to fight Swift before, and a fight with a powerful person was definitely better than his own brainless practice. Hey, I don't know why I suddenly don't have the motivation to continue training. Is this an expansion? Even though he said that, his body still moved honestly, waving the Zanpaku knife that he held tightly in his hand. Advertisement. Hey, don't practice in the White Night, it's already noon, let's have a meal together. Shiroya was doing push-ups with a finger as a support point, and Shichi's voice came from a distance. 3161. How do you know that I am here? 3162. Bai Ye didn't get up deliberately, but continued to do his own exercises. Doda's sweat kept falling down his cheeks, falling into the dust. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. I brought him here. There is also a figure beside Shi. It is Uchiha Yu, with a trace of joy hidden in his eyes. You, did you ask me to visit Kai in the hospital? Hearing that there was another person beside him, Bai Ye did not continue to exercise, subconsciously guessing the other party's purpose, and did not notice the flash of disappointment in the other party's eyes. Obviously, he did not like Bai Ye's answer very much. Well, let's go. Yu still kept a smile on her face, and didn't show anything wrong. Which store do you want to go to Bai? I haven't eaten with you yet. Let's go to the curry shop this time, just to bring Kai something he likes to eat. The teacher ranked you only 6th, you are still behind me. It doesn't matter, this time I won you mainly because the information is not equal, but in the future you will wait to be killed by my true strength. Bai Ye and Ji Yi fought against each other along the way. Yu Zi walked beside Bai Ye with a smile on his face, listening to the words of the two people, and followed quietly without interrupting in. By the way, you should apply for graduation this afternoon. What do you think the teacher will choose for the assessment? The three of them were already sitting in the restaurant and eating quietly. Z suddenly remembered something and took the initiative to break the calm. You want to apply for early graduation. On the contrary, Z's words caused you to have a huge reaction, looking at the white knight next to him with an unbelievable face, and a goose egg could be inserted into it with his mouth open. I don't know. If I take ninjutsu or illusion skills, I will be caught blind. The teacher shouldn't target me like that. Bai Ye arbitrarily stretched out her small hand to return the chin that had fallen from Yu. She was still a little worried about the graduation assessment. Ever since she discovered that fighting can speed up her growth, she wanted to graduate quickly. The real life and death battle is the fastest way. It's not just him, I am also preparing to apply for early graduation. Advertisement. Z didn't have much pressure. Although he mainly studied his own ninjutsu, he was still worthy of the assessment, unlike Bai Ye who couldn't even perform basic ninjutsu. He was also very strange to Shiroya's talent. He was obviously a high-end product like Muji ninjutsu who could not even beat people. Since you are all ready to apply, then I have to apply too. How can I be left by you as the number 1 in the class? Yu tilted her head and frowned for a while thinking, and made a firm decision, not only for the glory of the Uchiha clan, but also with some other selfishness. After finishing the meal in a pleasant atmosphere, I took some condolences to the hospital to visit Kai. After returning to school from the hospital, Yu did not continue to stay with the two, but ran to stay with Swift and communicated, vaguely speaking about applying for early graduation. Teacher, I want to apply for early graduation with Bai Ye. Z waited for the teacher to shout out as soon as he stepped through the door, and there was a commotion in the class. However, although everyone was surprised by this, they did not think that they were not qualified. After all, they showed their strength in front of everyone in the morning. Teacher, you and I have to apply for early graduation. Before the teacher could answer, Swift yelled directly to the teacher, and all the boys in the class were bursting into tears. The two goddesses in the class really left without any precautions. Teacher, and me, Yuya Janyu and Swift also applied for graduation, and they followed suit. In fact, Yuya had this idea a long time ago, but was suppressed by the two girls in third place, and the other party did not take the initiative to propose it. It was a bit embarrassing to let him propose it first. In that case, it was like a deserter who couldn't beat the other party. This time, the girls in the class also became tearful. Just now I thought about leaving a Z, and everyone still has a Yuya. Now, even Yuya has gone with him. They all ran away, left. At present, no one cares about Bai Ye. It has to be said that it is a very miserable thing. He has no popularity status in the class. In that case, Lu Xin, let you be with you, just to make up the two teams. Your strength is enough, I can pass you directly from the school, but if the instructor thinks you are not qualified enough, you will come back. Continue to class. The teacher touched his chin and thought for a while before he made this decision. Lu, who was lying on the table lazily just now, sat upright in shock, opened his mouth and finally did not say anything. They just feel so innocent. What does their application for graduation have to do with them? Why do they add themselves specially? After Bai Ye listened to it, she looked happy, as long as she didn't directly test a specific ninjutsu. As for the instructor, she would try her best to get the other person to identify with him. Chapter 10 Sorting. Hey, Bai Ye, who do you think our instructor will be? Zi secretly stabbed Bai Ye, who was lying on the table while the teacher turned around to write on the blackboard. When did I get into a team with you? Bai Ye, who was disturbed by her sleep, said with no anger. She wanted to punch that pretending face, and she wore sunglasses in class. She really didn't know what the tradition of the oily girl clan was. We promised to grow up together and be each other's little angels, but you want to betray me. Ji showed pain on his face, his left hand pressed hard against his chest, and his right finger pointed to Bai Ye, which was still trembling. Quote question mark question mark. If you are assigned to a team tomorrow, I absolutely must apply for transfer. Bai Ye didn't want to pay attention to this funny comparison at all. He was in the same fashion as a person, and he was completely exposed in private. He really wanted to switch from the last row to the first row to suppress his evil spirit. Of the six of us, you are the tail of a crane. I think so much of you. You should be happy. Seeing that Bai Ye turned his head and didn't intend to pay attention to him, Ji stretched out a finger and poked him on the waist again, causing Bai Ye to feel helpless. He couldn't figure out how the other party was doing well, so he wrapped himself up. They are not all better than me, and those teams are not the most suitable for your standards. Although it is said that, but I think you have the greatest potential. We all have our own family. Only you are the only one who achieves this point completely by our own efforts. Z said this with a rare face, and he was already admitting that under the same conditions, he might not be better than Bai Ye. Well, in fact, anyone can be my instructor. I don't have any special requirements. I just want to have a good rest now. I have to go for training after school. Z shrugged and didn't bother Bai Ye anymore. On the other hand, Yu, who secretly looked at Bai Ye, suddenly felt that her right ear was held by someone, and she immediately hit a spirit. Feeling sore and weak, she could only protest in a low voice. Don't bully me, what if someone sees it? It's rare to be afraid that your little lover will find out. I'm doing this for your good. You see that your soul was going to fly out before, and you are not going to class. Swift, straightforward words made Yezai feel her face hot, and she protested weakly. Advertisement. Where is it? HMPH, the probability of the two of us being divided into the same team is very small. If you call a good sister, if I and your little lover are assigned to the same team, then you can consider applying for an exchange with you. Swift's small mouth was attached to Yu's ear and whispered, and she exhaled intermittently, making Yu's head go blank comfortably, and subconsciously answered, good sister. It caused Swift to stretch out his hand quickly to cover his small mouth, for fear that he would laugh out of it directly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Yu, who reacted to what she had said, shyly covered her small face with her hand, and a heartbeat of dong 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 came from her chest, as if she was about to burn. Hee hee, it's interesting to bully you, but unfortunately, after graduation, I can't stay together often. I have to follow the team to complete the task separately. Swift reached out and rubbed Yuang's small face, showing a trace of melancholy. Ninja is a high-risk profession, and no one knows if after this separation, it will be the eternal separation of heaven and human. Yu noticed that Swift's tone had become a bit wrong, and she stretched out her little hand to clasp the other's fingers, feeling each other's temperature and conveying her own thoughts. As for Yuya, he listened to the class and behaved as a good baby by himself, while Lu Xin looked half dead, as if his whole life had lost its color. After school, Bai Ye went to the hospital to visit Kai by himself. Yu and Z didn't follow him this time. After all, everyone had their own training arrangements, and it was impossible to wander around all the time. Dad, you have come back after completing your mission. When Bai Ye came to the hospital, he found Dai Jung sitting on the side of Kai's bed, peeling an apple. Bai Ye, you are here, it's already so late, I heard from Kai about what happened, and I did a good job. With a smile on his face, Dai gave a thumbs up to Bai Ye. But it's all because of me that Kai was hurt so badly. Hearing Dai's praise, Bai Ye had a bitter expression on his face, thinking that he was dragging Kai down. Ninjas are not unharmed, as long as they can successfully protect their companions, these can only be regarded as a small price. Upon seeing this, Dai put down the half-cut apple, and walked over to touch Bai's little head. Don't apologize for your efforts. That's too sorry for your own efforts, and it's also very rude to Kay who saved you. Advertisement. Bai Ye still blames himself a bit when he hears this, but he still controls his emotions, thinking that everything is still the reason why he is not strong enough. Since Dai came back, Bai Ye didn't stay long, ready to continue to hone his strength. Hey, this isn't Da Shi Wan, how could he come to the hospital? Looking at the figures walking by, Bai Ye whispered, this is the third original character that Bai Ye has encountered besides Kai and Dai. When he first came to this world, Bai Ye still wanted to see the character he liked, but then gave up. The other party hadn't grown up yet, or he hadn't been able to come into contact with his current position. Bai Ye didn't think much about why Maru appeared here. In fact, Bai Ye didn't have any particular dislike for many villains, but everyone had different ideas. They were all people fighting for their own beliefs. It's not that I fully agree with what these people are doing. Mainly I am still in the growth stage, and I can't do anything to these people. The most important goal for me at the moment is to save Dai, and perhaps add Z and you too. After all, watching them die, I still can't do it. I am my only friend in this world. The only trouble is that I don't know where they died in the fight. But it is also possible that they have changed their established destiny because of their appearance. After all, the main messenger who applied for early graduation today is himself, and the other 5 people have already begun to take another path. Thinking of this, Bai Ye still has some ideas of his own when it comes to meeting tomorrow's group. At present, I want to be with Lu Shen. After all, tactics and other things cannot be completely imagined by myself. By following the descendants of Nara's family, I should be able to learn a lot of useful things. Another candidate is Z or Swift. After all, it is also very important to have a sensing ninja in a team. In many cases, it can be of great help. Otherwise, I might have to learn Kakashi to cultivate some tolerant dogs, or it would be very uncomfortable if I can't perceive the surrounding situation in an emergency. I will do 3,000 per project tonight, otherwise it will be embarrassing that I am still sleeping when the instructor arrives tomorrow morning. After arriving at his exclusive training location, Bai Ye decided to temporarily adjust his training plan to prevent himself from being late tomorrow. Then according to the above decision, Uchiha Tasuki, Hinata Swift, and Shiraya are the 3rd class, Senju Ui, Yuzushichi, and Nara Kashin are the 5th class, and the rest of the others will go out with me to do trisomy practice. Chapter 11 Hinata-sun Difference. Teacher, why did I split up with 2 girls, is it a mistake? After hearing about this squad, Bai Ye always felt something was wrong, and wanted to try and see if there was no chance to save it. White Knight, do you look down on my old lady? It is your blessing that you can be with us on the tail of the crane. Swift immediately exploded when he heard the words, a slammed, bang, stepped on the table where Bai Ye was, condescendingly pointing at his nose, and started shouting, counting the old hatred and the new hatred together. Look, teacher, the tension in our team is definitely not conducive to cooperation. Bai Ye seized the opportunity to spit out bitterness, and wanted to struggle again. Swift couldn't help but kick directly towards the door of Bai Ye's face. Bai Ye also reacted quickly. He raised his right hand and put a weight on it to block it, and took the blow easily. Swift only felt like hitting a steel plate, especially unprepared, watching her little toes become bigger, sitting down with tears on her face and blowing air at the injured part, she gritted her teeth. Glaring at the White Knight. Ahem, just overcome the small conflicts by yourself. They are all the right partners. There is no need to live and die like this. The teacher was also very helpless when seeing this, and the grouping was not up to him, so it was better to run away quickly, so that their instructor would have a headache. Hey. Hearing Bai Ye's sigh, Swift couldn't help sobbing, feeling very sad, feeling that the good mood that she and Yufin were in a small team was completely destroyed by this B****************. Okay, stop making trouble. Seeing Swift still wanting to do something, Yu ran over and picked her up from the table and hurried back. You don't help me. What is so great about that B***********, who dares to look down on us? Swift, who was hugged back, sat on Yu's lap with her legs crossed, and her little face was squeezed unhappily, feeling that her little sister had betrayed her. I didn't save you. I didn't even dislike rubbing your injured foot without seeing me. Yu Xiao's face flashed a blush as it was said, and he retorted in a low voice. At the same time, because Swift was sitting on her body, she could just reach out and rub the injured part. Advertisement. HMPH, you dare to despise me. Swift demonstratively knocked Yu's head with her chin, and when she saw Yu's mouth flatten out, she stretched out her hand and rubbed it again, comforting him. Come on, don't be compared with the 2 girls, I will support you mentally. Ziyi leaned forward wretchedly and expressed his position softly. If Bai Ye hadn't seen the uncontrollable smile at the corner of his mouth, he would have almost believed it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. What you said sounds good. Although I don't look down on girls, I still think that each group is more reasonable. I always feel the 2 are a little weird. Bai Ye cast a blank glance at Ziyi. This guy must be gloating, and he said so nicely yesterday that he wanted to team up with himself, so he abandoned himself today. Boom boom boom. I'm Yuan Fei Yushu, the instructor of Class 5, Senju Yui, Yuzushichi, and Nara Luxin will follow me. The knock on the door caused the 6 people to look around, and saw that the man had a mustache on his chin, the same as that of the 3rd generation, with a cigarette in his mouth, but he did not light it. I'm leaving now, good luck. Ziyi waved his back to Bai Ye and took the lead to get up and leave. After a while, There were only 3 of Bai Ye left in the classroom, because Bai Ye was a man, and had a fight with Swift before, so the whole classroom echoed with the roar of 2 girls. Bai Ye reluctantly supported her head with his hands, looked at the opposite side and hugged the 2 of them, and guessed that this result might happen if only one of them is a man. It is not good for him to join in casually. Yu had been stared at by Bai Ye, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. The classroom fell silent so suddenly, and the 3 of them looked at each other with big eyes to small eyes. Ahem, okay, I apologize, I was too much before. Bai Ye felt that the atmosphere had become a bit solemn, and he took the initiative to recognize a mistake. Since he has already taken the initiative to be a teammate, it is still very important to maintain a harmonious relationship within the team. Huh. Swift turned her head and didn't want to pay attention to him. Anyway, she just thought this guy was so disgusting. What's wrong? Who is bullying our Miss Swift? You originally wanted to persuade them, but the voice coming from the door attracted the 3 of them. Uncle Niche. Advertisement. After hearing the sound, Swift looked happy, and ran towards the door excitedly, jumping into the arms of the opposite side with a small jump. You must be our instructor, right? Swift asked Asahi, with a small face raised in excitement, and he was already very affirmed in his heart. Bai Ye didn't expect that the Nikkei would guide them. At first, he thought that like Shichi and the others, an older generation of ninja would appear that he didn't know. You have to behave well, or I will send you back to school. Nisera rubbed Swift's head kindly, and saw that he had been wearing a forehead guard on his forehead, which should be used to block the mark of the bird in the cage. After all, the Japanese foot was rarely worn in the original work. You 2 are Uchiha Tasuki and Shirito. I am Hyuga Nisera. If not surprisingly, I will be the instructor after your class. Let's talk about it in another place. Seeing that Nikkei had turned to go out, Swift made a grimace at Bai Ye's demonstration, then turned and ran away. Don't think too much about Bai Ye. In fact, Swifts are usually very good. After watching Swift's behavior, Yu explained to Bai Ye a little worried, her soft look was completely unexpected, and the opponent and the fighting state were like a different person. It's okay. After all, I made her unhappy first. In fact, I feel that her temperament is quite cute. Compared with this, I am even more curious that you 2 have completely opposite personalities. Nipples and Swift lead the way ahead, while Bai Ye and you follow a little behind, as if they were divided into 2 groups. I didn't understand why those girls were unwilling to play with me after enrolling. In fact, at first Swift just wanted me to be a goal to surpass. Later, I didn't know when I became deliberately with me every day. In fact, she is the only friend up to now. Yu lowered her head and whispered about her experiences over the years, and her emotions did not fluctuate too much. She was obviously used to these things. They are just jealous of you, and your character is inherently soft. After all, female ninjas rarely show up. You and Swift are very talented, and there is one more thing you said wrong, don't I still count as your friend? Bai Ye means that he has seen this kind of drama a lot, and the outstanding is always easy to be jealous of mediocrity, and stretched out his right hand to you. Yu Xiao's face blushed, and after hesitating for a while, she stretched out her little hand and held it up. The moment she held it, she seemed to lose her mind. After returning to his senses, Bai Ye had already let go of his hand, and he couldn't help but start to feel a little lost again. The Swift in the front was secretly observing the development in the back, and she couldn't help but feel a little annoyed when she saw Yu's clumsy appearance. At this time, she should be holding on to it, because she wasted such a good opportunity. Nissan also quietly opened his eyes to observe the situation, compared the opponent with himself, and couldn't help but sigh as a single dog. Chapter 12 Assessment. This environment, why is it so like the 3rd exercise field? We won't also come to win the bell, right? What did you say? Seeing Bai Ye mutter in a low voice, Yu stretched out her curious little face and asked. Ah, I mean how the Nikkei teacher is going to evaluate us. Bai Ye said in his heart, I can't tell you what I'm thinking about 20 years from now. Well, the destination has arrived. Before the assessment, we all introduce ourselves. Maybe we will be companions who want to get along day and night. Nikkei stood in front of the 3 iconic wooden stakes, and with his eyes he signaled Bai Ye and Yu to stop whispering and listen to him first. Then let me start first. You may have all heard of me. My name is Hyuga Hisashi, and I belong to the branch of Hyuga. Nonsense, I can see you at home every day. Swift couldn't help but whispered. Ah, this is actually the first time I am taking over. If there is anything I didn't do well, you can give me advice. Nikkei couldn't help but remember the situation when the 3 generations were called to the Hokage office yesterday. The 2 people talked with each other for a long time, and finally made up their minds to replace the shift. Really? Bai Ye, what's the matter? Is there anything you want to ask? Ah, it's okay, you keep talking. Before Bai Ye guessed that the other party should have been specially arranged, but didn't know the specific reason, the only thing that could be thought of was that it might have something to do with Swift, and he hadn't thought about it at all. My hobby is reading books. My favorite food is soba noodles. I don't have any disliked food. Ideally, there is no dispute in the village. That's it. Swift, introduce yourself first. Bai Ye guessed that the dispute in Nisaka's mouth should allude to the relationship between the Hyuga clan and the separation of the family. After all, the other party hated the Hyuga clan system. My hobby is bullying you. I like eating dishes made by you. I especially hate eating green peppers. And my goal is to become Hokage. I want to change some unreasonable systems that shouldn't exist. Advertisement. The previous teasing made you feel a little helpless and a little bit happy, but the tone behind Swift was still very serious and firm, proving that he was not just talking about it for fun, and was ready to regard this as a lifelong goal. White Knight, how about you? Me. Hearing that it was my turn, I couldn't help but start to think deeply. My current goal is to grow up before the Third Ninja World War breaks out. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi, so this thing is not easy to say clearly. After all, my main purpose is to change some things that may happen in the future. Let's talk about my hobbies first. What I like most at the moment is to exercise myself. I don't want to waste time in other places. When I eat, my favorite is the barbecue. The family finances are relatively tight. I will go there every day when I have money. I don't have any disgusting food. After all, exercise requires food to provide various nutrients. I don't have any big ideals. As long as I can protect the people around me, I will be satisfied to survive in this dangerous world. Compared with the day difference and the moon, Bai Ye's ideal seems to be one level worse than the two of them, but in some respects, it is actually the voice of many people in this world. It's me. When you saw everyone staring at her, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous, and her little hand clenched the corner of her shirt subconsciously. I like to stay with my partner all the time. I actually like to eat barbecue. I just get fat if I eat too much. I have to control my diet and hate eating particularly spicy food. My reason is to be able to live happily with the people around me, and then I will be satisfied. As he talked, his little face blushed, and suddenly realized that he seemed to be talking about the same as Bai Ye, and his mind became a little dizzy again. Actually, this is a wish that everyone has, and the ninja world hasn't lived for long. Nisera rubbed Yu's head, and he felt emotional. After all, if everyone stopped fighting, the current house rules would actually be less important. Okay, let's not talk too much nonsense. Let's have a formal assessment now, don't let me down. The three of Bai Ye also pricked their ears, and they were all curious about the next assessment format. The assessment is actually not very difficult. I see the river on your left. As long as you can stand on it steadily before the sun sets, you will pass. Nisera pointed to the river not far away with a smile, saying that it seemed like it was really just a very simple assessment, and gave a very casual demonstration. Yu and Swift were okay, they looked towards the river full of fighting spirit. Advertisement. Bai Ye is like a bitter melon face. Because he can't release ninjutsu, he hasn't deliberately exercised, which makes his current control of chakra rough. I must have read my own information and look at this smiling face, which looks very sinister. I suspect that the other party is deliberately making things difficult for me. Just when Bai Ye was still thinking about it, Yu and Swift had successfully walked up. Although they looked not very stable, they might be able to pass after a little practice. Ha ha ha, Xiao Bai Ye screams, good sister, I will tell you the trick. Seeing the white knight stepping directly on the bottom of the water, Swift looked very arrogant with one hand on his hips and pointing to his nose. Puff through. Then immediately fell down in joy and sorrow, and struggled crazily in the water, apparently because he was not proficient and was distracted and did not control his strength. Pouch. Seeing this, Bai Ye couldn't help laughing directly, and felt that it was better to keep a low profile. Swift, who was pulled back up by Yu, suddenly got a little temper when she heard Bai Ye's laughter, pursed her small mouth and unhappily pulled Yu, who wanted to say something to Bai Ye, and walked away. If you want to be so cruel, you don't need to tell me how to do it, and you will also take you away. Seeing her feet immersed in the water, Bai Ye really wanted to cry without tears, and she didn't deliberately laugh at each other, so why bother to hurt each other? In her own impression, Sakura said that not being nervous and paying attention was the most important thing. She was not nervous at all or could not stand up. As expected, she still had too little control over chakra. For so many years, because I couldn't use ninjutsu, my main energy was spent on physical exercise. Now I suddenly want to reach the level of standing on the water in an afternoon, and I feel a little desperate to think about it. As time went by, Yu and Swift had already become proficient in a place not far away, and they no longer continued to practice, so they ran to the place where the day's slack was. After all, they are developing in a different direction from Bai Ye, and even if the soft boxing is placed in the classification of physical skills, they mainly rely on controlling the chakra to fight, and the simple boxing of the boxing is only used to strengthen the body. There is still a big gap. Although Yu was qualified, her eyes were still full of worries, and she kept looking at Bai Ye, who hadn't succeeded even once, and she had secretly told him about the skills, but there was still no improvement at all. Although Swift kept saying bad things on her mouth, she was actually worried about Bai Ye's situation, but it was well hidden by her, not as obvious as Yu's performance. The day difference was sitting on the ground quietly, drinking a tea set that he didn't know where he took out, and sipping tea leisurely, and he couldn't see what he thought in his heart at all. Chapter 13, Make a Choice. 3 rods on the sun became more and more poisonous. Bai Ye kept repeating Jia Yin, stepping forward, and there was a wave of waves on the soles of his feet. Without holding on for a second, he splashed a lot of water, and the whole person sank. I saw that Bai Ye was already drenched at this time, and he couldn't tell whether it was his sweat or the splashing river water. Swift, accompany me to buy some food, okay. People are already very hungry. Yu, hiding in the shade of the tree, grabbed Swift's right hand and shook it along with her body. Swift couldn't bear Yu's coquettish offensive, so she left the third exercise field with her. Only the white knights who were still working hard on the scene, and the day's slack who had been drinking tea, suddenly became a little quieter than before, and only occasionally heard the sound of falling into the water. In less than a quarter of an hour, Yu and Swift hurried back with a lunch box in each hand. Yu casually put down a lunch box under the shade of the tree, and hurriedly took another lunch box and ran towards the White Knight. Bai Ye, I'll feed you something, otherwise it's not conducive to your afternoon practice. After mulling on the side for a while, she mustered the courage to speak this paragraph in a low voice towards Bai Ye. If she had not been blushed by the sun, some familiar scenes would surely appear. Thank you then. Bai Ye thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Originally, he was not going to waste time on eating, but if he didn't delay his time, he thought it would be better to supplement his physical strength. Seeing that the other party agreed, Yu showed a crescent-like smile. Although she felt a little shy, it was better than being rejected. After Yu opened the lunch box, it was filled with slices of juicy barbecue, and every time he went ashore in the White Knight, he would send a slice to his mouth. Yu looked at Bai Ye's resolute face infatuation, and sighed quietly, hoping that the other party could think a little bit more. He must now only think that he is only providing assistance in the sense of a friend. Come on, I'm leaving now. Well, I will work hard. If I was driven back to school, it would be shameless. After feeding the meal, Yu seemed a little reluctant to leave, and Bai Ye smiled when she heard the sound, not wanting the other party to worry too much for herself. Yu, what should I do? How do I feel that Bai Ye is going to be over? There is no result in one morning. If we don't, our team will be the two of us. Swift hugged Moon from behind, who had just come back and was about to eat her lunch, and pretended to be relaxed. Advertisement. No, I believe him. Yu was full of determination as if she lied to herself, but the worry on her face could not be concealed at all. The sun was setting, and it was less than 5 minutes before it was completely dark. This afternoon, Bai Ye's progress was gratifying. It has been able to last for 2 or 3 seconds, which shows that Bai Ye's control level against chakra has improved several levels. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. However, the requirement for passing the assessment is to be able to stand on the water normally. If Bai Ye is given a few more days, the goal may be achieved at the current rate of progress. Now the remaining time is not enough to support him to continue to improve, and the assessment will soon usher in an official failure. At this time, Yu's eyes were red, and she looked like she was about to cry, which made people feel pity for a while. Swift also deliberately interceded with Nikke, but the other party didn't say anything, just watched so quietly, completely ignoring her various means of acting like a baby. Hey, although Bai Ye was still trying at this time, he had no hope of this in his heart, just numbly doing the action that repeated the day. My mood has also become bad. After all, if I am driven back to school, I cannot apply for early graduation again. I must wait until next year to have the opportunity to apply again. The mood calmed down with the passing of the last ray of sunshine. Since it can't be changed, let it be. Even if you stay in school, you don't have to be able to evolve Zanpaku. At most, the speed will be a little slower. Then take this opportunity to polish your own background. It is not necessarily a good thing to fight on the battlefield too early in the morning. It is also possible that he will die directly. After all, he is not Naruto's kind of Xiaoqiang with the protagonist's halo. Bai Ye walked towards the place where the three of them stayed with a smile, but she didn't want to be an existence that needs others to worry about. Don't cry, I'm just going back to school for further studies, it's not a parting of life and death, why do you make such an exaggeration? Bai Ye stretched out her hands to hold Yu's little face, and slowly wiped away the tears from her cheeks with her fingers. Yu wanted to say something, but her body twitched uncontrollably, and she couldn't say anything for a while. Bai Ye also scratched the back of his head helplessly, and began to wonder if he had died in battle, so heartbroken that he could cry. On the side, Swift looked at it relatively and was not so exaggerated, but his teeth bit his lower lip, his eyes were slightly flushed, and he held his arms in silence and said nothing. So, according to the situation, Yu and Swift passed the assessment successfully, but the White Knight assessment failed. Advertisement. At this time, Nikke got up and came over to stroke Yu and Swift's heads. You have two choices now. One is Bai Ye to go back to school alone, and the two of you stay, and then another person will be arranged for you to come in. Speaking of this, Nikke paused before continuing. The other is that the three of you will go back to school together. If you graduate in the future, you will still be divided into a small team. Upon hearing this, Yu and Swift glanced at each other subconsciously. We choose to go back to school. As soon as Yu opened her mouth before she could say anything, she was preempted by Swift to say it, obviously because she didn't want to burden her. Yu finally showed her smile after a long absence, but her body was still twitching from time to time, which was very fun. You two don't need to be like this. In fact, I just need to go back alone. There was a slight warmth in Bai Ye's heart. After all, he was driven back to school after graduation. It was not very pleasant to say it. Unexpectedly, both of them decided to go back to school together without thinking. HMPH, don't think too much, I do this to prevent you from leaving us too, the less you want to team up with girls, the more I will pester you. Swift raised her little face proudly, looking as if she was determined by Yu. Although Yu didn't say anything, she could understand the other party's thoughts by looking at her firm eyes. Well, anyway, thank you for looking at me like this. Bai Ye proactively stretched out his right hand and placed it among the three of them. Yu stretched out her little hand without hesitation when she saw it, and Swift also put it on afterward. The three looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh, everything was silent. You don't have to rush to make a decision. You can go back tonight and think about it for yourself. Tomorrow at noon, you will gather at the school gate to tell me your final decision. By the way, I remind you that you'd better not eat lunch when the time comes. Nikkei came over and pulled Swift's little hand and was ready to leave, choosing to give the three more time to think. Bai Ye and Yu didn't say anything on the way back, they just walked side by side quietly, and they said goodbye to each other until they reached the fork in the road that needed to be separated. Chapter 14 Team Up. At noon the next day. Why isn't this B************ D Bai Ye coming? I'm almost starving to death, this young lady. Swift kicked the stone beside her feet boredly, exuding a lazy breath from her body. Look, he has already come, but we came too early. You know to speak for that guy. I saw Bai Ye rushing in the distance, and his body was wet, leaving one footprint after another. Have you really thought about it? Now there is still a chance to go back. The day difference saw that the White Knight had also appeared, and Shangyu and Swift took the trouble to confirm again. Oh, you are so annoying, Uncle Niche, you are already very upset when you come back to school, you still keep mentioning this. Seeing that the nipples were nagging again, Swift hurriedly covered her ears with her hands, as if there was a magic sound around her ears all the time. Sorry, I'm late. Not long after, Bai Ye also officially arrived at the school gate. Let's go. Seeing the crowd, the Nikkei took the lead and walked out with a serious face. Hey, where are you going, Uncle Niche? The gate of the school is here. Swift saw that Nisera had gone in the wrong direction, so she shouted loudly, trying to call back the other party. The White Knight Yue had just arrived, also looked like a black question mark. Suddenly, his mind couldn't keep up with the changes, and they all deliberately gathered at the school gate. Why did they suddenly change to another place? You just follow, you will know when you get to the place. The words of the day difference made the three people understand that they are indeed going to other places. They guessed that the procedures were not handled at the school, but they didn't understand why they had to gather at the school. Hey, do you know where to go? It's so difficult to go to the Hokage office building. Swift asked Xiaoyu and Bai Ye quietly, and watched the day difference alertly, for fear of being heard by him. Advertisement. I do not know. Yu shook her little head. In fact, Yu's father had already died in the battle, leaving only a large fortune for the mother and daughter. Although the people treated her well, she still couldn't know about these issues. Bai Ye directly shrugged and said that he didn't know. Although the original book revealed a lot of secret information, he would not deliberately explain such trivial matters. Therefore, Bai Ye didn't know all the departments in the village very well, and he didn't know if there would be some departments that did not appear in the original work. Okay, let's go in. Read more at hotmtl novel.zi. I saw the Nikkei who was walking on the street suddenly stopped, turned around and opened a store door and walked in. Looking up, you can see the three characters, barbecue Q, written on it. The other three Bai Ye stared at each other in a daze, becoming increasingly confused about what had happened, and suspected that this store was actually a special office base hidden in the village. It didn't make sense to just stand at the door thinking. Bai Ye took the lead in following in. Yu and Swift also went in with curious eyes, the two of them just visited the store yesterday. So, seeing Nisera's sudden and serious mouth, the three people sitting across from each other also became dignified, with a solemn expression on their faces. Congratulations, you are all qualified. Nisera changed his expression in an instant, and looked at the three with a smile. Yeah, I love you so much. Suddenly hearing this result, the three of them couldn't help, especially Swift, who swooped directly at the Nissan sitting opposite. Fortunately, the food hasn't started yet, otherwise a lot of things have to be overturned. Yu, who was on the left of Bai Ye, also stretched out her hands excitedly, holding Bai Ye's left hand tightly, and forgot what shyness was. Bai Ye actually thought about this possibility when he was thinking about it yesterday, but it was only limited to thinking about it. After all, he thought he was not a protagonist, and it was a real thing that the instructor would conduct an assessment. Well, be good and sit down, you don't look like a little girl at all. Nisera rubbed Swift's head lovingly, then lifted her from her body and let her go back. From today, I will officially become your teacher, and you will continue to be in charge of me after no accident. This meal is for celebration. You can eat whatever you want and pay for it. After speaking, he handed over the menu, and he smiled and looked at the frolicking three. By the way, Uncle Nizsha, will you pass us through anyway? Swift's small mouth was stuffed with barbecue, and he couldn't stop the mouth he wanted to talk. At the same time, he asked what Shiroi and you also cared about. Actually, I just wanted to see with my own eyes how Bai Ye's potential is. On the whole, it's pretty good. Don't look at you and you succeeded, but Bai Ye's improvement is very fast. He should have done it this morning. Special training. Advertisement. Nisera shook his head, and said slowly. Then what's the choice? Seeing the sluggishness of the day, Swift couldn't help interrupting his words, wanting to hear something more relevant to him. Although Yu's words usually look soft-tempered, he still has a firm belief in combat and is a very reliable partner. And your temperament is too free, it is specially used to sharpen your temperament. If you make another choice, I will send you back to school for training. Ninjas are not simply powerful, just force it. Swift was still very happy after listening to the day's disparity and boasting about the moon, but then she couldn't be happy anymore. I want to say something to refute, but for a while I can't think of anything to say, I can only pouting and sulking alone, and being with myself is the worst existence in the team. Also, I will call my teacher outside in the future. Looking at the angry Swift, the Japanese slack can only shook his head helplessly. In fact, what I look forward to most is her growth. After all, she is the only relative in the team, and she also expects the other party to change things that she can't change. In general, everyone had a very happy meal. After eating, Nikkei prepared to take everyone to take a group photo, but Swift wanted to dress up, and ran away with Yu, asking Bai Ye and Nikkei to wait for them at the photo location first. Bai Ye, you now know that I chose this assessment specifically yesterday, but can you guess what my specific purpose is? Seeing that there were only two of him and Bai Ye left at this time, Nisera continued to talk about topics that hadn't been finished before. I don't know, although the finer the control of chakra, the more helpful it will be to release ninjutsu, but I can't even release ninjutsu. I really don't understand why I deliberately practice this. Bai Ye frowned and thought for a while, really didn't understand what this meant to him. Actually, you are wrong. I have seen the technique you developed yourself before. It is not as simple as you think. Seeing Bai Ye are completely ignorant of the disparity, I just mentioned a little bit. My technique. This made Bai Ye even more dazed. His techniques were all inherited directly from the Zanpaku, and he did not find anything special at all, and his power was particularly weak. Nikkei didn't continue to say, he wanted Bai Ye to go and think about it first. Chapter 15 Take Pictures. Teacher Nikkei, just tell me. Bai Ye's head grew bigger, she had no thoughts at all, and she immediately began to shamelessly sell her cuteness, as if she was just a 6-year-old child. Okay, don't shake it. Although Bai Ye didn't think of anything, the day Slack was not very disappointed. After all, the other party was just a child, and he still had too much demand. The essence of your technique is actually relying on the rhythm of chanting to reach the point of forcibly mobilizing the chakra in the body and releasing it. I also heard that reaching the highest level can directly abandon chanting. Yes, but I don't think anything is wrong. Seeing Niseri talked about things that I knew, and I didn't understand what was so special about it. No, I haven't finished it yet. Do you think the power of what you have researched is too small? You can see the effect I released. Quote. The fourth of bound Dao this rope. With the chanting of the day difference, a rope-like light cord appeared, which was much thicker than Bai Ye's bondage, and quickly entangled him. After struggling for a long time, he found that he was extremely tough, and he couldn't break free for a while. Although Bai Ye felt that the light cord generated by the opponent was very strong, she also knew that if the total amount of chakra was large, the power would also increase, and she didn't feel that it was wrong. Do you think this is just generated by automatically mobilizing chakras in conjunction with chanting? It's rare, isn't it? Bai Ye felt very strange about the problem of the slack. Even if he had reached the point of abandoning chanting, he still only relied on similar instinctive release, but did not need to deliberately rely on chanting to help mobilize it. Although you researched this thing, your application is still too simple. In fact, you try to actively input chakras into it instead of passively mobilizing it by instinct. Nisera shook his head and denied Bai Ye's thoughts, and continued to explain to him. I have tried this too, but I found it to be of no use. Bai Ye said helplessly, how could he not try it if he was not stupid? Advertisement. That's because your control of chakra is too rough, and it can't perfectly match the wave of fluctuations. It can only be released by its own operation, so I will deliberately use treading water to exercise your control ability. Now Bai Ye completely knew why, and he had never thought about this aspect at all, and understood that whether it was the power of the ninja or the god of death, his grasp was very rough. And I'm not just for this, I think you also know a little bit about the way of soft fist, also don't you feel that the power is very small, it is better to attack directly with the body. Bai Ye nodded when he heard the sound. The white fight is indeed very similar to the soft boxing. Although he has been practicing, it is only because he feels that his power is not as good as directly strengthening physical combat, and it can save a little chakra. Read more at hotmtl novel.zi. The soft boxing requires a high degree of precision in the control of chakra, although it is said that our Hyuga family can only play the power of soft boxing perfectly by turning our eyes. In fact, if you practice well, you can also directly attack the internal organs forcibly. There is no need to deliberately attack the acupoints to block the flow of chakras. It's just that most people can't reach such a high intensity. It's better to practice Gangquan directly. Bai Ye Jian Rihao, and he specifically said that he understood a lot in these moments, and he also understood that the other party might want to teach him soft boxing, which would definitely be of great benefit to him. After all, I must improve together in vain. If the Zanpakudo evolution is also stuck in the later stage because of the lack of experience in this item, I will cry. Bai Ye and Rishang had a very happy conversation, and after a long time, Yu and Swift arrived late. I saw Yu wearing a pink kimono and was walking slowly with small steps. She also wore a matching pink headdress on her head. The chain that fell naturally on her right was just flush with her hair. Wei Wei put it on his shoulders. Swift, who was holding Yu Xiao's hand by the side, also put on a light blue kimono. He didn't wear a headdress like Yu. His long black hair was drifting slowly with the breeze, and the hair that had been tied up was never expected. Has reached waist. Swift, I always feel that this outfit doesn't fit your style, but it looks very cute when I wear this outfit for the month. Bai Ye commented on it a bit, but still a little bit confused, just taking a picture and getting so troublesome. HMPH, it's not for you anyway, I want you to take care of it. Swift choked the white knight out of anger, and ran over to talk to Nisera. Thank you. Yu heard Bai Ye complimenting herself, and she felt euphoric in her heart. The blush on her face seemed to match her outfit quite well. It didn't take long for everyone to set up their poses. In fact, this was all decided by Swift. Nissan was always smiling and silent. Yu's words might have been persuaded by her before, and the only vocal Bai Ye was ignored by him. Up. At this moment, Bai Ye was arranged in the middle, with two arms held by Yu and Swift respectively, and the Nissan behind him bent down to hug the three together. Hey, when has our relationship been so good? Advertisement. Bai Ye cast a glance at Swift who was holding his left arm and asked softly. Why don't you talk so much, take your pictures. Swift said viciously, with an expression that is cheaper for you. No matter what Yu is, she deliberately leaned her little head on Bai Ye's shoulder. As a white light flashed, this moment was thoroughly recorded. Pay attention to the assembly at yesterday's third exercise site tomorrow morning, so you can arrange your own time this afternoon to get acquainted with each other. After speaking, Nikkei immediately disappeared, and I don't know whether he chose to go home or where he went. I want to continue to practice treading water, how about you too? Bai Ye, a training madman, directly filtered the last sentence of the daily disparity in his mind, and chose to train by himself. Yu Yi looked like she wanted to go together, but she looked down at the clothes she was wearing, and didn't know what to do for a while. One is a training idiot, and the other is a simple idiot. Swift murmured a little quietly, feeling a bit unbearable. You have to train in the afternoon, but you have to come to the temple fair in the evening. I am the team leader and I'll let it go. That's it, let's go first, and dare to let our pigeons look good for you. Swift violently waved her small fist at Bai Ye, and left here with the reluctant Yu. Quote. Before Bai Ye had time to reply, the other party ran away and disappeared, and she didn't know when she became the team leader. Hey, just go, I always feel that there have been so many things these days, and I can't train myself well. After a whisper, Bai Ye's figure disappeared. Chapter 16. A month. Time passed day by day, and nearly a month passed in a blink of an eye. During this time, Bai Ye felt that he had a very fulfilling life. After all, he used to practice blindly by himself. Dai Hekai just told him to practice by feeling anyway. And now, thanks to the daily detailed teaching by the daily Slack teacher, Bai Ye has also successfully made up for many of its shortcomings. Zanpo Dao's progress during this period is also very gratifying. It was estimated that it would take about 3 months from the beginning. Now the experience value is almost full, and Bai Ye's own strength has also developed by leaps and bounds. In particular, the resilience has been strengthened with the strengthening of the Zanpai Dao. As a result, Bai Ye can formulate a more intensive training plan every day, perfect mutual promotion and development, in order to achieve the current rate of progress. In terms of free play, it was originally the worst one in the White Knight, but after a month of training, although he did not learn any Hyuga's unique secret skills. But with the use of his own physical skills, Tsunade's prototype of the strange power is already there, but the battle consumption has also doubled. Bai Ye didn't choose the path of Hyuga's development. After all, Bai Ye didn't have a blind eye, and it was just right to use it to increase his destructive power. And because Bai Ye's own resilience has been strengthening rapidly, otherwise it would really not be able to withstand such a high-consumption fighting style. After all, he is not like Naruto who has a large number of chakras. Regarding breaking the road and binding the road, also under the guidance of the day difference, Bai Ye also successfully mastered the trick, which was much more powerful than at the beginning, and could already be used in normal battles. In this regard, Bai Ye can be regarded as completely agreeing with the teacher Nikkei, who has been selflessly teaching him, and Bai Ye has learned a lot of useful things. Ahem, the most important thing is that Nikkei often brings the three of them to various restaurants for dinner. Fortunately, the Nikkei teacher said that he knew exactly what he died because of what happened, and other people need to work harder. Early in the morning, Bai Ye was alone at Konoha's gate, thinking about something. Hey, I always feel that the number of people I want to save seems to increase unconsciously. Bai Ye sighed deeply, feeling that her pressure was getting greater and greater, but she had to give up on her own and watched them die one by one. Teacher Nissan, even if Swift comes slowly, why are you late too? After waiting for a long time, Swift and the day difference slowly appeared. Bai Ye was also very helpless. Unexpectedly, the three people were late for the first time out of the village to do the task. She has not been seen since the month. Advertisement. This has nothing to do with me, it's because Swift wants me to wait for her. Nikkei quickly put aside his relationship and looked like a non-stick pan. I blame me for everything. It's not that you guys don't know anything to prepare. I have prepared a lot of useful things. You should be grateful to me. This made Swift upset. Hands on hips began to count the two of them, and she seemed to be quick to praise me. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Yes, Miss Swift is right. After a month of getting along, Bai Ye knew about Swift's weakness. Every time she was able to choke her to death, she couldn't find any words to refute it. After all, Bai Ye was in favor of her. Why is the month later than us? There won't be any trouble, right? Swift knew that she couldn't talk about Bai Ye, so she had to change the subject and didn't want to be true to the other party, because he would be so mad at the end every time. What can happen in the village? Even if you have a goal, you are the first to bear the brunt. After Bai Ye stretched out, she lazily answered Swift. I know, you must remember to protect me after leaving the village. Swift did not deliberately refute. After all, Bai Ye was telling the truth, and the strategic significance of White Eyes was indeed great. Since the establishment of the village, there have been many ninjas who have sneaked in specifically to snatch White Eyes. It's just because the protection has been doing very well, and it has never been successful. One of the reasons why the daily slack comes to replace is to protect Swift. Don't worry, being the only boy will definitely protect you both. The relationship between Bai Ye and Swift has also gotten closer this month, but he still loves to quarrel frequently. Hug. Hug. Sorry. After a long time, Yu finally appeared, still gasping for breath, indicating that he had reached the limit and ran over. I saw that she had one fan's bow ribbon on her head more than before. This was a month ago when Swift forced White Knight to buy it for you at a temple fair. In fact, she asked for a blue one herself, but she didn't wear it often, that's it. Little lazy pig, you must have overslept. Bai Ye saw the mark of toothpaste on the corner of Yu's mouth. It was clear that he had just gotten up and dealt with it casually, and rushed over. Advertisement. You, how do you know? I was just too excited to sleep last night. After Yu was exposed to the truth, she stretched out her hand to cover her small mouth, and pointed at Bai Ye with a trembling hand. She became a little slurred, and the more she spoke, she seemed aggrieved. Ignore him, let's go. Looking at the pitiful moon, Swift didn't give Bai Ye a good face, and ran over to pull up Yu's little hand and walked out of the gate first. I won't just say it casually. Bai Ye shrugged helplessly, and went out together. The daily disparity was hidden in the dark, because this time the two sides agreed that as long as there is no life threatening, they are not allowed to shoot, and everything will be solved by the three of Bai. Nishin looked at them so confident yesterday and agreed to them. As long as they can keep them safe by hiding by themselves, the effect of this exercise will be better. After Bai Ye chased it up, she found that she couldn't perceive where the Sundance was hiding at all. It was estimated that it would be difficult to find even in the moon, and only Swift could find some traces with her eyes. The goal of the mission this time was not very far from the village, but after another month of continuous D-level missions, it was finally hard to get rid of the day's disparity. For the three of them, they are already very excited to leave the village. After all, they have stayed in the village since they were young and have never gone out. Bai Ye was also very curious about the outside world. After all, some places described in the original book actually only accounted for a small part of the ninja world, and he was not considered to have seen it with his own eyes. The memory of the past so many years has begun to be a little fuzzy. This time the target village is called Sheu Village. Because some children in the village have disappeared one after another, they have specially issued an investigation mission to Konoha, wanting to know what happened. Konoha village is the largest village in the country of fire, and there are actually a large number of villages in other parts of the country of fire. It's just that the main force is concentrated in Konoha village, and some talented people from other villages will come to special Konoha village for further training and become ninjas in Konoha village. In fact, many tasks are issued by these villages, and some small countries, because they dislike the strength of their own hidden villages, will issue tasks to the other 5 major countries they have been close to. And among the 5 major countries, it is generally impossible to directly issue tasks to each other. After all, they are all fighting for the benefit of their own countries. Because they didn't deliberately speed up their journey, and the 3 of them had been guarding their surroundings, it was almost noon before they saw the buildings in Sheu village. Chapter 17 Village Head. Why Konoha sent 3 of you children, can you do it? At the gate of Sheu village, an old man with a cane was waiting here. Why? Seeing that Swift's expression was wrong, she was about to say something out of place. Bai Ye hurried over to cover her lips, and gestured with her eyes to let Yu Lai have a conversation. The old man is like this. Regardless of our young age, we are all Konoha's best endorsements. Please relax and leave it to us. Yu bowed slightly to show respect, and the soft words and sweet appearance made people feel a sense of trust. It's not that I look down on you, but I am also afraid that something will happen to you. You must know that the missing in our village are children of your age. A worried look appeared on the old man's face. It seems that the previous sentence did not mean to look down on the 3, but was afraid that they would also have an accident together. Old man, you should be the chief of this village, can I just call you the grandfather of the chief? Bai Ye also came to pull the relationship at this time, after all, men would look more reliable. Well, okay, you can call it whatever you like. The village chief's grandfather also showed a slight smile. He seemed to be a very kind old man, and he should also like children very much. Grandpa village chief, don't worry, even if there are any beasts around the village, I can get rid of it. In order to prove his strength, Bai Ye condensed white thunder on his finger, but did not directly release it. In terms of appearance alone, it still looks very insulting. You can call it a small Chidori. The surrounding is lit by this electric light, and there are bursts of crackling noises. This trick is also one of the results of Bai's efforts this month. He can control his chakra more perfectly, and he can reach the state of being condensed and not sending out. Unlike at the beginning, it is completely uncontrollable. After singing, he automatically points to his finger the direction of the attack went out. Then you follow me into the village first. Those young guys are still working in the fields now, and there are only us old people who can't walk in the village. The village chief saw that he was a bit more trusting than at the beginning. This world is really real, as long as his fists are big enough to speak. Slightly, you know you are a lie, you are not powerful at all. Advertisement. When Swift saw the village head turning back, she made a grimace at Bai Ye and vented her dissatisfaction with her mouth just covered. It's better than yelling at you as soon as you meet. After Bai Ye finished speaking, he took the opportunity to bounce Swift's forehead. What can I do? I don't want to get angry at every turn. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Swift didn't dodge either, she just stubbornly held her forehead with a red mark aggrieved, and whispered to Yu. Go. Yu smiled and pulled Swift to follow, feeling that under the suppression of Bai Ye this month, her temper was obviously much better than before. Grandpa Village Chief, why can't you see children in the village? It's been a while since I entered the village. It is understandable for the young and middle-aged to go to work. Bai Ye hasn't seen a child on the street after observing for so long, and can only see scattered old people gathering together to chat and play chess. Hey, it's not the fact that the child has been missing all the time. Now those parents watch it tightly. They take it wherever they go, for fear that the unclear people will be gone. The village chief sighed and explained to Bai Ye that the people who had been disturbed by these things were panicked recently, so everyone gathered money to find Konoha to release the task. Don't worry, we will soon be able to restore peace with us. Bai Ye patted his chest, and once again promised to come like the village. Wow. Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the sky came oncoming, and Bai Ye drew the Zanpaku knife from his waist to greet him. The moment he touched it, he found that it was only a stone, but the force was not small. If an ordinary person stayed where Bai Ye was, he would not only suffer minor injuries such as scratching the skin after being hit, maybe even the bones could be cracked. This little B***************. D. The village chief who was about to open the gate of the yard saw Bai Ye suddenly draw his knife to block the stone thrown from his home, rushed in with a curse, and a figure flashed by the window on the second floor. White Knight, are you okay? Although Yu felt that Bai Ye would not be injured because of this, she still asked it subconsciously, her face full of concern. Advertisement. Although I'm okay, the manpower for throwing stones is quite big. Be careful when you get in. There may be something wrong with this village. Bai Ye waved his hand to indicate that he was okay, and his expression still began to become a little dignified. He didn't expect to find some problems when he first came, and I hope he has thought about it. Except for the village chief who just entered, there is only one child. It should be the kid who threw it. Maybe it was just the kid's mischief. I looked at the village chief's house and there was nothing wrong with it. Swift opened her eyes when she was attacked in the White Knight, and she had scanned the surroundings once and shared the information she had seen. Just a kid. After hearing Swift's analysis, Bai Ye's brows became tighter. Normally, children with ninja talents would be sent to Konoha. Now it is obviously abnormal that an ordinary child here can have such a great strength. Well, don't think about it, maybe it's just that the opponent is strong, the chakra in the opponent's body is just the amount of ordinary people, so even if he really has a problem, it won't pose a threat to us. Seeing that Bai Ye was still stupidly blocking the door, Swift couldn't help but pushed him up against his back. She didn't want to stand stupidly under the sun and be exposed to the sun, which hurt her delicate skin too much. After entering, Bai Ye found that the village chief's house was just a very simple two-story small building, at least the first floor was really simple, basically without any decoration. There is a big table and some chairs in the room, as well as a few small lockers with some coffee tables and the like, and 2 doors open there. It looks like the kitchen and the toilet are inside. Sorry, this is my grandson, Snake Yu Gubin, who is usually a very good person. I don't know what's wrong today. I apologize to you on his behalf. It didn't take long to see the village chief pushing a child from the top of the stairs. After coming down, he bent down and apologized to the 3 Bai. Why should I apologize to these people? Before Bai Ye and they could say anything, Ji Yu Bin rushed forward and pushed his grandfather away and ran outside. Ji Yu Bin. Ji Yu Bin. I am really embarrassed. I made you laugh, and the home is a bit simple, please bear with me. The village chief showed a stiff smile at the 3, and quickly took out some snacks and refreshments from the cabinet and placed them on the table. You wait for a while, and I'll be back soon. After arranging the things, the village confessed their crimes to Bai Ye and they quickly chased them outside. It should be because the village was not peaceful recently and worried that his grandson would have an accident, so he didn't have the heart to entertain them. Seeing the village chief also ran away, the 3 of them looked at each other, and the scene suddenly became quiet, and they didn't know how to speak for a while. Chapter 18 Probe. I also want to ask if everyone in Sheu village is named Sheu. Bai Ye watched the atmosphere slowly stiffen, and then muttered softly. It's not normal for the name of the village to follow the last name. You think there are large ninja villages everywhere. Swift discovered that Bai Ye had a blind spot in knowledge, and immediately began to spit out viciously. When we were in class, the teacher had all talked about it, especially during the Warring States period, the villages were all based on the family unit. It was not until a generation of Hokage established the key village that the situation began to change. Yu Yi explained to Bai Ye in a low voice. Okay, I'm a bad student, incomparable with the 2 of you. Bai Ye had to raise his hand to surrender. After all, he had fallen asleep for this kind of sitting in the classroom, and he knew that there were ghosts. Swift patted Bai Ye on the shoulder with satisfaction, while Yu was a little embarrassed to be praised. What should we do now? The people who posted the task all left us and ran away. Yu's sentence finally brought the topic back to the right track, otherwise Bai Ye and Swift would continue to let themselves go without knowing where to turn. Swift, this glorious but arduous task is entrusted to you. Only with your white eyes can you quickly observe the situation around the village. Bai Ye said to Swift with a serious face, as if he would be very guilty if he didn't agree. What about you two? Swift tilted his head and asked questions that he cared more about. Drink tea and snacks here, otherwise what else can you do? Bai Ye sat down naturally, and ate the senbei that the village chief took out, completely unaware of the change in Swift's expression behind him. Let you eat. Eat, eat, you won't die. Let's go. Like a ghost, Swift came to the back of Bai Ye quietly, reaching out with lightning speed and pressing his entire head into the plate of senbei, and ran away while standing aside, slightly helpless. Wait for me. It didn't take long for the White Knight's voice to be heard behind the two of them, but Swift once again increased his speed. Advertisement. Seeing this, Bai Ye had to directly increase his speed to the limit, otherwise it was estimated that he would be able to chase out of the village all the time. Relying on the skill of the instant step, Bai Ye's figure disappeared from the world for nearly 2 seconds, and once again appeared in front of Swift and Yu. Puff. Originally, Swift wanted to pat off Bai Ye's hand on his shoulder, but when he saw that a piece of senbei was still on his forehead, he couldn't help laughing. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. On the other hand, Yu flushed her small face, as if she wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh. When Bai Ye found that the situation was not right, he felt that there seemed to be a foreign body on his forehead. This is for you. After Bai Ye took the senbei, seeing Swift still smiling with her mouth open, she took the opportunity to stuff it directly in. Bah, you be asterisk 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 D knows to bully me, why haven't you bullied me for a month? Swift was very disgusted and threw up wildly on the side. I bully you bully you, this situation is called big fish eat small fish eat dried shrimp, nothing wrong. With a shameless look on Bai Ye's face, Swift couldn't wait to twist his head off and kick the ball. Puff. Yu, who had been smiling for a long time, finally couldn't hold it back. Seeing Swift looking at herself suddenly, she quickly covered her small mouth again. Okay, stop making trouble, we have a business coming over. Seeing Swift approaching herself step by step, Yu was also forced to retreat step by step. When she encountered the big tree behind her and found that she could not retreat, she quickly changed the subject. Go find where the village chief's grandson has gone. Bai Ye grabbed Swift by the back collar and prevented the evil action she wanted to continue. Let go. I know, I haven't really been playing. Seeing that Bai Ye's palm was struggling not to come out of Bai Ye's palm, Swift pointed to her eyes, indicating that she had been locked in with each other. The other party is now running towards the entrance of the village chief has been thrown off by him, and he is looking in the wrong direction. After being liberated, Swift rushed towards Yu viciously, without being idle, and shared the specific news. Advertisement. Bai Ye didn't care about the two of them either. In the past month, I saw a lot of scenes, and now it's just a small scene. Because I didn't know if there were other suspicious people in the village, Bai Ye was very careful on the way he was chasing, and he deliberately avoided the sight of those uncles and aunts. Not long after, Bai Ye and Ji Yu Bin arrived at the village gate at the same time. Seeing that the other party deliberately looked back, and saw that no one was following, he ran out with confidence. Bai Ye was a bit speechless. Although the other party looked very alert, but the level of investigation was too bad, and he doubted whether he thought too much. At the same time, 2 people were hidden not far behind the White Knight, but they were not enemies, but Yu and Swift who were still playing around just now. Before the departure, the 3 had a tactical arrangement. Under normal circumstances, Bai Ye acted alone in the front, and Swift watched the situation with white eyes from the rear, ready to support with Yu at any time. The special arrangement is mainly because the thieves who run in the White Knight are fast, but also particularly resistant to fights, and the proper MT standard. In fact, this plan was proposed by Bai Ye himself, and he was very confident in his own strength. Also, if you run into an enemy that you can't even run, Swift and Yuejung will probably not be able to beat them together. There is still a chance to find a way to rescue them if they hide in the dark. It is also convenient to hide deeper day/rescue. After all, saving one person is much more convenient than saving 3 people in one breath. In this way, Ji Yu Bin led the way at the forefront, Bai Ye followed in the middle, Swift and Yu Heng at the end, and there was a day difference who didn't know where to hide, thus forming a unique pursuit front. Bai Ye, who followed him most closely, still admired the Ji Yu Bin who was in front of him. The opponent seemed very cautious along the way. He had changed positions many times, but his strength was too weak to get rid of the enemy at all. And it was also confirmed that the other party should not have received professional training, and there was no misleading trap along the way, which caused Bai Ye to become interested in him. Because a person who doesn't know anything is obviously impossible to be cultivated by a special tissue, but with such a high physical quality and without the existence of chakra, there must be a lot of secrets hidden in it. Bai Ye is very interested in the secrets that can improve his strength, especially if there are no particularly big side effects, he will find a way to get it. It's me, Ji Yu Bin. After a long time, I finally arrived at the destination. I saw Ji Yu Bin came to a mountain wall completely covered by vines and made a deliberate sound. Then the vines suddenly separated, and a passage appeared, just the size of a person. After watching the surroundings, Ji Yu Bin walked in and disappeared into the darkness. Then the vines slowly closed again, hiding perfectly in the surrounding environment. If Bai Ye didn't follow him all the way and saw the other person enter from there with his own eyes, if he passed by, he would never find such a secret place. Chapter 19 Interrogation. Hey, why did you stop? It didn't take long for Swift and Yu in the back to flash onto the tree where Bai Ye was hiding. Can you be smart? If you encounter a situation where you are required to act alone, then it will be really melancholy. Bai Ye stretched out a finger unhappily and pushed it against Swift's forehead. Don't be stupid one day. Humph. Swift pulled his head back quickly, then opened his mouth and bit at the fingers floating above. You are also enough. Take a look at the situation inside, so that you can arrange the next battle plan. Bai Ye looked at her bitten finger, and couldn't help but stir it. Swift's face turned reddish, and she quickly spit it out, and at the same time caused Yu to bite him on the shoulder. You two are definitely from the Inuzuka clan. Bai Ye didn't do anything this time. It was only a subconscious reaction before, but he still sighed secretly in his heart that it was better to be with a male team. There are 14 people in it, all of them are children, and they should be ordinary people. Can we go in together? Swift quickly scanned the situation inside and looked eager to try. 14. Excluding Ji Bin, it happens to be the number of missing people. Are they all similar to him? Are they inexplicably physically high? Bai Ye squeezed Yu's little face, pulled it away from her body, and began to think about it as she sat cross-legged on the tree trunk and learned Shikamaru. Of course, no one knows whether this posture is really mysterious and accomplished. I think it should mainly be related to this hidden base. The children inside are the missing group and should be identified. Yu rubbed her little face in disgust with Bai Ye. The main problem is that this kind of base obviously cannot be built in a short time, and the group of kids inside can be ruled out for the first time. White Knight. That should have happened to be discovered by them recently, but I don't know why they all hide inside and don't go home. Yu. The reason why Ji Bin has such a strong physical fitness should be in this base. I really don't know who can secretly create this base near Konoha. White Knight. In this case, we can't directly attack, after all, our original goal is to rescue them. Yu. Advertisement. Swift on the side watched Bai Ye and Yu happily communicating on the side, and found inexplicably that he couldn't get in at all, so he really began to wonder if his IQ was really low. You will directly burn the vines at the door with fire. Swift, when the moon vines are burned, you will attack their dumb holes. After Bai Ye thought for a while, he decided to attack frontally. Such a secret base would be even more difficult to find even if there were secret passages. It shouldn't be difficult to deal with if the opponent is just some children. Swift, who was doubting his life, was finally pulled back to the real world by Bai Ye and began to prepare seriously. He had already determined the position of the person hiding behind, thinking that since his brain is not good, he should do more. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi art fire escape ho fireball. Bagua empty palm. Quote. The fourth of bound Dao this rope. As the moon burned the vines, Swift immediately hit the dumb holes of the two opposing people through the raging fire. Bai Ye chanted and Swift attacked at the same time. After feeling that he had successfully captured the target, Bai Ye pulled hard and pulled the two out of the burning vines, and then quickly hid them with Tong Yu and Swift. They haven't noticed yet. Let's move faster. After Swift confirmed the situation inside, she came to Bai Ye who was tying the two to the tree. Your technique is so convenient. After seeing Bai Ye's movements, he couldn't help but sigh. If you want to learn, go back and teach you, don't look at them and quickly unlock their acupoints. Seeing Swift standing aside stupidly, Bai Ye stretched out his hand and shook it before her eyes. You Konoha bastards, we won't let you go. There was a man and a woman who were caught, and the man yelled deliberately. Tisk tusk, stop screaming, we deliberately left a long way, even if your throat breaks, no one will hear it. Bai Ye went indifferently and squatted in front of the boy, looking very interested. Do not touch me. The man felt very upset. Since his body couldn't move, he wanted to spit on Bai Ye, but Bai Ye controlled Guangsuo's mouth. Advertisement. Little sister, let's talk about it. It seems that you all have deep prejudices against Konoha. Seeing that this person was not a good breakthrough, Bai Ye said to the little sister who neither spoke nor resisted after being brought out. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to care about herself, she gestured Yu to ask with her eyes. If Swift were to come, it would definitely have a counterproductive effect. Little sister, what's your name? Don't be afraid of us, we were called by the village chief's grandfather to find you. While you comforted each other softly, while pulling the light cord released by Bai Ye was also very cooperative with her hand movements and slowly released the technique, and at the same time, she became alert with Swift. I'm actually older than you want to call me Sister Chinchin. The girl looked at Yu who was holding her condition calmed down a bit, and she was finally willing to speak out, although what she said was a bit dumbfounding. Sister Chinchin, do you want to tell us something you know? Yu hesitated for a while, but still yelled out. After all, it was not difficult to tell, and the other party looked like a good girl, but didn't know why he stayed with them. Actually, it's mainly because of Ji Yu Chen's brother. After Chin Chin's explanation, the three of them understood what had happened. It turned out that Ji Yu Bin's brother Ji Yu Chen discovered this base more than a month ago. It is said that it was abandoned at that time. Under Ji Yu Chen's leadership, it was successfully refurbished and prepared to be used as a secret base for everyone. However, even though the base has been abandoned, everyone found a mysterious instrument in a secret room inside, and it has been generating an unknown transparent liquid. After finding out at that time, only Ji Yu Chen dipped his finger and tasted the liquid, and then warned everyone not to touch that kind of thing, saying that it was a dangerous substance that might cause death if consumed too much. In the next few days, Ji Yu Chen, as the king of children, chose to go to Konoha for further studies because of his outstanding talents, and was inspired to become a great ninja. After Konoha confirmed that his identity was okay, he was directly assigned to a Zongan squad because of his outstanding strength. At the beginning, everyone who was left was very obedient, and I was envious of Ji Yu Chen being able to go to Konoha to become a ninja, and also only used this base as a place for everyone to play. But everything changed with the news from Konoha a week ago. That was when Ji Yu Chen died to cover his teammates during the mission, and even the corpse capital was not successfully brought back. After Ji Yu Bin got the news, his whole person became different. And he became the first person besides Ji Yu Chen to come into contact with the unknown liquid. Chapter 20 Invade. At that time, after Ji Yu Bin drank the potion, he became so powerful, he could break a big rock with one punch. A month ago. Research base. Adding drugs with side effects, I always think it is related to Dash Wan. Bai Ye inferred some conjectures from Shin Chin's words, and at the same time thought of the fact that he met Dashuan a month ago. What's wrong? Haven't I made it clear? Shin Chin saw Bai Ye muttering there, thinking that there was something he hadn't said clearly. It's okay, you can keep talking. White Knight. Oh, in fact, there is nothing behind. The rest of the base is people who have a good relationship with Ji Yu Chen's brother, so they are very hostile to Konoha, saying they want to avenge Konoha. But you don't seem to repel us so much. You, holding Chinchin's little hand, felt a little puzzled about this, and could clearly feel the difference in attitude between her and the boy next to her. I just because. Like. Chinchin's explanation became smaller and smaller, just like a mosquito and flies, and he couldn't understand what the last words were saying. You seem to have thought of something, and looked at each other with a smile, and did not continue to embarrass her. Can I ask you something? Chin looked at you cautiously, for fear of being rejected by the other party. Let's talk, as long as it's not too much, I can promise you depending on the situation. Chin heard Bai Ye's answer, and for the first time there was a hint of joy on his face, feeling that these people were really good. Could you not hurt the people inside? In fact, they are usually very good. Don't worry about this. Our mission is only to find people. Although your thinking is really bad, it doesn't matter. Anyway, we will definitely take away the things in this base. Bai Ye made a judgment and agreed, and the three of them themselves didn't want to do anything to these children. It can make ordinary people stronger for no reason, especially after Ji Yu Chen has used it once and never want to use it again. The side effects are definitely huge. Advertisement. Tell me how you feel after using the medicine, and I will judge the situation. Bai Ye found 2 bottles of medicine from the boy and put them in her backpack, and asked Chin about the specific situation after taking them. After drinking, there is a feeling of blood boiling. The whole body is full of strength. After a while, you will lose strength. The whole person has a feeling of soreness and weakness. However, after I rested, I can feel my own strength has become a lot stronger. I didn't dare to drink more because I was afraid, so I drank a bottle at the beginning. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chin took out a small bottle from his arms and gave it to Bai Ye. You stay here for a while, and we will bring them back soon and send you back to Sheu village together. After Bai Ye received the medicine, touched Chinchin's head, and walked away from here with you and Swift. I hope you can succeed. If Ji Yu Bin's body doesn't stop taking the medicine, it may really be an accident. After the 3 of them left, Chin began to mutter to himself, with a worried expression on his face. What are you doing to me and you? Just leave you alone. During the period of questioning, the vines at the entrance of the base had all turned to ashes, and Swift in front of the door was a little puzzled holding the potion that Bai Ye had handed over. It's a life-saving thing. This thing should strengthen the body or chakra. An accident is better than a side effect. It's rare for Bai Ye to explain to Swift. But shouldn't the Nikkei teacher hide nearby? Why use this? Yu also raised his own question, feeling that there is no need to use this dangerous drug. But you can't hope that the daily slack teacher will protect us all the time. There are always times when we have to act alone. Then we must learn to use everything as much as possible. Survival is the most important thing. Bai Ye explained helplessly, feeling that the 2 eldest ladies had no sense of crisis at all. As expected, they were still too young, and they had no experience with strength alone. After speaking, Bai Ye took the lead and walked in, and did not walk on the road as usual, but deliberately condensed chakra on his feet, hung upside down from the ceiling, followed by Yu and Swift, who followed in and acted like this. Why should we act like this? There should be children with no talents, who are not very sensitive to chakras, so our infiltration effect will be much better. As long as we can control them for an instant, no one will find abnormalities. Bai Ye explained to Swift in a low voice, then lifted the chakra on the soles of his feet, let his body fall naturally, and hit the back of the child who was patrolling directly below with a knife. Advertisement. Successfully solved it quickly and neatly, and softly used, Tai Dao No. 4. This rope, to prevent the opponent from waking up to make any movement, and after he picked him up and temporarily hid him in a box beside the road. This is the reason why I chose to go above. It also saves a lot of trouble. I need to increase my speed to the extreme when I rush forward on the ground. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if he sees the figure and shouts out. Up. After returning to the ceiling, Bai Ye continued to explain in detail. Since the Nikkei teacher is not around now, he will teach them some combat skills. I know, 1 person, 2 people, after all the patrols are eliminated, they will meet again in the secret room. Swift. Do you have any props for trapping people? White Knight. You think we don't prepare anything like you, but we prepare a bunch of props. Swift. Swift walked away unhappy. When the formal combat can be the same as the pre-war preparations, I don't care about you. Seeing Bai Ye's melancholy appearance, Yu couldn't help but let out a chuckle, and then disappeared into the darkness. After a while, all 3 of them solved their goals and came to a stone wall. After Bai Ye observed for 4 weeks, he found that the passage was very clean, with nothing left, and he had no idea where the organ would be hidden. Swift, have you found out where the agency is? Bai Ye asked with a scowling face to Swift, who turned his head away from him. Humph, I thought you knew everything. Swift then took a step back, squatted down and stretched out her fingers, pressing hard against a small brick she had just stepped on. Then the stone wall began to rotate, revealing a human-sized passage. Seeing Swift's operation, Bai Ye really didn't know what to say. He couldn't find it anymore, and he deliberately stepped on the mechanism to prevent him from discovering it. After entering, a circular staircase appeared in front of the 3 people, leading all the way to the depths of the earth, and at the lowest end was the place where Ji Yu Bin and the other 4 people stayed. Because the 5 of them were in the secret room, the 3 of Bai Ye did not deliberately control the sound, and moved forward quickly. After all, if you want a sneak attack, you must open the door first, and opening the door will inevitably be felt by everyone inside, so there is only the option of storming. Chapter 21 Crossfire. As far as the previous performance is concerned, it is generally okay, but there are some minor flaws, but if this last battle is not handled well, someone should be injured. Inside the stone wall that had been reclosed, there was an extra person who had been hiding in the dark. It can be seen that he is still holding a small bottle of liquid in his hand, and put a finger on it and sent it to his mouth. Bah, it smells fishy, bad review. After licking a sip, Nisera looked like he was constipated, and he exhaled his tongue, completely destroying his usual image, but fortunately he was alone here, otherwise he would be ashamed. Although the taste is a little bad, the effect is quite strong. With just a little bit of it, you can forcibly extract and fuse a lot of chakras from your body. It's just too violent and has been running around in the body, and it has a taste of 8-door Dunjia. Quote. However, it hurts the body more than Baman Dunjia. It is completely unlimited to overdraw one's body. If you use it too much, you will definitely die. The Nikkei at the top looked like they were traveling, and the 3 Bai at the bottom had already arrived in front of the secret room, and their expressions became serious. White Knight, the 5 people inside are all sitting at a round table, and they should be talking about us. What should we do next? Swift has kept her eyes open since she came out of the village chief's house. Now she is showing some fatigue, her small mouth is slightly opened, and she keeps panting. Because I am the fastest, I will go in first after you break the door, and try my best to solve a few enemies before they drink the potion. Bai Ye didn't intend to keep his hands as before. After all, this was not a joke, it would really kill people if the car overturned. Swift nodded, walked to a position about 1 meter away from the door, and began to gather chakra in his palm, leaving enough room for Bai Ye to move. Bagua empty palm. With a low drink, a palm wind spewed out from Swift's hands, and the wooden door was broken with a bang. Konoha whirlwind. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Ye stepped to the back of the target closest to the door, and kicked his waist with a whirlwind leg with one hand on the ground. The wooden chair behind him broke off, and then he didn't react at all, and was kicked into the air by Bai Ye, and hit his companion sitting next to him. Advertisement. When the two collided together, the castration remained unabated, accompanied by many sawdust, slamming into the cabinet in the distance, losing the sound. Quick. Medicine. The expression of Ji Yu Bin sitting in the upper seat changed drastically. The moment he heard the wooden door cracked, he quickly drank the medicine hidden in his sleeve. When the medicine was just enough, there were already 2 people missing on the table, and there was a panic on his face, and he didn't expect the other party to move so fast. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. As soon as he successfully drank the bottle of medicine, Ji Yu Bin began to exude a blood-red breath from all over his body, and his body soared, directly bursting through the clothes on his body, revealing those strong muscles. Boom. Ji Yu Bin disappeared from his seat in an instant, and kicked the chin of Yu who followed in behind the White Knight. Yu originally wanted to take the opportunity to raid the other 2 guys who were closer to the door, but after a while, he didn't expect that the raid would not succeed, but was hit by the enemy. In fact, when Ji Yu Bin moved his body, Yu successfully caught his movements with the eyes of the blood wheel, but his body's reaction couldn't keep up for a while, and he was hit before he even took a defensive posture. The whole person flew into the air with Ji Yu Bin's kick, and was unable to control his body and froze in the air for a while. After hearing Ji Yu Bin's shout, the other 2 hurriedly took out the medicine and took it. Bai Ye himself wanted to stop the actions of these 2 men, but seeing that Ji Yu Bin still wanted to continue chasing the immovable Yu, he had to step forward to block him. I didn't expect your movements so fast, those brothers outside of me were killed by you too. Seeing Bai Ye coming over to block him, Ji Yu Bin shouted angrily, and mobilized his whole body strength to gather on his fist and hammer towards his face. So fast. White Knight's voice. Bai Ye realized that she couldn't keep up with the opponent's attack speed a little bit, so she could barely put up her hands to block her in front of her. As Ji Yu Bin's violent attack fell, Bai Ye was directly knocked out by him, just in time to hit the Swift who had just entered. Upon seeing this, Swift stretched out his hands to catch Bai Ye, but he did not expect that the power transmitted from Bai Ye could be so huge that he was forced to push back nearly 5 meters, and a deep depth formed under his feet. Of drag marks. At this time, Yu just hit the ceiling, and she managed to gather chakra and stood on it successfully, and then some blood slowly flowed out of the corner of her mouth. Advertisement reluctantly reached out his hand to wipe away the trace of blood, and took a deep breath to stabilize his state. The 2 people who drank the medicine also succeeded in making the same changes as Ji Yu Bin, and both became full of oppression. It's getting a little troublesome now. Swift discovered that the huge amount of chakra suddenly appeared in the three people's body, showing an incredible expression, did not expect the effect of this potion to be so terrifying. Uji, the three of us killed these three people today to avenge our brothers, and we will go to Konoha to find revenge for those bastards in the future. The three of Ji Bin looked at the three of Bai Ye with a bitter expression on their faces, and the atmosphere in the field became more and more suppressed. Pooh. Bai Ye shook the hands hit by Ji Bin, feeling numb and a little unconscious, and vomited some blood from his mouth. Seeing the three people's current crazy state, Bai Ye also understood that the two sides could not communicate normally now, only to convince each other first. However, a wry smile appeared on Bai Ye's face, and his body was feeling the breath from the opposite side. Under normal circumstances, none of the three of them might survive. Had it not been for the last insurance, Bai Ye would have taken Swift and Yu off the road long ago, and it would definitely be fatal to be hard-headed. After the two sides stood in a stalemate for nearly 5 seconds, they disappeared together and started to fight again. At present, only Yu relies on various ninjutsu and Yu Yi to fight Hokage, like Bai Ye and Swift, because of their specialization in physical skills. They are basically in a state of being pressed and beaten by Ji Bin and Yu Er, and they cannot effectively counterattack for a while, all in that passive defense. However, the only good news is that Bai Ye is holding the Zanpaku knife, and Swift is holding a kunai in both hands, and the opponent cannot cause particularly effective damage for a while. Both Bai Ye and Swift's defensive drips are not leaking. After all, the opponent's body has not yet reached the point where it can be a tough weapon. The situation just froze here, and the expressions of both sides became a little anxious. Bai Ye, they can only be beaten passively, and they will lose if they defend for a long time. There will always be situations that cannot be successfully defended. But the three of Ji Bin is because their own strength is time limited. If they fail to win the opponent within a limited time, they will lose on their own side. Chapter 22 Koma. Seeing that he couldn't attack for a long time, Ji Bin showed a ruthless look. He didn't choose to continue his attack. Instead, he jumped back and opened a distance of nearly 10 meters from Bai Ye. Bai Ye was confused, did not understand what the other party wanted to do, and at the same time he did not take the initiative to attack. The mouth of his right hand holding the knife was shattered, and a drop of blood fell along the handle of the knife to the ground, just taking this opportunity to ease the injury. But when he saw the opponent's action, his eyes shrank suddenly, and he suddenly regretted that he hadn't taken any action. After the opposite Ji Bin successfully escaped from the battle range, he took out a bottle of potion from the bag hung around his waist, which was exactly the kind he had drunk before. Ji Bin opened the lid with one hand, raised his head and poured it into his mouth. Shoot him, sharp gun. It was too late to rush to Bai Ye, who found that the situation was not right, so he could only choose to smash the bottle with a sharp spear. In the end, however, he was still a bit slower, only smashing an empty bottle that was emptied, and wasting a lot of chakras, and the situation suddenly became crisis. Not long after Ji Bin successfully drank the potion, his whole body swelled again, like a little giant, completely shattering the clothes left on his body. Not good. I saw the day difference who was still hiding at the top level and watched the theater. The whole person's aura changed accordingly, and he hurried to the bottom quickly. Small pits were formed on the bricks wherever he passed. After Bai Ye failed to use the sharp spear, he quickly stretched his hand to the ninja bag on his waist, and took out the medicine he had previously obtained from Shin and the others. Faced with this uncontrollable emergency situation, Bai Ye didn't dare to bet that the daily slack could come to support him in time, and he regretted not choosing to attack Ji Bin directly with a sharp gun. Bai Ye was just about to drink the potion. Before the potion even started to show its effect, she was suddenly hit hard on her abdomen and sprayed out a lot of potion before she drank it. Bai Ye found that he couldn't catch Ji Bin, who had drunk the potion twice in a row. He could only feel that every part of his body was constantly being hit hard. If it hadn't been strong enough to resist the blow, he would have been beaten into a pile of flesh. Due to the fierce battle at this time, Bai Ye did not realize that after he drank the potion, all the experience points of the Zanpaku began to slowly increase. After suffering a lot of beatings, some of the remaining medicines in Bai Ye's body finally started to play a role, and a large uncontrollable chakra flowed around in the body. I don't know whether it is because of the small amount of taking, or because Bai Ye's physical fitness itself is extremely strong. The figure did not produce the physical changes of the three of Ji Bin, but the strength was actually improved several levels. Advertisement for the first time, he successfully stretched out his right hand to hold the fist that was swung toward his chest. Although the size of the two hands was completely out of proportion, he still easily accepted the opponent's attack. When Ji Bin saw this, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. The other party obviously didn't drink much medicine. Why did he feel that the improvement in his strength was so exaggerated? Is this the difference between himself and the real ninja? Ji Bin's heart was cruel, and he waved his hands with all his strength towards Bai Ye, only to see dozens of fist shadows suddenly appeared in the air, making people wonder which one to block at this time. I saw that Bai Ye didn't panic at all, and looked like he was able to do everything. Obviously his movements didn't look fast, but they were able to perfectly block all the attack routes of Ji Bin. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The Nikkei who was rushing over saw this as a sigh of relief, but fortunately, nothing irreparable happened. But he was still rushing to the battlefield quickly, and this time he didn't dare to entrust him again, and decided to put an end to any danger. After a period of adaptation, Bai Ye became fully familiar with the power she possessed now, and had reached a point where she could block all attacks with one hand. Seeing this, Ji Bin became even crazier, and he began to bear the force completely, and blood began to overflow everywhere in his body. At this time, Bai Ye divided a bit of energy to observe the situation of Yu and Swift. Seeing that their lives were not in danger, they did not deliberately resolve their battles quickly, but continued to simply defend. After all, this kind of controllable life and death battle is hard to come by, and it has great benefits for the growth of the two of them. If they are deliberately interfered, they will not be very beautiful. The day difference who finally came to the door was judged in the same way, but chose to watch quietly from the side. As long as no one was in danger of life, they would not intervene in their own battle. Because of the lessons learned by Bai Ye, both Yu and Swift did not give their opponent a chance to drink the potion again. After a long time, they finally succeeded in dragging the opponent's potion out. After holding Yu Yi and Yu with ropes, Yu and Swift breathed a sigh of relief and sat down with no image, then panted wildly. This is regarded as the first life and death battle that Swift has experienced in her life. Yu's words have been felt once more than a month ago. At the beginning, they were completely hanged by the enemy, and there was no resistance at all. If it were not for the White Knight, it would be hard to say whether it would survive. Anyway, the eyes would definitely be taken away. Bai Ye, why don't you solve the other party? After resting for a while, Swift, who finally took a sigh of relief, felt very strange that Bai Ye was still fighting, but he had been defending even though he could beat the opponent. You're afraid it's not because you have forgotten our mission. Just drag it until the opponent loses his strength. There is no need to deliberately hurt the opponent. Bai Ye was able to speak calmly during the battle. Obviously there is still a lot of spare energy, and he has completely ignored the current Gu Bin, feeling the powerful power in his body, making him want to get some medicine for backup up. Well, this time you completed the mission pretty well. I will take you to a big meal when I go back. Advertisement. Seeing that there was no need to drag it any longer, Nisara appeared behind Gu Bin with a set of bagua palms, completely sealing the chakra veins of his body. From this, we can see that the gap between Nissan and Swift is huge. After all, Swift can't even seal the acupuncture points that only drank the potion once, and Nissan easily blocked the person who drank the potion twice. Now I'm going back. I feel that this task is so good, we only came out for a long time and completed it. Swift pursed her mouth in dissatisfaction, feeling so uncomfortable. Originally, she thought that she would finally leave the village, so she must have a good time. Some of the specially prepared props were useless. Well, there will be opportunities to take you out to play in the future. The bases and potions found this time will be reported to the 3 generations of adults. Bai Ye took the opportunity to walk over and stretched out her hands to rub Swift's cheeks, just to bully her now that she is exhausted and unable to resist, feeling that the child's cheek is comfortable to pinch. Because the mouth was controlled by Bai Ye and couldn't be closed, no one could understand what Swift said. At this time, Bai Ye didn't notice at all. It should have exceeded the duration of the drug's effect, but his body was still in a very active state. The experience value of Zanpaku also reached its full value unknowingly. **. Hey, why did you let go? Suddenly, Swift found that Bai Ye's hands holding her small face seemed to suddenly lose strength, and saw that he was shaking his head vigorously in front of his eyes, and the whole person was in a wrong state. What are you doing? Is the side effect after the drug's effect passed? Swift felt very strange about this, and Bai Ye completely ignored her and just fell straight into her arms. Stop playing, Bai Ye, you are so heavy. Although Swift felt something was wrong at this time, she instinctively didn't want to think about the bad. She gently shook Bai Ye's shoulders, hoping that the other party was just joking with herself. Originally, I was observing the daily difference of the instrument in this room, and was attracted by Swift's voice. You also felt that something was wrong. Before, I thought the two of them were playing around. The picture that was warm and harmonious just now turned to depression. Chapter 23. Back to the village. Why is the chakra in the body still in a state of riot? The Nissan who flashed over opened his eyes to observe the situation in Bai Ye's body, surprised at Bai Ye's current situation, and did not understand why chakra was still in this state. Nikkei deliberately found a bottle of potion from the kid who had been attacked by Bai Ye before, and also tried the effect. It was possible to perceive that the efficacy of the potion could not exist for so long. It's so hot, Teacher Nikkei, what's wrong with Bai Ye? Yu also came over worriedly, tried to touch Bai Ye's forehead, and sensed that his body was in an abnormal state, which had exceeded the maximum temperature of a normal fever. I think the situation of chakra in Bai's body should be the result of drinking the bottle of medicine before. I have not studied medical ninjutsu. I am not sure why this is the case. The Eclipse frowned and explained a little bit to Yu and Swift. Now this situation has continued, and Bai Ye's body has been generating chakras, and when it reaches the limit, it is likely to die directly. Is it enough to take a break? The side effects will pass soon. Those 3 people are still awake. Swift looked expectantly at the daily disparity, desperately wanting to be affirmed by the other party, fearing that something unexpected would really happen. Of course, nothing will happen to Bai Ye. Since Swift and Yu have not tasted the medicine personally and do not know the specific principle of the medicine, Nikkei deliberately concealed the matter and did not want them to worry about it together. I took Bai Ye back to Konoha for treatment first. You will return to Konoha as soon as you bring these children back. The day difference quickly decided on the next plan. Actually, it is not far from Konoha. Swift and Yu should be careful to return to the village safely. There is no time to protect the two of them. The situation in the White Knight is now the most important thing. If it is delayed too late, the day lag does not know if there is any hope of treatment. Before carrying White Knight on his back, Nisara deliberately used the gossip empty palm, and at a distance of nearly 20 meters, he hit the instrument that was still producing medicine. As a giant gas surge passed, the entire instrument was directly shattered, and at the same time a bottomless hole appeared in the wall, annihilating all traces. Originally, Nikkei planned to bring this thing back to Konoha, wanting to see if there is any research value, but after the occurrence of the White Knight, I felt that this medicine was too unstable. Advertisement: the side effects are fortunate to say. Although it cannot be used regularly, it can be used to save life at critical times. It is similar to the secret medicine of the Chu Taoist school. But after eating it, it may cause death, and the value of this thing will be greatly reduced. In such an emergency situation, there is no need to bring Konoha back, just destroy it and prevent others from using it. You too remember to destroy all the potions in these people later, and don't keep the ones on your body. I'll go and return with Bai Ye first. After processing the equipment, Nisara again ordered the two of them, and they started on the road with Bai Ye, and the medicine that he had arrived before was still in the ring as samples. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Swift. Bai Ye will be alright? Although the daily disparity told you not to worry, she still couldn't restrain her mood, and looked at Swift, who was not in good condition, with tears in her eyes. It will be all right, we also act quickly, or go back to the village quickly. Swift's face was firm, not only for comforting you, but also for comforting herself. The two stopped talking, and the good mood of coming out to perform the task was completely destroyed, leaving only endless worries. He didn't continue to sit on the ground to rest, and dragged his tired body and began to tie everyone in the base together so that he could drag him directly back to Shiyu village. After successfully tying everyone together, Swift and Yu discovered that the three of them who had drunk the potion just now had become a little older, but they were still a child but showed this behavior. Especially Ji Yu Bin, who drank the potion twice in a row, was not only older than the other two in his face, but even his black hair appeared a little white, completely becoming a little old man. Swift and Yu just dragged everyone to Chinchin's place in silence. They didn't talk about the status of these three people. They simply pretended not to see them, deceiving themselves. The more miserable these three people's side effects erupted, the more it showed that Bai Ye's current state must be equally miserable, and they were unwilling to imagine that kind of scene. Where is that boy? Chin Chin was a little curious when seeing that only Swift and Yu were tied up with everyone, and he didn't know what happened in the base. He went back beforehand, and we will leave after we send you back. Yu reluctantly squeezed out a smile, unwilling to say anything to Chin Chin, while Swift silently tied the person who was tied to the tree into the crowd. Chin Chin, who found that the atmosphere was a bit wrong, did not dare to ask more, a little afraid to run by Ji Yu Bin. Advertisement: seeing what Ji Yu Bin looks like now, Chin Chin felt a slight pain in her chest and regretted not discouraging the other party before. The large army was in this depression, slowly marching towards the location of Shiyu village. On the other hand, the speed of the day difference can be much faster than when the three people leave the village, especially when the physical exertion is not controlled. When Yuyan and Yu were still more than half of the distance from Shiyu village, the day difference had already arrived at the village gate. Is that Nikki-sama just now? The ninja guarding the door suddenly felt a figure flashing in front of him, very much like a day slack who had just left the village in the morning. It should be. After all, the Japanese football Sama is still in the village, but I don't know why the Nico-sama came back so soon. I heard that he took the Shinin team to perform the task? I saw that he seemed to be carrying a child on his back. Maybe something happened. No way, in our country of fire, there are enemies who can hurt people under the protection of Lord Nikkei. When the two ninjas at the door were chatting vigorously, Nisa had already brought Shiraito to the hospital and began to contact the staff inside. Tsunade-sama became uncertain because of his younger brother and lover. It would be nice if he was in the village now. Nisara looked a little anxious at Shiraya in his arms. From the perspective of daily disparity, we can see that the chakras in Bai's body are moving faster and faster, and the body temperature has been slowly rising. Sir Nish, it's this child. I will definitely try my best to get it cured. At this time, an old man appeared behind Nisara, with the word Dean written on the coat on his back. Then I will trouble you. Seeing that the Dean happened to be in the hospital, I was relieved because of the best medical technology besides Tsunade. Chapter 24 Treatment. One more, and this child became like this after drinking this potion. Seeing that the Dean was going to take Bai Ye in for treatment, he hurriedly took out the medicine he had brought back deliberately before, hoping to produce a little help. This is? The Dean looked a little curious after receiving the medicine. He didn't know when this kind of thing was developed in the village, but he didn't hear any wind at all. This is not something from the village. Today I took them out of the village to perform a mission. This is a trophy. Seeing the Dean's surprise, Nikkei knew that the other party was thinking about it, so he explained it. You are too unreasonable. How can you drink this kind of thing casually? Now you will be brought down by this thing directly. The Dean shook his head speechlessly. He didn't expect these people to have such a big heart, and the enemy's things would dare to drink casually. Nisari was said to be a bit embarrassed. After all, he had secretly tasted a bite himself, and found that it was not fatal at the time, so he ignored it. Oh, I'm very interested in what you guys are talking about. I don't know if I can help together. When the Dean was about to go in again, the air in the hospital suddenly became a bit cold, and there was a voice that made people feel a little uncomfortable. Ah, Lord Oshimaru, it turns out that you are nearby. Of course there is no problem. You are much better than me in the study of the human body. The Dean had no objection to this. After all, before the incident of Dashawan using villagers for human body research was exposed, he could be regarded as a hero in the village. The Day-Lag was a little reluctant, because Dashimaru didn't know when. He gave him a very gloomy feeling, and since then he is reluctant to have too much contact with the other party. Although he was reluctant, he did not deliberately refuse to give up. After all, this was just a feeling of his own, and now everything is prioritized to rescue Bai Ye. I have heard of the declining attainments of Dashuan's human body. Although the opponent does not have any special medical ninjutsu, it is still very strong to come and fight. At the moment of entering the door, Dashimaru stretched out its tongue like a snake and licked it at the corner of his mouth, creating an atmosphere of horror. Nissan stayed outside and used the White Knight to observe the situation inside, but after watching it for a while, he gave up. After all, he couldn't understand it at all. In the end, he chose to rest on a chair outside. Advertisement. A person in front of him desperately rushed back, and it was quite a drain on him. In the anxious waiting, the minute hand on the clock has successfully circled, and the Dean and Oshimaru inside are still busy, showing no signs of wanting to come out. Teacher Nikkei, Bai Ye is okay. Suddenly Yu's voice came from the stairs. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. I saw Yu and Swift supporting each other. Their clothes were completely drenched, and a lot of sweat was constantly appearing from their foreheads, and continued to soak the clothes that were already wet and could not get wet. If not for both small, there must be many things to watch. The two of them could come back so soon. They must have been fighting their lives on the road and absolutely surpassed their own limits. It's not very clear right now. Dashuan and the director are still inside for treatment. Nisara opened his eyes again and looked inside, feeling the same as at the beginning. Ashimaru-sama, it would be nice to change to Tsunade-sama. Swift murmured, feeling that Dashimaru is still not as reliable as Tsunade, and Yu on one side also deeply agrees. Don't complain, it's better than nothing. There is no time to invite Tsunade-sama back. Nisara shook his head, apparently also more optimistic about Tsunade, and even Kwang didn't catch a cold with Dashuan. Daily difference, this is too much for you, but I am trying my best to treat your beloved disciple. Unexpectedly, Dashimaru retired from the room at this time and listened to the conversation between the two, which caused Riley and Swift to be a little embarrassed. Master Oshimaru, what's going on with Bai Ye? Yu didn't care about that much, and immediately asked Dashuan a question, particularly concerned about Bai Ye's physical condition. You can go in and look at him directly. Actually, there is no problem. The change caused by drinking the medicine is a good change. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Dashiwan said that Bai Ye is not life-threatening. After Yu and Swift bowed towards him, they rushed in. This time I owe you a favor. If you need help, you can come to me. Nikkei also changed some of his own views, thinking that he should think too much, and no longer think that Oshimaru would do anything bad to Konoha. Advertisement, okay. I know you want to go in, too. I just happened to be passing by. I have some other things to do. See you later. Dashimaru stopped facing the Nissan, obviously not caring about the other party's favor. This time I was willing to come and help, not for such a small matter. An inexplicable hint flashed on Da Xuan's face after leaving the hospital. Before no one knew it, he left Konoha with some cells taken from Bai Ye and drove in an unknown direction. In the hospital, Bai Ye has been sent to the general ward. White Ye's current state is in an unknown evolutionary state. When all his cells are converted, he will be able to wake up. Don't worry too much. The dean explained the current situation to the three of them. In fact, neither he nor Da Xuan did anything in the operating room. They just found out that Bai Ye's changes were beneficial, so they didn't do much intervention. Why is there such a change in Bai Ye? There are obviously many people who drink this medicine. Nisara felt a little puzzled about this. After all, I had tasted it once, and I didn't feel anything special at all. I also tested the medicine you gave me, and found that the main ingredient in it was a highly active intracellular fluid. Bai Ye should be due to its special physique and its fusion mutation. His current cell activity has been increasing. The dean chose to use popular words to tell the three people, fearing that they would not understand special professional terms. The three of them didn't care too much, thinking that as long as the people were okay, everything else was not very important. How long will it take to change? Your body has been so hot, so your brain won't burn out. Swift stretched out her finger and poked Bai Ye's body, feeling a scorching heat from her fingertips, but she didn't expect the body to change like this. According to the progress of the test, it will probably be healed at night. Don't worry about your body. I have checked that no part of it has been burnt, and I will observe it here this afternoon to prevent accidents. Hearing what the dean said, Swift and Yu, who were relieved, finally loosened their tight nerves, and then they felt particularly exhausted. After all, because of the fighting, he had already reached his limit, and after such a long high-speed attack, his body would have long been unable to bear it. The two of them hugged each other so tightly, ready to lie down on the bed next to the White Knight to rest, and it didn't take a few seconds to completely fall asleep. Chapter 25 Inner World. Two more, where is this? Bai Ye looked around blankly and found that there was nothing but endless darkness all around. It was obvious that the surroundings were in darkness, but Bai Ye found that he could see things around him clearly. Even though there was nothing around him, he felt as if he was floating in outer space. Bai Ye walked around here. Obviously there is no substance under his feet, but as long as he controls his feet, he can successfully move freely here. Regardless of whether it is front or back, up or down, as long as you move your mind, you can walk in all directions from all angles, but it didn't take long for you to lose the initial sense of cognition, and you can't judge where you are now. I don't know why he is clearly in such a surreal state, but Bai Ye's heart is calm, and he doesn't think there is anything wrong here. Even if it stays like this, there is nothing wrong. After walking for a long time, Bai Ye suddenly felt that his body was getting hotter and hotter, and subconsciously reached out to take off his clothes. But when he touched the clothes on his body, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Although due to spiritual cleanliness, Bai Ye did not choose the green tights worn by Kaihei, but the yellow tights of Bruce Lee. But the clothes I touch now feel very loose, and for the first time I found out that what I was wearing was not the usual one, and the style of the clothes was somewhat familiar to Bai Ye. Although nearly 6 years have passed, Bai Ye still remembers that what he is wearing now is the Deathmaster costume, the uniform costume of the God of Death in the mobile game he played back then. Because of this discovery, Bai Ye suddenly broke the peace of mind that Bai Ye had maintained since he came in. When did I customize this kind of clothes? And am I not in that secret base? So where did I come? Although Bai Ye was opening her mouth, there was no sound coming out. The scene became more weird and terrifying, and she suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in her body, and at the same time, she felt like she was in a sauna. Just as Bai Ye stretched out his hand to touch the white belt around his waist, the back of his hand just touched the Zanpaku knife pinned to his waist, feeling a trace of coolness from it, and subconsciously shook it with his backhand. At the moment when Bai Ye grasped the handle of the Zanpaku Dao, the world seemed to be torn apart, and a white line connecting heaven and earth appeared centered on Bai Ye. Immediately using this white line as a benchmark, it madly expanded to the outside, the tone of the whole world changed from black to white, and a kind of white soil never seen before in the white night appeared on the soles of the feet. Bai Ye was suddenly stunned by this situation, completely unaware of what was going on, and subconsciously clenched the Zanpaku knife in his hand and made a fighting posture. Although the world changed suddenly, no other weird things happened again. After being vigilant for a while, he chose to relax his body and began to observe how the world was different from before. Advertisement. After walking for about 3 or 4 miles, some different scenery finally appeared in front of me. I saw a piece of land protruding from the ground not far in front, and there seemed to be something stuck in it. Bai Ye entered the alert state again, and moved quickly toward the goal, hoping to find something useful, but he didn't want to be trapped in this inexplicable world all the time. Although it looked very close at first, Bai Ye actually took nearly 5 minutes to fully arrive, and realized that what he had seen before was not just a mound. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The whole body is snow white, like Hachan sheep fat jade. It is carved into an exquisite lotus pedestal by someone unknown. It is about 2 meters square and about 1 meter high. There is also a short knife inserted in the middle of the lotus pedestal, which was specially made, as if it was to enshrine the knife. Bai Ye didn't have any taboos, so he jumped straight up and pulled out the short knife inserted in it, and found that it turned out to be a smart gun. Bai Ye didn't realize that when he retracted his Zanpaku Dao from his waist to get the ghost spear, Zanpaku Dao also changed. I saw a trace of black air coming out of the knife, and the whole thing became dimmed, and with the passage of time, it became more transparent, as if it was about to disappear in this world. When it was about to disappear completely, Bai Ye, who was still observing the great spear in his hand, felt that something was wrong, and found that he almost couldn't feel the weight of the Zanpaku knife at his waist. When he looked specifically at his waist, he happened to see the picture of Zanpaku Dao disappearing completely, and the last trace of black air floated to the back of his body. The frightened Bai Ye leapt forward with a slight force on his toes, and then turned 180 degrees in the air, seeing the strange things happening behind him. Bai Ye nervously held the spear, and pointed at the group of dark shadows, and if something terrible happened, he was ready to attack directly. The group of black shadows kept surging under Bai Ye's eyelids, and it took a lot of time to condense into a human-like phantom, and it is still constantly improving. Bai Ye became a little hesitant, not knowing whether he should be the first to start at this time. After all, after the other party was completely condensed and formed, he didn't know whether it would cause any harm to him. But after all, this thing was transformed by the Zanpaku Dao that has been with me for many years. I really want to start with a little bit of reluctance. I don't know if I really destroy it, will my Zanpaku Dao follow along directly, disappear? In the midst of Bai Ye's troubles, the other party has stopped continuing to change, and has not completely condensed into shape. From the appearance that has been formed, it gives people a gothic lowly feeling. However, because the whole person's state is like a black lacquer shadow, it is completely impossible to tell what color the other person's hair, pupils, etc. are. Who are you? Bai Ye didn't know why she felt a sense of intimacy when she looked at the other party, and she put down her guard, and wanted to try to communicate with the other party. Advertisement. The man kept moving his lips, as if he was saying something, but Bai Ye didn't hear any sound. Can't you speak? As Bai Ye's words came, the other party seemed to be silent suddenly, and did not continue to open his mouth, wondering what he was thinking about. It didn't take long for the other party to squat down, and stretched out a finger to stiffly poke into the white soil. Following the movement of his hand, he wrote some words and waved to Bai Ye to signal him to come over and take a look. My name is Ling Yu. After the white night passed, I saw a few words crookedly written on the ground. Your name is Ling Yu. Hello, my name is Bai Ye. Bai Ye stretched out her right hand, wanting to see if she could make friends with each other. Although she couldn't see Ling Yu's face, Bai Ye could still feel the joy passed by the other party. Ling Yu walked forward excitedly. Just about to stretch out her little hand, she realized that it was a bit dirty due to writing in the soil, and she shrank back subconsciously and wiped her clothes on purpose. When he wanted to continue to choose to shake hands, Bai Ye's figure became illusory for some reason, and the right hands of the two crossed in the air. Bai Ye didn't know why this happened. He could only feel Ling Yu, who was standing opposite her, exuding a feeling of loneliness, and she couldn't help but feel a little pain. He proactively stretched out his hand to rub each other's small head, and directly passed through it, only to remember that the handshake between the two had already failed once. Seeing Ling Yu starting to wave her hand, she was saying goodbye to her friend. If she could see the other's face at this time, she would definitely find the tears in the corner of her eye. Bai Ye disappeared into this world in the last silence, leaving Ling Yu squatting in the silent sobbing. Here it is. Finding that he had appeared in a new place again, Bai Ye's mind became more and more confused. If Bai Ye can continue to play the game, or if he has been to see the god of death, then he can understand where he stayed before is actually his inner world. Chapter 26 Overspeed Regeneration, 3 Shifts. White Knight's body temperature has dropped to the normal range, and it is estimated that it will not take long to wake up. The Dean stretched out his right hand to feel the temperature of Bai Ye's forehead, speculating that he should have completed the transformation. Because he had never seen such an unknown change, although Bai Ye no longer needed him to deliberately stay to take care of him, he still did not choose to leave, wanting to observe any novel changes in his physique. Before long, as the Dean expected, Bai Ye struggled and opened his eyes with a dazed expression. Wu Yu woke up early and stayed beside the hospital bed worriedly, wanting to watch Bai Ye wake up with his own eyes. At the moment when Bai Ye opened his eyes, he pounced on him, leaving tears of joy uncontrollably. It's Moon. Why are you crying? Well, why am I lying on the hospital bed? Suddenly felt the pressure on his chest, Bai Ye stood up and found that he had returned to Konoha Hospital without knowing what happened, and was very curious about what happened during this period of time. It's up to you to talk about the Nikkei teacher. Bai Ye saw the nibbles standing beside him, but he did not see where Swift was. Looking at Yu, who was so excited that she was holding herself, she had to change the target to ask questions. After a detailed explanation of the day difference, Bai Ye knew about what had happened. Understand that he was in a coma, appeared in an unknown world, and got off after waking up. For this world, Bai Ye combined with the world view in Hokage, and made some guesses. I suspect that the place I go may be similar to the inner world of Naruto and Kyuubi every time they meet. But there was still something strange to him. He glanced at the Zanpaku knife standing beside the bed. It was clearly not sealed in his body. Why did he appear in his inner world and turn into an invisible little girl? As for why the sweet gun can appear, Shiroya can still find a reasonable excuse, just as Naruto can use the power of the 9 tails, and he can also use the power of the sweet gun to fight. Can I take away some of your cells for research? Don't worry, I will tell you the changes after the metamorphosis at that time. Bai Ye hesitated for a moment, thinking that the other party was not a research madman like Da Shiwan, and was not too repulsive, so he asked the other party to take some away. However, what he didn't know was that when he was in a coma, some of them had been stolen by Oshimaru, and maybe some strange things would be researched by this. The Dean didn't leave much after he got Bai Ye's cells, and walked out with a look of excitement, obviously interested in this unknown thing. Since you are fine, then I will go to the 3 generations of adults to report on the task. There should be no problem with you and Swift taking care of you. Advertisement. Seeing the divergence disappearing in place, Bai Ye looked a little dazed, and did not find the Swift in his mouth at all. I feel that my body is in good condition, so I won't stay in the hospital any longer. Let's go for a walk. Bai Ye sat on the bed and felt his own physical strength. He felt stronger than when he was on the task this morning, and he was unwilling to stay in the bed. Okay. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Although Yu's mouth answered, the whole person still held Bai Ye and didn't let go, making him a little bit dumbfounded. I'm going to change clothes. Are you still holding me here all the time? Yu Bai said that her face was slightly red, but after more than a month of getting along, even if she felt a little embarrassed sometimes, her face would not be red too exaggerated. I'm waiting for you at the door. With a smile on her face, Yu ran out hopping around, completely forgetting Swift, who was still sleeping on another hospital bed. This little girl. Bai Ye smiled and shook his head, feeling that no matter how strong Yu grasps, she is still just a child. For Bai Ye, he has always regarded Yu as a cute little sister. After all, his previous life plus his current age are already over 20 years old. Especially the other party is just a 6-year-old child. If he lived in a previous life, he might still be in kindergarten. The same holds true for Swift's about the same size. So in this month's life, although basically there will be some physical contact every day, there is nothing wrong with this, and I have never thought that people in the world of Naruto are generally very precocious. In this age when children are sent to the battlefield, ninjas are a high-risk profession and cannot be as innocent as in peace times. Bai Ye quickly finished putting on her clothes, her face calmly holding the Zanpaku knife standing there. Although she had prepared in advance, she couldn't hold back her surprise when she saw some information that emerged in her mind. Look. Zanpaku. Unlocked. Gunsling. 03000s, Broken Road. Newly unlocked. 11 Broken Road Finishing Thunder. 03000s. Bound Dao. Newly unlocked. 8 Bound Dao. Rebuke. 03000s. White Fight. 3 stages. 03000s, Instant Step. 3 steps. 03000s. Overspeed Regeneration. 3 stages. Advertisement. 11 Broken Roads. Attaching thunder and lightning, along the object, release a lightning strike. 8 Bound Dao. Rebuke. A shield is formed on the back of the hand to resist the enemy's attack. Super fast regeneration, heal the wounds of the body quickly. Bai Ye had already guessed that his coma was related to the evolution of Zanpaku Swordsman, but he did not expect that the things generated after the evolution were completely different from what he had expected. The changes in Breaking Dao, Binding Dao, Free Hit, and Instant Step are all within my expectations, but I didn't expect that no new Zanpaku knife will be generated this time. Instead, there will be an overspeed regeneration, which still belongs to the kind without experience points. In Bai Ye's limited cognition of the god of death, he still knew that speeding regeneration was a virtual ability, and didn't understand why Zanpaku Dao could evolve this ability. Seeing the effects of scolding and speeding regeneration, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel sad. He was walking further and further on the road of MT, and he couldn't look back anymore. Although Bai Ye looks disgusting on the surface, she still likes it in her heart, especially the ability of speeding regeneration, which can greatly increase her survivability. The words, 8 bound to rebuke, can be regarded as the only skill suitable for large-scale promotion among the 6 skills of White Knight. This type of non-attribute defense skill can basically be mastered by most ninjas. Although Bai Ye thought about a lot of things in his mind, he didn't delay his actions. After putting away his Zanpaku Dao, he immediately went through the discharge procedures with Yu. Yu, accompany me to the tailor's shop. Ever since Bai Ye wore a Death Tyrant outfit and then put it back on her old clothes, she always felt something was wrong with her, so she wanted to customize a suit. Aren't your clothes small? Why are you going to make a new set now? Yu didn't think that Bai Ye would change into a suit. After all, although she was unfamiliar in school for so many years, she was still very impressed with the yellow tights he had been wearing. Go. Why have you become as talkative as Swift? Bai Ye walked behind Yu and pushed her towards the tailor's shop. He didn't specifically explain that he was going to change to a new suit. After saying it, the other party would think that he was burnt, and then he would just put himself in the face, pull back into the hospital. Snee. On the bed in a certain ward inside the hospital, Swift finally woke up, and suddenly found that the surroundings had become quiet, and she was the only one staying here, and she could not help but shiver. These bastards will leave this lady here alone, and wait for the next time I meet to make you look good. Obviously, I was very angry that everyone didn't care about her. Chapter 27 Ninja Test Quota. I didn't expect Bai Ye's physique to be so peculiar. In an unknown secret room, a bunch of instruments were placed in front of Da Xuan, studying the cells stolen from Bai Ye before. Unexpectedly, just drinking the defective product I researched can cause his cells to metamorphose. I don't know if the original intercolumn cells will also produce a perfect fusion. Although the cell viability has been greatly improved now, it is still far from reaching the level of intercolumn. Excitedly stretched out his tongue and licked his lips, thinking that his research might be a breakthrough. Damn it. Especially you don't care about me after you wake up. You must look good today. In the early morning of the second day, at the third exercise site, Swift was doing some strange things to the moon, while Bai Ye was standing aside watching the activities of the two with great interest. I was wrong. I would never dare anymore. Yu, who was sitting on her body by Swift, fell weakly on the lawn, looking like she had been played badly, and her voice was weak. And you don't even ask where I am, because I was so worried about you yesterday. Seeing that the moon had been tossed by herself, Swift rushed towards the smiling White Knight, pressed him to the ground firmly, and began to vent her dissatisfaction. Bai Ye, who was pushed down, was still wearing the Bruce Lee tights. Although the Death Tyrant did not need to embroider some delicate patterns on it, he still had to wait 3 days before shipping. Why the Nikkei teacher didn't come with you today? How long will we have to wait? Bai Ye didn't resist. Just as he talked in the place like this, he even had a little excitement, and unconsciously awakened some strange attributes. I'm not quite sure. I said that it seemed like I was going to get something, so I just let me come here first. After venting fiercely to Bai Ye, Swift answered. It's so boring, it's been more than half an hour, why the Nikkei teacher hasn't come yet? The three of them lay lazily on the lawn, leaning their heads on each other's stomachs, forming a triangle-like shape, feeling the breath of nature together. Advertisement, it's not a good habit to say the teacher behind. With the sound of the day difference, all three of them covered their faces with a small note at the same time. What is this, Nisha teacher, have you gone to get this for so long? Yu looked a little curiously at the slip of paper covering her face, not knowing where she did it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. You have to put it away. I don't care if you lose it. This is a volunteer book. With this, you can take the Jonman exam in 3 months. Nichiza talked with a smile, and deliberately used a soft fist to blow away the 3 pieces of paper, causing the 3 people who had just been lazy to get nervous, and quickly got up to retrieve the paper. Uncle Nish, you are too much, what if you can't find it? After Swift successfully retrieved the volunteer book that flew into the air, he carefully placed it next to his body, pouting her mouth and looking at the nipples in anger. I just looked at your performance on this mission, so I deliberately tried it for you. You may be the smallest of the participants this time. I don't know if the Yushu team will participate. Nisa smiled and rubbed Swift's head. In fact, he wasn't very optimistic that Bai Ye and the others could become Zhang Ren in this exam. He just wanted to add some of their experience. That's not a loser. You are our number 1 in this year, how can you not be confident? Bai Ye did not participate in the discussion together, but was thinking about some of the original works. Bai Ye suddenly remembered this exam. It should be the time Kakashi became Zhongren. I remember that Kakashi alone succeeded in that session. It is estimated that Kakashi should have joined the Watergate class only 3 months ago after graduating from Kai and Teidu. He should be 7 years old in a few months. There is only one chance to become Zhongren at 6. However, Bai Ye is very curious. Kakashi should have graduated last year. I don't know why he has gone this year. After a year, he can still become a team with Teidu Heilan. If I took the exam this time, I should have encountered a large number of characters from the original works. Although they are still just like children, Bai Ye has already become a little excited. Why don't you speak Baya? Are you scared? Don't worry, sister will cover you then. Swift saw that Bai Ye had been stunned, and curiously stretched out his right hand and shook it before his eyes. Just don't ask me to help you at that time. Advertisement. When Bai Ye saw Swift, who had brought her little head close, she quickly reached out and flicked. Her brain collapsed. T's speed is getting faster again. Swift actually saw Bai Ye's movements and wanted to dodge, but it was a pity that he failed. He could feel that the opponent's strength had improved again, and couldn't help feeling a little frustrated. When I first graduated, I still had some certainty to suppress Bai Ye, but Bai Ye's speed of progress was incredible, and now I feel that I can't beat him. The moon next to her is actually under a lot of pressure. She also feels that Bai Ye's speed is a little abnormal. Sometimes she feels happy for him, and sometimes she doesn't want the other party to surpass herself, and she is in a very contradictory state. Will you two have such exaggerated expressions? Bai Ye is also a little helpless. Obviously the two girls are so strong, but if there is no such abnormal thing as Zanpo Dao, he should not even be qualified to become teammates with them. Don't stare at you. Do some exercise this morning, and in the afternoon I will take you to pick up new tasks, but I will strengthen your strength in these 3 months. For the performance of the 3 people over the past month, I am still very satisfied with the daily disparity, especially the large progress of Bai Ye is a bit exaggerated, and I feel worthy of the genius of the 3 generations. And if it hadn't been for the 3 generations of adults to personally invite themselves, I guess they wouldn't have deliberately come to be their instructor. 3 generations of Grandpa, we are here again. Swift pushed open the door frizzily and broke into the Hokage office directly. In fact, this was only the second time that Bai Ye and the 3 generations met. The first time they met was the last time they met on a mission. At the beginning, the 3 of them were all well behaved. After all, the other party was Konoha's boss, so they still had a sense of majesty in their hearts. But since the last time the 3 generations asked them to call him grandfather, then Swift began to release herself and became lawless. You were here, I know all the details of the last mission, and you performed very well. Mi took a sip of the pipe in his mouth, put down the document he was reading, and behaved very kindly to the 3. Chapter 28 New Task, of course, so can you give us a Class B for this mission? Swift began to use the child's nirvana and cuteness, shooting out many small stars from his 2 lovely big eyes, and it was a burst of crazy output against the 3 generations. Bai Ye touched his face with his hand speechlessly. This time the C-level mission almost overturned. I really don't know where I got the courage to do the B-level, although I feel that the difficulty of this mission should not be C-level. Well, if you are willing to stay with the day's errand this time and do not act privately, you can give you a slightly more difficult task. 3 generations flipped through the squeezed files, pulled out 2 pieces from them, and said to Swift with a smile on his face. Ah, that's it, that's okay. Swift frowned and thought for a long time, and finally nodded reluctantly. She had completely forgotten the existence of Bai Ye and Yu, so she was alone. Bai Ye and Yu didn't really mind what they said. It was Swift who didn't want to be protected by the sun slack last time, saying that it was to quickly improve his strength and prove his strength. Regarding this mission, you still have 3 days to prepare, and then there will be a small team that will set off with you. After hearing Swift's affirmative words, the 3 generations selected one of the documents and handed it to Nikkei. Do you need a mission for 2 teams? It seems that this mission must be difficult. Swift clenched her small fist in excitement, and everyone was defeated flashed in her mind. In the end, she won the hard-won victory by herself. Bai Ye saw Swift smirking on the side, and she could only use her toes to think about the picture in the other's mind. By the way, I have seen the technique that Bai Ye first researched. The power and practicability are much higher than before, and you will definitely become a great ninja in the future. When Bai Ye was about to step out of the gate, Sandai suddenly said something that made him creepy. 3 generations of Grandpa, I will definitely work harder. Bai Ye forcibly squeezed out a perfect smiling face in response, and completely collapsed after turning around. Advertisement. The current situation is like this. Bai Ye obviously hasn't exchanged money for the new Broken Road and Bound Road, and he has only practiced a little in the morning. The 3 generations actually knew it at this time, indicating that they had been marked by him, and maybe they would spy on themselves with binoculars from time to time. After that, if they do something shameful, they must not be live broadcast. What's wrong with you, Baya? The 3 generations of grandfathers praise you that you should be happy. After you, who came out behind the White Knight, closed the door and found that he was now looking like a mother and father who had just died, she was very surprised because she was afraid of being heard by the 3 generations inside the door, so she leaned her head and asked quietly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It's not because he praised me for this kind of thing, but that's that. Bai Ye didn't know how to explain it for a while, and he couldn't directly say that this person of the 3rd generation had voyeurism, and felt that after he really said it, maybe an Onbi would sneak into his home to carry out humanitarian destruction tonight. HMPH, I don't want to say it, I'm not rare. Seeing that Bai Ye had been haunting, Yu couldn't help but feel annoyed, and she knew that she was only caring about him. Suddenly, I didn't want to pay any attention to him, turned around and left, leaving only the dumbfounded White Knight choking silently. Bai Ye really wanted to cry without tears. Think about how good a child was. Now he has been taught by Swift, and he also knows that he is beginning to play a small temper. Bai Ye also tried a little bit maliciously about the dirty thoughts of the 3 generations, so he didn't care about it anymore. Since he can't resist, just enjoy it. The only curious thing is that I don't understand why the 3 generations should pay attention to themselves. Obviously, he is just a salted fish that can't be released by ordinary ninjutsu. I never thought that at his age, let alone the development of Muji ninjutsu, no one can do it even to develop ordinary ninjutsu. and most people would feel strenuous even to learn 3 Shenjutsu. When he gets older, God knows what kind of perverted ninjutsu can be researched, and it is finally right to use it to expand the collection of ninjutsu in the village. Teacher, what is our task? Let's open it and take a look. Once out of the Hokage building, Swift couldn't help being caught up in the day's slack, and was very curious about the task that required 2 teams to complete. Okay, don't shake it, the street is not a place to talk, let's change a place first. Advertisement. Nisara felt that he was about to be shaken apart, and felt that Swift was still relatively immature in some ways as a ninja. I also think that it is a good thing for Swift to have such a high degree of self-motivated mental arithmetic now. I just hope that after doing a lot of these tasks, I don't understand the details, but my heart becomes numb. Ninjas are not a good profession. Many tasks in the future may require killing people, which is still too harsh for girls. But there are reasons why Swift can be so excited. Although she has not confirmed the status of her Hyuga sect family, because there is currently no bird in the cage, there are usually more restrictions on her freedom. After all, even inside the village may be attacked, so going out of the village privately is not allowed, and you must have enough guarding power around you to go out. And even if you can leave the village, you are definitely not allowed to leave the country of fire, because if the enemy ninja finds out, they will definitely send a large number of ninjas to grab the eyes. Basically there is no much possibility of survival. The 4 people came to the 3rd exercise site, and the Japanese errand prepared to give them a tutorial this afternoon to prevent accidents during the mission and do not know how to deal with them. I've already seen the mission. The goal this time is to go to the border between the country of Rain and the country of Kawa, and obtain the latest information about the village of Cheyenne from the frontline ninja, and bring it back safely. After reading the document, Raiko dealt with it immediately, and gave a brief explanation to the 3 of them. Of course, there is more than that. It also contains the intersection point, secret code and other things, but I didn't choose to tell them. Is it so difficult to just bring back a piece of information? Isn't it just as long as the operation is in the country, why 2 teams are needed to execute it? After listening to you, I felt a little strange, knowing that the 3 of them can only be regarded as incidental. In fact, it is enough to send 1 person to the day. If you also specially send 2 Shangnan, this difficulty feels a bit unreasonable. I haven't finished talking yet. Our goal is different from that of the other team. The other party is going to the border between the country of grass and the country of Taki, and the information that needs to be brought back is about Iwagaku village. Nisara continued to tell what he hadn't finished. I know what you want to ask. This time we are heading to Chianyu town together, and then we will transfer information separately. If one party fails to return to Chianyu town on time, it means that the other party may have encountered an accident. Go and support. Seeing that Bai Ye wanted to speak, Nisara stopped him and interrupted his words in advance, and directly said something he wanted to know. Swift looked heartless, and didn't feel anything wrong with this task, but knew that it was a very important task. Chapter 29 Watergate. In this way, Nikkei talked about it for more than an hour, madly instilling various points of attention into the minds of the 3 people. In fact, the main goal of the explanation is Swift. After all, his temperament is a bit unstable, and his brain's reaction has slowed to a beat. If you don't explain it clearly to her, it will be deadly if you make any accident. Although some Swifts are too active, and their brains are a bit unable to keep up with other people's thinking, as long as they are talking about others, they will be well kept in mind, and the learning attitude is worthy of recognition. Yeah, you are also here to teach students in Nikkei. The 4 of them heard about the reputation, only to see a yellow-haired young man with 3 young girls with different hair colors coming over, waving in the distance to say hello to the day. The white-haired boy has long hair and a black mask that covers all the parts below his eyes. He also wears a black tights that is connected to the mask. There's an indifference in his eyes. And the other black-haired teenager, Konoha, tied to his forehead, also wore goggles to cover it, wearing a blue-orange sportswear, full of brilliant smile. The only girl has short brown hair and large dark brown pupils. Her top is made of pure black, and her lower body is matched with a pure white half-waist skirt. The 2 sides of the skirt split from the knees to the waist. I can see each other's black leggings directly from both sides, and a pair of dark red knee-high socks are worn below. She wears a red bracelet on her left hand. The biggest feature is the 2 purple patterns on her face and a sweet smile on the corner of her mouth. It turned out to be Watergate. It seems that you also brought your disciples here to train. Nikkei also responded with a smile, and it seems that the personal relationship between the 2 parties should be pretty good. Bai Ye is also looking at the 4 people on the opposite side. Although I can often hear news about Kakashi from Kei's mouth, this is the first time I have seen him in person. And it can be clearly felt that after the death of White Fang, Kakashi was much more indifferent than Taitu and Lin, and the loss of Taitu and Lin also affected Kakashi in this period. Teacher Watergate, what should we do if the place where we train is already occupied? After taking the soil to see some people here, they were a little unhappy. After all, they had been training here, but they just happened to not meet Bai Ye and the others, which gave rise to the feeling that their territory was taken away. Sorry, I apologize for this fool. Advertisement. Kakashi didn't know how to pay attention to the influence when he was talking with the soil, so that he wanted to crush him, so he apologized to Bai Ye and the others. It only felt even more uncomfortable to be brought up by Kakashi. Seeing that the 2 of them were about to be pinched, Lin hurried over to fight, and quarreling with her 2 teammates was obviously used to it. Hey, Bai Ye, do you know them? It seems that Kei should be in the same class as them. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. When Kakashi and the others were fighting, Swift also asked Bai Ye quietly, feeling that the white-haired boy on the opposite side would bring her a strong sense of oppression. The white-haired one is Hagi Kakashi, the first place in the previous year, and the one with goggles is called Uchiha Dado. It is the crane tail of that year. The sweet-looking girl is Lin Nohara. His teacher is Bo Feng Shui Men, a very strong Shang Ren. Although it was the first time to meet in reality, there were a lot of descriptions of them in the original book, and Bai Ye easily introduced them to Swift and Yu. Have you heard of the Earth? Anyone who is one term lower than us knows the name of your crane tail. Kakashi seized the opportunity and stabbed the heart of the Earth fiercely, causing him to turn gray and white, as if he had lost his soul. Brother take two, it's been a long time since I saw you. Seeing the funny performance of Tai-Tu, Yu couldn't help but chuckle and greeted the other party. Hey, it's you, I didn't even notice that you were there. This is your team. I haven't seen you for almost a month. Bringing the soil found that there was an acquaintance on the other side, and instantly resurrected with blood. Because the Tujia is very close to Yu's home, and his parents were gone when he was very young, he was always taken care of by Yu's parents. Later, Yu's father died in the battle. Since then, Tuo-Tu basically took Yu, who was 2 years younger than him, to play around every day to help her forget her pain, so the relationship between the two of them is quite good. And because the soil is relatively stupid, I often ask the little genius Yu for some questions. A few months ago, because of the successful graduation with the soil, the time for two people to meet was much less. Until a month ago, the month became Sha Ren. After celebrating her specifically, because both parties were busy, there was no time to meet. When Tai-Tu and Yu talked about what happened to both of them recently, Bai Ye and Kakashi also talked. Advertisement, you are the brother of that hot-blooded fool. Kakashi took a look at Bai Ye's clothes, and after some analysis, he made an accurate judgment. It can be judged from the tone and expression of the other party that he must have been entangled by the blood madness of Kai for so many years. Just seeing the clothes that Bai Ye wears can directly associate him with him, which shows that the impression is very deep. Ahem, I'm still a normal person, and I'm going to change the style of my clothes. Seeing the resentment in Kakashi's eyes, Bai Ye didn't dare to imagine what Kai did to him, and quickly put aside his relationship. You are the genius boy Kakashi, let's have a fight. After Swift stayed there alone for a while, she didn't know what was wrong. Suddenly it was like Kakashi's challenge. Hey, this woman won't be the same as Kay. When Kakashi heard Swift's words, his body couldn't help but shivered, and he quickly pulled Bai Ye over and leaned his head over and asked in a low voice. How afraid of being pestered by you? Don't worry, although Swift's head is a bit clumsy, his personality is not exaggerated to that point. Bai Ye's reaction to Kakashi was seldom speechless. He had lived with Kai for so many years. Why didn't he have such a reaction? It was so difficult that he had been assimilated by Kai and didn't know it. When these little ghosts were making noise, Nisara and Watergate walked under the tree and talked. Is it the little boy that the 3 generations of adults asked you to take? It looks pretty good. Watergate looked at the White Knight with Kakashi's head together, and estimated that if the two of them didn't really fight a game, it would be really difficult to directly judge who was stronger. He is indeed a very talented person. When I first taught him he couldn't even control chakra, and he has been exercising his body in the hardest way over the years. Hearing that Mizumon was so optimistic about his disciple, Nisa couldn't help showing a proud look, as if he was complimenting himself. Chapter 30 Kakashi vs Swift. Actually, I have just met 3 generations of adults, and he asked me to come here specifically to find you. Watergate smiled embarrassedly and scratched the back of his head. That's right, then it should be your class who is cooperating with our class this time. It is easy to think of the meaning in Prodnum's words because of the daily disparity. It seems that the other party wants to take advantage of the 3 days to run in with each other. Hey, it's been a long time since I acted with you. When I performed missions with you before, I never worried about being ambushed by the enemy. Where is it? I still remember that if you hadn't rescued it in time, I might have explained that I was fighting against Sha Ren. The two exchanged such shameless business talks. Why are you like Bai Ye? Do you look down on our women? Not far away, Swift pointed at Kakashi's nose and cursed, obviously being stimulated by some words. Kakashi glanced at Bai Ye tangledly, and Bai Ye shrugged, looking helpless. Kakashi, the other party is our next mission partner, you can get acquainted with each other in advance. Watergate yelled to Kakashi. In fact, he was also quite interested in the strength of the Nisha disciples. After all, he could only judge with the naked eye. Hey, it's troublesome. After Kakashi murmured, he had to drew out his short knife and set a fighting posture against Swift. Swift heard that the other party was still complaining, and was not angry, and blue veins appeared in the corners of her eyes without opening her eyes. Hey, Kakashi, don't you lose to our juniors. Seeing that Kakashi was about to do something with Swift, Tuo-Tu couldn't help but get excited, and began to run on him unscrupulously, and imagined Kakashi's loss, asking himself to help him revenge. Be careful, Kakashi's knife skills are much better than mine. Advertisement Bai Ye reminded him in a low voice when he passed by Swift, and then stood with Tai-Tu and the others to watch the battle. Swift heard that Bai Ye cared about herself suddenly, and there was a hint of warmth in her heart. Then she shook her head vigorously, cleared the distracting thoughts from her head, and put on a fighting posture. Bai Ye is also very concerned about Kakashi's strength. After all, before bringing the earth to give him the Shulanyan, he usually relies on swordsmanship in normal combat, and wants to see if he can learn something from it. Compared with Bai Ye, who researched entirely on his own, Kakashi inherited Bai Fang's knife skills, but he was a person who could kill an enemy with only a knife and change his color. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In the case that Sanin had no intention of becoming Naruto, if White Fang did not choose to commit suicide, he would actually have a good chance of squeezing out the position of the Watergate to become the fourth generation of Naruto. Clang! Neither Kakashi nor Swift chose to conduct a long-distance temptation, one holding a short knife and the other holding a kunai, while speeding up from a distance, chose to collide with physical strength. Because of her age and her innate weakness as a girl, Swift's right hand was held upside down and Kuwu was directly knocked out of her. However, Swift, who had anticipated this a long time ago, had inserted his right thumb into the iron ring at the end of the handle in advance, and at the moment of the impact, he dodged the short knife that had been slicing it sideways, and kunai circled his fingers and then restarted, hold it. While avoiding sideways, Swift's left hand swung a soft fist that had been stored for a long time, and slightly lowered to hit Kakashi's side waist. With a bang, Kakashi, who was directly hit, turned into a stake, and at the same time, the real body appeared behind Swift, and the right hand holding the knife smashed towards her back. Swift also looked like he had expected it long ago. When he hit Kakashi's fake body, he didn't stop there. The sole of his foot twisted slightly and the whole person turned 180 degrees. After this rotation bonus, her left hand became even more violent, and she quickly hit Kakashi's lower abdomen, and the kunai on her right hand was also firmly held by him, and she struggled to block the short knife. This time, when he was about to hit the target, Kakashi was also ready, and his left hand held the wrist that Swift had hit first. Taking advantage of this, the whole person stood up, holding Swift's little hand in his left hand and continuing to swing forward, and the short knife in his right hand also stuck to kunai, making it temporarily unable to move. When turning over, Kakashi's right leg was also prepared in advance, rotating and accumulating nearly 270 degrees of force. There was a sonic boom, and he kicked Swift towards Swift's head fiercely. I saw that Swift's left hand was forcibly controlled at this time, and Kumo, who was holding her right hand difficultly, was directly violently cut to the ground by a short knife because of Kakashi's strength, and the whole person was staggered. An effective defense could not be formed for a while, and Kakashi's leg whip was about to hit. Cut. This idiot Kakashi is so cruel to girls. The soil on the side already felt that Swift had no chance, and couldn't think of how to defend when the whole person was out of control. If you eat this leg whip head on, you will definitely lose combat power. Advertisement. Swift felt that her bangs had been blown to both sides, and there was a tingling sensation on her face. When Watergate saw this, he was ready to move forward to stop him, but was stopped by the day's rag next to him. Bagua Palm returned to heaven. I saw Swift look ruthless suddenly, released a large number of chakras from the acupuncture points all over his body, and his body spun around, avoiding Kakashi's attack dangerously, and threw him out. I didn't expect to learn this trick at such a young age. You deserve to be the genius of your Hyuga family. Watergate didn't expect Swift to be able to use it when he was only 6 years old. Just now, even he felt that Kakashi should have won. Actually, this is only a semi-finished product. Swift still has too little control over chakra. A lot of unnecessary consumption needs to be wasted. Therefore, one battle is almost to the limit. Nisaka smiled and shook his head, his expression full of pride that could not be concealed. In the field, Swift was in the middle of a small pit, breathing heavily, and her chest was constantly rising and falling. If it was not necessary, she was not willing to use this trick now. Not only is it expensive, but the body is also damaged due to imperfect control. Now the muscles of the whole body are trembling slightly, and he can't control his body shape for a while. Kakashi, who was thrown out, was also on guard. He didn't expect that the other party would use this kind of trick. His left hand was sprained without notice. It is expected that it should be temporarily useless in this battle. The two froze here for a while, and Kakashi was too cautious. Just now, because he held the other's wrist in advance, he was just thrown out, and it would be a bit overwhelming if he touched him directly. Swift originally stayed in place because his body was unable to move for a while. It can be seen that the other party has not attacked, and he is happy to choose to rest in place, taking advantage of the fact that he can only recover too much physical strength. Papa. Well, you two will stop here for now. Seeing that they hadn't attacked, Watergate patted his palm to draw their attention and let them stop here. If you continue to fight, Kakashi should win. Now he is only more cautious, even if he really can't think of a way to crack the sky. The frontal attack can defeat the somewhat exhausted Swift. 2PS Chapter 31 Dado vs White Knight. It's a bit miserable to lose. Bai Ye rubbed the frustrated Swift. Although the two did not officially decide the winner or lose, but a meeting has almost settled the ending, which proves that the difference in strength is still quite large. Okay. Swift also clearly recognized her own shortcomings, and did not refute Bai Ye's words like usual, feeling very uncomfortable in her heart. As for the fact that I would lose to Kakashi, I was prepared before the battle, but I didn't expect to lose so badly. I felt that all my thoughts were seen through by the opponent in an instant, and I could plan the battle in an instant plan. Actually, when you turned and attacked Kakashi's lower abdomen just now, you can jump back at the same time and choose to use your empty palm for a long-range attack. Although the attack with Kakashi's reaction speed should fail, you won't become so passive. Since he was watching from the sidelines, Bai Ye could still see the situation on the court very clearly and began to point out where Swift did not do well just now. Also, the trick you used just now is called Huishin. If you choose not to attack me with ordinary soft fist head on, but when I come behind you, you choose to use Huishin because I don't understand you. Relationship, you should be severely injured. Kakashi also came over and interjected at this time. Just now, after seeing the power of this trick, he was very jealous, and he was not sure to retreat without knowing it. Swift wrote down what they said one by one, knowing that he still had many flaws in his judgment of the situation, and was trying hard to absorb the experience of others. In this way, in the future, if you encounter an enemy with higher skill than you, even if you may not be able to fight, you should try to hold the opponent as much as possible to reduce the pressure on the friend. White Knight. Let's fight, too. When the three of them analyzed the battle just now, Dai Tu suddenly jumped out with a confident smile on his face, thinking that Bai Ye could be solved easily. When she saw Yu stretch out her hands to cover her small mouth, her body couldn't stop the trembling laughter. Bai Ye knew that she must have told Tai Tu that she was also a crane tail before. Now the self-confidence of the soil is overflowing. I didn't expect that Yu will have such a dark belly. I was thinking about whether to start with a lighter. If I hit the soil to lose my dream, what should I do? You, a disciple of the Uchiha clan, feel as frizzy as Swift, and it's also causing you a headache. Advertisement Nisara saw the performance of taking soil, and some smiles appeared on his face. Although it has escaped a bit, it can be regarded as a pistachio-like existence. Because of his relationship, Kakashi is in a much better state now than it was a year ago. Watergate couldn't help but sigh, although Kakashi was fancy that as long as he got together with the soil, he would fight. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. However, Kakashi completely ignored the existence of his teammates a year ago, and only completed the task in his mind. Otherwise, there would be no situation where no one wants to team up with him. Hey, what's the matter if you put your saber on the ground? Do you look down on me? The dirt on this face was suddenly overwhelmed by Bai Ye's actions, and felt that he was underestimated by the tail of the crane who was younger. This kind of behavior of letting the other party use a weapon should be done by himself. However, I did not expect that if Bai Ye was really a crane tail, how could the application for early graduation be allowed? I used this knife for decoration, and it felt too heavy when I was fighting. When Bai Ye told a lie, he didn't change his face, and he said it as if it were true. If he hadn't been wearing a pile of weights on his body, he would have almost lied to him. Brought the soil and deliberately came over and weighed the Zanpaku knife inserted on the ground, feeling that it was indeed a little heavy to insert it at the waist, and he could barely accept Bai Ye's statement. But when I saw Swift and Yu always suffocating there, I always felt that something was wrong. This idiot. Kakashi couldn't stand it anymore, and pulled down his forehead to block his eyes. It would be a shame to have such a teammate. Bring soil and work hard. Lin looked at the stupid dirt, with a smile on her face, and waved her hand to cheer for him. When Tai Tu saw Lin's smiling face, his fighting spirit instantly broke through the sky, a raging fire was lit in his eyes, and he yelled to attack Bai Ye. You, how many tricks do you think Bai Ye can solve with dirt? Advertisement Swift was curious about the strength of Kakashi's teammates, and whispered about Yu, who has a good relationship with the soil. Puff, it should be enough to get serious. Yu is very clear about Daidu's strength, and it feels particularly fun to urge him to challenge Bai Ye. Lin, who heard their conversation on the side, couldn't help but worry about bringing the soil. Although she felt that the hope of winning was not great at the beginning, she did not expect that the gap between the two would be so big, and she was afraid that the soil would not be able to withstand such a big blow. Seeing the rushing soil, Bai Ye chose to stand still, ready to experiment with something. Of course, I did not rush up to play close combat so stupidly. I took out 3 shurikens in the ninja bag with his left hand and threw it towards Bai Ye. I saw the 3 shurikens in a line. I wanted to block Bai Ye's thoughts of avoiding both sides. However, in the eyes of Bai Ye, the technique of throwing shuriken with soil is also slow. If you want to hide, you can do it easily, but Bai Ye didn't choose to dodge, just waiting for the sword in his hand to fly towards him. Dai Tu felt a little strange about this. He originally thought that the other party should be able to hide, but no matter which direction the other party hides, it will cause a moment of stiffness, and he can't adjust his actions again. He had already made seals in advance during the run, and was ready to use his long-hardened fireball technique at the moment when the opponent moved, but he didn't expect that the opponent would just stand still. Seeing that the shuriken in the middle was about to hit the target, he didn't hesitate any longer, and directly chose to spray a big fireball toward the White Knight. When Bai Ye was about to be hit by the shuriken, an afterimage flashed across his chest. I don't know when he had inserted the index finger of his right hand into the center of the shuriken. The shuriken was still on him at this time, rotate in the hand. The 8th of Bound Dao. Rebuke. As the voice fell, Bai Ye's right hand was randomly placed on his chest, and a small shield was created, which barely covered Bai Ye's figure, and at the same time, a large ball of fire successfully enveloped Bai Ye's figure. Because the soil found that a light curtain suddenly flashed in front of Bai Ye, guessing that the other party had a way to resist his own ninjutsu, it increased chakra's output and kept spraying more flames from his mouth. In front of Bai Ye's body, when the fireball hit the shield, cracks were already produced. Then the cracks became more and more under the burning of the flame, until it was completely broken, and the flame instantly swallowed Bai Ye's figure. Chapter 32 Future. Is Bai Ye okay? Will it be too big? Yu saw that Bai Ye's figure was completely swallowed by the flames. Her little face was full of worries. This idiot just taught me that his performance turned out to be worse. Although Swift said something bad, his expression also showed concern. Kakashi is a bit speechless. Kai's temperament shouldn't be so exaggerated. What is the operation of ninjutsu while standing in place? The distance in the distance did understand Bai Ye's thoughts, and at the same time he was very curious about it. What would happen to Bai Ye who insisted on this trick? Due to the interference of the chakra, which was used to form the fireball, it was difficult to see the specific situation even with his eyes open. Originally, Watergate wanted to go up and rescue Bai Ye again this time, but it was obvious that the slack was still completely unmoved and had to choose to give up. At the same time, he wanted to know what means Bai Ye used to resist this attack. After consuming a large amount of chakra to release the Hao fireball, he brought the soil and gasped in place. I don't know if the sweat on his forehead was consumed too much, or because of the flame he released. Seeing the surface of the ground in front of him was slightly sunken, the soil suddenly felt whether he was a bit too hot, and he was afraid that Bai Ye would be seriously injured, so he couldn't help but worry about it. After losing the support of the chakra with the soil, the flames finally dissipated slowly, and the closer to the center, the more severe the damage to the ground surface. I saw the figure of Bai Ye completely exposed in the center, his arms crossed in front of his head, and his clothes were burned torn, especially his arms. It seemed that he was seriously affected burn. The surrounding 2 meters of the ground was also damaged, leaving only the position where Bai Ye stood on his feet barely retained. After the flames dissipated, Bai Ye took a deep breath, and it took nearly 10 seconds to spit it out completely, and his complexion was slightly better. The most uncomfortable thing after being shrouded in flames is not that the body cannot withstand the high temperature, but because the surrounding oxygen has been burned, and because a large amount of chakras have to be mobilized for defense, it is impossible to stay inside. Boom. Advertisement. Because the arm was exposed to too much heat, the weight-bearing handguard was almost burned, and finally it could not bear the weight of the metal inside, it was completely torn apart, one by one fell to the ground, and bursts dust. The soil on the opposite side couldn't help but feel weak. Although Bai Ye looked seriously injured, he knew that his breathing was much smoother than his own, and he knew that it was actually just some skin trauma. Especially now that I still find that the other party is still fighting with such a heavy thing, I really don't have much confidence in myself. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The opponent chooses to stand in place, letting himself be unmoved at random, and if he waits for the opponent to make a move, he will not be able to squeeze himself to death with a single finger. In fact, the most frustrating thing was that through these 2 battles, the brain made up the gap between himself and Kakashi. Kakashi was able to hang swifts easily in front, and then Bai Ye was the tail of their crane this year, and he was hit by the tail of this crane again. This is not a dimensional existence. Okay, bring the soil, you have practiced this trick perfectly, but Bai Ye is a genius that 3 generations of adults are very promising, not really a crane tail as they say. Seeing that Dai too looked decadent, Watergate came over and rubbed his head to comfort him. Yes, take the soil, you see, Bai Ye can become so strong with her own efforts, even if she used to be the tail of a crane, she can become very powerful. Lin also came to comfort the soil, but in fact, she felt that the soil had become much better than herself. In Bai Ye's words, he didn't deliberately use the past to comfort him. After the opponents blackened, the boss-level existence should not be as fragile as imagined. When Bai Ye watched Hokage at the time, he was quite fond of the character of bringing soil, but whether he should rush to rescue him during the 3 wars, he still hadn't thought about it. First of all, because I don't know if too much interference will cause Naruto and Sasuke to fail to grow up, it will be very uncomfortable if both protagonists suddenly become salted. Let alone the final boss, Datonmu Huye. Madara doesn't know if he has the ability to handle it in the future. And if Madara insists on choosing Daidu to inherit him, he is not sure that he can save Daidu, at most helping him once when he blows up God Wubi Bridge. After that, Madara uses other methods to pull the black soil, and he can't do it. You can't guard the soil 24 hours a day. Yin death. At this time, Bai Ye was enjoying Yu's dressing up on him. In fact, he wanted to say no, but in the end he succumbed to her big watery eyes. The burned parts of Bai Ye's body were full of white gas. After calculating the current recovery rate, he judged that it would not take long for him to fully recover. Advertisement. This is also his original purpose. He wants to see how strong the 8-bound Dao rebuke is, and how strong his own speeding regeneration recovery ability is. When I scolded, I felt that the intensity decreased a bit because I was scattered all over the body, and it was only suitable for gathering together for a small-scale defense technique. Regarding speeding regeneration, Bai Ye didn't know if he had strengthened his physique. Anyway, the damage suffered by eating a giant fireball head-on was much smaller than initially expected. I am already satisfied with the speed of recovery. If it is just some minor trauma, it is estimated that it will not take long to recover, and it will not consume additional physical strength. In this way, when fighting with the enemy, you can selectively exchange injuries for injuries, and your future tactical thinking can be much more. White Knight, besides Kakashi, you are another opponent I agree with and need to surpass. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the soil to return to its usual state, dividing Bai Ye into another opponent that needed to be defeated before defeating Kakashi. Should I be compensated for a piece of clothing before that? Hearing Bai Ye's ridicule at him, Zuo Di immediately turned into a bitter face. He opened his small wallet and settled, and found that the money he earned from doing tasks in the past half-month was lost. At present, Bai Ye does not want to think too much about the future. Now I don't mind making friends with Teidu first. Maybe a few years later, the Zanpaku knife in his hand will become a very abnormal existence with himself. Then all the problems will be solved. It's not a problem anymore. The crowd just got together and chatted for a while about Bai Ye's abnormal physique. Then they all focused on Yu and Lin, who were holding each other's hands. Now they have not touched each other. The two also subconsciously glanced at each other. I won't fight with you, what I'm better at is medical ninjutsu. Lin has heard that Yu is the number 1 in their class, and she is probably as good as Kakashi. She was originally positioned to assist the ninja. If she fought with each other, she would definitely lose. I don't think there is anything to fight. There was no need to fight when you saw it. She was originally a gentle and kind person like Lin. If it weren't for being born in the Uchiha clan, she would not necessarily choose to become a ninja. Chapter 33 Thief. It doesn't really matter whether we fight or not. We will train together in the next few days, and we just need to get acquainted with each other gradually. Nisara came behind Lin and Yu and stretched out his hands and rubbed their heads. Obviously, he didn't care much about it. After all, it was because Swift wanted to play against Kakashi. Kakashi heard that. Let's go next to talk about the usage of the knife. Bai Ye smiled and hooked up the reluctant Kakashi with his hands, and found a place to discuss some problems with swordsmanship. Yu was going to give guidance on some questions about writing wheel eyes. She opened her eyes because of the stimulus of her father's death in battle. Considering from this direction, see if there is any way to stimulate her eyes. Swift asked Keelin enthusiastically. Hearing that the other party knew medical ninjutsu, she wanted to see if she could learn a little bit. Now she was behind Bai Ye and Yu. I wanted to find some other things to make up for my lack of strength. Relying on my white eyes and exquisite control of chakra, I wanted to try this route. After all, Tsunade-sama can become a great ninja by relying on medical ninjutsu. Swift is also full of confidence in herself. She doesn't think she is worse than others, but feels that she has not found a suitable path yet. Is there someone in the family? Is Kei or his father back? The moonlight shines on Bai Ye's resolute side face. In an afternoon, Bai Ye has gained a lot from Kakashi. Everyone just returned to their home to rest after the dinner and agreed to see you tomorrow. Kai and Dai had been out of the village for several days because of the mission. Suddenly, when they saw the lights at home were on, Bai Ye guessed that one of them had completed the mission and returned. Squeak, wow. As soon as Bai Ye pushed open the door, many shurikens were shot in front of him, and he was shocked. I never thought that ninjas would sneak in this small broken house. From the outside, it was obvious that even thieves would not want to patronize poor people's home. Although he was attacked by someone, Bai Ye quickly reached out his hand and pulled out the Zanpaku knife from his waist, and quickly swung 6 or 7 knives toward the front to bounce most of the shurikens. However, because of the whole afternoon of training, even if he is not wearing a load on his hands, his reaction has become a little slower, and he was hit by a missing shuriken on his left waist, and a lot of blood was immediately spilled. Advertisement: if Bai Ye had also taken the weight tied to his leg to repair it, now facing this kind of attack, even if he didn't use the Zanpaku sword to block it, he would be able to avoid it, but it's just an if. Although Bai Ye had a sword in his hand, Bai Ye didn't even frown. Compared with the usual squeezing training, this kind of small injury didn't feel good at all. During the time when the opponent was throwing the second wave of shurikens, Bai Ye swiped the Zanpaku at his feet twice, and suddenly heard the sound of a heavy object landing, and his body was lightened. After being unbound, Bai Ye jumped to the right side slightly to achieve the effect of blocking the enemy's sight. He quickly stretched out his hand and pulled out the shuriken at his waist, and at the same time, a stream of blood was also gushing out along his movements. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. However, Bai Ye did not deliberately deal with it. He could clearly feel that the wound was healing quickly, and the bleeding could be stopped automatically in at most 1 minute, and it was estimated that he would recover in 5 minutes. At the same time, he moved his body quickly and irregularly around the house to prevent the opponent from suddenly using large-scale ninjutsu on him. Just resist the tyrannical fireballs in this period. If you are so arrogant and arrogantly resist the ninjutsu of unknown enemies, you won't even know how to die. Although it has been moving at high speed, Bai Ye still stared at the whole room to prevent the people inside from rushing out and fleeing. In the White Night, when the spirit was in a state of high tension, there was no thought for a while. What exactly did the other party want to steal when he came to his own home? Insect. Perceiving a bug suddenly appeared on his hand, Bai Ye's face showed some joy. Suddenly knew that Z should have come to him. The other party saw that his current state was not right, so he didn't show up easily, but instead relied on sending bad bugs to notify him. Z often came to see Bai Ye during this time, usually talking with Bai Ye about some interesting things that happened today, and occasionally discussing with each other. It seems that he was just about to come and play today. Boom. Before Bai Ye was happy for a few seconds, the house suddenly exploded. Without knowing what fire the other party used to escape, the whole house started to burn. When he saw many insects escaping from the house, Bai Ye almost wanted to cry without tears, and he was fine to stimulate the other party to do something. Now that it's done, he just wiped out his home. Ahem, this is just an accident. Now that he had exposed his existence, Z did not continue to hide in the dark, and he came to Bai Ye with a little embarrassment. Didn't he just suck the chakra with the worm? The other party's reaction was too strong. Advertisement: I'll sell accounts with you later. Originally, Bai Ye wanted to say something, but after seeing the enemy escape from the other side of the fire, he hurriedly pursued it. At the beginning, Bai Ye was still a little afraid of the opponent's strength, did not dare to get too close to the opponent, and now the noise is so loud. As long as he tries his best to hold the opponent, the support from the village will arrive sooner or later. Z also sent a large number of bugs to interfere with the other party, but watching the other party keep spitting fire at his own bugs, he began to bleed distress-edly, feeling that he shouldn't be here tonight. Shoot him, sharp gun. Due to Z's constant interference, the opponent's escape speed suddenly dropped a lot. Bai Ye roughly judged the distance between the two sides and calculated that the gunshot would consume about a quarter of the chakra in the body, and he directly slammed up. The man was not an ordinary person. He dodged at the moment when Bai Ye used a sharp spear, and successfully avoided the fatal injury. The blade hit his right hand and brought out a little blood. You two brats are so deceiving. This immediately annoyed the other party. I was upset by these bugs, but now I was injured by 2 little ghosts, so I stopped running away and prepared to kill these 2 annoying guys first. Ahem, this eldest brother, please keep running, can't we stop chasing? When Ji saw that Bai Ye's clothes were all in tatters and still stained with fresh blood, he thought that the other party did it. It feels ugly that the two of them will definitely die in front of him, but I still want to hang in the distance and rely on bug tracking to be more reliable. If you use bugs, you can judge yourself. I can let that kid go. The other party was obviously not interested in Bai Ye who injured him, but he just felt that if he didn't kill the person who would drive the bugs, he might not be able to escape from the village of Konoha before the chasing soldiers came, and chose to stay and fight. Zi felt very uncomfortable. He was just passing by, so why bother to stare at him? Bai Ye really hopes that Ji will continue to talk nonsense with the other party, and if he delays for a while, he may be able to arrive. Chapter 34 Bloody Flicker. Seeing that the other party suddenly started to Ji in, Bai Ye said inwardly that he was not good, and quickly rushed to Zi, wanting to take him away from the place. Wind escape suppression. I saw the opponent spit out a high-pressure typhoon from a distance, which was about 10 meters in diameter when viewed from a distance, and was rushing in the direction of avoiding the White Knight. All the trees on its path were shattered by wind pressure in an instant, and the ground passing by was also plowed into a deep hole of about 2 meters, leaving nothing intact wherever it passed. Seeing that the destructive power of ninjutsu released by the other party was so strong, Bai Ye's pupils shrank, and he could judge from it that he was absolutely capable of forbearance. His two idiots dared to catch up and interfere. Bai Ye watched the high-pressure typhoon getting closer and closer to him, but because he was still holding the burden of Z in his hand, he had already used the energy of milking, and still could not run out of the attack range. Seeing that the high-pressure typhoon ball was about to hit him, and he was only one step away from the attack range, but even at a distance of less than half a meter, it was like a moat that could never be crossed. At this last juncture, Bai Ye's heart was ruthless, and his left hand pushed forward desperately, barely sending Ji out of the attack range, and he was a gamble with his abnormal physique. Because Bai Ye turned around and pushed someone forcibly, his figure stagnated, and the high-pressure wind ball swept through the right half of Bai Ye's body so fiercely. At this moment, half of his body seemed to be overwhelmed, and a series of small wounds appeared. Although the power seemed to be weak at first, the wounds appeared continuously, as if they wanted to take away all the flesh and blood on his body. Fortunately, before Bai Ye was hit, he deliberately shifted his head to the left, otherwise the brain would be hit so hard that he might not die on the spot. I saw Bai Ye's appearance at this time as extremely miserable. The right half of the body can no longer see a complete skin. Only some pieces of meat that do not know how many times have been cut, still sticking to the bones. The blood that should have spewed out with the wound also flew away with the wind ball, and the ground looked a little tidy instead. Bai Ye, who was already in a state of confusion, still firmly held the Zanpai knife with his right hand, and did not let it disappear into the typhoon ball together. The original smooth and neat blade of this Zanpaku has now become dilapidated, and it seems that it can be easily broken into 2 parts with a little effort. Hateful. Advertisement Z looked at Bai Ye because he was so badly injured, and he stared at the enemy with blood-red eyes, wishing to smash his body into pieces immediately. However, he was not completely dazzled by anger. Instead, he stayed in place and relied on chakra to catalyze the breeding of parasites. At the same time, he also summoned many wild insects from the surrounding woods to block him and Bai Ye. Because Z saw that the opponent started to seal again, he did not move as fast as Bai Ye, and he would definitely not be able to run out of the opponent's attack range, so he could only choose to rely on insects to block the front. And now Z didn't dare to move Bai Ye's body at will, for fear that his improper operation would cause Bai Ye to accelerate his death. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It didn't take long for Z to feel the air gradually heat up, realizing that the other party had chosen Huo Dun to restrain the insects. Although I feel distressed about the large number of insects' deaths, the only thing I can do now is to delay the support. Z focused on mobilizing the insects, but did not notice the White Knight, and his body began to produce some unknown changes. In the wound on the right half of Bai Ye, a lot of unknown white matter emerged, slowly enveloping his whole body, and when it derives from his face, a pure white mask was formed. There were 2 bloody tears on the mask, and Bai Ye's black hair gradually transformed into bloody as the mask formed, and began to continue to grow until it reached the waist and stopped completely. After the body completely stopped changing, Bai Ye finally opened his eyes again, and his original brown pupils had turned into blood at some point, and the whites of his eyes had also completely turned milky white, reaching the point where the bloodshot eyes were completely invisible. Bai Ye slowly lifted his milky white arm, and a blood ball appeared on the tip of his index finger, and it slowly widened. When they gathered to a certain degree, they shot out from the fingertips instantly, easily penetrated the protective barrier formed by the worms, and shot madly towards the outside. Wrong. The ninja, who kept spitting fire at the insect swarm outside, suddenly became flustered at the moment the ball of light shot out, feeling as if something bad was about to happen. Just cut off the connection between chakra and ninjutsu, and wanted to dodge to avoid unknown dangers, he saw a bloody light shoot out from the flames, and the target was his heart. The moment he saw this light, it had reached his chest successfully, leaving him no reaction time at all, reluctantly relying on instinct to hug his heart. The light rubbed the edge of the heart and penetrated through the chest. After penetrating a huge hole, it continued to rush towards the distance until it hit a small hill with no one, and stopped completely. After a delay of about 0.1 seconds, the blood-colored ball of light suddenly began to expand, rapidly spreading from the center of the hillside to the surroundings. Advertisement: a huge blood-colored light ball was formed, and the originally black sky was stained with blood, and it began to slowly dissipate after nearly 5 seconds. I saw that the small hill in the distance had disappeared, leaving only a huge deep hole in place to prove what had happened here. After the blood-colored light ball disappeared, The vibration caused by the explosion was transmitted from afar. Now, let's bring our perspective back to the moment when Bai Ye just emitted the bloody ball of light. Bai Ye, you are now awake. Z suddenly felt that the inside of the insect swarm was stained with blood, and he subconsciously looked towards Bai Ye. He was relieved to find that although the other party didn't know why the whole person had become white, he should be sober up from the state. However, Bai Ye didn't reply, especially after releasing the virtual flash. The whole person seemed to be relieved, and strayed down toward the ground in front of him. Shichi hurried over to support him. He found that Bai Ye had cracks all over his body, and before he could say anything, he felt the earth begin to vibrate. The white substance on Bai Ye's body also fell off the body completely with this vibration, revealing the delicate skin inside, and the original injuries disappeared, but his eyes were still closed tightly. Although Z didn't know what happened to Shiroya now, he could still feel that it should be changing in a good direction. As for why this change happened, he regarded it as a kind of blood inheritance that he didn't know. Why did the opponent stop attacking suddenly? Could it be that they ran away after causing the vibration just now? Z suddenly realized that his bugs didn't seem to die anymore, and made some guesses about what was happening outside. Because Qian tried his best to urge the bugs to protect themselves in Bai Ye, they didn't waste some bugs exploring around, and they didn't know the situation outside. Therefore, I didn't see the screen of Bai Ye killing the opponent in a single blow. I thought that the vibration just now was the ninjutsu used by the opponent, and I didn't dare to remove the insect swarm's defense at will. Chapter 35 Follow-up. What happened? The three generations who were sitting at their desks dealing with documents also sensed the explosions coming from a distance, which shows that the power of this virtual flash is huge. The whole village became commotion because of this. Unlike the previous explosion in the White Knight house, the movement was so loud this time that even many ordinary people in the village felt the tremor. Especially some of the ninjas who had sensed the explosion of the White Knight house before, their expressions became more tense, because the locations of the two explosions were not far apart. It has begun to suspect that there are extremely powerful people invading the village. If you don't hurry to control the other party, it may cause great losses to the village. Moreover, judging from the current destructive power of the opponent, it is estimated that the ninjas who came to support this group are more fierce than good, and many people may die as a result. At the place where the incident occurred, Z didn't know the situation in the village at all, and he was still guarding the ninja. After waiting for a long time, it was found that there was still no change, and Z made up his mind to release some of the bugs, and went around to check the specific situation, wanting to see if the other party had left. What? The other party is dead. After Z received the feedback from the bug, his whole person became unstable, and he didn't know what was going on. If the support from the village rushed over, and he had gathered such a large group of insects here, the other party should also come and inform him. Especially when I learned that the opponent was killed by a blow by someone else, I felt that the whole person's worldview was messed up, and they all began to wonder if the third generation happened to pass by, so they killed the opponent in seconds. However, it is good news that the other party is dead, and I don't have to continue to watch out for the other party here, put away the worms, and prepare to take Bai to the hospital for treatment. Z hadn't even thought about it, everything was actually caused by the flicker of Bai Ye. Tisk tusk, it's terrible to die. Z, who was holding Shiraya, walked over before leaving, and wanted to see the death of the other party with his own eyes. A hint of happiness flashed in his heart. I saw that man was wearing a black tights and a black mask deliberately wrapped himself tightly. This person remained standing after he died, his only exposed eyes were waiting for the front, his right hand was still holding the big hole in his chest and he wanted to plug it up. Z stretched out his hand to pull down his mask, and he could see the face hidden behind him. He was showing an unbelievable look. Obviously, it was because the death was too sudden, and something happened that he hadn't expected at all. Advertisement. Swish swish. When Z was about to search the other party's body and wanted to see what treasure the other party had stolen from the White Knight's house, 4 masked figures appeared around him, surrounding them. The oily girl. One of them was obviously aware of the bugs in Z, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that the situation was much better than he had imagined. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Yes, this person was killed by you. Z was not nervous when he saw the sudden appearance of Anbu. Since the other party has recognized his identity, it means that the possibility of the enemy pretending is not high. Instead, he is interested in whether they can solve the ninja. Didn't you do it? We just got here. The other party glanced at Bai Ye, who was held in Z's arms. Although they felt that the two children should not be so powerful, they couldn't think of any other reasons. After all, they had already probed around and no other people existed. We were just beaten by him, how could we be able to kill him? Ji Yi glanced silently at the landform destroyed by the opponent. If he had this ability at his age, he wouldn't be able to unify the ninja world in the future. Both sides froze here with big eyes and small eyes, and the atmosphere suddenly became embarrassing. Swish swish. Ninjas began to appear on the scene continuously, all of them were people who heard the movement and quickly put down their things and rushed over, and they were all ready to confront the enemy. As a result, they all froze after arriving at the scene. For a while, they didn't know what was going on, and found that all the people around him were their own people. 3 generations of adults. Everyone saw that even 3 generations had arrived at the scene, and they became more and more sure that something extraordinary must have happened. Juchi, do you know what happened? 3 generations glanced at Bai Ye held by Z, and he was still standing in the center, guessing that the movement just now had something to do with them. After everyone discovered that the third generation was also asking others, they couldn't help feeling very speechless, so no one knew what happened. The tionking in the distance might not become Konoha's 10 unsolved mysteries. As Bai Ye okay. After a while, Nikkei also arrived at the scene. Compared with other things, he was obviously more concerned about the situation of White Knight. Advertisement. Oops, I have forgotten about it. I have to send Bai Ye to the hospital as soon as possible. After being mentioned by Nikkei, Z remembered that Bai Ye, who had been seriously injured just now, was still being held by himself, and he was ready to rush to the hospital with his leg raised. Hey, don't run. I'm the director of the hospital, let me take a look. A panting old man quickly walked behind Z and stretched his hand to his shoulders. It seemed that he had just rushed over from the hospital, and his body seemed a little overwhelming. Let it go and let him see, he is indeed the dean. Nisera saw Z hesitatingly, and knew that he hadn't seen the dean's face, and that he had met with him a few times because of Shirei's relationship. After listening, Z didn't hesitate anymore, and directly handed White Knight to the other party, standing aside nervously. I'm in very good physical condition. I haven't woken up because chakra is overdrawn. Just rest for a while. After working on Bai Ye's naked body for a while, the dean exhaled deeply and became more and more interested in his body. Earlier, Ting Zi said that the right half of Bai Ye's body was almost completely ruined, and he was able to completely recover in such a short period of time, without leaving any sequelae, but chakra was a bit too exhausted. The dean obviously misunderstood something. Chakra's overdraft was only due to the forcible use of virtual flash by Bai Ye. Repairing the body does not need to consume extra energy. Generally, as long as it is not killed on the spot, it can slowly recover. Hearing this, the day slack also relieved his heart. Although he didn't seem to have a big problem by turning his eyes, but after all, he still didn't understand medical skills, and couldn't see if it had any deep-seated influence. Be quiet, go back if there is nothing wrong, I will send someone to deal with the specific situation. The three generations looked at the mess around like a vegetable market, the brains hurt by these people's noise, and they were all talking nonsense that had no constructive meaning. It's better to let them all go back quickly. Now that the three generations have already spoken, everyone had to go home first. Only some masked guys were left on the scene, probably some high-level Anbu. Shichi was also deliberately stayed by the three generations, and Shiroya was brought back to Hyuga's house by Nikkei because he was in a coma. I know the details, you should go back first. After asking the details, the three generations did not let Z stay here. Three generations reached out and touched his beard. He didn't know what he was thinking. He could still see in his left hand the scroll found from the intruder. Chapter 36 Women's Clothing. Uncle Niche, what happened outside? After Swift felt the movement in front of her, she originally wanted to go to see the situation together, but was forced to stay by the day's slack. Now she ran out immediately after hearing the movement at the door. Yeah, after watching Nisera's return with Bai Ye, who was naked, she blushed rarely, and quickly stretched out her hand to block her eyes. If the blue veins in the corners of her eyes did not burst out, she really looked like an ordinary little girl. Hakuya's house was blown up by an unknown ninja. Now he has passed out because of his lack of strength, so let him live with us before performing the mission. Nisera stretched out her finger and bounced towards Swift's forehead, interrupting her release of the white eyes, and briefly explained what had happened. Then is there any injury to him? After Swift was interrupted to voyeuristically, she changed directly to Minkin, sweeping around Bai Ye nervously, not knowing if she was really looking for wounds there. I can't even watch it. The unbearable day difference, this time directly reached out and held Swift's entire head, completely blocked her sight, causing her to struggle there. When will you be more serious? Nisera feels a headache for Swift's appearance. He has performed very well in all other aspects. As far as the temperament is really only a child, I don't know if he will mature a little when he grows up. Am I here again? When Bai Ye lost consciousness, he once again entered the inner world. And this time, unlike when I first came in, the surroundings were in a state of nothingness. Instead, I jumped directly to the second stage, and the surroundings were all white. Entering here twice in a short period of time, Bai Ye also probably detected some patterns, which should be drawn here every time after he was unconscious. Sure enough, Bai Ye inserted the Zanpaku knife in his hand into the ground, and as expected, it slowly transformed into a human form like last time, and this time it felt that the other party seemed to be a little more solid with jaw. Tell a story. Advertisement. After the other party told Bai Ye that her name was Ling Yu last time, this time she wrote these words on the ground. She wanted to come because she had been in this space, so she really felt lonely and wanted someone to accompany her. This time, Bai Ye didn't wander around like last time, but chose to satisfy the other party's wishes. Anyway, he had to wait for the body outside to wake up before leaving here. As for other methods, I don't know yet. Sitting before and after each other's face, Bai Ye could feel a sense of intimacy more and more. The two of them just told each other and the other listened, forgetting the passage of time. Let's see you next time. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Bai Ye suddenly felt that her body was gradually becoming illusory, knowing that it was time to leave here again, waved in the other's unwilling eyes, and completely dissipated. Wake up, is this time I slept in Ji's family. After waking up in the White Night, I found that I was sleeping in a big house, surrounded by many high-class items. Although the environment looked very high-end, Bai Ye couldn't help but shudder, thinking that if he were in the mansion of the oil girl, the surrounding porcelain vases might be full of various insects. This picture feels terrifying just thinking about it, and I can actually lie down here at ease for a whole night. Bai Ye grabbed the goosebumps on her body, quickly got up and walked outside, wanting to confirm where she was staying. At present, focusing on the white knight in other places, I did not notice that I was wearing a light blue pajamas, which looked very cute and exuded bursts of fragrance. The G family has such a big one, because I feel that there should be bugs everywhere in his house. I have never been here. After White Knight walked for a long time, they all walked to the point where they lost their way, and couldn't help feeling sighed. He didn't realize that this guy who had been pestering him was such a tyrant. Speaking of such a big home, there are no servants or the like. Why can't I see a single figure after walking around for a long time? Although the environment in the yard looks beautiful, I have been walking around here all the time, seeing similar pictures, and I have already begun to be aesthetically tired. Puff, where did you go, Bai Ye? I have been looking for you for a long time. After a long time, Bai Ye finally heard the voices, almost shedding tears of moving, and vowed to save money to buy a bigger house in the future. Swift, why are you here? And why do you keep laughing? After discovering that the person was Swift, Bai Ye felt a little strange, but he only thought that Z had notified his teammates. It was obvious that the opponent had been holding back a smile, which was beyond my comprehension. This is my home, where can I be if I'm not here? Advertisement. Swift was afraid that Bai Ye would discover that something was wrong, so she quickly restrained her smile. Bai Ye was a little dazed by this situation. Even if Z was dragged to support him last night, according to the other party's temperament, he shouldn't be sent to Hyuga's house. Obviously, Bai Ye didn't know that after she passed out last night, she was controlled by someone else's body and gave a flicker, which aroused the whole village. Don't stand stupid, it will be past the agreed time yesterday. I have already prepared breakfast for you. Swift took Bai Ye's arm and hurried outside, and patted the small bag on her waist, indicating that she was ready for everything, as long as she followed her well. Seeing that Bai Ye couldn't help her, she had to walk out of the house with her like this, and didn't notice a trace of sly flashing through her eyes. As for the Nikkei teacher, shouldn't you guys live together? Bai Ye always felt that something was wrong, especially the eyes of the two passers who stared at him, which made him feel straight in his heart, so he quickly diverted his attention. Don't worry about him, I don't know what the 3 generations of adults are calling for, let's go quickly. Swift once again increased his speed, and Bai Ye had no choice but to speed up his speed to follow. Yeah, you guys are finally here, Puff. I was doing physical training in the 3rd exercise field. When I saw the Swift who came over, he said hello, but when I saw the White Knight following her, he couldn't help but smile directly. After the remaining 3 people were attracted by the sound of soil, they all discovered Bai Ye's costume, and suddenly even the cold Kakashi couldn't help laughing. Quote question mark quote opening parenthesis. White Knight, what's so funny? We have to support other people's hobbies, your behavior is very excessive. Swift immediately blamed the 4 people on the opposite side. It would have been more convincing if it weren't for her smile. Swift. Suddenly, Swift noticed that her shoulders were being held firmly by Bai Ye, and then after hearing the other's emotionless words, some cold sweat slowly appeared on her forehead, feeling that the plain words were full of pressure. Ha ha ha. When the 4 people on the opposite side saw this, they finally couldn't restrain themselves and began to laugh out loud, not knowing why they felt particularly comfortable. Chapter 37 Baman Dunjia. We don't have any clothes you can wear in our house, and the Uncle Nikkei agreed. You can't blame me alone. Seeing that Bai Ye had discovered that she was wearing her own clothes, Swift quickly set aside the relationship, and by the way brought Nika into the range of her accomplices. At this time, Bai Ye just wanted to fight the bear boy out of breath, feeling that his image was completely ruined. From now on, everyone in the village may not know that he once had a quirk of wearing women's clothing. Don't blame her Bai Ye, don't you see that what she said makes sense, Puff. Tai Tu also stood up to help Swift speak, still thinking of a way to make Bai Ye wear this kind of clothes for the past few days. Are you trying to single out with me? Bai Ye watched with the soil on the side and laughed secretly to oneself, forget it, and now dare to come over to provoke him. It seems that he must be too kind yesterday, so he was included in the target of revenge. The remaining 3 did not step forward to dissuade them, and watched Bai Ye and their scuffle together, and finally ended in Bai Ye's victory. Okay, stop making trouble, Bai Ye, first tell me what happened last night. Yukon Bai Ye wanted to continue to do it again, so they rushed over to persuade them to fight, using what happened last night as an excuse to change the subject. At this time, the soil has been beaten into a pig's head because of the special care of Bai Ye, and he has just fisted and greeted him on his face. Because Swift is a girl, Bai Ye didn't act too ruthlessly, but she also had a pair of panda eyes. Bai Ye relied on his own speed, at least he didn't get an attack on his face, and he looked quite normal. As for how many blows he had suffered, he knew in his heart. After hearing what you said, all 3 chose to stop. Everyone was very curious about what happened yesterday. Even if it was White Knight, they actually didn't know what happened. No, you don't know what the other party steals from your house. Kakashi looked surprised after hearing Shiraya's story. Such a powerful ninja lurked in specifically, indicating that there must be something special in Shiraya's house. I really don't know what else can be hidden in that little ruined house, and I don't know what happened after the coma. I also want to ask if you know anything about it. Advertisement. Seeing Kakashi's question, Bai Ye could only helplessly spread his hands. If there was any abnormal thing hidden in the house, he would have found a way to find it, and it was his turn to get the other party to steal it. You don't need to discuss what happened yesterday, but think about how to do the next task. Nipples and Watergate finally came back from 3 generations. Seeing that the disciples were all lying together without training, they stopped them with a voice. Obviously they were a little taboo about what happened last night. Yes, remember to collect it, and then return it to your father. Read more at hotmtl novel.zi. Nisari threw a scroll toward Shiroya, which was stolen by the ninja last night, and the 3 generations called him in the morning might have something to do with this scroll. Bai Ye opened the scroll and glanced curiously, and suddenly understood why the man had sneaked into his home last night. Seeing that Bai Ye was peeking there, he didn't take too much care. It should have reached a consensus with the 3 generations and allowed him to read the above content before specifically letting him forward it. What is recorded on the scroll is the practice method of 8-door Dunjia, and it is also the only forbidden technique that Dai has mastered. Since Dai said in the prerequisite 3 years ago that he wanted to teach Kai and Bai Ye, he never said it again, and Bai Ye almost forgot about it. If it were the Baman Dunjia method of cultivation, it was indeed worthwhile for another Shinin village to send a shinobu to steal it. Although Baman Dunjia is too difficult to practice and requires a lot of energy, the effect after training is indeed abnormal. Bai Ye also guessed about the purpose of Nikkei, who specifically asked him to transfer it to Dai, which meant that his current physical fitness had reached the point where he could cultivate it. In the past, due to the slow growth of her chakra and the inability to use ninjutsu normally, Bai Ye still regarded the 8-door Dunjia as her last hope, but she didn't know what height she could reach after learning it. But now, as Zanpaku Dao continues to bring surprises to himself, especially the speeding regeneration ability, combined with the 8-door Dunjia forbidden technique to destroy the body to reach the explosion destination, it is simply a perfect match. At that time, as long as the balance between the body's recovery speed and the destruction speed is maintained, the door can always be opened under normal conditions. As for chakra being too violent after opening the door, Bai Ye said that his broken body was originally unable to let go of the existence of ninjutsu. After opening the door, you can be violent as you love it. Anyway, the methods of the Reaper system and the Naruto system are different. Moreover, the super speed regeneration is also marked with a level, indicating that the recovery effect will become stronger and stronger in the future, if it can reach the point where it can remain immortal after opening the dead door. Shiraya will unceremoniously grab the position of Naruto and Sasuke. The world should be saved by yourself, and you should play ninja games on the side. Advertisement. When Bai Ye was still crazy YY, the friends had already gone to the side to start training, and felt a chill at the treacherous laughter that came from time to time in Bai Ye. Hey, how come Zanpaku Dao's experience has risen a lot? After Bai Ye reviewed the Baman Dunjia cultivation method, he put it in his arms and held the Zanpaku knife at his waist to prepare for training. After being in a coma for a whole night, Bai Ye, who held the hilt for the first time, found that the experience value of the Zanpaku sword had suddenly reached almost half of the position, and the blade did not know when it returned to a brand new appearance. Although he desperately squeezed his body's potential last night, and was directly beaten into a state of frequent death by the enemy, his experience value would definitely increase. But the amount of improvement I always feel is a bit too exaggerated. Is it possible that I still hide the blood of Saiyans? Note. I learned from my classmates, this legendary Xiaoqiang who can't be killed, as long as he is not completely killed by the enemy, his strength will increase sharply every time he recovers. Konoha village spent these 2 days peacefully on the surface, but secretly it was not peaceful at all. Jiraiya and they are not in the village at the moment. Could it be that Tuanzang did it? In front of Hokage's desk, after the dark part that was half kneeling on the ground disappeared, the 3 generations sitting on the chair showed a trace of sadness. Through various investigations in the past few days, no trace was found in the village at all. It is really impossible to find who blasted the mountain off. If it is a ninja in the village, the opponent should have no reason to deliberately hide his strength. The most feared is that other strong men from outside the village lurk in, not knowing what they are going to do. Konoha had committed suicide because of White Fang, and Sanrin's whereabouts had become erratic. He was in a period of weakness, and he couldn't stand the destruction of other villages. Should I ask Jilai to come back and help? If he is willing to inherit the position of Hokage, it will be fine. 3 generations got up and stood by the window and sighed. It was obvious that all of their 3 disciples were outstanding, and they were all able to take over. As a result, due to various reasons, the village now feels that there is no successor. Chapter 38 Dark. Swift, why didn't Bai Ye come yet? Shouldn't you guys be together? Dai Tu was complaining at the gate of the village, except for Bai Ye, everyone in the 2 teams was ready to set off. As usual, bringing the soil is the last person to arrive. It is rare to be late today, and now I finally experience the pain of waiting for others. He said he didn't want to wear my clothes anymore, so he went to pick up the clothes he ordered 3 days ago. Swift was also unhappy, feeling that Bai Ye was very cute in her clothes, and she didn't understand why she had to change back to her old-fashioned clothes. She didn't know that Bai Ye customized this time not the one she usually wears, and the gap between the 2 styles of clothing is simply worlds apart. I'm not mistaken, how do you feel that the white knight dress is more pretentious than Kakashi? With a sharp eye with dirt, he looked at the white knight coming in the distance, and deliberately rubbed his eyes, thinking that he might have made a mistake. I thought Kakashi would have been pretending to wear a mask all the time, but I didn't expect Bai to wear it. is more exaggerated. Bai, are you sure that your clothes are not for visiting temple fairs? When Bai Ye came to the front, Taitu couldn't help but reach out and touch the death tyrant he was wearing, always feeling that the other party's style of painting seemed a bit wrong. Yeah, why don't you wear the old-fashioned tights? Won't this kind of generous clothes hinder the fight? Swift couldn't help but touched it, and could feel the fabric feel particularly comfortable. If you let yourself wear this kind of clothes to fight, you won't feel distressed if you break the clothes. Here you are, I asked the store for someone to come here. If you are tied to your head, others can't easily tell if you are from the Hyuga sect. Bai Ye did not reply to these two living treasures, but took out a pure black headband from his arms and gave it to Swift. Because Swift doesn't like to tie her forehead to her forehead, she knows that she is a member of the clan at a glance. In addition, this time she is going to the border to do a mission. If her clan's identity is discovered by a caring person, she may not be able to return safely even if she is guarded by a day trip. Don't worry, it's pure black. After being blocked by your Lu Hei, it won't affect your appearance. Seeing that Swift took it with a tangled face, she kept holding it in her hand for a closer look. Bai Ye felt that the girl was a little troublesome in this respect, and her appearance was more important than fate. Let's talk about anything on the road. We can set off now. The current time to reach Qianyu town is tentatively set at 3 days. If the movement is too slow, we will speed up our journey later. Advertisement. Seeing them chatting on the sidelines, Nissan urged for a while. The time booked is to keep them moving forward while they can have sufficient physical strength in the white night, because the joints also have a prescribed time. If the action is too slow, you must increase your speed. It is okay for you in Watergate, but Bai and the others estimate that there are not many that can eat it. If there is no accident, there is nothing wrong, but in this case it is a bit troublesome to encounter enemies, especially if there are many enemies, but there is no way to protect them, and they must be tested for a while. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. On the way, Swift finally chose to wear the headband that Bai Ye brought. After all, she didn't want to bring her teammates into danger because of her own reasons. In the past few days, both Nipples and Watergate have spoken a lot of experience on the way forward, but mainly for the three of Bai. Kakashi and the others have performed many missions, and everything that needs to be understood is already understood. Ah, it's finally here, I'm going to take a good bath now. These 3 days of sleeping and eating in the wind, but it made Swift uncomfortable. Now that I have arrived in Qianyu town safely, I am ready to relax myself. Judging from the look of you, she can know that she, who is also a girl, can't stand it. Lin had performed many missions and felt all kinds of harsh environments. She felt satisfied that she could spend these 3 days steadily. If you want to play, go and play. There is still plenty of time at the moment, but don't play too crazy. We will go to our destinations separately tomorrow morning. Nissan felt the gazes of Swift and Uzai and waved them to leave. After all, it was still in Konoha's territory, and it was not in a period of full-scale war. Just like there was no interception in the previous 3 days, the territory of the Country of Fire was relatively safe, and they did not deliberately restrict their actions. Long live. After hearing that the day difference agreed, Swift jumped up on the spot excitedly, feeling that the good day had finally come after 3 days, and rushed to the bathhouse with Helen. After the 3 boys got together and discussed, they all chose to clean up first. They did feel a little uncomfortable after being in motion for the past 3 days. Nipples and Watergate looked at each other, nodded separately, and disappeared into the town. They are not as big-hearted as these little ghosts, they are still very alert to the surrounding environment, and they separately probed whether there are some suspicious people hidden in the town. By the way, what did the Watergate teacher and the Nikkei teacher go? Could it be that they went to a place where only adults can go? Advertisement. In the men's bathhouse, when I saw that the 2 teachers were not there, I took the soil and began to speculate maliciously, with a bad smile on his face. I didn't expect you to be like this. You usually say that you are a fake helping your grandma every day. Bai Ye felt that the soil must have been faked by other people, and it was a very kind person before it was blackened. Why did it feel as vicious as mine? Then the 2 evil guys began to discuss, and finally attracted Kakashi, who even took a bath with a mask. By the way, these 3 girls are so slow, let's go and play by ourselves first. The 3 boys got it done early. They waited for a long time in the booked room in bathrobes and didn't see them coming. Bai Ye couldn't help but want to go to other places first, because he usually hasn't been training in the village. Been to these places. What's the hurry? Wait a while, it's not good for us to go first. In fact, Lin was the only one who wanted to wait for the soil, and especially wanted to see the other person wearing a bathrobe. The whole person looked very excited, and she kept blowing white gas from her nostrils. Kakashi took out an unknown book to read. If it hadn't been for Ji-Li and he hadn't started writing the book yet, what he was holding in his hand would have been intimacy heaven. Amidst their laughter, they didn't know that a swell of darkness was slowly enveloping them. In Konoha village, somewhere in an unknown building. The news has been spread out successfully. Get out. In the darkness, a person with the right half of his face wrapped around sat there, the whole person exuding a gloomy and indifferent meaning. This person is the Danzo who controls the roots. Since you have some ideas you shouldn't have, you don't need to exist for Konoha. I saw that the photo that Danzo was holding on his left hand was slowly burning, and it could be distinguished that the person in the photo was Swift on a mission in the distance. I will regain your eyes in the future and let it continue to contribute to the village. It was supposed to be a kindly smiling face, but on the contrary, it can make people who see it feel a chill. Chapter 39 Trap. So sleepy, are you leaving so early? The soil that was forcibly cried out was yawning constantly, feeling that he could sleep until he was old. You idiot, it's not the first time you have performed a mission. You actually played until the middle of the night. Kakashi relentlessly mocked the soil, feeling that this kind of guy who doesn't value the task is not qualified to become a ninja. Okay, you two in the morning, don't quarrel, we are going to set off soon. Seeing that Jiayu was provoked by Kakashi's anger again, Lin had to come over to be a peacemaker. I really don't know when these two people will get along well. Don't hold back when you bring the soil, otherwise we will have to rush to rescue you when the time comes. Because I don't know where the day's slack and the water gate have gone, the boring White Knight also began to pick up the dirt. White Knight, you be asterisk 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 D is as hateful as Kakashi, it seems we only have the way to duel. The sorrowful belt soil was hit repeatedly by two people, and they have begun to lose themselves. You'd better vent your strength on the task, we are going to set off. Suddenly, the water gate appeared behind the soil, and pressed his head, preventing him from rushing towards the White Knight. Suddenly I felt aggrieved that I was wronged. I was clearly the victim. How could I feel that the pot was thrown on me? I'll say it again. Normally, the journey back takes only one day. If one party does not return to this hotel in the evening, it means something has gone wrong, and we will be prepared to support the other party depending on the situation. Not long after the appearance of Watergate, the day slack also rushed back, and once again told everyone. According to the plan, if you encounter a large army of a hostile force, you can choose to break through on your own when necessary and go to seek support. Of course, if both parties are besieged, the ninja staying in Qianyu town will contact the village and send someone nearby to support. Yesterday, when Nikkei and Watergate were investigating the surrounding situation, they had a special meeting with the ninjas who stayed here, and the follow-up plan had been arranged. Of course, it may not necessarily be intercepted by other villages. After all, this task is carried out every month, and accidents are rarely encountered, but it is not impossible to prevent it completely. Advertisement. Otherwise, the three generations can't rest assured that they can do this task, just want to take this opportunity to hone them. I don't know why my heart has been restless. After the two sides separated, Bai Ye Zong, who was galloping on the tree, felt a little hairy in his heart, but couldn't calm his mind. What's wrong? Did you find anything? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In order to save chakra consumption, Swift did not choose to open his eyes. Mainly because the daily disparity also has white eyes, two people in a team are actually a bit of overlap and waste. It's okay, it should be just my illusion. Seeing you also looking over, Bai Ye didn't deliberately say anything, it was just that he was a little uneasy, and he was about to arrive at the mission location, and he did not find any problems along the way. What's more, Nisera has been scanning everywhere with his eyes open, and if there is a problem, he has already said it. Actually, there is no need to worry about it here. Nisha's reputation had been accumulated over the years by himself, and he understood much better than himself, a fledgling little rookie. He didn't know how much he had done for the S-level mission. Now it was just a small C-level mission, so he couldn't overturn the car. The experience points of Zanpaku have not risen much since they have been on the road these days. Now Bai Ye is actually a bit expecting someone to come out and do things, otherwise it is not as interesting to do this kind of running errands as training. Stop. The divergence ahead seemed to have discovered something, and reached out to stop everyone from moving forward. A trace of entanglement flashed across Bai Ye's face, but he just thought about it in his mind. It shouldn't be a crow's mouth that didn't say it. The four were scattered in four directions and became vigilant, but nothing happened after a while. Bai Ye glanced suspiciously at the day's disparity without saying anything. Wow. Perceiving the disparity in Bai Ye's vision, he took out a shuriken and threw it towards the trunk in front. Boom. The moment the shuriken was inserted, a violent reaction occurred directly, and after a flash of light, it easily exploded the big tree that needed two people to embrace. Obviously someone had buried a lot of inductive detonating charms here in advance, and they were successfully perceived by the sun's eyes with a white eye, but the person who buried the detonating charms should now hide out of the blind eye. Advertisement. Since it was not possible to know how many enemies were in ambush around him for a while, Nikkei chose to fix it here first, in order to restore some of the physical energy consumed by the rush. At the same time, I want to see if the opponent will show up after sensing the explosion. The other is that everyone is not far away from the target location. If no one has come to check it, it also means that the person on his side has been controlled or killed by the other party. Be prepared to break through from the left. If you lose yourself, you will return directly to Qianyu town. You don't have to stay and want rescue. The eclipse had deliberately caused the explosion, but the enemy still did not choose to show up. After feeling that Yu and Swift's state were almost restored, they were ready to evacuate here first. The three of Bai Ye didn't say much, and just chose to believe in the judgment of daily slack. As for why they did this, it is not too late to wait until everyone can return safely. Stop. Just about a kilometer or so, the day's slack frowned and stopped. It seemed that the other party was very clear about the configuration on his side, and his blinding vision created a lot of traps around. Follow me. Nisera didn't even say which direction to go this time. Obviously, he felt that there might be many traps set up around him, and he might have completely surrounded his team. He began to take the Bai Ye three people around. Each time they encountered a trap, they chose to change the direction to move on. It took about 5 minutes or so, and they have already visited this area. Since they have not chosen to leave this place, it means that all the places have been trapped by the other party. Let alone the others, just the amount of the detonation talisman doesn't know how much money has been invested, and the other party is obviously fully prepared. Obviously it is impossible for the opponent to have such a big battle because of our mission. The real goal should be swift. When Bai Ye saw that the day difference was walking around within a certain range, it was easy to understand that there should be traps in the surrounding area, and he also made some guesses about the enemy's goal. After all, this kind of information that is handed over only once a month obviously has no important content. The really important information will be sent back to the village directly on other special routes on the day of acquisition. Since the opponent made such a big move, it was obviously worthwhile for the opponent to do so, and the most valuable thing in the team was Swift's eyes. The only thing that makes Bai Ye feel strange is that Yu Yan has never taken off her headband on the way. Yesterday, Bai Ye reminded her specially before she went into the bathhouse, but she had been so careful that she was discovered by others. Bai Ye kept thinking about the journey on the road, subconsciously ignoring the possibility of being betrayed by his own people. Chapter 40 Breakthrough. Uncle Niche, what should we do now? Swift also opened her eyes to observe for a while, and can also understand that everyone's current situation is very dangerous. Moreover, listening to the meaning of Bai Ye's words, it was because of me that it was a burden to everyone, and biting his lower lip with a worried expression, obviously he was also very self-blame in his heart. At the same time, I felt a little aggrieved. Obviously, he carefully covered his forehead along the way, but I still didn't know when he was discovered by the enemy. I also understand why in the family, I am not allowed to leave the village by myself, and I also understand why there is such a thing as a bird in a cage, and everything is forced out by others. If it weren't for the fact that the caged bird would automatically destroy the white eyes, then everyone in the tribe would have encountered this situation, and the Hyuga family might have long since disappeared in the long river of history. Swift swears secretly in her heart that as long as she survives this time, she must become the greatest ninja in the future, so that ninjas in other villages will not dare to wink the idea. I returned the same way to cover for you. You took Bai Ye and you and evacuated from the right side. After being out of danger, we joined in Xianyu town. The day lag rubbed Swift's little head for a while, and then he made up his mind to split up. If they walked together, it would be difficult to take the three of them out without any damage, and if you deliberately cause a commotion by yourself, you can attract most of the enemy's attention. At that time, Bai Ye's ability to escape will depend on God's will. When the three of Bai Ye heard the words of the day difference, they could also understand what the other party was doing. Tears had appeared in the corners of Swift and Yu's eyes, and they had not let them fall. Remember, when you hear the explosion, you are ready to act. Swift, you are sure to avoid all traps. Nikkei squatted down and hugged all three of them in front of his chest. It was the final parting. If you go this time, you will be surrounded by a large number of enemies. Whether you can escape or not depends on your luck. Swift reluctantly nodded his head, already a little bit silent with sadness. We must also prepare for action. If we can successfully escape the siege, we can bring back support. After the day lag left, Bai Ye saw that Swift and Yu were not in good condition, so they took the initiative to drag them to the right, and they couldn't waste the opportunity deliberately created by the teacher. Moreover, the other party's goal is actually on his side, and the Nikkei teacher may not be taken care of. The three of them still have a lot of pressure to escape. Don't think too much. In fact, the most dangerous thing is us. Not only are we weak, you should be the opponent's target, and the Nikkei teacher should get away better alone. Advertisement. Seeing that Swift is still a little bit distracted, Bai Ye is a good choice to be a psychology teacher. No matter what the result is, he must always struggle first. Okay. After 30 seconds of preaching, Swift finally became a normal state, and it seemed that he still possessed the basic ninja qualities. After waiting for a while on the edge of the trap, a series of explosions finally began to sound in the distance, and it seemed that the eclipse had already begun to act. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. After waiting for the meeting, Swift took the lead and walked in the forefront. The three of them walked a lot of distance without triggering any traps. Boom. Suddenly, in Swift's unbelievable look, a light flashed from the trap slightly further away, and then a shock wave hit her head on. Seeing that it was no longer possible to escape, Swift had to put her hands up to protect her head, trying to minimize her injuries, and at the same time closed her eyes to prevent eye injuries. The reason for not deliberately choosing to use the back to the sky hard resistance is because, in this case, if you lose your strength, it will drag everyone's hind legs more than the injury. Swift, who closed his eyes, waited for a while, but found that he didn't seem to be hurt, so he opened his right eye a little vigilantly, wanting to observe the specific situation. I saw a white knight dressed in black. I don't know when it stopped in front of her, eating all the explosion damage for her, and the tree trunk under her feet was already covered with blood. It can be seen that the death tyrant behind Bai Ye has been smashed by the bomb, and his body has been extensively burned due to the high temperature, and some of the wood chips that have been blown up are also embedded in his flesh. The ending point I chose is clearly far enough away from the trap. Seeing that Bai Ye was injured because of her mistake in judgment, Swift's face was full of self-blame, and at the same time she was a little puzzled as to where she went wrong. This situation should be triggered by the enemy. Swift, have you noticed anything wrong around you? The last moon also caught up, looking painfully at the white knight that was still dripping blood. No, my observation range is much smaller than that of Uncle Nikkei, and the accuracy is also much worse. Swift had tried his best to maximize his vision, only to find that besides the traps, no other people were lurking here. The other party should have any special means to monitor this place, that is, it is not clear how many people remain here after being taken away by the Nikkei teacher. After Bai Ye took a short rest, he took a sigh of relief, and the wound on his back stopped bleeding, and some objects embedded in the body were also expelled from the body with the peristaltic movements of the flesh. Because it was not very close to the explosion, all he suffered were skin injuries, and he was expected to recover completely within a minute. Advertisement. Instead, in order to protect Swift, he chose to push the instant step to the limit. Now it takes a lot of time to recover the chakra that was just spent. Then what should we do next? No matter which direction we go, as long as the other party actively triggers the trap, it can affect us. Seeing that Bai Ye didn't seem to be in any serious trouble, Swift sighed in relief, and at the same time a little envious of the other party's abnormal physique. As long as he was not injured by any fatal injury, he could quickly recover. We can't continue to procrastinate. The other party should have discovered that the Nikkei teacher is just a cover. If we procrastinate for too long, it is estimated that many enemies will come. Now I will trigger the trap quickly in front of you, and you will quickly follow up after the explosion. Since the other party did not take the initiative to show up, it means that the people staying in this place may not be very strong. Quote. Bai Ye didn't think about it for too long. Now time is very precious. The longer it is, the more disadvantaged it will be on his side. Swift and Yu also nodded directly and agreed to this battle. After all, at the speed of the White Knight, they could definitely run out of the attack range before the explosion. The main reason is that the movement is too great and it consumes much energy, so I didn't choose this plan at the beginning, but chose to rely on Swift's eyes to open the way and move forward safely. As a result, it is no longer possible to continue to use conservative methods, so I have to choose to break through quickly. As the White Knight rushed forward, the explosion sound was more than that of the day difference, and now many enemies will be attracted to this direction. Boom. Just in the White Knight, he moved about 100 meters, suddenly a large cloud of dust burst up on the ground below, and an unknown figure quickly attacked him. At the moment when he sensed the changes on the ground, Bai Ye drew the Zanpaku knife from his waist and slashed it down. After the dust cleared, the enemy could finally be seen clearly. I saw a humanoid puppet with 3 eyes and 4 arms that was handed over to the blade of the White Knight. After seeing this iconic puppet, Bai Ye completely confirmed that the team that ambushed her was indeed Sand Shinobu. The other party should have changed the sand to the crow just now, covering the surface of the puppet with a layer of sand, hiding in the ground and observing the 3 of them. No wonder Swift hadn't noticed the other person before, after all, she was still a bit immature compared to Nikkei. It is estimated that the enemy's body is also hidden nearby, controlling everything in secret. Chapter 41 Nissan Squad vs Puppet Master plus more. The enemy hidden in the dark found that the White Knight blocked the Raven's raid, immediately opened the crow's mouth through the chakra line, and shot a small range of high-density green poison needles from it. The moment Bai Ye saw the crow open his mouth, he kicked his feet hard, leaving a deep footprint directly on the tree trunk stepped on by his feet, and the whole person retreated in sync with the poisonous needle. Gossip empty palm. Seeing the enemies lurking under her eyelids, Swift flashed a look of self-blame on her face. When she jumped back to her after the White Knight, she shot down the poison needle with her empty palm. Swift, you carefully find out where the other party is hiding under the ground. Back to the White Knight next to Swift and Yu, he was alert to the movements of the crow ahead and other puppets that might be hidden in the dark. If you want to protect Swift from looking for enemies, you won't be surprised. Art fire escape ho fireball. Yu sprayed a big fireball toward the crow in front, successfully disrupting the attack that the opponent hadn't launched yet. In order to avoid the fireball, the opponent had to choose to pull the crow first and then pull it. Over there. This time, Swift leaned against the white eyes and followed the chakra line on the crow's body, successfully found the opponent's body, and quickly threw a detonating talisman on the ground on the right front. The opponent obviously didn't expect it to be exposed so soon, and did not dodge until the detonating talisman exploded completely. After exploding the ground, it was found that there was a head longer than a crow, with a pair of red devilish horns and 6 arms, and a body much larger than the crow. It was the puppet Black Ant. In the dust, the Black Ant slowly opened his stomach, and a figure came out from it, obviously the puppet master hiding in the dark. At first, the opponent was witty by hiding in the puppet, and successfully concealed Swift's eyes. Now that he saw that it had been exposed, he did not hide anymore, but controlled the crow and the Black Ants to attack Bai Ye and them together. Be careful, the other party may also hide other puppets. When the words fell in the White Knight, the 3 quickly dispersed, and the giant branches in the same place were directly knocked off by the crow and the Black Ants, and they quickly fell downward. An explosion sounded immediately, and it seemed that the branches that fell on the ground had successfully triggered the traps arranged by the enemy in advance. As far as the current situation is concerned, Swift can clearly know where the safe point is. If Bai Ye and Yu are careless, they may be injured. Advertisement. The other party controlled the crow and the Black Ant to deal with the White Knight trio, while he was hiding in the distance with a relaxed look. Bai Ye tried to get close several times, but was stopped by the poison needle spit out by the crow, and he didn't dare to choose hard resistance. After all, speeding regeneration is not anti-poisonous. Moreover, the opponent's control over the puppets is also very delicate, each time with the smallest loss to avoid the ninjutsu released by the moon, it is difficult for the melee type of Bai Ye and Swift to cause effective damage. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Being unable to break through the opponent's line of defense, Bai Ye also gradually became anxious. After restraining her mood and calming down, she finally made up some determination. I didn't want to use it, I want to save a little more energy to deal with the situation later. Bai Ye, who was no longer attacking, stood in place and muttered to himself, as if he was preparing something. Open the door. It took about 5 seconds for Bai Ye to successfully use Bamandunjia, who hadn't gotten it for a few days. It just doesn't seem to be too proficient, and it takes a lot of time to open the first door. Moreover, after successfully using the White Knight to open the door, he did not continue to open and close the door, and I don't know if he didn't want to consume too much, or he hadn't fully grasped the method yet. As for whether Bai Ye's body can withstand it, I don't have to say more. After so many years of exercise, coupled with the newly acquired speeding regeneration, at least the first 3 are probably not a big problem. After all, the Bamandunjia only started to enter from the wound dangerous area. After a substantial increase in speed, Bai Ye successfully broke through the obstacles, causing the opponent's pupils to shrink and disappear completely in front of his eyes. Boom! With a loud noise, clouds of dust appeared in front of the man, and the White Knight that suddenly appeared in front of him was wrapped in. Because Bai Ye wanted to see how much her own strength had increased, she did not use the Zanpaku knife at this time, but instead gathered her whole body power onto her fist, and rushed towards the opponent with a power of nearly 50 meters. This overbearing punch smashed the ground here, but found that the touch of the fist was not of a human body. But Bai Ye's expression did not fluctuate. Obviously, he had long expected that the other party would arrange the Sancho fish beside him, and immediately turned his body to attack from the back. Boom. Advertisement. There was another loud noise, and the ground was hit, and the ground began to sink. The force of this punch was obviously not lighter than the punch just now. You don't have to work in vain. Sancho fish can withstand dozens of tons of boulders. The man hid inside the Sanjiao Yu, feeling Bai Ye's constant attacks in all directions, but he was not afraid at all, and he was still in the mood to mock the other party. However, what this person said was right. Although the Sancho fish that was continuously attacked by Bai Ye was not completely undamaged, it was okay to drag it to support and dare to come. Seeing that the fist had no effect, Bai Ye had already grabbed the Zanpaku knife and attacked, but it could only leave some insignificant marks on its surface. For the moment, it takes too much time to break this turtle shell-like thing on their own, and Swift and you are dragged by the other party with crows and black ants, and there is no way to escape without solving the other party. It's really annoying, I have to use some expensive attacks myself. Bai Ye stopped the attack with an annoyed look, and the whole person stood on top of the Sancho fish, and pressed the tip of the Zanpaku knife against its shell. San Shinobu, who was hiding inside, looked inexplicable. I don't know what Shiroya wanted to do. Did the other party think that he would give up resistance by pointing the tip of a knife at him? Shoot him, sharp gun. Bai Ye looked down indifferently, and with a low hum, the land within a radius of 10 meters began to crack and sink around the location of the Sancho fish. After the shell was firm for 2 seconds, the tip of the knife finally broke through the tortoise shell that couldn't be penetrated just now, and instantly inserted from the opponent's head until it reached the bottom of the Sancho fish before stopping. With this violent blow, the ground sank again in a large area, and the tree next to it could no longer support it, and it fell straight toward the center. Suddenly, San Shinobu was stabbed, with a confident smile on his face. He felt that this time the credit was definitely the biggest one, and he didn't understand what happened until he died. From the beginning of this mission to the present, Bai Ye finally began to gasp for the first time. Although the battle didn't last long, the cost was not small. Compared with the sharp spear, the consumption of the 8-gate Dunjia can only be regarded as a small head. Bai Ye himself did not expect that in order to break through such a distance, it would actually be greater than that of extending the sharp spear 50 meters out of thin air. Swift, lead the way, let's change direction and go quickly. Seeing Swift and you both approached, Bai Ye did not have time to rest. He wanted to leave the battlefield as soon as there were no enemies around. Chapter 42 Rain Country. Puff. I don't know what happened to the 3 of them. The Nikkei who was in the other direction spit out a spit of blood from his mouth and relieved temporarily. I saw that the landform here has been completely changed, huge pits can be seen everywhere, and there are no trees intact within a 100-meter radius. You can see everywhere in the ruins, a corpse with no injuries except for the blood on the corners of the mouth, but if you have a perspective eye, you can find that the internal organs of these people have been completely destroyed. At this time, if someone who knows these corpses passes by, they will find that many of them are special Shangnan, and one has officially become Shangnan not long ago. There are also a lot of puppets on the ground, but none of them are complete, especially the key parts are all broken into pieces, even if they are recycled, they are no longer worthy of making materials. It seems I have to work harder. Nikkei found that some people left him, rushing in the direction of Bai Ye and they were rushing, knowing that they should have been spotted when they broke through. I saw that Nisa continued to attack the sand ninjas who only dared to besee him, so they had to increase their strength and continue to besiege themselves, hoping to get some escape opportunities for the White Knight trio. The Watergate squad farther away. That's how this task is completed. With the soil watching Watergate was putting away the scroll he had obtained, he felt so speechless, and realized that this was really just an errand task, but I thought it was difficult when I heard the 2 teams need to complete it together. Don't complain, it's not that you should be happy that no accident happened. Lin didn't want any accidents, she didn't want to see her companions get hurt because of the mission. Lin is right, and this task usually only encounters 2 interceptions a year, but I don't know whether the Japanese slack in them are going smoothly. Although Watergate is confident of his own strength, he is still very happy if he can avoid fighting. Little did he realize that the person he missed was in a crisis of life and death. ... To this side, someone from the back right has rushed over again. Now that there are no good people to ambush in advance, Swift can easily spot the enemy who is chasing over. And this is already the 3rd wave she has discovered, and the enemies in the first 2 waves have already gone in other directions. Advertisement. At the same time, this also allowed Swift to regain her confidence, feeling that her eyes were finally able to function successfully. In the absence of daily slack, he can lead the team to the right path. However, because he had never left the village and was not familiar with the landforms here, he did not realize that he had left the country of fire and officially came to the territory of the country of rain. The conditions of Bai Ye and Yu were similar. After all, they were only leaving the village for the 2nd time, and they didn't know much about these conditions. The 3 of them kept rushing towards the center of the country of rain. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. White Knight, do you feel that the surrounding environment seems to be different? After avoiding 5 waves of enemies, the 3 of them hadn't encountered a chasing person for a long time. Swift always felt that the landscape here seemed a bit different from just now. I don't know when the sky began to rain, the environment began to become bleak, and the towering trees that had been seen everywhere disappeared. I don't know too well, I've never been out of the village like you, so let's run away with peace of mind. Bai Ye had already felt that something was wrong, but there had been ninjas searching there, so even if he really got out of the country of fire, he could only bite the bullet and continue to escape. Now he can only expect to bring the rescuers back after he escapes from the Japanese errand, otherwise the 3 of them want to return to the village the same way. Wait a minute. After the 3 of them drove for a while, a different scenery finally appeared in front of them. Some dilapidated houses were standing not far in front, and Bai Ye made a noise to prevent the 3 of them from moving forward. What's happening? Yu Yi looked at Bai Ye with a puzzled face. She still wanted to go to the village and ask where the others are. That's why stop. I have seen this village are full of ordinary people. Swift thought that Bai Ye had discovered something wrong, and deliberately rescanned the situation in the village. We are probably not in the country of fire now, so the forehead we wear on our body is a little too conspicuous. After all, not all countries have good relations with Konoha. Bai Ye shook his head and said, feeling that these 2 little girls are still a little less cautious, even if they worry too much, it is better than accidents. And Swift, your eyes are too conspicuous, and so is the Uchiha clan emblem behind you. Bai Ye observed the 2 people who had their foreheads removed, and then continued to K them. Bai Ye, I warn you not to go too far, forget use clothes, don't you want to buckle my eyeballs too? Swift glared hard at her eyes and stared at Bai Ye, with a tendency to fight if he didn't agree with him. Never mind what I call my clothes, this one is good on me, you guys are going to make me a girl naked to the upper body. Advertisement. Not to be outdone, Yu was angry at the 2 of them. Seeing her blushing face, she obviously thought of something she shouldn't think of. This will be fine. Bai Ye thought for a while and came to Swift, pulled the black headband off his forehead, and nodded his head, obviously satisfied with his wit. Well, you big head ghost. Even though his eyes were covered, Swift still relied on the perspective ability of the white eyes to find Bai Ye's position, and the small fist hit his chest. Looking at this blue fist, Bai Ye felt that it would definitely bleed internally. You 2 don't want to fight, what should I do? Do you bear the heart that I don't wear clothes? Yu Chuchu looked at Bai Ye and Swift with pity, obviously wanting to struggle again. Don't look at me, I can't see anything now, Swift said shamelessly, and it didn't matter to him to hang up high. Then you wear my clothes, I will be fine if I don't wear a shirt. Bai Ye thought about it and prepared to take off her shirt. The back of your clothes is in tatters, okay, instead of wearing your clothes, I might as well tear off the clan emblem on my clothes. Yu Yi blushed and rejected Bai Ye's proposal. She still felt like she wanted it, but after she said it, her taste changed. Hey, I'm kidding. Seeing Bai Ye suddenly flashing behind him, Yu immediately guessed what the other party wanted to do. As soon as she stopped her, she heard a tear, and her clothes instantly turned into a backless outfit. Ignore this idiot, let's go. With a small face, Yu pulled Swift's little hand and walked into the village, but suddenly the wind began to leak on her back, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. Oh, you really can't be too honest. After Bai Ye sighed, he hurried to catch up, but the smile at the corner of his mouth was obviously intentional. The rain is still falling, and I wonder if the 3 of Bai Ye can safely return to the village. Chapter 43 Trim. Snapped. What are these people doing? Why did they close the door as soon as they see us? Swift feels so angry, this is already the 7th, and every time she sees them coming by, she closes the door. Now you know how xenophobic these people are. In fact, there are some things that Bai Ye didn't expect. I thought that other ninjas in other regions didn't like other ninjas very much, but I didn't expect that the other party would even shut out the ninja who seemed to be just 3 desolate children. At this time, because they had rushed for several days, and they had not changed their clothes, not only Bai Ye and Yu were wearing relatively tattered clothes, but Swift also looked like a refugee. Why are they like this? We don't seem to be threatening. In fact, Yu wants to borrow some rags from a family so that she can mend her clothes, otherwise she always feels a little uncomfortable. I'm so tired, I really want to take a break. Because Swift has been using intensively for almost 2 hours of whitening her eyes, she now covers her eyes again and needs to use the perspective function constantly, and her body has begun to be overwhelmed. Well, if no one in this village lets us in, find a place to shelter from the rain, there is no need to ask them to understand the situation. Bai Ye also had some guesses about where she was, now she just wanted to find someone to confirm it. Then from the village head to the end of the village, everyone really thanked the guests behind closed doors, and the three of them had no choice but to move on. In terms of food, the two little girls, Swift and Yu, have prepared a lot of food pills, so there is no need to look for something to eat, but mental exhaustion does need to find a place to relieve them. Hey, there will be houses here, let's go and take a look. After leaving the village, Swift pulled the headband back to his forehead, did not continue to keep his eyes open, and ran straight towards the dilapidated hut. Really, I don't know how to observe the situation inside first. Seeing this, Bai Ye hurriedly followed. After stepping up to the front, I could find that the hut did not even have a door, and it looked like it had been abandoned for a long time. Advertisement. Is anyone here? Bai Yechiang walked in first, and motioned to Yu with his eyes, pulling Swift's headband down if anyone was there. Although no one answered, Bai Ye heard some movement, and let Swift open his eyes to observe. There are two children hiding in the rice tank in the next room. They are all ordinary people. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Swift rubbed his painful eyes and pointed to the room on the right that looked like a kitchen. Although Swift said that they were just ordinary children, Bai Ye drew out the Zanpaku knife carefully, and then walked to the room to uncover the wooden lid on the rice tank. Why are you so afraid of us, and the people in the village next to you too? I saw two shivering children hugged in the rice tank. Bai Ye felt that even if the other party didn't wait to see the three of them, it shouldn't be afraid. The two children, a male and a female, looked like they were only 6 or 7 years old from their body shapes. They were both very thin, giving people the feeling that they hadn't eaten enough for a long time. Even if Bai Ye asked specifically, the two of them still closed their mouths and refused to reply. This made Bai Ye a headache, and I felt that this place was a bit weird. I also look like just a 6 or 7-year-old child, okay? Hey, I'll cut it up without speaking. Bai Ye put the blade on the neck of the little girl who was protected behind him. The fact that the opponent kept silent made him a little irritable, and he wanted to frighten him. I said, don't hurt my sister. Seeing that the other party finally responded, Bai Ye also breathed a sigh of relief, having to force himself to do it before he was willing to cooperate. After the little boy talked intermittently, he understood the situation here. The two children were also from the previous village, but they were driven to this remote place because their parents had passed away and were not seen by the villagers. The elder brother who looks a little thinner than the younger sister is called Yi Yi and the younger sister called Yi Yu. In fact, both siblings are 11 or 12 years old, but they look younger because of malnutrition. Although the White Knight trio thought they looked like refugees now, they were all based on the standards of Konoha village. For the people in this village, as long as they don't look thin, they must be people who lead a good life. It doesn't matter what clothes they wear. And I heard that they are often robbed by people. This has led to the fact that few people in the whole village can eat their food, and they are particularly afraid of strangers who suddenly appear. Advertisement. Yi Yi also said that the person he was afraid of was mainly Bai Ye, but in fact, Swift and Yu were only tired by him. Because in their perception, girls are very fragile existences, for them, those with a knife on their waist like Bai Ye are terrible existences. You think it's all you, we are both innocent, and we have been pricking us just now. After learning that it was because of the White Knight that made them unwelcome, Swift seemed very annoyed, because she also specifically covered her eyes now. That is, these people don't know so much, you seem to be the most dangerous person. Yu also murmured with a small mouth on the side, and her clothes were dead in vain. Ahem, I can't say that, I just want to hide your identity, after all, you two are very famous families. With a trace of embarrassment on Bai Ye's face, he hurriedly coaxed the two young ladies in a low posture. After some discussions, the three of Bai Ye prepared to stay in the Yi family to make some repairs. As for their brother and sister's opinions, it was disintegrated under the offensive of some soldiers. After receiving the food, the attitude of Yi Yi brothers and sisters also changed drastically. Of course, they were much better for Swift and Yu, but they were still very afraid of Bai Ye. We rest and leave, otherwise the two children will be dragged down if the chaser finds here. White Knight. The three people who were staying on the second floor to rest began to plan the next action, and they already knew clearly that they were indeed in the country of rain. The only comfort is that it hasn't gone too far, otherwise, if you are targeted by the ninja of the country of rain, there will be nowhere to run. Where shall we go from now on? Shinobu must be searching this way. The way back has been blocked. The moon looked at the White Knight with worry, it seemed that he hadn't thought of any good plans anyway. In the absence of daily slack, Bai Ye gradually became the core of the team, and both girls regarded him as a support. We can try to cross the country of rain and detour from the country of grass to the country of backfire. Bai Ye was struggling to recall the map of Ninja World. Since the people in the southeast were all from Sand Ninja, he could only escape to the north. After all, it is impossible for the other party to send ninjas to chase them unscrupulously. Moreover, after tonight, Konoha should also send support after detecting something wrong. Chapter 44 Wipe Out. It turns out that life in other countries is so miserable. In the night, Uexin has grief. As a person who has lived in Konoha since childhood, although he has always known that war is cruel, he thinks that ordinary people's life is still good. Just like Konoha village actually has many untalented people. Life under the protection of the ninjas in the village is not bad. On the contrary, people who are qualified to become ninjas have a high mortality rate. This is the normal state of this world. We only have some illusions because we occupy the most fertile land. Bai Ye himself understands Hokage's general worldview, and the battles in this world are actually centered on resources. Therefore, every time Konoha will face other countries in a war, it will give people a feeling of criticism. Real peace will not be won until the 4 wars are completed more than 2 decades later. Swift also felt deeply about this. The 3 of them had already left the Yi family. Before leaving, she secretly stuffed some grain pills for the brother and sister. Although Bingliong pills is not a good food, it is better than being hungry there. The quantity left is enough for the 2 of them to live for a long time. Bai, can you tell me if the Nikkei can escape successfully? Now that the 3 of them were not in any danger for the time being, Swift became more and more worried about the slack. Swift would have a little confidence if he wanted to escape because of the slack, and he could stay here to attract enemy firepower. No matter how strong he was, he would run out of energy. We didn't go back on time. Ms. Watergate should have noticed something wrong, and rushed at his speed with all his strength. Maybe we have successfully rescued the Nikkei. Bai Ye is mainly worried about whether the daily slack can last for so long. After all, there is no special description in the original book, and he would not deliberately show it when he usually teaches himself. If Watergate went to the rescue alone, it was estimated that he would have arrived at the ambush location long ago. As long as the jet lag was able to survive, it would be no problem to escape with Watergate's strength. Long ago, on the battlefield where Nishimura was. In fact, as early as more than an hour after Nikkei insisted on killing the enemy, he felt that the entanglement time was enough, and he was ready to flee the battlefield. However, although Nishin was not Sun Shinobu's main goal at the beginning, Sun Shinobu did not intend to let him go. After all, in just over an hour, more than 50 people have died in his hands. This is because they are mainly under siege and do not want to go forward and fight for the result. Advertisement. In addition, the original goal had also escaped, so they didn't continue to keep those people around, they all mobilized. Originally, if he chose to break through with all his strength at the beginning, there was still a big chance to escape. But after fighting continuously for more than an hour, the enemy has become more and more, and gradually found that he was completely trapped to death. The only good news is that because Sato was unwilling to increase the casualties, she chose to continue to consume from a distance, which caused the daily disparity to persist for the whole afternoon. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Until more than 2 hours before the 3 of Bai resumed their actions, Watergate finally rushed to the battlefield alone in advance, while Kakashi and the others were still on their way to the rear. Huh, you finally rushed here. I held my breath for a long time and didn't dare to breathe. When Nisera discovered that the Watergate's characteristic of Kuwu shoots, his tight nerves can finally relax. Sure enough, before Kuwu was about to plunge into the ground, Watergate flashes out in the center of the battlefield. It seems that your body is not rusty. Where are your 3 disciples? The Watergate that appeared on the battlefield scanned the surroundings, and visually detected that there were nearly 100 corpses lying on the ground, and couldn't help but exclaim. The strength of the day difference was much stronger than before. I let them escape separately, otherwise I would not be sure to protect them in front of so many enemies. Because the Watergate suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield, the more than 100 Sarah Shinobu who were still alive became afraid to move, and Nissan also rarely showed a smile. On the other hand, Zongsha Ren had a dead father and mother's expression. One person killed nearly half of his own side. Now there is another one who looks more perverted and doesn't know how the other side appeared. Those who are still alive are all complaining to the higher-ups in their hearts. They don't even send some powerful ninjas to sit in on this task. Now it is estimated that they are not besieging and killing each other, but thinking whether the other party will chase and kill themselves. Sand Shinobu's senior management would definitely be helpless if they knew it. After all, there was no time to tune in when they heard the wind, so they had to inform more than 300 people to come and lie in wait. There are more than 100 ninjas who are searching for Shiroya, but they have no pressure. They don't know that the sun difference has left them there and killed most of them. Now there is a more powerful reinforcement. On the contrary, the teammate who complained about his actions was too slow, and I hope that the opponent will come over and search for the target together, and find it sooner and return sooner. Otherwise, staying in Konoha's sight would be a little hairy in his heart. After all, Konoha's people are not blind, and they will definitely send an army to annihilate them after wandering for a long time. When Mizuman learned the whole story from the Nikkei, he carried out a massacre of those who were still alive, and the killing speed was much faster than the Nikkei. Although Nisera has free palms, this kind of long-range attack method, but in fact not used much this afternoon, because it consumes chakras too much, and can only wait for death without chakras. These sand ninja are all chicken thieves who are dying, and it is difficult to kill the enemy in close proximity without special means of movement. Advertisement. Watergate relied on the perfect cooperation between Flying God Thunder and Kuwu, coupled with super strong nerve reaction speed, to attack and kill each other out of nowhere. Because currently it is only a small range of teleportation itself, plus only relying on kunai to achieve a one-hit kill, so in fact, it does not consume too much chakra. Watergate has become so strong, he has already thrown it so far unknowingly. Nisera still stood on the spot and didn't do anything. Watching the ghostly figures of Watergate appear everywhere, they had completely destroyed the enemy's beliefs and had already begun to flee. Only a minute passed before the water gate had returned to the side of Nikkei, and the ninja forces that had dragged on for an afternoon had been wiped out. Although it was possible to win so easily because the opponent did not have any powerful powers, it was very scary to be able to achieve the efficiency of killing 2 people in 1 second without using a large-scale ninjutsu. Just wait here. Lin will treat you when Lin rushes over. I'll look for your disciples first. Watergate has filled his usual smiling face again, as if it wasn't him who had just slaughtered the enemy coldly. Then it will work. Nissan dragged his exhausted body and came to a tree stump that was only half a meter high. He planned to sit here and take a break, and later he was going to find someone. What the hell happened and why are they all dead? A ninja with the forehead of the sand-hidden village was sitting on his knees, staring blankly at the corpse that could be seen at intervals in front of him. After confirming that all the people in the trap had escaped, he went to recover the detonation talisman by himself. Only then did he rush over again to look for the little ghost from the Hyuga family who had escaped. At this time, I could only see the companions who were killed by one blow everywhere. I didn't know why this happened, and there was no trace of battle left on the ground. What a clumsy technique, just want to attack me. Seeing a three-pronged kunai shot head-on, the ninja easily turned his head and avoided it, with a trace of disdain on the corners of his mouth. Then suddenly it went dark, and he fell asleep so thoroughly. Chapter 45 First Sight. Depending on the situation, they should have managed to escape, but where did everyone hide? The Watergate general was searching for Shiraya. After their sands were processed, they searched north along the border of the country of fire. Anyway, they didn't find any trace of Bai Ye's, but relatively speaking, they didn't worry too much. After all, the enemy had been solved by him. Thinking that the 3 people of Bai Ye just need to be careful next, the possibility of escaping back to the village is still very high. Whether we are taking the right route. Swift found that from their departure until now, the sky has been raining continuously, indicating that they have not left the scope of the country of rain. Ahem, you can't blame me for that. Let's find a place to rest for a night and we'll talk about it tomorrow. Bai Ye looked a little embarrassed. Before setting off, he confidently said that he would lead the way, but after walking for a long time, he still wandered in the country of rain. According to the truth, based on the land area of the water country, coupled with the speed of the 3 people, it should have arrived in the grass country long ago. Since it has not yet arrived, it must have gone in the wrong direction. In fact, Bai Ye really wanted to know how the ninjas running around were positioned in this world without a compass. He couldn't forcefully remember these landforms all by himself. I am more afraid of being treated as an intruder by the people in Yuyan village. If you encounter a powerful sensory ninja, you will definitely feel our existence. Yu is a little worried about this. Although I don't know why there are no particularly strong perception type ninjas in the sand ninjas who are chasing over, I can't expect the ninjas in Yuyan village to be the same. Swift has found many ninjas who are on alert along the way. They haven't been spotted just because they are lucky to avoid them in advance, and they will die when they encounter a presence with a wider range of perception. Relax, as long as we don't get to the location of Yuyan village, we won't be able to meet such a strong ninja by walking anywhere on the side of the road. Bai Ye actually had concerns in this regard, but she still took the initiative to comfort Yu, believing that this kind of pressure is enough to bear on her own. Advertisement. At the same time, I secretly vowed to take them back safely. Although I don't know when the 2 of them died in the battle in the original book, they should be still in the ninja school under normal circumstances, and they can't be dragged down because of their own intervention. Wait, there are 3 very strong beings appearing in front, especially the one with many circles on the eyes, which gives people a very scary feeling. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. After Swift discovered that something was wrong in front of her, she hurriedly stopped Bai Ye and used actions and prepared to change the direction to move on. Her eyes were very special, and the pressure on her was even greater than facing the sun. As soon as Bai Ye heard the description with circles in his eyes, he immediately knew that the people who appeared should be Nagato and the others. But I didn't worry too much about it. Since the 3 people acted together, it means that Yahiko is not dead yet. It also shows that they should still be at a stage where they want to achieve peace through interpersonal communication. Although I don't know why the other party appeared here, as long as the 3 of them don't take the initiative to provoke them, they shouldn't come over to deal with them deliberately. What about Bai Ye? They seem to have locked us in, and the other side will change directions whenever we go. Swift's words contained vibrato, and she had changed her direction 4 times in a short time, and found that the other party was still walking straight towards them, instinctively telling her that she would definitely die if she fought the other party. Are they here specifically to find us? After hearing this, Bai Ye frowned, and understood why the rain kept falling. It seems that it was caused by the Rain Tiger's freedom technique released by Nagato. The 3 of them should have been sensed by him as soon as they entered the country of rain. It's just that I don't understand why I've been in the land of rain for a long time before. Why did I rush over here? At present, only Yu, who doesn't know the other party's information at all, took a special alert posture. Bai Ye and Swift directly gave up resistance, knowing that the other party wanted to disadvantage them, they would never run away. Soon, not long after they stopped in the White Knight, the other side's figure appeared in front of them. Seeing the other 3 wearing black windbreakers embroidered with red clouds, Bai Ye knew that the other party had officially established Akatsuki, and should still be active in the dark at present. 3 children. Hey, Nagato, you definitely think too much. How can anyone send such a small child over to invade? Advertisement. Yahiko with yellow hair complained to Nagato after seeing Shirito and them. I can't perceive other people's body shapes. Who told them to keep approaching our base? Nagato protested to Yahiko in a low voice. He clearly said that it was the other person who came to investigate, but now he pushed all of them on his head. Although they are only 3 children, the other party is not a simple character. Among them, there is a little girl from the Hyuga family. The identity of the other 2 is temporarily unclear. When Nagato and Yahiko were arguing with each other, Xiaonan was carefully observed the 3 people of Bai Ye, and also understood why the other party had previously sensed that he was coming. Teacher from the village of Jilaya, Xiaonan, go and ask about the situation. Our 2 big men are a bit inappropriate. Yahiko's expression clearly fluctuated after speaking about Jiraiya, and he chose to ask Xiaonan, who looked very gentle, to ask questions, which would also reduce the other side's alertness. After Bai Ye watched the other party appear, he was chatting with himself, and couldn't help feeling very uncomfortable in his heart. Yu Zi took Swift's small hand, and could clearly feel her body trembling slightly, and looked at the other side vigilantly to protect her behind her. However, Yu didn't open his eyes directly. He wanted to hide his identity from the Uchiha clan first to prevent any accidents because of his identity. Big sister, we are from Konoha village, and we are teachers of Jilaya, but we got lost after completing the task this time. Can you tell us the direction to return to Konoha? When Bai Ye saw it, Xiaonan came forward and explained why the 3 of them appeared here, and shamelessly borrowed the name of Zilai Yi. Although Swift and Yu wondered why Bai Ye said this, they didn't directly refute them, and decided to leave everything to him. Bai Ye relied on the appearance of a child now, coupled with the use of Zilai Yi as a bridge, and began to frantically build up Xiaonan's favorability. Relying on his excellent skills in pretending to be foolish and cute, he successfully hugged Xiaonan's thigh without much effort, in a literal sense. Seeing Bai Ye's shameless appearance, Swift and Yu became no longer nervous. They both covered their eyes with their hands, looking like they could no longer stand it. Chapter 46 Akatsuki's Base. It seemed that the other party didn't show any hostility. Bai Ye just wanted to see if he could get a good impression, and then asked how to go back. In the end, I didn't know if his favorability level was too high. Xiaonan took Bai Ye's little hand and prepared to take him back to the base, meaning it was too late today, and I would personally send them back tomorrow. This was not because Bai Ye was a child. Xiaonan felt that he could not lie, and easily imagined what he said. The main reason is that she thinks that no one knows the relationship between them and Jilaya, so it is impossible for anyone to deliberately deceive her with this kind of reason, and this is the first time the 2 parties have met. Moreover, Xiaonan himself is a gentle and considerate person, which led Bai Ye to integrate into their group without any violation. Swift and Yu on the side didn't expect that Bai Ye, who was full of training, could do this kind of operation. The most important thing was that he was full of nonsense and really cheated the trust of this big sister. Then Swift found the opportunity and clung to Xiaonan shamelessly, and gained a lot of affection with Bai Ye. Yu Zi was embarrassed to do this kind of thing, and at the same time admired Bai Ye and Swift. He clearly said something lie, and he wouldn't blush after saying it. That's it, so I am going to take them to the base tonight, and I will personally send them back to the country of fire tomorrow. I saw Xiaonan holding Bai Ye with his left hand and Swift with his right hand. There was a timid moon behind him. He explained to Nagato and Yahiko, as if you had to agree if you didn't. Teacher Jilaya's disciple, I am your brother. Yahiko himself loves to help others, especially after learning that the other party is a disciple of Jiraiya. He went to hold on to Yu's little hand and looked very kind. Yu and Swift were really surprised when they heard that the other party was actually Jilaya's disciple, but on the surface they were still very restrained and did not show any uncomfortable expressions. At the same time, I understand why Bai Ye had claimed to be Jilayi's disciples before, but he just didn't know how he knew that these 3 people were Jilayi's disciples. I feel that the longer I stay together, the more I know, and Bai Ye becomes more mysterious. Not only does he have a special physique that he has never heard of, but he also knows a lot. In addition to his usual performance, he doesn't seem to be of the same age as them. Child. Along the way, Swift and Yu didn't talk too much, but Shiroya was talking with Nagato and the others, telling many stories about Jiraiya, making the relationship between the 2 parties more harmonious. Everyone soon arrived at Xiao's secret base. If Bai Ye did not change the route and continued to move forward, it would definitely not take long to get there on their own. Advertisement. Bai Ye finally understood it. No wonder the other party hadn't cared about the 3 of them before, but suddenly showed up after coming here, obviously being regarded as an intruder by them. But this base is completely hidden in the mountain, and the entrance is very secretive. In fact, if Nagato and the others don't show up specially, even if you tell Bai Ye Xiao's base to be here, it would be difficult to find the entrance. Good leader. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Boss, I came back so soon. After entering, you can find 2 people who are also wearing Akatsuki's costumes are guarding the gate, and it seems that the relationship with Nagato and their superiors is not very obvious, and they all greeted them with a smile. Thanks for your hard work, we just go out to pick up a few people. Yahiko responded with a smile and introduced the 3 of Bai to them. After walking all the way from the door to the depths, Bai Ye could clearly feel that every time the members he met seemed very enthusiastic, he couldn't help but sigh secretly. It is indeed Akatsuki when Yahiko was the leader. It is completely 2 concepts with Akatsuki led by Nagato after the blackening, and in the later period it is completely a group of lunatics and perverted concentration camps. However, in terms of actual strength, it is completely inferior to the later period. Although the main members are not good people in the future, they are not comparable to those who look like good old people in terms of strength. After that, because they all looked dirty, Xiaonan took Swift and Yu to take a bath. In fact, some people called Bai Ye to go with him, but at that time, Swift and Yu were all flushed, and both seemed very resistant to it, so in the end Bai Ye had to go with Nagato and Yahiko. Bai Ye also deeply regrets this. Although he is not interested in the two bean sprouts, Swift and Yu, he is still very interested in Xiaonan, especially when he watched anime before, he liked this character very much. HMPH, what are you still sighing, are you still trying to me and you? Swift looked at the white knight who kept groaning and sighing, and stopped getting angry, and almost let him get into the women's bathhouse just now. After the three of them took a bath, they were arranged in Xiaonan's room. This time, Bai Ye finally penetrated into the girls, but all the benefits were gone. Although he lives in a specially excavated cave, Xiaonan's room is very exquisite, with a layer of planks on the ground and a layer of tatami mats on it. There are also many gadgets around, most of which are origami works, which are probably made by Xiaonan himself. Advertisement. The only drawback is that there are no windows, even in the daytime, it will look a little dim. You said how can they have clothes that we can wear? Seeing that Swift wanted to start to attack herself, Bai Ye changed the subject without a trace, and deliberately stretched out her arm to show her bathrobe. Yes, I also feel weird. Their organization doesn't look like they have children. The stupid Swift took the topic naturally, forgetting what she was going to do in the beginning, and chatted with Bai Ye very happily. For you, since she entered this room, especially after she learned that she was going to sleep with Bai Ye, her face has been red until now, and she sat aside without saying a word. And with the passage of time, her small face became more and more rosy, giving people the illusion of dripping water, and she didn't know what she thought secretly during this period of time. As for Xiaonan, he brought them here before and then left, saying that he was going to prepare supper for them. Yahiko and Nagato have gone back to deal with things. If they hadn't sensed that Shiroya had been approaching this side, they wouldn't have deliberately put down their work and went out to check. They were usually very busy. While they were living a nourishing life in Bai, Nisera was still dragging his wounded body to search everywhere. Because I couldn't find it in the country of fire, I went to the borders of the country of Sichuan and the country of rain. In the end, the Japanese messenger found the Yi family. After learning from them that the three of Bai Ye had gone to the country of grass, they specifically notified the water gate and headed towards the country of grass. The two of them just kept looking in the wrong direction. It is estimated that they will continue to search like this. I am afraid that they will not wait for Bai Ye to return to the village. Kakashi and the others were directly driven back to Qianyu town, saying to prevent Bai Ye from finding a way to go back and no one would know. In fact, I was afraid that they would have trouble with it. After all, what happened today is already very inexplicable. I don't know where the other party got the news. Chapter 47 Return. Bai Ye, Sister Xiaonan is so kind to us, we still lie to her all the time, and we always feel a little bit upset in our hearts. At this time, the three of Bai Ye had been sent by Xiaonan to the vicinity of Qianyu town. Although Yu was very happy to be able to return safely, she still couldn't let go of the fact that she had deceived each other since we met yesterday. Xiaonan basically stayed with them last night, obviously because they were afraid that they would feel uncomfortable with the gloomy environment. Although Shiraya continued to refuse the other party's personal escort this morning, after all, if the group of San Shinobu had been searching there, it would become difficult to explain when the two parties met. But no matter what Bai Ye said, Xiaonan finally chose to send them back personally. So on the way back, Bai Ye racked his brains and thought of another reason to deceive each other. I just don't know why I didn't touch any of Shinobu on the way back, so instead, there was a loophole in Shiraya's words. But Xiaonan didn't say much, and only returned by himself after he was sure to send them back safely. Even the clothes that Bai Ye and Yu are now wearing, Xiaonan also sewed them after they slept last night, showing a red cloud on their backs. I don't want it either. I just wanted to try to see if I could ask for directions. Who knew the other party would be so enthusiastic? Bai Ye was also a little embarrassed. This was the first time he lied after he came to Hokage, and the target was so good to them. No matter how thick-skinned Bai Ye was, he couldn't hold it even after the other party left. In fact, I feel that if we tell the truth directly, Sister Xiaonan will also help us. Isn't the organization they set up to help each other to restore peace to the world? Yu obviously got trapped because of her personality problem, and she kept thinking about what she should do at the time. Okay, don't think too much about it. If you have been struggling, just find a way to become a disciple of Lord Jiraiya. Seeing Yu speaking more and more vigorously, Swift reached out and pinched her face, pulling her back to the real world. Yes, no, how could Lord Jiraiya accept himself as a disciple? Yu immediately became energetic after hearing Swift's suggestion. After all, the most abominable lie was to call herself a disciple of Jiraiya, but then she shook her head, feeling completely unrealistic. According to normal circumstances, Yu did not have any chance to become a disciple of Jiraiya. Advertisement. Jiraiya had accepted disciples 3 times in his life, and all 3 times were actually affected by prophecies. Among the first group of 3 disciples, he thought that Nagato was the son of prophecy. Later, he accepted Watergate as a disciple, especially before Watergate died in the Battle of the Nine Tails. It was also confirmed that he might be the true prophet. In the end, Naruto was taught as well. After Watergate placed all hopes on his children, Jiraiya finally chose to trust his judgment. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Not to mention other things, the 5 disciples taught by Jilai are also extremely strong after they grow up. Only Yahiko has died too early, so he may be relatively weak. Hey, I saw the gate of the town far away from the 3 of Bai Ye, and brought the soil and waved his hands and hurried towards them. Kakashi and Lin followed closely behind. White Knight, are you all right? Teacher Watergate and Teacher Nisa are still looking for you near the land of grass. Although Tai Tu only met them for a few days, let alone quarreling with Bai Ye, he was still very concerned about their safety. The 3 of Bai Ye finally breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that the Nikkei teacher was also looking for them. Judging from the current situation, they knew that the other party should not have had an accident. Since you are back, I will ask Parker to notify the 2 of them. After Kakashiki finished printing, he pressed his hand to the ground, and then a white mist was produced. After it dissipated, a small dog appeared. Yeah, Kakashi, what's the matter this time? Bai Ye didn't expect Kakashi to be able to psychic now, but Parker looked much smaller than in the original book, so he greeted Kakashi naturally. After Kakashi's explanation, Parker quickly disappeared into the jungle, heading for the country of grass. In fact, Kakashi used Parker to search for them in White Night yesterday, but because the country of rain has been raining all the time, all the smells have been covered up. Have you been ambushed? The goal is still Swift's white eyes. In the Hokage office, the Watergate and Day squad have successfully returned after a few days of rushing, and reported all the information in the mission to the 3 generations. 3 generations couldn't help frowning after learning the news. He sent them because the mission was not dangerous enough, and wanted to exercise them. Advertisement. It just didn't expect these things to happen. If it hadn't been for Watergate to perform this task together this time, it would be estimated that none of them would be able to return. Although this is an uncontrollable accident, if your mission fails, you have failed, so I won't give you any more dangerous missions until you prove your own strength. After 3 generations felt the beard and thought for a while, they spoke to the 4 people in the Nikkei class. Understood. 3 generations of Grandpa. Seeing that Swift wanted to refute, Bai Ye stretched out his hand to cover her mouth, and responded first. Although Swift looked upset, after Bai Ye said this, she didn't deliberately jump out to sing against him, guessing there must be some hidden meaning, but she couldn't think of it. The meaning of 3 generations is actually quite obvious. It is impossible to let Swift go too far away from the village until the reason for this matter is figured out. Although they will not be completely dismissed from continuing to issue tasks, they are definitely some tasks that are certain that there will be no surprises. After Bai Ye and them left, a figure wearing a mask appeared next to Sandai, and the 2 sides didn't know what they were discussing. To make her come back alive, Shinobu was really a bunch of trash. A rooted ninja was kneeling in front of Danzo to report, his forehead was still sweating coldly, as if he couldn't bear Danzo's momentum at this time. But since I failed this time, Yuri Zan's temperament, 3 generations, will definitely not let me seize the opportunity again. It seems that this matter must be let go first. Danzo and the 3 generations have been working together for so many years, managing Konoha both openly and secretly, and they are very clear about the other side's way of doing things. Sometimes the 3 generations clearly know that some things are done by themselves, but generally they don't ask too much, because they grasp the right things every time. And in the final analysis, it was all for Konoha's prosperity. To put it bluntly, it was just a gap in concept. In addition, some things that were not easy to handle on the surface of the 3 generations were also handed over to Danzo to deal with. Now that the other party has clearly developed a vigilance, it has to choose an appropriate low-key. Chapter 48 Change of Mindset. It's over, I have forgotten that my home has been blown up. After coming out of the Hokage building, Nipples and Watergate gave everyone a half-day vacation, wanting them to have a good rest. But when Bai Ye returned to her home alone, she was dumbfounded. Only some charcoal was left on the spot. Only then did she remember that the house was bombed more than a week ago. Father and Kai probably haven't come back yet, so the village doesn't seem to be distributing subsidies either. Bai Ye came to a small sapling and dug up the soil, recovered the 8-door scroll he had hidden before the mission, patted the dust attached to it, and stuffed it into his arms. Hey, I wanted to take a good rest. Bai Ye came to the small woods where he used to exercise, touched the big wooden stakes that he and Kai had used to train, and his face showed emotion. Since I graduated, I haven't been here for almost a month. I usually train with everyone in the 3rd exercise field, and I can't help but think of the days when I practiced madly every day and only increased the total amount of chakras. Bai Ye silently felt the message sent to his mind from the Zanpai Dao he was holding tightly in his hand. Although he had never understood the working principle of this thing, it was enough to understand that it could keep him strong. White Knight, you are really here, come with me. Not half an hour after White Knight training, Yu Yu appeared violently and took his little hand and ran to other places. Bai Ye was shocked, and she couldn't imagine that this was a month that was usually shy, and she didn't know why she suddenly became so aggressive, but she felt a little embarrassed because her hands were sweaty. Bai Ye, who was being dragged away, had never found a chance to ask questions, so she had to follow it quietly, trying to see what the other party wanted to do. What are you guys? After arriving at the destination, Bai Ye found out that Yu had taken him back to his home, and that the original ruins had been cleaned up. Kakashi, who had just been separated, had gathered together. Bai Ye, you are here, come and take a look at the design drawing I have drawn. He was lying on the ground and calculating the dirt of things. After hearing Bai Ye's voice, he immediately beckoned and asked him to come quickly to look at the drawings he designed, appearing very confident. I didn't expect you to be quite talented in this area. Advertisement. After Bai Ye let go of Yu's little hand, he walked over. It looked very high-end, but he did not expect that he would have the talent in this area. Sure enough, bringing soil can awaken Kaleidoscope's spatial skills, and its sense of space is also very strong. Bai Ye can't be sure to design it in a short time. While they were chatting, Swift came to Yu's side surreptitiously, and whispered something in her ear, causing Yu's little face to flush instantly. The idiot Tatu said he wanted to design a new home for you, so he called us all over. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Kakashi sold the soil on the side very simply, and the soil he got became a little embarrassing, and Kakashi was ruthlessly exposed every day. To be honest, Bai Ye was still very moved by this. He himself was not prepared to rebuild, but was going to continue to stay at Swift and his family, and wanted to wait for Daihekai to return. But now the little friends took the initiative to come and help, which made Bai Ye feel a little different. In fact, since coming to the Naruto world, Bai Ye has always been in a state of no real feeling. At the beginning, only Dai and Kai were the only people in the communication range, which can be said to be very isolated. Bai Ye tossed and watched Hokage many times. Because he was very familiar with the plot and the characters of the plot, he had been wandering outside the world as a bystander, feeling a little out of place. And at the beginning, the biggest goal was only to save Dai. As for the life and death of other people, Bai Ye didn't want to take care of it at the time, but just wanted to minimize the impact on the normal development of the plot. After all, if it leads to a complete collapse of the plot, the whole world may end in tragedy. Especially after a 4-year bottleneck period, some aspirations that still existed at the beginning were completely wiped out. But more than a month ago, because he had to form a small team after becoming shonen, he was forced to start formal contact with other people, and his mentality changed accordingly. Because there is no way to do it, watching his companion die, the goal of salvation has expanded a little, but at this time, Bai Ye is actually the same as at the beginning, just trying to help people around him as much as possible. As for other characters that I have liked, I still want to choose to let it go. After all, I can comfort myself by saying that the two parties are actually unfamiliar. Perhaps because of the increased contact and the fetters between the companions, it may also be because the plugin of Zanpaku Sword went online again, and his heart began to expand again. At this moment, Bai Ye gave birth to an impulse to save everyone, Madara's plan, Kazuki's conspiracy, and wanted to solve it on his own, instead of relying entirely on Naruto and Sasuke. After Bai Ye's mentality completely changed this time, the heart of a strong man naturally grew in his body. At this time, the busy people on the court, only Kakashi seemed to have noticed something, and after a deliberate glance at Bai Ye, he continued to press on the plank in his hand. The ninja's work efficiency really surpassed, and after the sky went dark, the new house had been built more than half. Advertisement. Shichi, who heard that Bai Ye had already returned to the village, also appeared on the scene on time. After knowing that everyone was building a new house, he forcibly pulled both Yuya and Lu Xun to help. Bai Yezin feels that Z is idle, and he has never heard of him going out of the village to perform long-term tasks. Yuya, who was called over, was very enthusiastic to help, while the lazy Lu Xun observed around the house, pointing out that certain parts were unreasonably constructed, but he was unwilling to come forward and do it himself. After the moon hung high, the last bucket of paint was finally dried, and Bai Ye's new home was finally completely completed. The new home is a circle larger than the original under the design with soil. It looks like a modern small villa, and Bai Ye is very satisfied with the appearance and floor space. In order to thank everyone, Bai Ye had to reluctantly took out a sum of money from her little wallet to buy a bunch of ingredients and came back, preparing to hold a barbecue in front of her new home to celebrate. Everyone played around for a long time before they went home separately, and Bai Ye followed Swift back to her house, planning to continue rubbing the house for a few more days. After all, the new home has just been built and it needs a little bit of wind, and some wooden furniture can still be obtained locally, but some other furniture needs to be purchased on the market. It seems that after the cells with the White Knight continue to neutralize, the aggressiveness of the intercolumn cells will decrease a lot. In a dimly lit laboratory, Dashi Wan was recording some data in front of the operating table, and the one fixed on the operating table was Yamato from his childhood. I don't know what method was used by Oshimaru, and he asked Yamato from Danzo's hands. As the only survivor after being implanted into the intercolumn cells by Dash Wan, Yamato has a certain degree of adaptability. After the neutralization of the White Knight cells, his adaptability has been greatly enhanced. I only have White Knight semi-finished cells in my hand. I don't know how effective his completely degenerated cells can be. Dashi Wan licked his lips, his face was filled with excitement, and he wished to capture Bai Ye directly for experimentation. The teacher is so fond of Bai Ye, I have to think of a reliable way, otherwise it's not easy to start directly. In fact, Dashawan also discovered that after adding Bai's cells in Yamato's body, it also produced an unknown energy. Moreover, this energy and chakra are perfectly fused together. For this completely unknown thing, it is the real reason for Dashiwan's desire for Bai Ye. Chapter 49 3 months later. Bai Ye will start the written test soon, don't hold us back. Swift was demonstrating against Bai Ye with her small fist, and 3 months passed in a blink of an eye, and came to the eve of the Zongan exam. Since the accident happened in the last mission, the 3 generations really, as he said at the beginning, the range of activities of the Japanese Slack team has been compressed a lot. So for Swift, this Zongren exam is her chance to prove herself, but she has worked hard in these 3 months. Not only the strength has been improved a lot, but also the medical ninjutsu has also been greatly improved. Every time I have a chance, I will discuss it with Lin. In this regard, Shiroya wanted to try it a bit. Is there any way for Swift to study with Tsunade for a period of time? It's just that Tsunade has been erratic, and I don't know where he is fooling around in the land of fire with silence. The only thing Shiraya knows is that a few years later, the other party returned with silence to take the Zongen exam. Moreover, Shiraya herself was very interested in Tsunade's strange power technique, and felt that she could use it as a reference for her for nothing. Although Nisera did not deliberately conceal knowledge about soft boxing, it was invented on the basis of white eyes after all, and the improvement to Bai Ye was not as great as it was at the beginning. Especially if you want to keep the overall Zanpaku Sword experience increasing at the same time, you will spend more energy. However, it is better than Kendo and Shunbu. After all, there is a physique expert who has been teaching in vain. The other two have to be explored on their own. As for breaking the road and binding the road, it is the easiest. As long as you use it without the brain, it will increase the experience value, and you only need to spend a small amount of energy every day. Don't worry, I didn't have to study it for a month. Thinking of the experience this month, Bai Ye felt like having a nightmare. Every day he had to make time to read the notes that Swift and Yu had compiled for him. Looking at these messy theoretical knowledge, it is more torturing than doing thousands of push-ups in one breath. Even if it changes to another world, Bai Ye still has no potential to become a master of learning. Even if you haven't studied this month, Swift and I have a headache. Yu revealed the truth mercilessly, and Bai Ye always watched it for a while before slipping away. Until 3 days ago, Swift had been cruel to seal all the chakra veins on Bai Ye's body, and stared at him with Yu to prevent him from running away after learning for a while. It would be nice if I was asked to invigilate the exam, and he could pass the test like Naruto. Bai Ye couldn't help but started to sigh, and muttered quietly by herself, feeling that the theoretical knowledge was useless at all. Advertisement. Why do you tell me? Suddenly, a voice came from Bai Ye's ears, and he was directly shivered by fright. Why are your ears so sensitive? You can hear me so quietly. Bai Ye stretched out her hand to caress her chest and tried to calm herself down, and looked at the speaker silently. The other party was a busy, who was just muttering to herself, and it didn't matter if she suddenly appeared, just like a ghost. Since Bai Ye's mentality began to change, relying on the relationship between Kei and Kakashi, they have also become acquainted with their current class. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Then, using Bai Ye as the medium, Z and his class finally had a good time with the previous class. Because the 6 of them graduated early this year, plus the fact that they have been hanging around with the previous class, people who don't know will directly think they are in the same class. You are all here. Z also came outside the examination room, waving his hands in the distance to greet Bai Ye and the others. Originally, their Yushu teacher was not prepared to recommend them to take the exam, but after Z knew that Bai Ye would take the exam, he started to work hard every day to get the volunteer book. It didn't take long for everyone to know Bai Ye, except for the soil that he was late for every day. Kakashi, don't frown, even if it fails this time, there will be another one. Bai Ye wickedly patted Kakashi's shoulder, and deliberately twitched his nerves, causing the opponent to involuntarily shake his eyelids. Bai Ye doesn't know why, but he likes to T Kakashi with a cold face. It feels much more interesting than the lazy appearance since he grew up. You won't be late with soil. I don't know if Lin is here to bring the soil to fight the injustice, or to stand up for Kakashi. A little demon could not help appearing in Bai Ye's mind, wanting to see who of them would be with if Lin hadn't died. Come on, we went in first. After Bai Ye got disgusted with Kakashi again at the end, he immediately turned and ran into the examination room, fearing that the other party could not help but do it by himself. Swift also patted Kakashi's shoulder wickedly, showing the expression that I sympathize with you, and quickly ran away. I couldn't do these things in the last month, so I had to apologize and smiled at Kakashi and Lin, and walked in. In this way, Kakashi and Lin were left standing alone at the door, looking very sad. Advertisement. Sorry, I was late because I helped my grandma. Tai-Tu finally arrived with a bit stuck, and then gave a familiar reason. Although he was telling the truth, he always felt that this was a lie after listening to more. Idiot, Kakashi said coldly, then turned around and sent all his grievances to Tai-Tu's body. He immediately felt refreshed, and he walked in a hurry. Before he could say anything, Kakashi's figure disappeared, and an expression like eating a fly suddenly appeared, perfectly receiving the resentment thrown by Kakashi, and there was nowhere to vent. Lin was not so cruel. After urging the soil in a daze, the two went in together. Not long after all the personnel arrived, the test papers were formally distributed. After Bai Ye got the test papers, he quickly started writing on the test papers. Soon, Bai Ye stopped writing in less than a second and began to pretend. I saw that only one name was written on the test paper, and the rest of the questions didn't even need to be read, and I knew that I would not know it, and I was still in the mood to change the pen, making all kinds of difficult problems that I could not do in my previous life. Action. The picture is back to last night. Only you can help me with tomorrow's exam. I saw that Bai Ye was holding Yu's hands tightly at this time, and he kept shooting out small stars from his eyes, and began to attack the opponent's line of defense. But, please, this is my lifelong request. Seeing the moon still refused to let go, Bai Ye increased the intensity of launching small stars, and completely broke through the opponent's last line of defense in one breath. Yu, who lost herself just agreed, so dizzy, there was still a blush on her face, she didn't even know her surname now. After these 3 days of endless study, Bai Ye was finally forced to the limit, and suddenly remembered the original take soil in his mind. The other party was relying on Lin's small note to take the written test. From this moment on, it was like opening the door to a new world, wanting to pass the level in the same way. Chapter 50. The second assessment starts. Don't worry, I can definitely live it. Bai Ye looked angrily at Swift, who looked nervous and was waiting to announce the results. You idiot are ashamed to say that you don't know anything until the night before the exam, where is such a great confidence? Speaking of this, Swift felt very angry. It was obvious that she and Yu Tu Shuiba dedicated to coach Bai Ye for a month, but the pig brain did not learn at all, and the way of escape became more and more perfect. White Ye must be fine. Yu whispered. After all, when she passed the note to Bai Ye before, she was frightened for fear of being driven out by the invigilator. But now that she has successfully completed this cooperation, she is still very confident of her own level. Look at Renjayu, this is the trust that your companions should have. Bai Ye took the words without shame, because his answer was passed by Yu, it would be strange that he could not get through. And Swift, who was completely kept in the dark, didn't know the little actions of the two of them in private, so he was very worried about it. At the same time, she stared at Bai Ye and Yu with strange eyes, and with her keen sense of smell, she always felt that one of these two people was hiding something from her. White Knight, you actually passed. K on the side showed an incredible expression just after the assessment form was posted. Because during this period of time, the White Knight tutoring locations were all in his own home, Kai also knew the true level of this younger brother, and thought he would be brushed down in the first round. Look, don't delay your next game. After hearing that he was really passed, White Knight patted Swift on the shoulder with the posture of the superior. Slightly. It should have been something to be happy about. Swift didn't know why she felt so upset. After making a grimace at Bai Ye, she left with an innocent look on her face. White Knight, are you bullying our little princess again? Zi came over and stabbed Bai Ye in the arm, and looked at him with a humorous expression on his face. You better pray not to run into our team in the next round. Advertisement. Zi smiled bitterly when he heard the words. After all, when he first graduated, he still had the confidence to fight against Bai Ye. But since graduation, Bai Ye is like riding a rocket, and his strength has grown at a speed visible to the naked eye. From the beginning, there was a win or loss in the pair training, and now it has become a unilateral torture, so in order not to be too far away, Zi also spent more hard work on all aspects of training. Since everyone has passed, let's gather to celebrate at noon today. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Bai Ye, you are the one who angered the girls in your team. Then go and chase them back by yourself. We will pass first. Yes, you people really are. After learning that everyone had passed the first round, the atmosphere was still quite active, and they were all ready to gather together before the official start of the war tomorrow. Because in the recent short period of time, they have been training for the Zongan exam, and everyone has not been together for a while. The relationship between everyone should be getting better and better later. According to the original work, before this exam, Kai and Daitu were not familiar with each other. However, because of the intervention of Bai Ye now, and during these 3 months, we often invite everyone to meet together, so the relationship has progressed much faster than normal. Do you want to pick a disciple from this group of Sha Ren? After the third generation exhaled a puff, he glanced at the scene in the crystal ball, which was the place where the Chunin test was being conducted. I think it's time for me to find an apprentice. Don't even the idiot Jiraiya teaches such an outstanding disciple as Mizuman, and Tsunade has begun to lead disciples. I saw Oshimaru standing in front of Hokage's desk, staring at the picture in the crystal ball, with a glow of excitement hidden in the depths of his eyes. In the past 3 months, Dashimaru has also made a lot of preparations and investigations deliberately, just to take away Bai Ye after the Zongan exam. Of course, his purpose is not simply to experiment, he is still ready to cultivate White Knight, and he has planned a training plan during this time. At the same time, I was a little afraid that the 3 generations would not let go. After all, after being his apprentice for so many years, some things have been guessed, but there is no evidence. After all, Maru had done a lot of things to hook up with Danzo in order to do experiments. In the future, these things were exposed and all promoted by Danzo. It is estimated that the other party tried to get the only possible competitor, Dashimaru, out of the village in order to be able to take the position after the death of the 4th generation. Just like Danzo spreading rumors to wipe out Black and White Teeth, he tried every means to eliminate his competitors, but he did not expect that after the death of the 4 generations, the 3 generations would choose to become Hokage again. After the 3 generations had a detailed discussion with Oshimaru, they did not have any rejection of this matter. Since the other party is willing to take the initiative to cultivate Konoha's next generation, no matter what the main purpose is, it is always a good thing. Advertisement. Kakashi, don't be so pessimistic. It is not common to be laid with soil anyway. I believe you will become Zhang Ren next year. Towards the edge of the second test, bringing the soil lived up to expectations and was late again, and Bai Ye once again sprinkled salt on Kakashi's wound. 2 times in a row, I was late because of helping my grandmother. It's no one for this low probability event to become such a high incidence. Maybe bringing the soil actually hides a physique that attracts grandmothers. Every time there is something important, you will definitely encounter these accidents. However, Kakashi has now entered the sage mode, with no fluctuations in his heart, pretending not to hear, letting Bai Ye mutter on the side. Seeing that Kakashi had been expressionless this time, Bai Ye couldn't help feeling a little boring, so he had to go to the examination room with Swift and no longer spend time outside. This exam is mainly divided into 2 rounds. All groups are arranged randomly and compete against each other. The winning team will enter the winner group and can continue to fight until it is eligible for the 3rd test. Of course, the losing team also has a chance. Tomorrow there will be a losers group battle, and a group of people will also be selected for the 3rd assessment. But if it fails again this time, there will be no next chance. Quote. After Kakashi and the others entered the arena the chief examiner began to explain the rules. The content of the competition was not as bloody as Naruto and the others. At that time, a large number of people entered the Death Forest at the same time, and there was no invigilator to follow to protect them, but many people died in it. I don't know who I will meet next, I really want to fight Kakashi again. Swift was obviously still thinking about losing to Kakashi, and had always been brooding about it, especially wanting to fight him again, but unfortunately it was always rejected by the opponent. Because this exam finally has another chance, as long as the battle lines can be brought together, the 2 sides have the possibility of fighting. She is very confident of the strength of her team and Kakashi's team, and feels that both sides will definitely not be eliminated early. The 3rd personal battle is where she is really nervous, and that's where she decides whether she is eligible for Zongman. Yu's words themselves are not very interested in this. After all, she is only a weak girl after all, who can maintain high-intensity training every day, but she just doesn't want to shame her family. Bai Ye is completely uninterested in becoming Zhang Ren, because with his knowledge of the 3 generations, even if he really becomes Zhang Ren, the other party will not arrange any special tasks, and the scope of his activities is estimated to be near Konoha. Unless you choose to fly solo by yourself, there is really no difference between Zhang Ren and Sha Ren. Chapter 51 Hiwamaru. It's annoying, I staggered with Kakashi and the others. Swift looked upset after reading the match list just posted, and felt very dissatisfied with the grouping. A total of 32 teams passed the written test this time, and a total of 4 teams were divided into the 2nd round of assessment. If they reach the top 2 teams, they can advance to the next round. The teams that do not meet the criteria will be divided into 3 groups again tomorrow, and they are also the first 2 to advance, so a total of 14 teams can enter the 3rd assessment. Because it is different from the peacetime Naruto is in, the 3rd assessment is actually like a screening battle after passing through the Death Forest. It is conducted in an internally enclosed environment. It is not against the crowd in public, and there is no disguised control of the progress of the game by controlling the number of people. Instead, it deliberately chose to cast the net to prevent 2 strong teams from meeting, which caused one of the teams to be disqualified. Therefore, the strong team will be artificially staggered in the loser group game tomorrow. Although it seems that there will be a lot of people, in fact, Kakashi passed this year alone, and the evaluation criteria are still very strict. Bai Ye didn't know how many of those who graduated earlier passed, and these things were not specifically mentioned in the original work. And it's not like there will be many ninja villages in the future, so all the participants now are the lower ninja villages themselves. This time, the White Knights and their team was placed in Group A, and the only opponents they would be familiar with were Red Bean's team. Of course, Bai Ye is only familiar with Red Beans. The 2 passers-by teammates of her team are limited to the point of their names. Although Bai Ye deliberately made friends everywhere during this period, it was limited to some people who appeared in the original book. For unknown passers-by, it was better to do 1,000 push-ups. Or like Z and the others' passive friendship, they don't reject this kind of white knight, they just don't want to spend more of their energy. It's unlucky to meet you perverts. The Red Bean standing on the side seemed very tired of this group. Her team was no 5, and Bai Ye team was no 8. They would meet in the 2nd game. Relax, don't you have another chance tomorrow? Because the relationship between the 2 sides is good, they are both aware of the strength gap between the 2 sides, and Yu is somewhat apologetic comforter Hongdu, because they will definitely not send them to the 3rd round. Bai Ye also learned that Hongdo is not yet Da Shiwan's disciple, so she is also very curious about where she was followed by Da Shiwan in the future. Advertisement. You guys can definitely win, of course you don't worry about these things. Adzuki Bean scratched Yu's itch unhappily. 3 in a team are all geniuses, and it would seem strange that they will be brushed down this round. However, although Hongdu's 2 teammates, Kang Ye and Xuanxin, stood aside, they did not come in contact with Bai Ye and them as naturally as she did. On the contrary, they stayed there with a little cringe. After all, they were just 2 ordinary people with no outstanding talents, and they felt like they couldn't join these small groups. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Since both parties did not choose to deliberately befriend each other, Bai Ye was limited to knowing the other's name. Don't make trouble, go to the field of Group A, and the game will start later. Bai Ye checked the time, pulled Yu and Swift by the back collars, dragged them to the group venue. Let's go too. Hongdu wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, and said to his teammates in an unquestionable tone, like a little queen. ... Sit in the frosty sky, Harinumaru. At this time, it was the turn of the Nikkei team, and as the White Knight talked, there was suddenly a hint of coldness on the court. I saw the Zanpaku knife held tightly in Bai Ye's hand, and its shape changed closely with Jifangyu. After a burst of light flashed from the blade's tail, an iron chain was born. The end of the chain had a blade in the shape of a crescent moon, which looked like the tail of an ice dragon. After that, Bai Ye slowly raised his hand, holding the Zanpo Dao that had greatly changed in shape, and lightly waved it forward, making the field more chill. With the swing of the Zanpaku Sword, blue-white ice cubes can be seen condensing from the tip of the blade, and quickly spreading forward as the tip of the blade slides. In the blink of an eye, a fan-shaped frozen area with a radius of nearly 10 meters appeared in front of the eyes. This giant ice block was shining under the sun. At the very edge, it looked like a blossoming flower, producing countless ice thorns, which were slightly touching the skins of the three people on the opposite side. It only needed a little more power to stain them into blood. The three people felt the tingling sensation of cold before them, and cold sweat was left uncontrollable on their foreheads. They knew that as long as Bai Ye's control was slightly weaker, they would have to be injured the lightest. Especially for one person, an ice thorn is only 1 millimeter away from his eyeball. This excitement is more sour than playing bungee jumping. Advertisement. Die. The Nikkei team wins. The invigilator of their team swallowed involuntarily, and with difficulty announced the news of Bai Ye's victory, apparently also frightened by his sudden moves. As that person in Group AA monster. This pervert is so strong, why is he just a forbearance? I really hope I won't encounter this pervert in the third game. In our village, there used to be an ice-type blood succession boundary. Although the distances between the different groups were arranged quite far, the ice cubes released in the white night caused the temperature around the exercise field to drop sharply. Even if the magnitude of the change was not large, the ninjas present were aware of it. Everyone looked over from a distance, feeling as if a small iceberg suddenly appeared here, and the most unacceptable thing was that the other party turned out to be the same as himself. You have researched something new again. This was the first time you saw this move, and he curiously reached out and touched the ice block in front of him. The chill from above felt like it had completely dispelled the breath of late summer. What are you doing so quickly? A pair of Swift, who was eager to try, was looking at Bai Ye unhappy. When she was about to take a shot in front of her, a wall of ice suddenly appeared in front of her. If she hadn't reacted quickly, she almost ran into it head-on. I'm not trying to solve the battle quickly, so don't care about it so much. Bai Ye looked a little weak at this time, indicating that the current move was quite expensive for him. Based on the amount of his current chakra, he can probably only support 4 such large-scale attacks, so to ensure that when he is released, he must be sure to hit the target. However, there is no need to make such an exaggeration in normal operations. After all, the size of the ice cubes generated can be controlled, and a small range of use can greatly improve the endurance. Moreover, the large-scale attack that was released from a distance just now, in fact, most of the chakras were wasted on meaningless consumption, and the ideal situation should be used in close combat. As far as the current situation is concerned, it is more suitable to use the newly formed iron chain at the tail to attack, and the objects entangled by the chain will condense into ice. Chapter 52 New Ability. This was only researched yesterday, and I didn't deliberately keep it from you. Bai Ye was uncomfortable being stared at by you, so she had to explain a little bit. He had just deliberately performed such an exaggeration in this battle just to experiment with the newly emerging abilities. White Knight, the main question now is whether you can get rid of the ice, and this venue will continue to be used in the afternoon. The invigilator reached out and knocked on the ice cube. After feeling its strength, he felt very headache. In addition, he couldn't think of a good solution for a while. It was refreshing to patronize himself in front of Bai Ye, and didn't notice the problem in this aspect. He couldn't make the ice that had been condensed disappear out of thin air. The art of fireball. You saw Bai Ye scratching her head foolishly, showing a sweet smile, and she took the initiative to spray a fireball and burn the ice. 31 Broken Road Red Fireball. After seeing Yu's movements, Bai Ye could be considered as a reaction, remembering that as long as the ice was melted with high temperature, without thinking about how to continue to manipulate it, he took advantage of the situation and used the new path he had learned a while ago. Bai Ye sent a big ball of fire from the palm of his palm. Under the impact of the two sides of the moon, the small mountain of ice quickly melted away, leaving only a large pool of water stains to prove that he once existed. When I think of fighting against you perverts in the afternoon, there is a feeling of unlovable life. The red beans who had won easily before have deliberately stayed, wanting to see how strong Bai Ye's strength is, and if they have a chance to make tricks. I just didn't expect to think they were very strong, but I still underestimated it by far. In this battle, Bai Ye killed everyone on the opposite side in an instant. In fact, Yu and Swift also wanted to tell her that it was just that Bai Ye was too perverted by himself, and they were still in the category of normal human beings. The four of them talked and laughed and prepared to have a dinner after the end, but because there was only one boy in the White Knight, they didn't interrupt too much, but looked at the new abilities of Zanpo Dao. Zanpakudo. Gunsling, Senbon Sakura, Hirawamaru, 25 thousandths. Broken Dao 1 Chong. Broken Dao 4 White Thunder. Broken Dao 11 Fixed Thunderbolt. Broken Dao 31 Red Cannon. Broken Dao 33 Kang Fire Fall, 23 5 thousandths. Advertisement. Bound Dao 1 Stop, Bin Dao No. For this rope, Bin Dao number 8 Rebuke, Bin Dao number 30 Mouth flashes 3 times, Bin Dao number 39 Round Gate, Fan, 25 5 thousandths. White Hitting. 5 stages 18 5 thousandths. Instant Step. 5 segments 21 5 thousandths. Overspeed regeneration. 5 stages. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Senbon Sakura. The blade is broken down into countless invisible thin blades, which are like flying petals due to the light. Binglin Maru. The strongest Zanpaku knife of the ice and snow system, a giant ice dragon made by chakra, and instantly freezes the things it touches, and a chain is formed on the handle of the knife. 31 Broken Road. Red artillery. It can condense a ball of fire in the palm of the hand and send it forward. It can also be used for lighting as long as the power is adjusted. 33 Broken Path. Kengwo Pendant. A red light is emitted from the fingertips, and the palm is launched from the front and bottom of the palm. The color is usually light blue, and the speed is fast to attack the enemy, making the enemy too late to evade, sound great and destructive. 30 Bound to the Road. 3 flashes of the mouth. Use 3 huge pointed beak beams to fix the opponent's hands and waist on the wall to block his actions. 39 of the Road. Round Gate Fan. A circular protective shield is formed. During this period of time, because there were no special time-consuming tasks, Bai Ye's strength progress was also very gratifying, and Zanpo Dao completed another evolution yesterday. And this is the second evolution in 3 months, and the new skills brought by the last evolution are already fully familiar. Of course, it's not all good news. Although Bai Ye's training intensity has been increasing, the increase in experience has not increased much. It has slowly become a situation that is not like the first one. As long as there is no brain exercise and physical fitness can improve, only when some new insights are generated, the speed of improvement can be accelerated a little. The same good news is that the 2 Zanpoken can evolve successfully as long as the experience points are full, as if the bottleneck encountered in the first time will no longer appear. Regarding the newly emerged 30 Tai Dao Ji, 3 flashes of mouth, you had a special study with Bai Ye for a period of time, specifically to enhance her multifaceted ability. There is also 31 Broken Road. Red artillery, although the power is quite impressive compared to the previous Broken Road, but because it is a skill of the same nature as the strong fireball art, you did not deliberately waste time. Learned. Swift is actually quite greedy for these skills, but because it is impossible to give up her family-renowned soft fist, and she has to spend a lot of energy to research medical ninjutsu, she still hasn't learned any of them yet. Oshimaru, you called us all back because of these children. Advertisement. Jilai was also lying on the railing of a certain high-rise, watching the Bai Ye 4 passing by below. If you want to accept Bai Ye as a disciple, you can collect it. Do you still want us to give gifts? When we accepted disciples, you didn't even show your face. Tsunade also stretched out his hand to hold on to the railing, his cheeks were still blushing, and he apparently drank a lot of alcohol, and his body seemed a little unstable. Don't be so ruthless, Tsunade. Look at that girl from the Hyuga family, I think she is quite qualified to be your disciple. Obviously Oshimaru was afraid of being rejected by Bai Ye, even his teammates were arranged to go. Depending on the situation, about you, he was going to introduce it to Jiraiya. It's very suspicious, you actually became able to take care of these things. Tsunade didn't say anything, but stared at Swift specifically, and Jiraiya felt very strange because he was very familiar with the temperament of Oshimaru. I understood that since the other party had specifically called me over, he would definitely recommend a disciple for myself, and I couldn't imagine that this was what Dashimaru would do. It's rare for people from the Hyuga clan to learn medical ninjutsu. I didn't introduce it to you casually. Oshimaru did not respond to Jiraiya, but continued to recommend Swift like Tsunade. Because Oshimaru is very aware of Jiraiya's temperament, as long as he specifically asks, he will generally not refuse. Tsunade is the more difficult one. Since her brother and boyfriend both died in battle, the whole person's temperament has changed, but it is not as easy to talk as before. I'm going for a drink, don't bother me if I'm fine. After Tsunade stayed for a while, he didn't express anything clearly, turned around and waved his back to them, and disappeared on the roof. Since Tsunade has already agreed, you shouldn't refuse Jiraiya. I don't know how Dashimaru judged it, but she was putting her hand on Jiraiya's neck, looking very intimate. I see, Bai Ye's other teammate, right? I haven't seen you care about anything so much. Jiraiya also patted off the hand that Dashiwan was coming over, obviously feeling a little bit overwhelmed by it. After all, Dashimaru usually looks very cold, and suddenly became so enthusiastic that he couldn't help but produce a bunch of goosebumps, and left here as fast as he escaped. Chapter 53 Easy Promotion. Gossip 64 Palms. I saw that Swift, after quickly approaching the red bean, judged the distance between the two sides, and immediately succeeded in mastering the skill. In her eyes, a gossip array appeared on the ground, stepping on the direction in the gossip, easily avoiding the coup thrown by the red bean. After finding the correct position, he stepped up in front of Hongdu, tilted his palm slightly and patted her lower abdomen, causing it to float in the air with the force of the palm. The subsequent combo also quickly attacked. Swift appeared around Hongdu's body with a flexible pace, let it float perfectly in the air motionless, and ate all of this entire palm. After Swift finished her palms, the red beans that had lost their strength and support completely fell down, lying on the ground completely unable to move, and her face showed a broken expression. On the other side, Yu stopped the two teammates of Idzuki Bean alone, neither used any powerful ninjutsu, and successfully suppressed the two by relying solely on physical skills. Earth Escape Earth Core Movement. After sensing that Swift had solved the red beans, Yu didn't delay any longer. After pushing the two in front of him away with the shuriken, he quickly sealed the seal and pressed it to the ground. Suddenly, There was a vibration on the ground, especially the position of Kong Yi and Xuanxin, which had the most dramatic changes. Before they could react, the soil under their feet suddenly dropped out of thin air, creating a square pit in which both of them collapsed. At the same time, Yu Hao had reformed the seal of the fireball, his mouth slightly bulged, facing the newly formed deep pit, faintly. The Nikkei team wins. The Invigilator understood that there was no need for the current situation to continue the fight, so he directly announced the result of the game with a big wave. Moon slowly withdrew from her condensed chakra, and the corners of her mouth gradually returned to its original shape. The fireball technique was still in her belly before she was released. But this battle Bai Ye spent the whole process of soy sauce, because Swift had been severely warned during lunch before, so he had to quietly be a beautiful man by the side. You're so heavy, what if you don't get over it tomorrow? Hong Do, who was helped out of the venue by Swift, couldn't help complaining. After the acupuncture points all over his body were sealed, he only felt that his body was hollowed out. Advertisement. Hey, I didn't restrain it for a while. Swift smirked embarrassedly when she heard the words. Due to the influence of the morning of the White Knight, she couldn't help but use the Bagua palm that she had just mastered completely. She's just a badass, she doesn't bully me less often. After you finished, he used the earth core to raise the ground again before running over. After hearing the conversation between the two of them, he couldn't help but interject, apparently worrying about Swift's usual actions. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The earth escape used in this battle is the third chakra attribute that Yu has mastered. Because Yu has a better talent in this aspect, she has been trying to master various ninjutsu, wanting to follow the route of the 3 generations of ninjutsu doctors. Okay, you all have improved your skills, right? Swift was unable to release her hand temporarily because she had to hold Idzuki beans, but after turning her head, she pushed her into Yu's arms. He also took advantage of the fact that the two of them did not turn around, rushing to ride them both underneath. The little devil in his heart was slowly showing his figure. Yu is obviously used to this kind of thing, lying on the ground in a resigned manner. She is just like an angry little daughter-in-law. Hong Do was ashamed and angry, thinking that she usually does this kind of things, but now because of her weakness, she doesn't even have the opportunity to resist. I'll leave first, you can figure it out by yourself. Bai Ye felt a headache watching the 3 people who were tangling together again, so it was enough to go up and join the battle group, and had to go away alone. I am back. When Bai Ye returned home, it was rare for Bai Ye to say this once, because Dai hadn't been out on assignments recently. In fact, Bai Ye was a little bit confused about this kind of thing, and he was obviously also forbearing. Dai seemed to be a lot busier than these people, and once asked him why he refused to say more. The scroll of Bamandunjia had been returned before, and Bai Ye had already memorized the method of opening the door later. The most important thing to open the door is to have enough physical strength. Of course, this is also the most difficult point, because as long as the body can bear it, you can easily suddenly limit the device. Is there no one here? Advertisement. Although the battle ended early in the afternoon, Bai Ye also went to the 3rd exercise site to exercise for a while, and now it was time for dinner. Logically speaking, even if Dai went to exercise with Kai in the afternoon, he should be back now. Kai's words, because they lost to Kakashi in the morning, did not go to the examination room in the afternoon, but chose to stay for more hard work. This is, after seeing no one at home, Bai Ye took the initiative to go to the previous training venue and found that they both stayed here as expected. I saw that Dai's whole body was emitting green steam, dyeing the dark night with a different color. Seeing this, Bai Ye understood it instantly, knowing that Dai was about to teach the Bamandunjia to Kai at this time, and it seemed that he had already possessed the basic conditions for practicing this technique. In the original book, Dai chose to teach Kai only after he mastered the deadlock. Now because of his intervention, it is not clear whether he has successfully mastered the deadlock. During this period of time, Bai Ye had completely mastered the first 3 doors. Although the 4th door could be opened, his body still couldn't bear it. Therefore, the injury door has already been regarded as his final trump card. With the current physical quality, if it is not necessary, he will definitely not use it indiscriminately. Because even with speeding regeneration, Bai Ye can only last for 30 seconds at present, and once the time exceeds a short period of time, it can only be slaughtered. Just like Xiao Li forcibly opened 5 doors and then played against Gaara. When the seed exploded, he could crush the opponent, and when the body was completely unable to bear it, he instantly became cold. The only difference is that you can fight again after a short rest in the night. At present, compared to the physical consumption, the main damage to the body is the more serious damage to the body. Bai Ye, you are back, you can come and listen to Kai together, I have just completely mastered the 8-door Dunjia. Although Bai Ye's voice was extremely low, it was discovered by Dai as soon as he made the sound. The other party also relieved the Bamandunjia state, and the leaves that were constantly shaking by the air wave also stopped swinging. Bai Ye heard Dai say this, and understood that he should have completely mastered the deadlock. In addition, because of an accident, he had already started practicing ahead of time, so he decided to start teaching Kai ahead of time. Otherwise, with the extremely strong talents in Kaiteishu, he wouldn't have to wait until he was 11 years old to be promoted to Zongnan. In the original book, Dai should have mastered it, and spent a year or 2 in-depth research, and then began to teach Kei. Chapter 54 Days Teaching. Kei, your physique is different from that of Bai Ye, so you can't use this trick at will. You must use it when you think it's a critical moment. Before the explanation, Dai reminded Kai with a serious face, because Bamindunjia puts a heavy load on the body, and random use of it will become a burden to his companions. Don't worry, father, I won't use this power indiscriminately. A raging fire burned in Kai's eyes. He kept remembering what Dai said to them 2 years ago. He hasn't relaxed for a moment in these years, and has been exercising his physique with Bai Ye. Now I can finally prove to others that even if he only knows physical skills, he can grow into a great ninja. Because Kai K is very clear that Dai is the same as him, who has no knowledge of ninjutsu and illusion, but the oppressive feeling given to him after the other party opened the door just now made him feel the way out of physical skills. The same is true for Bai Ye. Don't use it at will depending on your physical fitness. You must remember that the first generation of adults was so strong and died young. Dai was also a little bit emotional about this. If it hadn't been because the first generation died early, the second generation wouldn't have died in World War I. Perhaps with the efforts of the first and second generations, the ninja world may really achieve peace, and the children do not need to enter the ninja school early, but it's still a little better now. If he was born during the Ninja World War, the newly graduated Sha Ren will be directly transferred to the battlefield due to lack of manpower. There are not many people who can come back alive. I just use it as a whole card, and I won't use it casually. Bai Ye is the truth. After all, he is different from Kai. Although ninjutsu cannot be used as well, the power of the god of death can be used unscrupulously. You have to understand that Bamindunjia just lifts its own restrictions on chakras, so after the restrictions are lifted, it will not increase your total chakras. After hearing Bai Ye's answer, Dai nodded and began to explain it formally. Does that mean that the more chakras you have, the greater the improvement after the restrictions are lifted? Kai is much better than Bai Ye in this respect. Although he can't release ninjutsu either, but he passed the written test in the Zongan exam through his own efforts, and these basic skills are still very solid. Advertisement. Yes, of course it doesn't mean that your own strength is useless. Chakra determines the upper limit of your strength improvement, then your physical fitness is the upper limit of how long you can support after you lift the limit. Dai took over Kai's words and continued to explain. Also, you see, this is the state I was in when I opened the door. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. When Dai was explaining, he also used it in coordination, and punched forward out of thin air in the state of Duman. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, and it was obvious that ripples were produced in the air, and the deep gully appeared on the ground under Dai's random punch. It's the state I was when I opened the Jingmun. At this time, a clear green wave of air appeared around Dai's body, and he fought forward with the same fist speed, but there was a huge gap. Although the air is also fluctuated, the scope of influence has been doubled several times, and the power of the two states can be clearly distinguished. They all stood in the same position and threw their punches. The second time, the ravines were at least 4 or 5 times as deep as before, and even trees that had not been affected were directly cut off. As you can see, the power of my second punch has been increased several times, but my current duration will also be greatly shortened. Dai gasped slightly after retiring from the 8-door state. These 2 punches looked very relaxed, but the actual physical damage was not small. For example, if I can fight for an hour when I am in the door, then I can only last for 5 or 6 minutes when I am in the door. After taking a sigh of relief, Dai continued to add. I understand, isn't it that we can't blindly pursue the greatest strength, but to judge the amount of strength based on the actual situation, and to avoid meaningless consumption. Hino nodded thoughtfully, absorbing Dai's words frantically. Bai Ye secretly said that this actually didn't make sense to him, because he had the abnormal ability of speeding regeneration, as long as the recovery speed could keep up, in theory he could open 8 doors indefinitely. It's just that chakra in the 8-door state is too violent, even if he stands still, a lot of it will be wasted out of thin air, so his duration is calculated at the rate of wasted. Advertisement. One more thing, because the amount of chakra will increase with exercise, the intensity of the 8 doors has been increased after opening, so the duration is difficult to increase, and it can only be used as a burst skill. Dai continued to explain his experience of using it over the years, although Kai listened with gusto. Bai Ye felt that these experiences didn't seem to help him much, or because as long as he could keep up with him, he could completely use Bamindunjia as a common skill. The only thing to worry about is that there is a limit to the number of cell divisions. Don't be the same as the first generation, and die young because of excessive use of abnormal resilience. Of course, this is just a matter of thinking. Bai Ye is just guessing about the working principle of speeding regeneration, so he will not become intimidated by this, and will use it decisively when it is time to use it. Although I felt that Dai's initial experience and insights were useless, Bai Ye still listened very carefully to specific cultivation methods later. After all, he had just followed the scrolls, coupled with the powerful resilience of his body, and practiced randomly according to his own judgment, which was completely inferior to the method that Dai had worked out over the past 20 years. I can try my best to avoid hurting myself when practicing, so that the training efficiency can also be improved a lot. Okay, I'm here for today. K, you have to take the test tomorrow, and rest early after eating. Dai spent nearly 2 hours, and finally after going through all the points that need to be paid attention to in cultivation, he was ready to take the 2 children home to rest. The more Bai Ye listened to, the more embarrassed he became, because he found that he could open the first 3 doors entirely by recklessness, relying on speeding regeneration to directly ignore some of the avoidable damage. Moreover, the reason why the wounded door hurt him so much was also caused by improper cultivation. If you plan to study it again tomorrow, it may increase the duration a lot. I feel a little overconfident in this regard. If I took the initiative to ask Dai earlier, I wouldn't have encountered these problems. Sure enough, the gap between whether anyone taught me is really huge. As for why Dai didn't directly mention these experiences with Bai Ye in the first place, it was mainly because Bai Ye had already opened 2 doors in a short period of time when he knew about it. Naturally, Bai Ye was actually an almighty genius, and Dai was also busy during that time, so he did not deliberately interfere with his development too much. Chapter 55 Sanin Proctor. Come on, Kei, you can achieve a 50-game losing streak in 1 loss. At this time, Kai's 2 teammates Shiranui Genma and Ebisu were booing around and took a small table to make an opening bet. Kai is doing his daily routine these days, training against Bai Ye. In the past, both of them had lost, but since the plugin of White Knight was back online, Kai has been losing for several months. Almost half a month has passed since the second assessment of the Zongren exam, and the third assessment will be officially carried out tomorrow. Because everyone has to prepare to face the next assessment, no one is going out to perform tasks at this time, and everyone has often gathered together for training in the past 2 months. Kei is already much better than taking soil, but taking soil hasn't had a win in this half month. After Kakashi suppressed the White Knight victory, he began to complain about his teammates. Although he always looked down on the soil, he couldn't help but feel speechless watching him keep losing. This is horrible and can't be more horrible. At present, among these people, only Bai and Kakashi maintain a very high winning percentage, and the rest basically win and lose, depending on how they perform on the spot. The only person with the soil is really miserable. He has been tortured and killed by everyone. If he hadn't been really tough, he might have been beaten and given up as a ninja. Kakashi waits for us to fight again. During this time, Swift also fought with Kakashi, finally fulfilling her wish. Although I didn't win the same time, I made progress every time. I have been under Kakashi for much longer than at the beginning. Okay, Kakashi also had a headache about this. After all, everyone agreed at the beginning, and it was not easy to refuse Swift. The two played against each other more often than Bai and Kai in the past few days. Moreover, Kai and Bai Ye played against each other purposefully, mainly because both of them would be able to get out of the box, and Bai Ye was to help Kai open the door for special training. Boom. When everyone was chatting, Bai Ye simply relied on the physical skills after opening the door to suppress Kai, and finally ended with a kick, kicking Kai directly away. This is the 17th table that has been broken in half a month. Advertisement. Xuanjian looked at the table that was smashed after Kaifi came over, feeling fortunately for Shou to provide these things every time. He only needs to provide the initial principle. Ah, you bastards definitely did it on purpose. Unable to withstand the blow, Shou knelt on the ground and snarled. The money he had made in the past half month was not enough for him to buy the table. The benefits were all made by Xuanjian. How is it possible? You think too much. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Bai Ye pretended to whistle lightly, and 4 of the broken tables were his masterpieces. Because in the past half month, Bai Ye has fallen to the point where he needs to eat rice to survive, so every time he sees the broken table here, he doesn't get angry. Hey, after Swift laughed secretly, she quickly pushed Kakashi onto the court. Her damage was twice as much as Bai Ye, and the two of them were the culprits of destroying the table. Swift said that she actually didn't want to do this either, but she didn't know why she couldn't help but want to place a bet every time she saw them open, and in the end she never won once, so she had no choice but to look out of sight. Forget it, you guys, today is the last day anyway. Shou did not continue to build a new table back, directly drew a circle on the ground, and divided it into several pieces, ready to put the tray on the ground. I saw in the divided area, it was written how long Swift could hold on Kakashi's hands. Starting from 1 minute, the highest was marked to 10 minutes. White Knight, I haven't seen you and Kakashi during this period of time. Will you wait to go up and practice? With a bamboo stick in his mouth, Xuanjian looked lazy, obviously not interested in the battle between Swift and Kakashi. These people have played against them frequently several times, and the freshness at the beginning has long disappeared. Although they have been improving all the time, the range is within the normal range, and there is no change in the fight. Everyone is currently wondering who is better between Bai Ye and Kakashi, especially wanting to see them fight the last time. After all, Kakashi has always been their strongest genius this time, and Bai Ye is considered their strongest genius this time. In fact, not only them, but also the 3 generations who used telescopes to spy on this matter are also very curious about this matter. You won't know tomorrow. It is more fun to keep the suspense until the end. Bai Ye smiled and shook his head. He didn't intend to satisfy their wishes. He thought it would be interesting to just keep their appetites hanging. I just think it's the most fun to beat you. Advertisement. Seeing Bai Ye's sluggish look, Asma just wanted to punch him in the face with a fist, so as to vent his anger. Let's go shopping first, you must remember to clean up the house in the White Knight. Hong, who had been quietly staying next to Asma, was ready to take the girls to buy food after seeing that Swift had been defeated. Because the White Knight house has been redesigned with soil, it is now big enough to accommodate everyone. And the most important thing is that the location of Bai Ye's house is remote enough, and their family is around, so no matter how they make trouble, it will not affect others. So it has become a glorious base for the little partner door, and I will choose to be here every time I have a party. Kei wouldn't mind this kind of thing anyway, but Bai Ye had his own initiative to guide him, because the days when a bunch of partners got together made people feel very comfortable. There are no special rules for this assessment. As long as you try your best to show your abilities, it will be enough to analyze whether you are eligible to become Zhongren based on your performance. The invigilator of the third test was standing on the high platform and speaking, but what people didn't expect was that the invigilator was Oshawan. And not only Oshimaru, but Jiraiya and Tsunade also stood behind him, apparently also coming to be invigilators. And this time there is good news to tell you that the three of us will select disciples based on your performance. The people who had participated in the assessment were already very excited when they discovered that it was Sanin's invigilation, but the words after Oshimaru completely ignited the atmosphere. White Knight, I heard you right. Is Lord Jiraiya preparing to accept disciples? Standing in front of Bai Ye's face, Yu Xiao's face was flushed with excitement. She herself was very concerned about Zilai because of Xiaonan's affairs. This sudden news directly knocked her dizzy. Just behave well today. Bai Ye rubbed Yu's head, but she frowned, thinking that there was definitely something wrong with this matter. He didn't know very well about Oshimaru, but Jiraiya and Tsunade never did it like this in the original work. Jilai also taught him to leave the water gate until he met Naruto. He had never heard of any other students. And the reason why Tsunade chose to teach Mute is because she is the niece of Broken, and Mute didn't participate in this assessment, so apart from Mute, she probably hadn't taught other apprentices. Chapter 56 Collective Fiasco. I don't know what Tsunade-sama's criteria for accepting disciples is. During this period of time, Swift, who had devoted himself to medical ninjutsu, obviously wanted to see if he could become Tsunade's disciple. Although Tsunade is currently unable to perform many surgical treatments because of his fear of hyperemia, he can already be regarded as the #1 in the ninja world in terms of theoretical knowledge alone. Actually, I think you are quite hopeful. Blind eyes are also very helpful in medical treatment, but I don't know why people in your family are not willing to learn. This is also what Bai Ye has always been curious about. Even the other 5-element ninjutsu, medical ninjutsu is still quite eye-catching. They don't want to learn, how would I know why? Swift glared at Bai Ye with an angry look. Similarly, if she didn't want to study Tsunade's strange power technique, she would not waste time on medical ninjutsu. Although Rukwon has very high requirements for chakra's operation accuracy, it is still inferior to medical ninjutsu, not to mention the accuracy required by Wei Li Shu. The two of you can't just quarrel, I can't even hear what Master Oshimaru is talking about. The scene was a bit noisy at first, and now Bai Ye and Swift are also talking non-stop. Yudu feels a little confused, for fear of missing some details. After Bai Ye and Swift looked at each other in a shame, they were ready to calm down and listen carefully. The next first game, Sarutobi Asma vs. Shancheng Qingyu. However, the big screen hanging in the front had already begun to show the characters of the battle, and the three of Shiroya had no idea what Osemaru said later. The moon glared at them twice, and then went to the second floor with the crowd first. Obviously you started it. Okay, women are really troublesome. At this time, Bai Ye suddenly reacted, remembering that it was Moon who had spoken at the beginning, but now it was a good pot. What did you say? While Bai Ye didn't pay attention, Swift detoured behind him like a ghost, and used his arms to lock the throat attack. Bai Ye patronizes herself for a mouthful, forgetting that there is a more troublesome girl beside her. As the throat was controlled and unable to speak for a while, and seeing that others had already left the scene, he had to reach out and hold it one by one, and leapt to the second floor with Swift. In the process of leaping up, Bai Ye really just moved his fingers subconsciously, only feeling a soft touch from his fingertips, and he immediately noticed something wrong. Bagua 128 palms. Advertisement. Sure enough, as soon as she arrived on the second floor, Swift used her own trick with a face of shame, and her anger was directly upgraded from 64 palms. At this time, Bai Ye didn't have the embarrassment to dodge. After all, he belonged to the side that took advantage, and at the same time he couldn't help commenting in his heart, secretly feeling that this should be similar to the opal touch. Swift is also called fiercely. Although the strength in his hands is not small, because the chakra is not attached, he feels like the other party is tickling now with Bai Ye's physique. Winner, Qingyu Mountain City. When the two were arguing, the sound of Oshimaru suddenly came from his ears. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi, isn't it, Asma lost so soon? Swift immediately stopped the movement of her hands, leaned on the guardrail and looked down, just to see that Asma had been carried on the stretcher at this time. This guy named Qingyu is very strong. Kakashi, who was on the side, watched the whole process, with a dignified look in his eyes. It was obvious that the opponent's strength had reached the point where it could threaten him. It seems that I underestimated this Zongan exam. Bai Ye also had a trace of emotion on his face. Originally he thought that this time the opponent was only Kakashi. But as it stands now, the rest of this class should have been wiped out, and Kakashi alone succeeded in breaking through. Sure enough, even if the talents of the older ones are not good, but with so many years of exercise time, their strength is not easily defeated by those who have just graduated. In fact, their instructor would recommend them, because they wanted to give them more experience. Of course, it would be best if they could succeed. Next, Metke will fight Uchiha with Soil. After a few rounds, they finally had their current players on the court, and they also played two at once. It's miserable to bring Soil, this is the end of the legendary world line. After hearing the combatants, Bai Ye couldn't help but silently mourn for Tuo Tu. This time he intervened in the assessment, but Tuo Tu still met Kai. Bring Soil and come on. No whirlwind. Sure enough, With Lin's cheer next to him, she succeeded in attracting Tuo's gaze, and Kei's leg whip followed him abruptly and kicked his face. Bai Ye felt a toothache when he watched this scene, and saw that the soil was kicked in midair, and he was constantly turning around and was hit by a blow. Winner. Metke. This is probably the fastest battle to end in this assessment. Advertisement. Kei's victory has brought us a lot of confidence. Although it was promoted by stepping on his own body. Kai's promotion finally eased the dignified atmosphere of everyone, even though the sacrifice was taken away. But at this time, bringing the soil is also painful and happy. Lin is handling his wound carefully, and his smirking face keeps affecting the wound on his face. Kakashi, you have to come on, we can't be compared by the White Knights this year. With the progress of the game, Kakashi and the others are still very tragic, and they are currently entering the second round. Bai Ye's Swift and Yu have been promoted this time, and Z and their team have been wiped out. So these people, Kakashi and White Knight, are the only ones who have not yet played against each other. Everyone's repeated fiascos also successfully made them realize the reality, and they are all ready to exercise themselves in the next time, and set their goal on the Zongan exam in the coming year. Is that white-haired man a legendary genius? But the people in their class seem to have stepped on their companions to advance. He won't be just those people who brag about it. But I heard that he seems to be the disciple of Lord Jiraiya. Don't make trouble, Master Jaleda's other two disciples have already left. Kakashi's popularity is quite high among these people. After all, he is a genius who graduated at the age of 5, directly setting the record for the minimum graduation age. However, other friends in the same session were pulled out to whip the corpse, especially with Tu and Lin who were whiplashed in turns. Damn it, Kakashi, you must win this time. Bringing soil is also a rare opportunity to fuel Kakashi once, and it is obvious that those who are a few years older than them are very angry with the strange voice of Yin and Yang. Other people with injuries are also cheering for Kakashi, all feeling a little irritated. If Kei lay down, Kakashi was the last hope among them. After all, 2 of the White Knights who were still younger by them have entered the next round. If Kakashi is also accidentally eliminated, doesn't it mean that they are actually very weak this year? Long-winded. Kakashi was on the court listening to his companions cheering for him all the time, ripples in his heart, and his indifferent mentality had changed a lot inadvertently. Chapter 57 Kakashi vs Kenji Hyuga. You're the Kakashi Hagi who is known as Konoha's strongest genius. The opponent Kakashi encountered was Kenji Hyuga, a tribe who was a few years older than Swift. Where did I offend you? Kakashi looked at the opponent with a mocking expression and was speechless. He didn't know when he had such a title. Is it necessary to target him like this? I just want to tell you that it's not a genius who can do whatever he wants. Kenji clearly showed his disdain for Kakashi, and everyone who didn't know thought there was any enmity between them. Kakashi was full of black lines by this person, but it was not easy to refute the opponent, because he had indeed completely ignored the life and death of his teammates for the task, which led to his poor reputation. Otherwise, it wouldn't be obvious that he graduated a year earlier, and the only one who was complained about was to team up with the newly graduated Taetu and Lin. In fact, Watergate was specially arranged to teach Kakashi. Although the instructors arranged at the beginning of the 3 generations were not bad, they could not suppress his temperament. Hey, Swift, that person in your family seems to hate geniuses. Bai Ye watched Kenji madly chattering there, feeling that he was completely the opposite of Neji. One extreme hated genius, the other looked down on waste. I have also heard a little about Kenji's brother. Because things in the family were not easy to spread out at random, Swift leaned her head to Bai Ye's ear and whispered. From Swift's explanation, Bai Ye finally knew why the other party was like this. Kenji was about 4 years older than Swift. Although his talent was pretty good at the beginning, it was actually good, and he couldn't compare with Swift's dazzling talent. Therefore, Kenji was naturally engraved with a bird in a cage. Of course, this is also the fate of all Hyuga branch families. Characters such as Swift are rare in the first place. At the beginning, Kenji didn't reject this kind of thing. When he was sensible, he already understood his fate, but when Swift was born, everything became different. Swift was judged to be extremely pure when she was born, and her performance when she grew up did not disappoint everyone, and the secret technique of soft boxing was also readily available. Advertisement. In fact, the relationship between Swift and Kenji was pretty good at the beginning. After all, both of them are considered to be little geniuses in the family, and they have to ask each other for advice. But after Kenji learned that Swift did not need to be caged, the relationship between the two people slowly separated without Swift's awareness. Swift also learned some news accidentally. Kenji also had an emotional relationship with the day because of this incident, thinking that his own talent was not bad, and then he was locked up for more than a week. Since then, his personality has changed from the gentle elder brother to the present one, and he feels particularly harsh when he hears the news about genius. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. However, it is not entirely bad for Kenji. Since that time, he has become extremely hardworking and has always wanted to prove himself to his tribe. I feel that in terms of family ethics, your family has the most things. Bai Ye suspected that the Hyuga clan said that this might happen in every generation. Anyway, it was because of the caged bird that changed his personality. Just as Nikkei didn't say anything about being caged as a bird, when Neji was also engraved as a caged bird because of his relationship, his dislike for the system of dividing the family became more apparent. Humph. After Swift twisted Shiroya's arm viciously, he ignored him. At this time, Kakashi and Kenji on the field finally started to officially fight. Although Kakashi is currently best at swordsmanship, but because he does not know the details of the opponent for the time being, he did not easily step forward to attack. Kakashi and Swift have had many hands-on experiences, knowing that the opponent's long-range attack method must be relatively simple, so they hung in the distance and wanted to try it out first. If you don't master some far-reaching ninjutsu, you won't find it inconvenient. At this time on the field, Kakashi was using ninjutsu rarely, and was constantly spitting out the flames of impatient seeds from his mouth to block Kenji's progress. Bai Ye really couldn't figure out this. The Hyuga's empty palm was indeed powerful in the late stage, but the early attack range was too small, making it impossible to get close to the enemy and unable to do effective damage. And it's not that Shankai is really incapable of learning, and he has the ability to learn but doesn't learn it, which is very confusing. Our families are relatively large, and there are still some restrictions in this regard. Deer's heart, lying lazily on the guardrail, answered for Swift. When Bai Ye was said by him, it seemed to me that most people with family secrets would basically not spend time practicing general ninjutsu, and their own powers were based on their own secrets. The Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, Advertisement. Kakashi successfully suppressed Kenji to the corner with the technique of impatience, and then threw a shuriken. And split the shuriken into many shadow clones, and attacked Kenji, who was forced into the corner overwhelmingly. Kenji, who was forced into a blind spot, could not dodge so many attacks for a while. This is the higher level of difficulty in A-level ninjutsu. I didn't expect Kakashi to have mastered it proficiently. Bai Ye still knows this trick quite well. It is a highly difficult ninjutsu developed by the 3 generations. It can be used to the extreme but can divide a shuriken into tens of thousands. However, Kakashi was already very tough when he was able to separate hundreds of pieces when he was under ninja. It is estimated that chakra cannot support tens of thousands of pieces. Damn it, Kakashi. This B****************** D. He has hidden his tricks against me before. Hundreds of shurikens flew at the same time and it seemed densely packed. After Swift felt it for a while, he felt that at the current level, he could only rely on returning to the sky to defend. However, this trick was quite laborious for Kakashi, and after using it, he began to gasp, staring closely at the dust raised by numerous shuriken attacks. The eyes of other people on the scene also gathered here, and Kakashi's strength was recognized by this hand alone, and they all wanted to see if Kenji could successfully take this trick. Why didn't I rebirth to Hyuga's house? Bai Ye muttered softly as she watched Swift with blue veins bursting out of her eyes. It is estimated that with so many people on the scene, she alone can easily observe the situation inside. Although Baiyan didn't have any particularly powerful ninjutsu, it was very practical in terms of its functions. I didn't see it as a ninjutsu, so I wanted to come and snatch it. Before the smoke was completely dispersed, Kakashi drew out the short blade on his waist in advance, and took the initiative to shorten the distance between the two sides. At present, the situation under the dust can be vaguely seen. At this time, Kenji's body has many more incisions, but it seems that there is no fatal injury. It seemed that when he was unavoidable just now, he chose to use his body to resist some attacks, and bounce the remaining kunai in his hands that was more harmful. After observing the opponent's state, Kakashi confirmed that he did not master the skill of returning to the sky, and decided not to waste chakra using ninjutsu. Kakashi is still very confident about melee combat skills, and feels that in addition to Huishin's no dead angle defense, he can solve it with his own experience and judgment. Chapter 58 White Knight on the field. The Hyuga family seems to be very strong, and this kind of move can follow. I remember there seems to be a pervert in the Jongnin exam. Are you talking about the man who released the iceberg in the second game? Yeah, I was too far away at the time and I didn't notice who did it, and I don't know if he ever played. Both Kakashi and Kenji, who were fighting, fully demonstrated their own strength, allowing these contestants to unconsciously talk about other strong players. Bai Ye was fortunate enough to be mentioned at this time because of his previous performance, but because they were the last game in the morning, plus the A group people left early. As a result of the current knowledge that Bai Ye possesses ice ninjutsu, it is also the 3 opponents who were eliminated at that time, and the red beans who left the field early, and of course his own teammates must be counted. Not to mention the newly mastered Hiromaru, even the Senbon Sakura, and Gunsling, that I have mastered a long time ago did not use it at will. I think it is better not to let too many people know about the whole cards. Are you teasing me? Kenji thought Kakashi was too arrogant to take the initiative to choose melee, but after playing for a long time, he found that even Kakashi hadn't touched a single piece of hair. In this case, it is simply getting more and more angry, thinking that the other party is deliberately making him embarrassed, and it is obvious that he is stronger than him, so he does not directly give him a happy life. Kakashi looked speechless when he saw the opponent throwing another scapegoat. He just wanted to reduce unnecessary consumption. After all, there were still several games to play. And I have to say that Kenji's defense is also drip-proof, and Kakashi can only cause a small amount of damage to the opponent, so he has to withdraw, otherwise he may overturn directly with a soft fist. The current situation is like Kakashi is a flexible thief, and Kenji is a relatively bulky fighter. One party chose to slowly test his own skills to kill the opponent, while the other felt that he could take the opponent away with just one blow, but he couldn't beat the opponent all the time, which made him feel very aggrieved. Sure enough, as time went on, Kakashi kept accumulating damage and easily dragged his opponent to death. Kakashi, you think there is another enemy? Shiraya watched Kenji, who was carried down on a stretcher, staring at Kakashi, who was returning to the second floor, a young man who was already very radical, but now it is estimated that his mind is even more distorted. Advertisement, you still worry about your next battle, many people are quite strong. Kakashi shrugged his shoulders indifferently. He was used to this situation as early as last year. Those talents really hate themselves. I'm not going to be the finale. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. As a result, everyone had waited for a long time before it was White Knight's turn to play, so he couldn't help but tossing his hair, looking very chic and narcissistic. Looking at so many games, apart from the one that Kakashi and Kenji dragged on for a little longer, the actual difference in strength between the two sides actually met was somewhat obvious. It feels like based on the performance of the second assessment, preparing to eliminate the weaker ones first, and try to avoid the seeded players from meeting in advance. It seems that your wish cannot be realized. Unfortunately, the third to last game has already been played. As a result, Bai Ye was called by his name in the second to last game, and Swift looked at him mockingly. I won't just say it casually. Bai Ye choked out angrily. Since she accidentally took advantage of some Swift's advantage, the other party will come to him whenever he has a chance. Jichi, do you know what his strength is? Bai Ye's opponent is Yuguru Kazuhiko, who is dressed in black and carrying a big black gourd, which looks quite deterrent on the surface. Anyway, you can hang me casually. Z didn't feel embarrassed either, and naturally admitted that his strength was not as good as the opponent. Aren't you the same as you didn't say? Bai Ye said that he could still hang you, and felt that this answer was too general, and there was no useful information at all. Bai Ye, who had wanted to say something, saw that the opponent was already on the field, and he squatted slightly on the guardrail, and then quickly drifted towards the center of the field with a light kick. You are the one my cousin often mentions. When Bai Ye just fell, he could see Kazuhiko wearing his pure black hood, half of his face was blocked by the collar, and the iconic sunglasses of the Yunbi family hides the whole person's face in the dark. Advertisement, I often hear Z mention you. Seeing the other party's initiative to ask questions, Bai Ye smiled and said nicely, but in his heart he had begun to curse Chiji madly, and this B************ D had completely revealed his details. And for so long, Bai Ye has never heard him mention that he has a cousin, who seems to be quite different from the one in front of him in terms of personality. Although both of them looked cold on the surface, Kazuhiko was obviously very good at hiding himself, and Chichi's cold appearance was all used to force him. It's hard to judge what kind of person Kazuhiko is in Shiraya, but Chichi and a good relationship are completely a funny comparison, and apart from the pair of glasses, he doesn't look like an oily girl at all. I saw that Kazuhiko didn't reply. He continued to keep his hands in his pockets, and the lid of the big gourd on his back rose directly into the sky, from which a swarm of black and crushing insects emerged, instantly occupying nearly a quarter of the field. It always feels colder than Kakashi. Seeing that the other party was suddenly ready to do something, Bai Ye suddenly felt a little speechless. After a conversation, he didn't say anything. He didn't understand what he was thinking at all. Regardless of other things, in terms of the amount of worms, it does seem to be much better than Z, so that people with intensive phobias will see that they are not going to faint on the spot. After all the insect swarms in the gourd came out, they began to spread like poisonous clouds, and they were rushing toward the White Knight quickly, blocking the entire venue to death, leaving no room for dodge at all. So troublesome. Bai Ye looked at Kazuhiko, who was slowly disappearing into the insect swarm, and felt that it was too unfavorable to fight him in this place. If there is still the possibility of avoiding in an open field, now he can only choose to be strong. 31 Broken Road Red Cannon. As the insect swarm kept coming, Bai Ye also raised her left hand while retreating synchronously, and instantly shot a big fireball from the palm of her palm towards the insect swarm ahead. It is reasonable to say that Bai Ye used fire to restrain the opponent's insects, but the fireball was directly submerged in the insect sea, without even a single splash. Damn it, Konoha's shinin is so terrible. Before Bai Ye was forced to the corner by Kazuhiko, he had found the opportunity to send 10 red cannons in succession. As a result, there was no blocking effect at all, and he had reached the point where he could not retreat. Chapter 59 Secret Killer, you look so weak in this way. Kazuhiko, who stood in the same place with his hands in his pockets, was able to successfully push Shiraido into a desperate situation. With such a comparison, Shichi seemed to be weak. You, the defeated general, are ashamed to say. Shichi really didn't know the courage that brought the soil to taunt him, and Kazuhiko was several years older than him. If he was weaker than him, it would seem abnormal. Why are you so nervous? Bai Ye is not so easy to lose. Swift prodded Yu's little head with her fingers in angrily, and she could see Yuajung's 10 fingers crossed and prayed secretly in front of her forehead, making Bai Ye already lose. Although there was a swarm of insects on the field, Bai Ye's low roar was heard intermittently in the deepest part. Open the door. Stop, student. At the moment when he was entangled by the worm, Bai Ye clenched his fists and crossed his chest. His legs were also bent at this time, and a layer of light green energy slowly appeared on the surface. At this time, the blue veins on the body surface of the White Knight can be seen slightly violent. After opening the 3 doors, the airwaves force the dead insects attached to the body surface to shake off. I don't know when it has stood on the wall behind him. Bai Ye, who was standing on the wall, was beginning to adjust his posture, slowly retracting his legs into a squat position, and pressing his fingertips lightly on the wall at the same time, giving a feeling of being ready to go. Under the pressure of Bai Ye's powerful aura, the entire wall was centered on him at this time, and cracks continued to spread out to the surroundings. Boom. As the concentration of Bai Ye's body's power was completed, he immediately disappeared when he reached the critical point, leaving only a giant pit on the wall. I don't know what material the building is made of. The most central part of the pit is almost half a meter deep, and the wall is actually strong there and not collapsed. It is the first time that the insect swarm has changed under the interference of external forces. The outermost surface is like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Advertisement. I can see the position facing Kazuhiko outside, suddenly being pulled out a long black line. This track is like a splash of water, and it becomes more and more slender as the distance goes on. In the end, it seemed that something completely pierced through the obstacles. At the moment the black line stopped stretching, a large circular hole appeared in the center, and then the black swarm filled it up again. At the same time, there was a black figure flashing past everyone's eyes, and it could be found that Kazuhiko's body also disappeared with this figure. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi, boom. Between the sparks and flints, a loud noise suddenly came from the other side of the venue, as if a high-speed car had directly hit it. After everyone reacted, they could only see smoke and dust rising, covering up everything that happened. What happened? A contestant couldn't help but utter the voice of most people. Just now, all this seemed to be slow, but it actually took less than 0.1 second from the disappearance of the White Knight to the loud noise. Most of the time before I felt that Bai Ye had already lost, I didn't expect Kazuhiko to disappear in the next second, and the brain's reaction speed was a little bit unable to keep up, almost in a state of downtime. Although the smoke and dust on the wall appeared quickly, the speed of disappearing was also dissatisfied. It was only when Bai Ye was standing on the wall at this time, and then I realized that something unexpected had really happened. At the same time, I have to say that the walls of this assessment site are really tough. After being hit by the full force of the White Knight, the walls have almost sunk by almost 2 meters. I can see a wall that is about 500 meters square, and the hole is beginning to sink a little, almost transformed from the original plane into a cone. However, Kazuhiko, who everyone thought would also appear here, did not appear. He could only see some worms desperately trying to crawl on Bai Ye, but they were cut off by the miniature airwaves he generated after opening the door. Obviously, I already have such a big advantage, and I'm still so careful. Bai Ye was looking up at the insect swarm he had just emerged from. Obviously, what he had just rushed out to solve was only the insect clone, and Kazuhiko's body had long been hidden in the insect swarm. Although I don't know what happened, this person is so perverted. The entire wall was deformed in one blow. Few of them could have such a powerful destructive power. Thinking of the consequences of this blow on their body, they shuddered involuntarily. This person should only use physical skills. I didn't expect physical skills alone to be so destructive. Kai's complexion began to flush after hearing other people's comments, but he knew clearly that Bai Ye did only use physical skills, but this was a forbidden technique in physical skills. Advertisement. I feel that as long as he cultivates well, he firmly believes that he will be able to reach this level in the future, and the flame of youth is constantly burning. It's really troublesome to hide in it. I hate hitting this kind of turtle with a shrunken head. After killing the worms that had been entangled around him, Bai Ye also relieved the 8-door Dunji estate. After all, if he couldn't hit the target, then the power would be useless no matter what. In fact, Bai Ye could choose to freeze these worms directly with Binglan pills, but it was too expensive for him to freeze so many worms, and it would not be conducive to the subsequent battle after using it. Seeing the swarm of insects that were recompressed, Bai Ye must quickly think of a solution, or sooner or later he would be consumed by the other party. 39 Abound Dao Round Gate Fan. There was no good solution for the White Knight, so he had to release a spherical shield first, preparing to protect himself first. However, when the swarms of insects re-enclosed, Bai Ye frowned again. Although the shield did keep all the bad bugs out, he could obviously feel that the chakra needed to maintain the shield had increased several times. Obviously, this group of worms can draw chakras from the shield even if they don't directly stick to the body. In order to maintain the existence of the shield, he has to increase the supply of chakras. Scatter it, Senbon Sakura. He hesitated and time was running out. Bai Ye didn't have much time to think about it, so he directly drew out the Zanpaku knife from his waist, and quickly read the Jifangyu. The blade slowly dissipated, forming many petals like cherry blossoms. The petals that are generated are actually composed of many sharp blades, which can cut the enemy from all directions, but on the other hand, the small blades that are broken down can only cause some long, thin wounds. Although it can cause a lot of damage to the enemy, it does not cause a lot of bleeding, and the probability of destroying the enemy's vitals is not high, so it appears to be a little insufficient. The most important thing is to keep this form all the time, and consume more chakras, and this weak attack makes it necessary to use it for a long time. Obviously, it is a very strong ability. When the total amount of chakras in the White Knight is not large, it looks like a chicken rib. As a result, he didn't like to use this trick for the time being, and he was prepared to wait until chakra was particularly sufficient in the future, otherwise it would be better to give someone a punch after opening 8 doors. But in the future, like Kazuhiko, he can put his hands in his pockets, stand still and watch the blade chase the enemy by himself. This picture feels beautiful just thinking about it, and it must be used frequently in the future. Chapter 60 Lore Ice Dragon Spintail. This looks so uncomfortable, all eyes are blocked by these bugs. The people watching on the second floor, apart from being able to clearly see the red fireball released by Bai Ye at the beginning, they were wrapped in insect swarms for the rest of the time, and they had no idea what was going on inside. But it seems that fighting with the oil girl is best not to choose a small place, otherwise there is no place to hide at the time, you can only watch the insects pack up to yourself. A guy who had passed the first round of screening had some unnatural expressions on his face. It seemed that he didn't want to meet an opponent like Kazuhiko in the next round. Obviously, he didn't think of any effective countermeasures. And this is not the most important thing. The purpose of the third test is to show yourself to the chief examiner, so even if you lose to the strong, you will not lose your chance. But if you play against Kazuhiko, you will definitely be invisible to people when you fight. When the time comes, you will be showing a woolen thread, and you will definitely be disqualified. Kazuhiko on the field didn't know it all. At present, most people outside the field are cursing him for losing to Shiroya. Judging from Bai Ye's best physical skills, he even thought that he would win after a period of delay. He could clearly feel that the worm was absorbing chakra at this time. Okay. However, after Shiraya used Senbon Sakura, Kazuhiko frowned and could clearly perceive that the worms he had cultivated so hard were dying in large numbers. Moreover, the sudden increase in deaths is not at the same level as the previous killings of Bai Ye with the red artillery, and the speed of emergency hatching with cocoons is far behind the death speed. Hey, I didn't expect it to be very useful. In fact, Bai wanted to try it out, and he didn't have too high expectations for it. As a result, it turned out that these worms were far less tenacious than the human body. The damage caused was much better than Bai Ye had imagined. Basically, it only takes a knife to kill a dead bug, and he can now decompose thousands of blades, and dense corpses are beginning to accumulate on the ground. After realizing the extremely high efficiency of killing insects with Senbon Sakura, Bai Ye directly chose to remove his own protective shield, and still no insect could invade. And there is still a lot of spare power to control the extra blades to spread out, and quickly chase down the bad bugs that can't get in, and give him some time to kill these bugs. Huh? Retreated? Advertisement originally, due to the tight siege of the insect swarm, there was no light inside, but Bai Ye suddenly became aware of the things around him, and found that the other party had given up this meaningless consumption. It's been a long time since I saw this trick, so beautiful. After Kazuhiko temporarily let the worms retreat, everyone could finally see the current situation of Bai Ye clearly, especially when Yu had a lot of small stars in his eyes at this time, and the whole person was in a state of idiot. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. What is that? Is this move that will force Kazuhiko to retreat? However, Yu and Swift knew the power of this trick on the court, and the others were not aware of the pink petals that kept dancing beside Bai Ye, so they could only make some guesses based on Kazuhiko's reaction. You really are as strong as Z said. After withdrawing the insect swarm to his side, Kazuhiko also took the initiative to reveal his figure, and still maintained the posture that just opened, but I don't know if this is just an insect clone. Bai Ye just wanted to speak back, but after Kazuhiko finished speaking, he immediately hid himself and ran away as soon as he finished speaking. Bai Ye is so angry here, to this kind of guy who only says one sentence every time he doesn't let him speak, now he just wants to step forward and rub against the ground fiercely. However, Kazuhiko didn't hide in the insect swarm again, instead, he took the initiative to stay away from the center position, but Bai Ye's line of sight was blocked and could not be found. Secret technique insect tornado. When Kazuhiko came to the wall where Bai Ye had stepped out of the big hole, he whispered lightly, and the insect swarms all over the center of the field also became restless. The worms all began to accelerate their flight, spinning around the center of the field, and then a breeze appeared in the room. Well, as the insect swarms continue to accelerate and rotate, the wind that it brings has become stronger and stronger, and it can forcibly blow away the blue ribbon that Swift had previously used to tie her hair. And the hair that was blown loose was pulled to the center of the whirlpool. After a lot of effort was lost, Swift finally hugged the long waist-length hair in front of her chest and pressed it firmly with both hands. As soon as the blue ribbon flew out, Yu stretched out her right hand to grab it back, and she could also see a pink ribbon in her left hand. These two were the same time when the trio was teamed up by Bai Ye, the gift bot. Advertisement Swift's words are still the same as before, only when they need to fight, will they be used to tie up her long hair. I still wear it every day, and it looks very well maintained, as brand new as when I first bought it. Hey. Shiraya below was not idle either, she had lifted Senbon Sakura's state and replaced it with the posture of Hiranmaru. Bai Ye closed his eyes and felt the tingling pain brought to him by the whirlwind. His right hand was naturally hanging on his side and holding the ice wheel pill lightly. A thin layer of ice slowly appeared on the ground against the tip of the knife, and it was still spreading around, as if to transform the entire ground. The worm tornado in the center finally had its full power, and when he was about to start marching forward, Bai Ye opened his eyes abruptly, and his right hand began to clench. Ice Dragon Swingtail. Bai Ye's right hand began to stretch forward, and after leaving a trace of the knife on the ground, he continued to swing upwards, and he could see that a dragon head was rapidly condensing out following the swing of the knife. This dragon head was completely made of ice, and only the long eye was shining with red light. After the dragon head was completely condensed and flew out, the dragon body behind it kept converging from the tip of the knife. From a distance, it looks like an ice dragon sealed in a knife, finally successfully breaking through the seal and flying out of it, wanting to soar into the sky. The indoor temperature dropped by at least 10 degrees with the appearance of the ice dragon, and an icebound path was condensed on the path of the ice dragon flying. Under the control of Bai Ye, this ice dragon was quickly approaching the bottom of the worm tornado, and from there, it continued to entangle upwards. After the insect swarm comes into contact with the ice dragon, although the formed tornado can scrape the ice on the surface of the ice dragon, the split ice will recondensate when it comes into contact with the insect body. It can be seen that the insect swarm is condensing into ice from the lowest end at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if a virus is spreading, and an inverted cone of ice is formed in the blink of an eye. In addition, an ice dragon can be seen on the outside of the ice cone. The dragon head is staring at Kazuhiko in front of him from the topmost position, and the pair is about to rush towards it. 3PS Chapter 61 Unexpected Promotion. I'm *****. Bai Ye is the pervert in the second shock. Xuanjin couldn't help but opened his mouth wide, and even the bamboo stick he had been holding in his mouth fell to the ground. At that time, although most of the people had left the scene early, it also spread from the mouths of some people present, and it spread more and more widely, causing almost everyone to hear the news. I thought it was someone maliciously spreading false news, but I didn't expect it to be true. Asma also showed an unbelievable expression. As a child of 3 generations, he can actually access a lot of secret information. Understand that only the bloodline of the Shui Wuyue clan in the ninja world can awaken Bing Dun. Of course the pseudo-ice dun in the snow country does not count. Therefore, Asma has always sneered at the fact that someone in the village would have an ice shield and was one of the leading figures in the opposition. In the end, it turned out that this was actually true, and that the other party still had a good relationship with him, Bai Ye, which really made him feel soft on the outside and inside. I said it was true a long time ago, and you didn't believe it at the time. At that time, Tai Tu did not leave the field early due to some special circumstances, and was also one of the original witnesses. At the same time, the news will spread so fast, and there is a credit for him. This time it finally proved that he was right, so he folded his hands on his chest and proudly raised his head. The tip of his nose seemed to be slightly pointed. I remember that Bai Ye seemed to be picked up by Dai. Did he pick up the blood of the Shui Wuyue clan? After being called back by Da Shiwan, Zilai also checked some of Bai Ye's experience, and he knew a lot about some things. Now not only some of the people who had never seen the world became agitated, but the 3 of them even had a heated discussion about it. Especially Oshimaru had already begun to uncover his desires at this time, and Bai Ye brought him more and more surprises, which made him start to be unable to suppress his restless heart. Below, Kazuhiko, who had been calm since the beginning of the battle, finally had a violent fluctuation in his expression for the first time, and he understood that his current situation was very dangerous. Although I can feel that the frozen worms are not dead, and they are working hard to bite the ice cubes, they will be in an extremely weak state during this period of time before they can completely break free. Advertisement however, Bai Ye's side is also uncomfortable, regardless of the chic and domineering he used just now, but the consumption of chakra is several times that of Kazuhiko. After using the ice dragon spinner, even the small amount of chakra needed to maintain the initial solution of the ice wheel pill was unwilling to continue to supply, and the whole person was in a state of semi-decompression. It's really cool to use tricks for a while, and always cool. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. However, no matter how refreshing the heart is, it is useless, and the body can't stand Bai Ye's persistent behavior. At present, both sides are froze on both sides of Bing Cone, and no one has chosen to take the initiative. Ahem, let me inform you of the interim decision. Shiraya and Kazuhiko will advance to the next round at the same time and make up 22 people for the next round. Judging from this game, Shiraya and Kazuhiko had no doubts about their strengths, and there was no doubt that they were eligible to become Jongren. After Oshimaru and the others discussed it, they temporarily changed the rules. Originally, under normal circumstances, there should be 1 Bai in the next round, and this time just can make up 11 pairs. By the way, use the 2 of them to test the strength of the others. At this time, the 2 who dared not take the initiative to attack each other breathed a sigh of relief. After all, even if they could win the fight, it would be very detrimental to the next game. The 3rd test deliberately did not set a rest time, but also to test their judgment and endurance, so every battle must be controlled well, and try to win the battle with the least cost. This is also why Kakashi used the powerful ninjutsu to test at the beginning, and when he found that he could win, he chose to grind slowly. In the same way, Bai Ye was unwilling to use Binglan Wan directly at first, and wanted to see if he could find other useful methods. Although he usually said that it didn't matter for the Jongman exam, he was still very honest after he went on the court, and he was always thinking of ways to win easily. You have been fooled. It seems you are lucky. As soon as Bai Ye dragged his exhausted body up, Swift turned on the yin and yang mode, regardless of the true thoughts in his heart, and talked about it after he was addicted. Whose luck is better anyway? There is no harm if there is no comparison, and it is also randomly assigned. At the time, the opponents Swift and you met were not too strong, and the strength of the opponents here is too exaggerated. It has to be said that in the early stage of the Oil Girl clan, as long as the amount of control of the bad insects is large enough, it can completely crush many opponents without a brain. Just like Gaara in the future, it was invincible with a lot of sand in the early stage, but Kei, who had fully grown up at that time, could disperse the sand at will with one hand. Advertisement of course, the total amount of sand that Gaara can control in the later period has also been increasing, so it is still very scary for the general shinobi. If there is no way to improve quality, you can still take the path of winning by quantity. Anyway, I still want to congratulate you on the team that has advanced to the second round. Z looked at the 3 of Bai Ye with a little envy in his eyes. His previous battles could only be regarded as a defeat, and he didn't notice that he was overcast by his opponent at the last minute. Although all of them were defeated, it was not to say that they were much worse than those who advanced. It was just that their luck was worse. Either the opponent is too strong or just restrains himself. Even if he gets into the second round by chance, sooner or later he will be defeated by a stronger presence. Z and their team's mentality is pretty good at this time, but they're very depressed this year. After all, the feeling of being surpassed by one's own younger generation is uncomfortable. If there is only one person, then all 3 people in a small team will pass, then it is too much. Leave aside, Tsunade-sama's control is terrifying. After Bai Ye felt the oncoming cold wind, his eyes were drawn to him, and a trace of admiration appeared on his face. In order to allow the subsequent game to continue, Tsunade flashed himself to the lowest end of the ice cone, gave a low cry, and slammed his punch to the surface of the ice fiercely. Immediately, the ice cone began to spread densely in tiny cracks from where Tsunade's fist was, and it continued to spread upward rapidly. In this process, a piece of ice was not splashed unexpectedly, until the cone of ice was completely covered with cracks. It suddenly exploded to the surroundings. A cold air hit everyone again, and then a lot of water stains on the surface of the body could be found. It was Tsunade's punch that completely smashed the whole piece of ice into icicles, which exploded and began to melt quickly after touching the human body, leaving only a little coldness that could not be dispelled. And even though the ice cone was exploded by Tsunade's exaggerated punch, the enclosed insect swarm was basically undamaged. After breaking the seal, he quickly hid in the gourd behind Kazuhiko. Chapter 62 Retreat. In the previous battle, Kei finally chose to open the 8-door Dunjia, and reached the level of closing the door, which caused a lot of pressure on Kakashi. However, even though Kakashi couldn't keep up with his own speed, he still relied on his excellent skills to defend just right every time. Relying on his precise prediction, he often blocks in advance, making Kei seem to attack a defensive point deliberately every time. But because after using the 8 doors Dunjia, not only the speed will be greatly increased, but the strength will also rise together. Even if Kakashi was able to avoid critical hits every time, his limbs were slightly swollen for defense, and there was still a little bit overwhelmed by his body. It has to be said that after Kai has studied the 8-door Dunjia, his own strength has also begun to soar as if he has opened up. After all, if it develops normally according to the original work, Kakashi should be able to win relatively easily at the moment, so he won't be forced to be too exhausted like he is now. In Kei's state, it seems that it won't take long to become Zhang Ren. After listening to Swift's general explanation, Bai Ye made his own judgment on this. He probably remembered that Kei himself should have been promoted to Zhangren at the age of 11. But according to the current situation, because he learned Beiman Dunjia ahead of time, the time to become Zhangren should also be earlier. The main problem now is the lack of stamina, and because it can only be opened to the second door, the explosive power cannot compensate for the lack of stamina for the time being. If Bai Ye were to be the examiner, at least this time he would definitely be pressed down and let him practice for a period of time. Come on. When thinking about it in the White Knight, Swift's cheering sound pulled him back to reality. Yu was actually suppressed. A look of surprise appeared on Bai Ye's face, and he had seen it for a while at the beginning. At that time, Yu used some high-intensity ninjutsu to suppress the opponent, and the opponent looked reluctant every time he resisted, causing him to think that he would win after a while. I have observed that the opponent's control of power is very accurate, although it seems that it is difficult to resist Yu's ninjutsu every time. But in fact, he didn't use any more power, it should have been deliberately acted like this. Kakashi was carefully analyzing the situation on the face, but in fact, he was quietly rubbing his swollen arm. The opponent didn't use any advanced ninjutsu throughout. I thought at first that Yu could easily win this game. Advertisement Asma on the side also nodded. The development of the plot was a bit unexpected. You can see Yu Ajung at this time, gasping for breath, and constantly being forced to retreat under the attack of Jungbo. It seems that Yu may lose. Because Bai Ye was standing at a high place, the scenes below were all within his observation range. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. After many high-intensity duels, the test venue has become messy, and there are still many leftover products that have not been cleaned up. I could see Yu retreating towards a small swamp under Zheng Gong's deliberate guidance, and I don't know where this battle was left over. Although the performance of Zheng Gong does not seem to be amazing, this is the level that a normal ninja should have. After all, there are only a few people with particularly high talents, and it is often people like him that make up the cornerstone of the ninja. If you can learn advanced ninjutsu, you can only rely on your own years of missions to accumulate experience, and you can also defeat your opponents with your own accurate judgment. It looks like a person like Kakashi, but Kakashi's own talent is very high. Even if he hasn't experienced so many things, his judgment is not worse than others' accumulation for many years. Winner, Masaki Isaki. Sure enough, there was no unexpected counterattack. When Yu's legs were deep in the swamp, Oshimaru announced the result. Don't be so sad, look at the idiots who are older than you in Teidu, they were all eliminated in the first round. Yu came up from the stairs with some difficulty, and she could see tears in her eyes. Just as she tried to resist them from falling, Bai Ye took the initiative to reach out and rub the other's head. As a result, after being so stimulated by him, Yu's tears began to drip uncontrollably, which seemed very pitiful. This battle month was not defeated by one's own strength, but the combat experience was indeed not as rich as the opponent. At first, because the opponent didn't look strong, he kept on attacking, but it wasn't until he felt that his physical strength couldn't keep up, that he completely realized that he was being led by the nose. This kind of damage to the soul is much greater than that of failure just because of the difference in strength. Hey, Bai Ye, if you comfort people, you will comfort them, and what are you doing with me? When Swift took the tear-stained moon to leave to deal with the mud stains on the trouser legs, the soil that had been holding back for a long time finally showed his dissatisfaction. Today is definitely the day he wants to forget the most. From the time he entered the venue to the present, he has been dragged out of various whip corpses, all of which are about to become a shadow of his life. Of course, the scene of Lin's gentle treatment of his wounds has definitely been engraved in his mind, and it is impossible to forget it in this life. Advertisement, then you can do it well, you will be defeated by yourself in the whole fight. Kakashi is very troubled by the state of being a fool. Every time he is doing business, he is either late or distracted. I really don't know when the other party will grow up. Don't say that. Bringing soil has set a new record in the village. Xuanjin smiled and hugged his shoulders with Dirt. His mouth also said very well, but with Dirt just wanted to punch the broken face. You said that among the remaining 10 people, will Bai Ye match up with Swift? Ibis, who hadn't spoken much all the time, suddenly interrupted, and she was full of malice when she spoke. No, we are not all staggered with our teammates in front of us. The topic was turned in another direction by Ibizi. Tai too gave him a thumbs up secretly, but he didn't expect that the other party looked very vicious, but it was still very powerful at the critical moment. Now the probability has improved a lot. While everyone was chatting, another group of people unwittingly decided the victory and defeat, and Bai Ye and Swift were not among the newly drawn people. You guys are so boring. Seeing that they were still discussing this matter enthusiastically, I couldn't help feeling very speechless. How could such a low probability event happen, and then it would definitely not happen to draw his teammates? Now there are 6 people. Bai Ye's words didn't dispel everyone's interest, and with the passage of time, Xuanzhen and Xiaodu began to open. The mark on the handicap made people look as if it had already happened, and it was written in which of the following 3 matches will Bai Ye and Swift face off. The result of the duel will not be directly forgotten by them. You guys are so boring. Don't get me wrong, this is not Bai Ye's voice, but Swift finally came back holding Yu's little hand, and everyone who was betting couldn't help but be full of black lines. Yu's demeanor at this time looked much better than before, and the clothes had been handled cleanly, as if he had not fought fiercely. Chapter 63 White Knight vs Swift. Isn't it the only thing left to fight with Bai Ye? We stayed with you for a long time. It's not normal to have a proper entertainment. The bamboo stick held in Xuanzhan's mouth kept shaking, showing a very flat expression. Maybe I will be the finale this time. Bai Ye was too lazy to deal with these few live treasures, and after another group was drawn out, there were only 4 players left on the court. Now the probability is as high as 1/3, you guys don't really happen to run into it. Yu stared at his 2 teammates nervously. If it did happen, then one would definitely be eliminated, but it would also be guaranteed that one would advance. Don't stop the crow's mouth. Swift grabbed Yu's little face in dissatisfaction. It was not a loss for her to meet Bai Ye, and she didn't even have a chance to struggle. In the next game, Kwangzi Gyoda will fight Daisuke Ishitani. However, the sound of Dashimaru just right floated over, directly hitting Swift into the petrochemical scene. Ah, I didn't expect it to be finalized. In fact, no matter who Bai Ye encounters next, he is guaranteed to win, and he has seen the battle between the other 2 people, and there is no threat. As a result, the most embarrassing thing happened just like that, and it seemed that I would be ruined by myself later. In this way, 2 of us can enter the 3rd round. In the 3rd round, 2 of the 11 people entered, small stars began to appear in the dirty eyes, and the corners of the mouth slowly opened, revealing a silly smile. Someone could enter the final round as soon as he graduated, and Taito had already resisted and began to fantasize that he would definitely become one of them next year, completely forgetting that he was clearly the weakest of all. When he continued to be stupid with the soil, Bai Ye had already jumped onto the guardrail, and the last battle was about to be determined, so he made preparations in advance. White Knight. After waiting for a while, Bai Ye's legs were slightly bent, and when he was about to jump down, he suddenly heard Swift's call, and turned his head subconsciously. As a result, Swift ushered in a flying kick, kicked his feet fiercely on his back, and the 2 of them flew down from the 2nd floor with a swish. Advertisement. Then you can see that Swift treats White Knight as a skateboard, sliding continuously below, and finally comes a beautiful flick. Swift is too much. Although Xuanzhan's mouth was criticizing Swift, the light flashing in his eyes betrayed him, and he obviously wanted Swift to be more cruel. It can be seen that the newly opened plates at this time are basically winning by Bai Ye. When thinking of Swift's counterattack, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi, you perverted. Bai Ye, as Swift had expected, got up and patted the dust on her body like an okay person. However, I vented a bit in advance. Obviously I am not optimistic that I can win if I take it. I didn't arrange the opponent for the match. Bai Ye said irritably. Even though Swift didn't exert much effort with this kick, she was still embarrassed by the other party. He wanted to see if he could take advantage of it in return. Back to the days. As soon as the White Knight's words fell, Swift's expression tightened, and the corners of her eyes violently burst, and she directly used her own defensive trick. After Huishin's continuous cultivation and perfection during this period of time, she is much stronger than at the beginning, especially the consumption of chakra, which is not as exaggerated as when she first mastered it. Is it really good to zoom in at the beginning? He came to the White Knight behind Swift, and didn't expect the other party to be so decisive this time. Even if the consumption of using Huishin is reduced, she has already fought a battle before, and the remaining amount of chakra should not be much. At this time, it should be used carefully. If I am as fast as you, who would use this kind of thing? After returning to the sky, Swift murmured in his heart, since she couldn't get away, she had to use a stupid way. At the end, he turned his body completely along the way, and at the same time, with the help of the force of the previous rotation, he gathered his entire body and patted Bai Ye's left shoulder with his palm. Before the White Knight, because of carelessness, his right foot was directly injured by the rebounding bullet after kicking out. At this time, he was on his tiptoes slightly, and blood was constantly leaking from the toe. Now the whole body is supported by his left foot, so before the right foot injury recovers, he can only stay in place for the time being because of the mobility impairment. Bai Ye moved slightly to the side after the opponent's palm, and framed his left hand to the front and crossed Swift's right palm. Advertisement. Then the left forearm was pressed against the inner wall of the opponent's right hand and pushed to the outside so that the palm of the opponent glide along the outer edge of Bai's left arm. At the same time, the intact left foot slammed hard, and the whole body rushed forward to the right, restraining Swift's plan to adjust the offensive in advance. Seeing Bai Ye pounce on herself, Swift temporarily gave up using her framed right hand to defend. I saw a light blue light glowing from the tips of the 5 fingers of her left hand, pressing towards Bai Ye's lower abdomen from bottom up. Bai Ye, who rushed into Swift's arms, had long been expected, and the right hand came first to hold the opponent's wrist, making his fingertips stop less than a fingernail's distance from the lower abdomen. Well, however, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of Bai Ye's mouth. Unexpectedly, Swift's fingers could actually take effect in the air, causing him to condense chakras placed to stagnation, which caused chaos throughout his body for a while. I felt that this move was a combination of the seal of the 5 elements and the empty palm. In this case, it was unexpectedly cloudy to the White Knight. But this may be because this is just research by Swift, and its power is still somewhat unsatisfactory. I think there are still many areas that need to be improved. When Bai Ye was here, there was a terrible cry in secret, but it was found that the sense of obstruction only occurred for a moment, and it did not cause much influence on him, nor did it alleviate his impulse. In this regard, after Swift found that the imperfect moves had no effect, he did not have time to make other defenses. I could only feel the impact of the White Knight in front of him, a huge impact from his body, and the whole person lost his balance by the violent impact. At the same time, both feet were forcibly knocked off the ground by the impact, and under the pressure of the White Knight, he lay down on his back. But in the process of falling to the ground, Swift moved the only legs and feet that could be used, and wanted to make the last fight. After reluctantly twisting her body to the left, she could see her right knee swiftly ejected forward and upward. The target was between Bai Ye's legs. This one really frightened Bai Ye, and he really had to endure this one. Even if he could recover voluntarily later, it would leave a shadow in his heart. In the panic, he quickly raised his legs quickly, trying to use his thighs to clamp the opponent's offensive. However, because Bai Ye really didn't expect this trick, he was not prepared enough and couldn't use much energy. Therefore, even if the opponent's attack was successfully clamped, the opponent's castration was not completely stopped, and the knee continued to rise. Chapter 64 Mystery Legend. Cough cough cough. Why did Swift start so dark? Bringing the Soil, who was drinking water, saw this scene, and the whole person became bad. Not only was his chest a little choked, but he also unconsciously clamped his thigh. Are the two of them having a private feud? At present, most of the boys on the field made the same action, only feeling that there was a chill from the lower body, and vowed to walk around when seeing Swift in the future. From then on, Konoha gave birth to a legend, and this legend has become a nightmare for all men. The first rumors changed at some point. The latest content is that there is a long-haired female ghost in the village who has no pupils. Every time at midnight, she will come to the street to blow up men. After Swift heard the rumor, she laughed loudly, but when she knew she was the prototype of a female ghost, she chased the village in the middle of the night in anger. In fact, they can't be blamed at all. After all, not many people know the resilience of Bai Ye's metamorphosis, and because of the angle, the truth is not what they thought. Just at the critical moment, Bai Ye pushed forward with his right hand forcefully, and slightly opened the distance between the two sides. When Swift's attack reached the top, it was just enough to reach his target, and he did not transmit the power of the whole body. When she was exhausted, she slammed into the gravel scattered on the ground with an impact force, and the severe pain caused her body to suddenly soften. At the moment when he noticed that Swift had lost his power, Bai Ye waved her right hand along the way, and pulled her left hand toward the outside. At the same time, Bai Ye's left hand was not idle, and she took the opportunity to grab Swift's limp right wrist, trying to block the opponent's hands at the same time. At this moment, Bai Ye could be seen. All 10 fingers were inserted into the stone slab abruptly, and Swift's hands and wrists were all locked in it. And Swift just raised her right leg before falling to the ground, and then kept the same movement when she landed completely. As a result, Bai Ye is now kneeling and sitting on her right leg, being pressed down like a small bench. At the same time, Swift's lower abdomen was also pressed by the other party's knees. After the soreness caused by the pain passed, she still felt a little unable to exert herself. I almost became an eunuch. Bai Ye was shocked in a cold sweat just now. If Swift's right knee was pushed, it would definitely feel sour and refreshing. At this time, Swift's cheeks were a little red, and there was a stubborn look in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't want to just give up resistance. Advertisement. After a little bit of easing, he forcibly lifted his head, and hit the White Knight above with all his strength. However, because the lower abdomen was tightly pressed at present, Swift could only lift part of his body, and his head could just hit Bai Ye's chest. With a muffled sound, Bai Ye only felt that her chest was tight, and she started to breathe a little when she was hit. If it hadn't been for the finger to be inserted into the ground in advance and hooked, maybe he would have been knocked down now. This is Bai Ye, and it is also cruel in my heart, holding his chin and knocking at Swift's small head, stopping the other party's movement to recoil. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. As the heads of both sides collided violently, they could feel the dizziness in their heads now. Especially Swift's situation is almost equivalent to hitting twice in a row, only to feel that the little stars in front of him are spinning in circles. Although Bai Ye's eyes were a little dark, his movements did not stop, and he controlled his chin to stretch forward, then pressed down fiercely, and clamped Swift's small head to his chest. Swift, who was slow to come, refused to give up like this. He tried to lift his only left foot that was not restricted, and found that he could only lift it slightly. The base of her thigh was firmly pressed by Bai Ye's right leg, which caused her to barely move her left foot to the left and right, which did not help much in the current situation. So according to the current situation, is Bai Ye a win? Bringing the Soil looked at the two entangled below with some entanglement, indicating that he had never seen this kind of situation. It should be counted. After all, Bai Ye has completely blocked all Swift's actions, so it should be considered a win in principle. Sho pushed the sunglasses on his face and began to analyze the current situation. Shish. Xuanjin Kanshu wanted to talk nonstop, so he stretched out his leg and stomped on his foot quietly, and glanced vaguely at the back handicap. Ahem, I thought about it, it doesn't count, although on the surface it seems that White Knight has blocked all the opponent's actions, but he can't make other actions at present, it's a tie at best. After Xuanzhan's prompt, Shou, who understood, quickly changed his tone, wanting to steer the situation in another direction. Since Oshimaru-sama did not announce the result, it means that he still wants the two of them to continue fighting. Kakashi looked at Shou a little speechlessly, the other side's opinion really changed when it changed. In fact, the three people on the Oshimaru also had different opinions, and they were discussing with each other, and the situation froze here for a while. Okay. Advertisement suddenly, Swift felt her body loose, and the pressure from all parts of her body disappeared, so she quickly got up and guarded. Bai Ye also understands that the blockade just now has no practical significance, he only delayed a little time to recover from the leg injury. Now after recovering from his injury, he quickly dodges and leaves, and did not choose to keep pressing on the opponent to attack, because that would waste his advantage. Although Bai Ye's overall movement speed is extremely fast, it does not mean that his local attack speed is much faster than Swift. After all, they are all ninjas who attack physical skills, but the development route is different. Of course, if Bai Ye is willing to open 8 doors, the gap between the two sides can be further widened. Scatter it, Senbon Sakura. There are already some shadowy white knights in my heart in the distance, and I feel that even if it consumes a lot of money, I am not willing to fight close. This fight is too thrilling. I surrender. After watching the white knight hiding in the distance, Swift could only show a trace of helplessness on her face. Before the pink petals floated over, she took the initiative to raise her right hand to admit defeat. If Bai Ye is willing to play melee with her, then there is still a chance to win. But the opponent is now reluctant to engage in close combat, and his current speed is also unable to catch up with him. So instead of being dragged to death by Senbon Sakura in the end, it is better to admit defeat early, at least to save Shiraito to waste some chakra to participate in the next round. What is the effect of that pink petal? I have seen it twice. Today, Shiroya has liberated Senbon Sakura twice, but he was taken back as soon as he saw it the first time, and his opponent directly surrendered the second time. Could it be an illusion technique? It's like the technique of the Nirvana abode, but that person turned the knife he was carrying into petals. A person who knew a little bit about illusion art gave some guesses of his own. The technique of Nirvana abode is to drop phantom feathers in a large area, which can make the people who come into contact fall asleep. He thought that the same technique was used by Bai Ye. Puff. Hong in the distance accidentally heard the other party's statement and couldn't help but laughed, but after feeling impolite, he hurriedly covered his mouth. And the other party seemed to have noticed it, and he could see that he was walking quickly, with a look of discomfort on his face. Chapter 65 Skirmish. Am I wrong, little sister? From the height of this person, he looked about 12 or 13 years old, and his body was as fat as the Chu Dao clan, and his smiling face could bring a hint of chill. This person was bragging with his little friend, but suddenly there was a discordant laughter from the side, which made him feel that his face was very uncontrollable. You don't even understand illusion, although I don't know what the petal is, but it will never be like you said. Red, who was guarded by asthma, made her voice louder and louder when she talked about illusionism, and she didn't notice that the other party's face gradually became gloomy. Hihong, it seems that you don't have a little girl who knows that much. This irritable fat man was named Kazuhiro Nida. The people who came with him were still laughing and making fun of him, making him even more annoyed, and his complexion started to flush a little. What do you know as a fresh graduate? I warn you, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. A little dizzy, Kazuhiro stepped forward, pushed away Asma who was in front of him, stretched out his hand and grabbed it at the red collar, giving people a feeling of bully. Asma didn't expect that the other party would dare to do anything here, and was pushed to the ground by the other party's great force without notice. He saw that the red collar was about to be lifted up. What's the point of bullying a little girl? Do you want to fight me? I don't know when. Kakashi has come behind Kazuhiro, in a back-to-back posture with him. With his right hand holding the short knife at his waist, he lifted it up high, and was standing in front of the opponent's thick neck, causing the fat hair to sink slightly under the pressure of the blade. Kakashi was easily succeeded by Kakashi because Hong himself was stunned by the anger, and his head was full of red that he grasped in his hand. The opponent is also a player who advanced to the third round. Even if the strength is not as good as Kakashi, it is not so weak. What? Originally, Kakashi was holding Kakashi with a knife, and his head was already awake. He wanted to try to see if the two sides could reconcile, but a sharp pain suddenly came from his right wrist pulling the red collar. Then he lifted Hong's right hand unconsciously soft, and suddenly became a little uncontrollable. The red collar fell from his fingertips, and the whole person fell over and over. Asma, who hadn't gotten up yet, hurried forward when she saw it, just in time for Hongju to sit on his back. Advertisement. Why are you calling so loud? I haven't tried hard yet. I can see that Bai Ye's body is covered with a green air current at this time, and he is intensifying his efforts to pinch Hong's wrist, and his blood vessels become thicker, obviously a bit angry. He just came up earlier and saw that the other party knocked down Asma and lifted the red, and he subconsciously entered the 8-door state and speeded up. The time he rushed over was a little later than Kakashi. What happened? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Swift came up a bit slower, only to see that Bai Ye and Kakashi were controlling a strong man at this time, and the other friends were also guarding the other person. It seemed a little dazed for a while. Everyone was taking the exam. Why suddenly they started fighting? Aren't you going to stop it? The Oshimaru in the distance was looking at the situation with a smile on his face. As for the children, we adults should not interfere. Jiraiya seemed to recall something, showing a sighing expression on his face. My companion was too impulsive. I apologized to him. After Hihong's companions waited for a while, they found that Sanin and the others didn't seem to come forward to stop them, so they had to take the initiative to bow their heads and apologize. He didn't seem particularly aggrieved about this. After all, if he hadn't been arrogant around him, he wouldn't have let Kazuhiro, who was already more grumpy, directly do it. Yes, I'm sorry. On the side, Kazuhiko made a scream when he was raided by Shiraido at the beginning. Although the pain in his wrist had been increasing, he also forcibly held back. Seeing that his companions were already softened, he also apologized with a trembling voice, and the sweat on his forehead tremblingly dripped onto the blade in Kakashi's hand. In fact, it's not a big deal, forget it. Seeing Bai Ye looked back, she felt that the other party had apologized, so she didn't cling to it. After all, everyone was from the same village. Moreover, this kind of situation of squeezing a word when they disagree, they did not experience less when they were in the ninja school, and generally it means that the person who loses is soft and past. At the same time, there was a hint of sympathy for Hihong. Bai Ye's move was too cruel, and he could see his entire palm was pinched up in purple, and he looked a little swollen. After Bai Ye chose to let go, Kakashi shook his hand slightly, and after turning the blade against the opponent's neck for a while, he reheld the handle of the knife and quickly inserted it into his waist. Advertisement. Kakashi's hand operation was so beautiful, but it scared the opponent half to death, and he could clearly feel the tingling sensation from his neck. He stretched out his hand nervously and touched his neck, and found that there did not seem to be bleeding, which was a complete sigh of relief. Then he ran away dingy together with his companions, feeling that his face was ashamed this time, but he didn't expect to be easily subdued by two people who were much younger than him. Because of the swelling feeling of advancing into the third round, it suddenly looked like a punctured balloon. So what happened? The Bai Ye of Bamindunjia was relieved, and when the other party walked far away, he asked the same question as Swift. You don't know anything about being so dark. Looking at the White Knight speechlessly, I feel that their team seems to be only you one person more gentle, and the remaining two are violent elements. Isn't this just seeing Asma being pushed to the ground, and he got a little heavier if he accidentally started? Asma on the side listened to black lines all over his head. Although he admitted that he could not beat the opponent at present, he was not so weak either. Who would have thought that the other party would dare to make trouble in front of Sanin, but Sanin really didn't care about them here. Hong said a little embarrassedly. After all, she laughed at others at first, and it is normal for them to be angry. By the way, what exactly are the pink petals that you released before Bai? Hong finally asked about the cause of this incident. After all, the conflict just now was caused by different judgments between the two sides. Especially before Swift had chosen to admit defeat as soon as she saw it, saying that it was impossible for her not to be curious about this technique. Everyone around quietly pricked up their ears, wanting to know what the effect is. Then, I now announce the third round of competition rules. As soon as Bai Ye was about to speak, Dashimaru appeared in the center of the venue in a timely manner, and loudly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone who got it was very depressed, and they complained in their hearts that Dashuan would not pick the time. Chapter 66 The Chaos Begins. This round will be the last round. Dashimaru talked about the key points and paused again. If the people on the court couldn't do him, he would have been rushing up with his sleeves and the guys. It would be a violent beating. The next is a melee, and the 11 people who are promoted need to play together. There are no special restrictions on this battle, until only the last person on the field is over. Quote. Seeing that everyone's eyes were completely concentrated, Dashimaru didn't continue to whet everyone's appetite. After all the precautions were given, he fled away. Blade. After Bai Ye waited for Oshimaru to finish speaking, he also said a short word, and then returned to the court. What is Bai Ye doing? He ran away without saying a word. Soil was made uncomfortable by the word Bai Ye, and with his current ability to understand, his head was directly stuck. Stupid. Kakashi left a word after listening to the grumble with Soil, and then followed Bai Ye to the ground below. Kakashi. Don't run if you have a kind. Suddenly, the rustic was not light, and he pointed at the bottom through the guardrail and yelled at him. It was rare to understand that the other party was alluding to him. Take Soil. Kakashi really didn't make a mistake this time. Asma patted the dirt on the shoulder with sympathy, feeling deeply worried about his future. The soil that I had gotten started to be completely messed up, and I wondered if I was really stupid. Well, Bai Ye means that those petals are made of sharp blades. Lin saw that Tai Tu was still at a loss, so she pulled the corner of his clothes and explained to him in a low voice. If Bai Ye were to see this scene, he would definitely suspect that Kaleidoscope Zhuanyan definitely had the effect of enhancing intelligence. After all, since bringing the soil into the kaleidoscope, it has directly become a boss-level figure behind the scenes, and the various show operations have made others stunned. After a while, all the participants gathered together, scattered in every corner of the field, and Kakashi, who played behind, did not choose to stay by Bai Ye. Advertisement. You can see that besides the fat guy Hihong, there is also a fat guy in another corner. However, judging from the other party's clothes, it was definitely the Chudao clan who didn't run away. The clothes on his chest had a big, food, written on it. Among the participants of this year, all the rare Hyuga clan exited early. The Uchiha clan, which is also dominated by pupil skills, although Yu and Oida were also eliminated, there was still an older clan who made it into the final. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. So this time the contestants included Shiraya, Kakashi, Kazuhiko, Masaki, Kazuhiro, Akadao Kazuo, Uchiha Katsushika, and 4 people who looked like civilians. Kakashi, let's join hands. After everyone on the court arrived, Bai Ye rolled his eyes, then waved his right hand and walked towards Kakashi seemingly defenseless. After hearing Bai Ye's invitation, Kakashi's expression did not fluctuate, but the faces of several people on the court became a little ugly. They originally thought that Kakashi and Bai Ye were super difficult to solve, but they didn't expect that the two sides were shamelessly preparing to join forces. At the same time, no one thought Kakashi would refuse. Judging from the previous positions on the second floor, the relationship between the two of them was at least not bad, and there was nothing wrong with teaming up to clear the others first. After Bai Ye's work, some people looked at people who had a good relationship with them, and nodded secretly, as if they had reached a deal. Ninjas are a group of people who can do whatever they want for a mission, Kakashi. However, what many people didn't expect was that Bai Ye smiled and put his right hand on Kakashi's shoulder. At the same time, he clenched his left hand and successfully hit the other's abdomen. Kakashi's mouth opened involuntarily when he was suddenly attacked, and a lot of acid water was sprayed from it. With an unbelievable look on his face, he collapsed on Bai Ye. That D Bai Ye has become so insidious. When everyone was in a sluggish state, Dai-Tu first reacted, and also took the initiative to fight the injustice for Kakashi, forgetting that he was still cursing the opponent to leave the field earlier. If it is killed by this method, even if it is good enough in its own strength, it is estimated that it will be judged not qualified to become a Zongan. The faces of the people in the stance were different, especially the faces of the few who had just concluded the transaction became particularly ugly, and they began to wonder if the counterparty also had any wrong ideas. Soil escaped the art of beheading in the heart. While everyone looked at Bai Ye with a little caution, a voice suddenly came from Hihong's side. Turning around at this time, he could only see Hihong's head standing on the ground, with a dazed expression on his face, completely unaware of what happened. First, advertisement. Kakashi was squatting beside him at this moment, still muttering something in his mouth. It can be seen that 2 Kakashi appeared on the court at the same time. After another Kakashi appeared on this side, Kakashi, who had been thrown aside by Bai Ye, turned into a cloud of white mist with a bang, which completely dissipated without leaving a trace. Everyone who saw this situation understood that the two of them had indeed joined hands in advance. After Kakashi used the shadow clone to cooperate with Bai Ye to distract everyone, he quietly lurked in the dark, and easily solved a target by sneak attack. With only one head left, Kazuhiro showed a particularly desperate look. This is the second time he has been successfully attacked today, and the other party is still the same person. I suspected that the two of them deliberately wanted to clear themselves out of the field first, otherwise, why did the 9 people on the field choose him, and at the same time secretly vowed to change their tempers in the future? The dirt on the top was also uncomfortable, and as soon as his voice fell, he was slapped in the face by seconds, and he was looking at Kakashi and Bai Ye with resentment. How do I feel? Bai Ye seems to be really planning to kill Kakashi. Swift murmured with a tangled face. Relying on the insight of her white eyes, she keenly discovered that Bai Ye seemed to have sighed. He seemed disappointed that Kakashi was not eliminated directly. Regardless of the opinions of outsiders, a little change has taken place on the court now. 5 civilians with a slightly weaker overall strength gathered together immediately after Hihong was killed. The rest of Bai Ye and they are still scattered everywhere, but their eyes are intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the Byaochuan team, looking like they want to solve these 5 people first. Oshimaru, is it really okay to change the rules casually like this? Geleda looked at the killed Kazuhiro with some pain, and felt that the other party was really miserable. The performance in the first 2 games was actually pretty good. Isn't it very interesting? The one-on-one match looks so boring. Tsunade patted Jiraiya's shoulder vigorously, warning him not to bother him when he was watching the show. Now the number of votes is 2-1. Don't forget that the teacher asked us to obey the majority. The right to invigilate this round of examinations was temporarily acquired by Oshimaru from the 3rd generation, which caused some rules to be different from those originally scheduled. Chapter 67 Old Yummy Party. That isn't Kazuhiko who is the most threatening now. Zheng Gong, who killed you earlier, faintly became the leader of the 5 of them, and took the initiative to assume diplomatic duties. Even if Bai Ye is you shouldn't be able to use that kind of large-scale ninjutsu anymore. Looking at the white knights who were still staring at them, some sweat was slowly oozing out of their foreheads, and they continued to persuade them painfully. Although the Byaochuan squad seems to be the strongest force at present, if it is surrounded and beaten by several other people, it is afraid that it will be beaten out of shit. Following Zheng Gong's continuous persuasion, a trace of discomfort flashed across Bai Ye's face, and he rushed over without saying anything, but he didn't seem to be as fast as before. When I saw this, I wanted to give myself a big mouth. I was fine with this broken mouth, but this annoyed the other party. Don't be afraid, the other party is alone. However, after seeing that only Bai Ye was acting alone, Zheng Gong quickly pacified a teammate who wanted to disperse. What he was most afraid of was being surrounded by everyone. Then he chose to send 2 people forward to test, and he and 2 other teammates guarded the other 4 who did not move. This time, Bai Ye rarely used any special moves, and simply relied on his own knife to suppress the 2, and his face looked a little gloomy. When did Shiraya's swordsmanship become so good? Why did it give me the illusion that Kakashi was fighting? bringing the soil to scratch the back of his head, feeling that he should go back to rest early today. He has reached the point of insanity. I don't feel a bit like White Knight, either. Yuejung frowned and looked at the White Knight on the court. The opponent now gave her a weird feeling, and the usual heartbeat seemed to be gone. At first, everyone thought that the soil was talking nonsense again, but they didn't expect to say that even for the month, and they started to observe carefully. That, Swift, who opened his eyes, seemed to have discovered something, but when he was about to shout out, he felt wrong, and quickly covered his mouth, pretending that he hadn't noticed anything. Is it getting weaker a bit faster? Is it because the physical exertion is too great? Advertisement. Bai Ye is using one enemy and two. From the beginning, he suppressed the opponent coquettishly, and now he is suppressed into a dog by the opponent. This change is a bit too fast. Seeing that Bai Ye was in danger, Kakashi finally couldn't hold back a bit, and began to move his body quickly, wanting to rush to help. Ding! But before he could go far, he was forced to stop his pace, and quickly drew the short knife from his waist and swung it aside. A shuriken directly hit the blade that was swung out, and a lot of shurikens could be seen on the road where he was advancing. Obviously someone wanted to stop him from coming forward to help. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Looking along the direction of Kakashi's line of sight, he could see that Uchiha had already used the riding wheel eyes, and his right hand was stuffed into the ninja bag on the side. It seems that as long as Kakashi takes some action, he will immediately conduct the next round of interception, but it can also be seen that he does not want to fight head-on for the time being, and has deliberately extended his position. It seems that the other party is more afraid of me and Bai Ye than those 5 people. Kakashi easily guessed the idea of victory, and at the same time, he could feel a bit of tingling behind him, officially Akuto Kazuo's scorching eyes. If they want to come here, neither of them can let Kakashi go. Obviously they want to rely on this small group to kick Bai Ye out of the game. Boom. After Bai Ye managed to hold on for a long time, finally there was a mistake, and the opponent seized the opportunity to cut his side with kunai. However, the blood that should have been splashed theoretically did not appear, but the whole person suddenly exploded, leaving only a cloud of white mist in place. Shoot him, sharp gun. When everyone was astonished by this sudden situation, there was a vague whisper. Immediately, a white light shot out from the bottom of the second floor, so fast that even the sound of breaking through the air did not come and spread, and it perfectly penetrated Kazuhiko, who was standing on the side below. There are many support brackets under the corridor on the second floor, and a long blade can be seen extending from the back of one of the brackets. It was this exaggerated blade that pierced Kazuhiko the moment he appeared flawed, so fast that the opponent did not make any evasion movements. I don't know if it's because of the speed. There is no trace of blood left on the blade passing through Kazuhiko's right shoulder, and it is glowing silver under the light. Isn't Bai Ye not capable of normal ninjutsu? The ignorant Taito once again acted as the person who evoked the topic, and asked his own questions in a timely manner. The broken shadow clone belongs to Kakashi. It just used the transformation technique. Advertisement. At this moment, you finally understood why she felt weird, not only for the soil, but also for some people who didn't know Bai Ye. Otherwise, it is estimated that many people will think that the one who was broken up just now was the shadow clone created by Bai Ye himself. By the way, when did the two of them negotiate? Swift asked the biggest question in her heart. Just now, everyone was obviously staying together, and they didn't realize any private communication between them. Moreover, the rules of the third round were announced last, and it is impossible to negotiate a battle plan in advance. Just when everyone thought that Shiraya and Kakashi had teamed up to kill Kazuhiko again, unexpected changes occurred on the court. I saw Kazuhiko, who was pierced by the blade, and a lot of black bugs emerged from the wound on his right shoulder, and he was climbing up the blade quickly. At the same time, the wound was constantly expanding and turning black, and it didn't take long for the whole person to become a worm. This old yin lifelike chicken is vigilant. It was actually a fake from the beginning. Bai Ye had deliberately stared at the opponent when he first entered the field, and didn't think he could slip away under his nose. It was only possible that he had made the same choice as Kakashi at the beginning, and only sent a fake to cover his eyes. After penetrating the opponent's right shoulder, he noticed that something was wrong. At that time, there was no sense of obstruction from the tip of the knife. There was obviously a problem with this body. As a result, I squatted on it for so long, and wasted the little chakra that was originally left. This idiot, I just sold a flaw at will, and I couldn't help but shoot it directly. Kazuhiko, who was hiding in the dark, had a mocking expression on his face, and in his heart a kind of pleasure of playing with the other side between his palms was born. As early as when he first entered the venue, Kazuhiko secretly hid some bugs on everyone, knowing where everyone was. Bai Ye and Kakashi's small movements were all in his eyes, but he didn't choose to pierce them specifically, but instead performed them together. I originally planned to wait for them to kill some people, but I didn't expect that the second target would be chosen in my head, so I had to take the initiative to seduce the other person. I feel all these years have been in vain. The 5 members of Zhonggong were taken aback by the performance of these people, feeling that the only combat experience they were proud of was just a child compared to these old yinbi. Chapter 68 Clearance. I actually stupidly intercepted. With his hand still in the ninja bag, Shengman's head was black, and he didn't expect that he perfectly matched Kakashi's performance. How could his hands be so cheap if nothing happened? Kazuo not far away is gloating at the victory. Fortunately, this second player will do it first, otherwise he will be the one who is ashamed this time and will definitely lower his score in the examiner's mind. In fact, these people are mainly affected by the previous game, and subconsciously believe that this game should also be directly confronted. Selective Oblivion is now no longer a one-on-one battle, and the tactical routines will also become completely different. Tisk, I picked 2 people to start, but the sneak attacks failed. As expected, these 2 people are the most difficult to do. After Bai Ye lifted the sharp spear, he swung the Zanpaku knife twice, and with swift force, the worms attached to it were easily thrown away. The real battle is about to happen next. Then he tapped his toes and sat on the bracket he was hiding, revealing his original figure hiding in the dark, looking down at the people below with a relaxed expression. After all, it is impossible to use the same method for the 3rd time in a row. You can't really treat these fakes as fools, and there is no need to deliberately hide. The only pity is that a lot of energy was wasted, and as a result, only a salty fish that was not very strong was solved. Hey, Bo, what shall we do next? The atmosphere at the scene was repressed again, especially the 5-member group of Baochuan, who was being watched by everyone, with cold sweat oozing out of their backs. Feeling that in such a stalemate, they are estimated to be the first to be cleared, and they all regretted their previous actions too much. Should you try to take the initiative? Judging from the situation just now, we should eliminate one person first and we should not be hindered by others. The person who besieged Kakashi's clone before thought about it and expressed his opinion. They feel that if they can get one first, their pressure will be much less, and there may not be no chance. But it is estimated that the time will be when they are besieged. These people haven't discussed it yet. Bai Ye held his chin and looked at the people who were bowing, feeling that it was them who would break the current deadlock. After all, Bai Ye's people are very tacitly pressured. If the other party does not take the initiative to take action, sooner or later someone will be unable to hold it. The nerves that have been tense there will be completely broken due to some wind and grass, and there will be no chance to try. Action. Advertisement. After spending some time drawing up a battle plan, he bowed and sipped, and took the lead in rushing out, and at the same time he was doing Jia Yin. Tudan Wangquan Marsh. Then he pressed his palm to the ground while running, and a swamp appeared under Sheng's feet. Finally moved. Bai Ye was still sitting on the 2nd floor and commenting, as if this battle had nothing to do with him, he was almost holding another melon in his hand. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Zheng just ran in the direction of Kakashi, but the attack he chose was currently a win on the other side. I was watching the victory of the play, but at the moment when the opponent took the shot, he noticed that something was wrong, and at the last moment before the soles of his feet became soft, he made a back jump in advance. Of course, it is impossible for them to discuss the plan specially discussed by them without follow-up actions. While bowing in a semi-squatting position and pressing their hands to the ground, the other 4 people all chose to turn at the same time, and a perfect drift came. Tudan Tuliubi. One of them had already made a seal in advance, and after seeing that Sheng had chosen to jump back as planned, he also pressed his hand to the ground at the same time. With the loud rumbling sound, 3 huge earth walls were erected behind and on both sides of Sheng, completely enclosing them, only revealing a passage in front of them. Upon seeing this, he was forced to interrupt the half-finished seal in his hand, and chose to quickly take out 2 kunai from the ninja bag. They threw them toward the dirt walls that appeared on both sides, trying to relieve the impact of their back jumps, and adjusted their posture accordingly. He successfully landed on the wall behind in a half-squatting posture. In his eyes, Shan Guyu's riding wheel was also turning crazily, which he had already used to the extreme. He is trying his best to observe the opponent's actions, otherwise he may overturn the car directly. Win. Come on. Kakashi, who was on guard, saw that the opponent had set the target on Sheng, and then folded his hands on his chest, showing that he was watching a play. Before winning, he was very upset to stop him, and at this time, he deliberately disgusted the opponent from a distance. I'll find a way to kill you later. After hearing Kakashi's joking cheer, the corner of his eyes jumped involuntarily, but the speed of Jayin in his hand was not affected. Shui Dun Toad Oil. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Feng Dun Air Training Bomb. Advertisement. However, because the opponent had already started to seal the seal early, the victory was still a bit slower in the end. It can only be seen that after these 3 types of ninjutsu are mixed together, a huge fireball with a diameter of nearly 10 meters is formed, which covers all the escape routes around it. Especially with the assistance of air training bombs, the fireball, which was moving slightly slowly, was flying forward at a faster speed. At the same time, the bow of a yellow spring marsh was released at the beginning, and the clay from the sky was secretly released. A pile of clay that did not fall from midair will win the last escape position and completely blockade it. Then the large fireball completely covered this place, and the falling clay seemed to be burning in a kiln, all condensed into one piece, forming a hill together with the earth flow wall. These people are so cruel, won't Sheng be dead? The cold sweat that brought the soil to the top looked at him, and he always felt that his brother might die on the spot. The figure of Sheng is temporarily invisible, but the 5 members of Zhengying are all a bit tired. Chakra had spent a lot of time because of the 2 battles, and his resilience was not like Bai Ye's abnormality. At present, it has almost completely bottomed out. The body already feels a little overwhelmed, and the spirit has begun to relax a little. However, there was still a look of joy on his face, thinking that the cooperation between everyone was seamless, and it should be able to add a lot of points. Hey, you guys have forgotten our existence. Appearing in the white knight who was bowing, the green light on his body slowly dissipated, and the Zanpadao was protruding from the oblique rear, and the cold lighted blade pressed against the opponent's throat. Another person was pushed to the ground by Kakashi, pinned the opponent's left hand behind him, and at the same time used a short knife against the opponent's back heart. Unwilling to show weakness, Yifu doubled his right hand, firmly grasping one person in his palm, and the huge pinching force directly fainted the other person. Secretly, Kazuhiko didn't know when he sent a group of worms to lurch nearby, and found the opportunity to completely swallow the remaining two people, absorbing the chakra that the other party had left. Basically, everyone had the right timing, and they started their actions at the moment when the other party's spirits became lax, and unceremoniously sacrificed victory as bait. I had anticipated this situation a long time ago, but I just wanted to look better when I was defeated. Zheng Jing couldn't help showing a wry smile when he heard Bai Ye's words. These plans were all designed by him, and he wanted to add points to his final performance. The 5 people chose to unite before it was nothing, but the performance was too obvious, which is doomed to head for defeat. Maybe you will be disappointed. The corner of Bai Ye's mouth showed an unexplained smile at the end. Chapter 69 Temporarily join forces. Ahem, you bastards. 2 hands suddenly appeared on the messy ground, and then he pushed hard on the ground, and Sheng reluctantly crawled out of it. At this moment, he has lost the initial chickness, and his clothes look tattered, giving people a sense of escape. There were burn marks on many parts of the body, and the forehead guard tied to his forehead also fell directly with the movements of the body. How can it be? I was bowing and subconsciously looking at the masterpiece still standing there, but now it looked so ironic. In the end, Shengzai used the technique of submerging in the earth, and hid under the ground as you attacked. Bai Ye explained very kindly. He just happened to see Sheng drilling down from above. They were bowing because they were obscured by the fireball, and they didn't notice that the other party managed to escape at the last moment, and they only suffered minor injuries. It seems that I have to take one more Zonran examination. After understanding it, he bowed, and walked towards the stairs with a wry smile. His figure looked a little lonely. Many people in his class have been successfully promoted and endured, and because of his own talents, he is really not good, which leads to failure every time. In fact, even if they only practice physical skills, they must have enough talent to reach the heights of Kai and Shaoli, and they also use the forbidden technique of 8-door Dunjia. There is never a shortage of hardworking people in the world, and the top ones are often those who are extremely talented and work very hard. Should we pick Kazuhiko out next? After the losers left the field, Bai Ye licked her dry lips, and proactively spoke out the proposal used to persuade him before bowing. The 4 of them seemed to be in harmony at least on the surface, even if Sheng, who was used as a bait, looks kind, as if nothing happened just now. Seconded. Kakashi directly agreed after Bai Ye proposed. No problem. I agree. Sheng and Kazuo glanced at each other secretly, but did not specifically stand up against it. Advertisement. Sure enough, even if the same proposal is proposed by the strong and the weak at the same time, the effect will be completely opposite. This made Zheng Gong, who had already left the field, very depressed. It was obvious that no one had beaten him when he proposed it before. Just think of the way, and the physical work can be handed over to me. After Kazuo agreed, he took the lead in picking himself out. Obviously, he hated to use his brain if it was unnecessary. I've said that I'm not suitable for finding a way, so why keep staring at me? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. After Kazuo finished speaking, Bai Ye remembered something, and was touching her chin, sweeping around with scrutinizing eyes, causing the other party to be furry. Bai Ye was stimulated by the other party's words, and suddenly remembered the red pepper pill of the Chudao clan. I feel that this thing is especially suitable for overspeed regeneration. After all, as long as it is not killed on the spot, it can slowly recover anyway. I can find a way to get something to save my life, but I can't think of how to talk to the other party. Especially when I think of using it with Bam and Dunjia, I feel that one punch down can at least blast Naruto rock, which is a side effect that the speeding regeneration at this stage may not be able to bear. I'm just thinking about how to use your power, Kakashi, what do you think? Bai Ye found a reason casually and responded, of course, it was impossible to tell the other party directly that he wanted to plot the secret medicine of their family. It's a bit difficult. The smell of him is everywhere on the court, and it's useless to ask Parker to come out. Kakashi watched the small bugs crawling all over the field, and had cut off his only search method. Don't look at me, my energy is all on studying ninjutsu. Sheng felt the eyes of these 3 people converge, and stunned them angrily, and vented his previous dissatisfaction a little bit. This guy wants to go to the end. Seeing that Kazuhiko just didn't show up, Bai Ye was really fine and it was a particularly good way. And the other party's approach is also in line with the identity of a ninja. I feel that the strategic position of the Oil Girl clan is not much worse than that of the Hyuga clan, and it is better to use it to the extreme effect than to blind your eyes. Just like Shino's father Jiwei, his performance during the 3 World Wars was particularly outstanding, and he could be called the most versatile ninja, and he could do well no matter what. Remember, the 3 of you owe me a favor this time. Bai Ye frowned and thought for a while. After leaving a word, she walked to the wall alone and quickly climbed up. Hey, Kakashi, is this guy okay here? Advertisement. Sheng to Bai Ye was speechless, looking at Kakashi who had the best relationship with him among the 3, and pointed to his head. I think if you let him hear this, he will definitely die miserably. Kakashi shrugged and walked towards the wall after leaving a sentence, leaving Kakashi and Kazuo to stare at each other silently in the middle of the court. Ah, let's leave here if we want. After thinking about it, Kazuo decided to ask about Sheng, always feeling a little uncomfortable staying here. No, we have something to go, just stay here and watch him perform. Sheng looked up his head, observing the white knight that had come to the roof, and wanted to see what method the other party would use to find Kazuhiko. Are we really not leaving? After seeing Bai Ye stop right above them, Kazuo became more and more flustered, and there was a vague premonition. No. It's okay, we are so far apart, no matter what happens, there is always a response. Sheng swallowed, and he also felt something wrong, but he was still holding on for his own face. At the same time, he was comforting himself. He had seen the fastest speed of White Knight before, and thought that such a long buffer distance was enough. Really okay. Kakashi seems to be going up too. After seeing that Bai Ye's state was not quite right, Kazuo glanced at Kakashi again. After discovering that the other party saw Bai Ye showing this state, he walked up the wall without hesitation, as if something bad would happen below. Then, are we going to follow along? Sheng felt the aura from the White Knight above him grow stronger, and for the first time a trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, which had already produced some withdrawal. It's like playing a football, throwing the right of choice back to a husband, and then there will be an excuse to say that he just listened to the opponent's advice. I think it's better for you to decide this kind of thing. Although Kazuo felt that Bai Ye's state was a bit wrong, he also believed in his own abilities, and was unwilling to take the initiative to carry the pot, and continued to stay in place with Sheng and kept pushing. Does Bai Ye use that trick? Kai, who was fighting against Kakashi, was leaning against the wall on the second floor and looking at the white knight that was brewing. There was some tremor in his muttering voice, and a strong desire was revealed in his eyes. Chapter 70 New Nirvana. This guy Bai Ye won't burst his blood vessels and die. Kazuo and Sheng were still in the mood to babble in the middle of the court, clearly aware of the danger, and did not start to move their steps. At this time, Bai Ye's body surface was not only faintly glowing with green light, but also his skin color gradually changed from white and tender to crimson. Coupled with the blue veins that burst up all over his body, one could imagine how fast his blood flow was at this time. He saw his right index finger and middle finger held up close together, his fingertips were shining with red light, and the target he was facing was exactly where Kazuo and Katsu were. By the way, have you ever seen ninjutsu falling from the sky? G, what so much nonsense, don't run away. After Bai Ye raised his right hand, both of them had a tingling sensation on the surface of their skin, as if they would be swallowed by each other in the next second. Kazuo didn't bother to pretend to be cold with Sheng, so he immediately chose to run away, and he couldn't lie down in the hospital for a month after poking his finger on his body. Bai Ye's momentum seemed to have reached its peak, but he didn't act immediately, something was still brewing there. The moment his closed eyes opened, the entire ceiling was cracked by the momentum, and then disappeared from the sight of everyone again. Even Swift, relying on the insight of the white eyes, can only feel a black line flashing in front of her eyes, completely unable to see Bai Ye's more detailed movements. Bomb tank. Kazuo kept looking up at Bai Ye when he was running, and when he noticed that the other person's figure suddenly disappeared and he made a big hole in the roof, he felt his scalp numb. Immediately bulged up his body, retracted his limbs and head, forming a big ball of flesh in place, and the operation made it flow. Sheng, who ran away side by side with Kazuo, was directly hit by Kazuo's sudden swelling body and his face turned green. Knowing that he could not readjust his posture and continue running, he chose to hug the big meatball next to him, using the opponent as his own physical shield. It took less than 1 second from the disappearance of the White Knight to the time when the two of them did a good job of defense. Before he could spit out the soil, he felt that the entire house was shaking violently, and he needed to support the guardrail to maintain his figure. Advertisement. Don't think that Tai 2 seems to be weak now. That is the reason why the talents around him are good. Compared with other unfamiliar graduates of the same class, the strength is already in the forefront. Gudong. Is this guy going to completely tear down the examination room? The tremor lasted for about 5 seconds before calming down, and the soiled body, who had stabilized his figure, swallowed, and looked down with a horrified expression. I saw the already dilapidated site, and at this time there was no place to stay, as if a small nuclear bomb had been dropped towards the center. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. A huge deep pit appeared in the center, and it spread to the corners of the surrounding walls before it completely stopped. It was completely different from what Sha Ren could do. Only a huge figure can be seen on the field now. After he suffered a huge impact, he was deeply pressed into the wall, revealing only a small half of his figure outside. Poor Sheng's whole person was in a big letter, and he was tightly clamped between his husband and the wall. Sure enough, this trick is abnormal, but unfortunately the side effects are too strong. Kakashi stood on the bracket on the second floor with cracks, and looked down at the sullen area, revealing a contemplative look. From his words, it can be seen that, like Kai, he knew the specific details of Bai Ye's trick in advance. The intensity of this blow, I feel that it has reached the strength of Shinobu. A large number of rocks piled up on the very edge of the site, underneath a group of black crushed worms. Kazuhiko is protected by them in the center. Fortunately, I don't pay much attention to my body in the battle, otherwise I can be counted as eliminated. Kazuhiko's figure lying on top of the insect swarm revealed a slight smile. Although he has suffered a lot of wounds, he still looks in a good mood. Most of the power of Bai Ye's move just passed into the ground, and the extremely strong destructive power was centered on the fingertips, spreading rapidly around. Similar to the effect of the Shenluo Tianzheng, the impact repels the object to the surroundings, but the ground does not look so smooth. Before the opening, Kazuhiko hid in a small tunnel dug with insects in advance, and the stones that were constantly squeezed to the very edge of the field. Although he had used the insect swarm to protect himself in advance, he still suffered various degrees of crushing throughout his body, especially the injuries to his legs caused him to temporarily lose his mobility. Secret technique Insect Jade. After Kazuhiko perceives that Shiraya has been in the ground and there is no movement, he starts to control a large number of worms to start fighting. Advertisement. From the gourd full of cracks on the back, many worms drilled out, broke through the rocks covered above, and rushed towards Kakashi and the three with a loud noise. Among these contestants, Kazuhiko was most afraid of Shiraya. He was always wary of the opponent to use Ice Escape again, so he was relieved after confirming that the opponent had lost combat effectiveness. Although from the bottom of my heart that the remaining chakra of the opponent should not be enough to continue to release large-scale ninjutsu, he still chose the most conservative tactics. Just as Kazuhiko observed, Bai Ye drilled a small hole in the center of the site that could only accommodate one person, and his body was about 10 meters above the ground. At this moment, all parts of his body surface were stained with blood. It should be that the body could not withstand the huge force, causing the blood vessels to break directly in his body, which looked very miserable. Kazuhiko felt that Shiraya's current state should be out of the game, so he no longer listed him as an attack target. Quickly come out, the other side is attacking. Kakashi saw the movement made by Kazuhiko's control of the worm, and came to Kazuo's side and patted the large ball of meat without movement. After being slapped twice by Kakashi, the big meat ball shrank like a flat ball, and turned into a fat body again. Want to suffocate, die. Following Sheng, who got out of trouble together, he immediately began to take a big breath after revealing his figure. He also looked at Kazuo with a grievous expression. He didn't expect to hide behind him and suffered even more serious injuries. Originally, Sheng was pushed into the wall by a husband, and he felt like he was falling apart. As a result, he found that the fat popping out of the other party was blocking his mouth and nose. In such a short period of time, I felt that I was about to rise to the immortal level, and found that I had been very unlucky in the third round of assessment. Why are your bones so bad? The man who turned back to the prototype was like a okay person, and looked at Sheng with a look of disgust, feeling that he had already resisted the damage for him, but the other party could still behave so unbearably. I'll talk about something later. Kazuhiko's attack is about to arrive. Just about to win by scolding, Kakashi was forcibly interrupted, and almost suffocated internal injuries in depression. But watching them both put on a fighting posture, in the end they chose to bear them for a while. Chapter 71 Kangwo Instant Kill. Since the other party chose to take the initiative to show up, then we will do this next. Kakashi quickly explained the next plan to the two of them, and did not ask for their opinions. After speaking, he immediately took action. He began to think about this plan during the White Knight operation, and prepared many different plans specifically for the behavior of Kazuhiko Club. Why these two people are too much than me? Sheng feels that he is usually arrogant enough. After this game, he found that he was still a bit too tender. Bai Ye and Kakashi are both self-talking and not accepting others to refute. What are you going to say? The most uncomfortable thing in the plan is how good I am. Kazuo's face was unhappy. No matter the final action was unsuccessful, he would suffer a lot of harm. If it hadn't been for him to think of a better way, he wouldn't easily agree to it. Hurry up. My current state can't last long. Kakashi first used soil to reshape the terrain a bit, and created a small soil slope for Kazuhiko's location. Then, with a dozen kunai, a small formation was placed on the ground and walls around them. Kakashi was standing in the most central position, holding a kunai in his hand. It can be vaguely seen that each kunai is wrapped around a small iron wire, which is connected to the kunai in his hand. Between the two adjacent iron wires, the slight thunder light from time to time flashed through the aisles, directly scorching the dead insects that wanted to fly over. This bugger is so annoying. Every time I fight, I can't see anything. At the most critical moment of the game, the screen was completely obscured by the black and overwhelming swarm of insects, making it uncomfortable for those who did not have special observation methods. That guy made a lot of momentum just now, but it doesn't seem to have any effect. It's not all, at least the guy from the oily female clan took the initiative to attack. Because they couldn't see the specific situation, everyone began to have a lively discussion. Advertisement. K. You should know more about Bai Ye's trick. How is he doing now? You found that Bai Ye hadn't shown up, and started to have some worries in her heart, so she asked Kai, who might understand the situation. In the past half-month, Bai Ye, Kai, and Kakashi often disappeared together, saying that they wanted to develop a new ninjutsu together. In addition, Bai Ye himself had created a lot of things, and at that time they didn't pay attention to this matter. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Looking at the following situation, it should be a success, but I didn't expect the power to be so great, and the side effects look not small. This trick is called Kangwo Instant Kill. I just help provide some views on the 8-door Dunjia. I don't know the specifics. It is mainly based on Bai Ye and Kakashi. Although the power of the moves is already great, there are also many shortcomings. The preparation time alone is too long, and because he has to open the door, his body will collapse after using it. The current practicality is actually not very high. Quote. Kai organized the language and introduced it to everyone a little bit. It seemed that Bai Ye didn't really want to use this trick frequently. Under Day's special guidance half a month ago, Bai Ye barely managed to open the Duman for a moment, but it was this moment that almost killed him on the spot. Afterwards, he managed to recover by speeding regeneration, and he was warned by Dai that he could not use it again with his current physical fitness. But Bai Ye was not so obedient, ready to make good use of this moment. Maybe it can be used as a trick to come back, secretly pulling Kai and Kakashi to carry out research together with everyone behind their backs. Although Kai has no more understanding of Baman than Bai Ye himself, he is a genius in physical skills after all, and there may be unexpected gains in calling together. In Kakashi's words, Bai Ye mainly fell in love with the Chidori he later researched, and the technique of attacking by moving at high speed is very suitable for cooperating with Duman, which can only last for a moment. It's just that Kakashi hasn't started to study Chidori yet. Bai Ye has spent a lot of effort instilling a lot of ideas for him, and it is estimated that he can develop it in advance. The prototype of this move is the 33 Broken Path, Kangwo Pendant, that Bai Ye hasn't used much. Like Chidori, the attack speed is extremely fast, and it will make a loud noise. The only unsuitable part of Kangwo Pendant is that it belongs to the long-range attack style, so Bai Ye specially went to Kai and Kakashi to try to transform it into melee combat. After more than 10 days of hard work, it was finally perfected to gather it at the fingertips without sending it out. The extreme speed brought by the opening of the door can instantly complete the sprint and accumulate power, and then when the fingertips touch the target, all the power will burst out in one breath. Moreover, since the speed of the door is higher than the speed of sound after opening the door, the loud noise generated by the Kangwo itself will not remind the target, and will delay the arrival at the same time as the sonic boom. In addition to the long-term pre-preparation, it is actually quite suitable for sneak attacks. Advertisement. I don't feel embarrassed to be lazy in the future, and we can't be pulled too far by him. Asma suddenly had the idea of smoking a cigarette. There was a Kakashi who left everyone far away, and now another white knight appeared. There was a sense of melancholy in my heart, and I felt that if I didn't work harder, I might become someone who was already quite old but still taking the Zongnan exam. After this stimulus, the time for everyone to be promoted to Zongnan might be much earlier. After all, if there is only one pervert that is far ahead, there can be excuses. But when perverts appear one after another, it is time to reflect on whether one's usual efforts are not enough, and thus increase the training intensity. Look, there is finally some movement below. Although I couldn't see anything, I still stared at the soil below and noticed the movement for the first time, and quickly notified the people who were chatting. I saw a large spinning ball of fire skyrocketing into the sky, easily swallowing all the insect swarms where it passed, throwing out a beautiful arc, and the direction of falling was in the deep pit where Kazuhiko was lying. The worm swarm that had been breached revealed a huge hole, and apart from the small formation that Kakashi had set up with kunai from it, no figure was found in it. Is this a revision of how Fireball? He looked at you with suspicion, and felt that the power seemed a little wrong. It didn't seem to be much, but it could easily break through the blockade of the insect swarm. Have you not found an entity in the center of the fireball? When Xuanjian saw this, he couldn't help but interject. I feel weird just because I saw it. The soil was also very speechless and went back, indicating that he was not blind. The figure in the middle should be the secret of the Chu Dao clan, which was just used by the other party. Lin pulled the soiled corner of her clothes and reminded him in a low voice, with some helplessness on her expression. Puff, you, who didn't say a word, couldn't help letting out a chuckle when she saw the stupid and cute look of the soil stiffening in her, unsure of what to say. Chapter 72. Weed out one more person. Boom. With a loud noise, Kazuo used the flame version of the meatball chariot, which perfectly hit the pit where Kazuhiko was staying. However, because he was too big, he got stuck at the top of the hole and could not directly hit the target. Relying on the rapidly rotating body, he bounced all the surrounding stones to the side, and was pushing quickly downward. And this gave Kazuhiko a chance to respond and directly recall all the insect swarms sent out. Kakashi and Shang had already rushed out of the encirclement with Kazuo for a long time. There was no need to continue to spend there. The most important thing was to protect yourself first. At the same time, some worms left behind were sent up. Although the amount was relatively small and it was difficult to slow down the opponent's offensive, it was better than nothing. Damn it, if it weren't for the injuries to the legs and hands, it wouldn't be possible to be trapped and die here without seeing it. Kazuhiko could not help but feel very distressed when he felt the worms sent out easily die, and there are not many chakras at present, so he can't accelerate the hatching of worms. The most threatening to him is the flame that keeps burning on his body, otherwise the normal version of the meatball chariot would not be able to produce such a good effect. I didn't choose to transfer the position by sending the bad bugs before, and I still seemed a little arrogant, thinking that the winning ticket was in his hands and he was unwilling to toss the injured body again. I also didn't expect that Kazuo could be so cruel to himself, and it would be hard to wait until the end if he was willing to use this approach of almost losing both ends. This batch of ninja, they all look pretty good. Jilai has been observing the situation on the field intently, preventing any accidents from happening. It's all a bunch of idiots. Tsunade yawned, and he paid more attention to Swift when he was on the court during the whole process, and he looked drowsy at other times. It's a little different from the nature of taking Mute as a disciple. After all, she is the niece of her lover, and she intends to keep it with her. Swift, she stayed in the village after she was ready to teach, and decided to leave some hope for Konoha after thinking about it. It didn't take much time for a man on the field to invade about a third of the distance. Advertisement. At this time, the worms released by Kazuhiko finally gathered again, and they wrapped up on Kazuo's body without fear of death, trying to extinguish the flames on the opponent. On the other side of the field, Kakashi and Sheng did not know when they had already fought, and the intensity seemed more intense. Neither of them had the time to release ninjutsu, and the sound of clashing between the short sword and kunai continued. They seemed to be performing, and the weapons they attacked each time either collided with each other or slipped across the surface of the opponent's skin. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. As long as someone makes some mistakes first, they will definitely be eliminated in an instant. The battlefield was suddenly divided into two parts, except for Kakashi's face that revealed a hint of helplessness. The faces of others were full of firmness. I tried my best to make the last fight there, and I wanted to be the final winner. No one noticed that the White Knight in the depths of the earth moved his finger for the first time after a long time. Under that layer of coagulated blood, the body surface has completely recovered to its usual state, and most of the broken tendons in the body have also healed. You can't be too confident anytime in the future. Kazuhiko finally extinguished the flames on the opponent when Kazuo invaded 3/4 of the distance at the cost of the lives of a large number of bad insects. I finally breathed a sigh of relief, struggling to wipe off the sweat that kept gushing from his forehead, watching the encircling insect swarm lift Kazuo quickly. The meat bomb chariot that had lost the blessing of flames plummeted, and it was no longer able to kill the insect swarms that approached, and the bad insects that were bounced back immediately surrounded it again. After Kazuo was completely pushed out, he quickly rolled forward in the direction of rotation, and slammed straight into the dilapidated wall, then hit a pile of rubble. The victory in the distance was caused by the movement of a man hitting the wall. He briefly divided the queen, and managed to avoid Kakashi's attack, but did not find a hand that suddenly stretched out under the ground. These two hands pinpointed the place where Victory dodged in advance, grabbed it the moment he landed, and dragged it directly to the depths of the ground, leaving only one head exposed outside. When did you hide another shadow clone? The moment Katsu noticed that his feet were being held, he knew that he was defeated. After being pulled down, he saw another Kakashi appear. Obviously it was a shadow clone prepared in advance. He didn't believe that he could find the opportunity to seal the other party while fighting. If you really have the ability to do this kind of thing, you should have lost it a long time ago, and it is impossible to delay it for so long. I prepared more than one before playing. Advertisement. After the shadow clone turned into a cloud of white mist, Kakashi's face became even more exhausted, and after thinking about it, he chose to solve the puzzle. It seems that I am still too naive. There was a bitter smile on Sheng's face, and he hadn't made any preparations, so there was nothing to say about being eliminated. So, now there are 3 left on the court. After getting Kazuo out, Kazuhiko was slowly lifted up from the pit by the insect swarm, revealing his true body for the first time in this battle. The whole person looks a little soft, and he can barely stand up straight with the help of the worm, and a confident smile can be clearly noticed on his face. After the Kazuo who was leaning against the wall returned to his original state, his overall skin color looked a little red, but it was somewhat similar to the skin color before Bai Ye. In the plan, he soaked his whole person in toad oil for a while, and after it became a ball, he let Sheng set him alight so that he could keep burning. However, because of this, he has been burned by high temperature, and relied on the continuous rotation to barely dissipate some heat. It seems that there is no threat at present. For Kazuhiko, the only thing that really needs to be cared about is Kakashi, who is not in good shape, and already thinks that he can win. Even if the number of worms he can control now is less than a quarter of the original amount, there is no way to cooperate with high-intensity ninjutsu. But for now, it is enough to attach them to Kakashi and Kazuo, and use them to absorb their chakras. Kazuhiko chose to leave a small part of the worms to protect himself, and most of the remaining were used to attack Kakashi, and the other half was sent to a husband. Burst. After Kakashi saw that the worms around the opponent were almost gone, what he calmly shouted out made Kazuhiko aware of something wrong. When he wanted to move his body, he felt a piercing pain in his legs, causing his body to fall forward without being controlled. Immediately I saw the surrounding ground, revealing a lot of dazzling white light, covering the environment around the deep pit. Boom. With a loud noise, the explosion directly collapsed here, and Kazuhiko's figure was also covered by the rising fire. Chapter 73 Kazuhiko's Backhand. Tisk, you just buried the detonation talisman, right? Sheng, who was underground, felt the tremor from a distance, and even if he couldn't see the specific situation, he could guess a general idea. Kakashi didn't reply. When the flying insect swarm became slow, he lifted the knife and rushed towards Kazuhiko from the side. Suddenly, the lost control bug seemed a bit cumbersome as a whole, and did not choose to intercept Kakashi, but continued to fly towards Sheng, who had only one head exposed. Mine. Kakashi let me out first. Sheng felt a bunch of worms crawling on his cheeks, and some even crawled into his mouth while he was talking. Suddenly, there was a bitter cold in the bottom of my heart, desperately shaking my head there, trying to get rid of these scalp-numbing things. There are also many worms that go down along the gap, feeling the strange sensations from all over the body, fearing that it will be a shadow that will linger for a lifetime. Kakashi turned his head back when he heard the cry of victory, and could only see a head made of worms, and a chill came up after he was caught. After thinking about it, I decided not to be nosy, and prepared to solve Kazuhiko first, so I just pretended not to see it here. As the smoke dissipated from the explosion, he could see that the black clothes on Kazuhiko had become a little tattered, revealing the face he had hidden for the first time. There is a blood stain on his delicate face flowing from his forehead, passing through his cracked sunglasses, extending to his chin, and dripping slowly to the ground. There were only a few worms left beside him, unable to continue to support his body, and he was kneeling on the ruins, coughing up a lot of blood. I have been careless twice in a row. It seems that I am still immature. Kazuhiko tightly closed the right eye hidden behind the sunglasses, and some bad bugs were licking the bloodstains left here. But I also have some back players. Looking at Kakashi, who was approaching quickly, Kazuhiko stretched out his right thumb and wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth. The hands that were in Jayan caused his injury again, and the smell of blood from the clothes became more and more intense. Boom. As Kazuhiko's right palm pressed to the ground, an array made up of black fonts appeared on the ground. 3 equal black lines crossed together, penetrated a black circle, and continued to extend 6 black lines around. Advertisement. After the formation completely appeared, a cloud of white mist appeared in the center, and a palm-sized gourd appeared at the same time. Wow. Kakashi, who sensed something wrong, threw a kunai in the process of advancing, trying to stop the opponent's hand movement. However, Kazuhiko, who reacted quickly, successfully intercepted it with a small gourd, and Kuu just knocked off the lid on the top of the gourd, and a cloud of purple-black smoke emerged from it. This is. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Kakashi looked at the thing emerging from the gourd, his body trembling instinctively, and realized that the thing was very dangerous, and he couldn't continue to approach at will. It's okay to tell you. This is a poisonous insect that I only cultivated recently. Because there are still many areas to improve, I didn't bring it specifically for this competition. With a little excitement in his voice, Kakashi proudly introduced his achievements to Kakashi. The reason why he has only used the most basic worms is because he has spent a lot of energy on the little gourd in front of him. Specializes in fusion culture of various toxins and badworms, and wants to further strengthen other destructive powers while retaining the ability to absorb chakras. The successfully mutated worms appear to be very young, and the overall color also vaguely reveals some purple meaning, not the original pure black. And because it is not perfect, its lifespan has also been greatly shortened, and if it is not properly manipulated, it will eat itself back. Kakashi looked at the poisonous insects surrounding Kazuhiko, unable to step up to melee for a while, and the remaining chakra in his body could not support him to release some powerful ninjutsu. The swarm of insects who could only evade hard and drove over after absorbing Shang and Kakra. At the same time, the brain is running fast, thinking that under this situation, there is no plan to reverse the situation, and there is no easy choice to give up. Kakashi is probably second, now it depends on how long he can last. A busy watched Kakashi being chased everywhere, and did not make any effective counterattacks. Anyway, he couldn't think of how to come back when he was physically weak. Indeed, if it is in its heyday, there are still a lot of solutions based on the current population of insects. Asma always felt a little uncomfortable if she didn't hold anything in her mouth. Before, she asked for a bamboo stick from the Xuanjian, thinking that she was smoking a cigarette. Come here, we bet on their rankings, and those who lose will wait for a dinner party. Xuanjian did not know where to take out a small book, and began to encourage everyone to start betting on the first place. I bet, Kazuhiko is number 1. Kazuhiko. Advertisement. Me too. Sure enough, basically no one is optimistic that Kakashi can win in this situation. That I choose Kakashi. After everyone was almost certain, Lin finally chose Kakashi, who seemed to have a blind trust in him. Kakashi must be. How can I not trust my teammates? With a smile on Daitu's face, he couldn't tell whether he thought the same way in his heart. I also think Kakashi is second, but Kazuhiko is estimated to be third. Swift said a very popular opinion in the first half of the sentence, and the style of the second half of the sentence changed suddenly, and she winked at the moon playfully, suggesting something. I think the first one should be White Knight. You had chosen the White Knight that had been missing for a long time so stupidly. You too, just take the soil and Lin to choose Kakashi. What the hell is Bai Ye? Xuanjian, who was recording the information, stagnated, looking at Swift and Yu speechlessly. Bai Ye hadn't been eliminated long ago, but no one had picked him up for the time being. Ah, I'd better choose Bai Ye. As an older brother, how can I not support my younger brother? It seemed to Kay that after Swift had reacted, it seemed that he had figured out something, and quickly changed the option he had just made. You people, Xuanjian was frustrated by his teammate Lei, and the candidate for the treat was almost decided. Swift, is Bai Ye recovered? When no one was paying attention, Yu quietly lay down in Swift's ear and asked in a low voice, with an expression of excitement that could not be suppressed on her face. Bai Ye was able to move long before your brother was killed, and he was hiding underneath and digging a hole. Swift had been observing the situation of the White Knight, and discovered the situation at the first time, but did not choose to make a statement. Especially when I saw that Shiraya could only rely on his own hands to dig a hole in that hard work, because he couldn't know how to escape from ninjutsu, he almost laughed outright. So far, they have successfully arrived directly under Kazuhiko, digging up for a short distance and then stopped, lurking there, wanting to wait for him to continue to consume each other with Kakashi. Chapter 74 6 Clothes Bingji Formation. Finally it's over. The condition of Tsunade on the invigilator stand didn't look very good. After watching the game for almost a day, the splash of blood was always stimulating her nerves. Actually, you don't need to come here. Just have me and Oshimaru here. Jiraiya had already discovered that Tsunade had been suppressing the tremor of his body, and he didn't recommend that the other party also come to invigilate the exam. As a master, how can you not watch the competition of your own disciples? For the past half-month, Tsunade has been secretly observing Swift's normal state, and the other party's efforts have been seen in his eyes, and he has completely agreed with this student. No need to say more about Dashi Wan, I don't know how long I have been staring at Bai Ye for a long time. Geleda has never made a clear statement. I don't know how he feels about you, but according to his temperament, since he agreed, he should teach it well. The B************ D Bai Ye must have deliberately let the other party consume me all the time. Kakashi, who had been avoiding everywhere, was cursing secretly in his heart, and Kangwo instantly killed him with a lot of research. It is clear that with Bai Ye's body's recovery speed, he should be able to move normally at this time, and I don't know where he is hiding. At the earliest time, Kakashi actually wanted to officially clear Shiraido first, but was interrupted by Kazuhiko's sudden attack, and never found a chance to implement it. Instead, he needs to hide in the White Knight and come out to help, otherwise Kakashi, who is already a senior infantryman, really can't find any effective way. To achieve the limit, he can only die. Is it too much for Kakashi? As Kakashi thought, Bai Ye lay down comfortably in the hole just dug, judging the situation with the voice from above. I want to win this victory with the least effort, so I won't go up and work hard, and prepare them to consume each other for a while. In fact, Bai Ye's current chakra's margin is quite sufficient. The main thing about Kangwo instant kill is the damage to the body, and the consumption is not as much as imagined. In addition, the speed of self-recovery was already very fast, and the chakra consumed by the ice dragon's tail has recovered nearly half. Even if he is fighting head-on, Shiraya is not at all vain and Kazuhiko now, not to mention that he is now preparing to hide in the dark and sneak attack, just wanting to get sick by the way. Advertisement. Sit down in the frosty sky, Harinumaru. Feeling that it was almost time, Bai Ye gave a low drink, and transformed the Zanpaku knife in his hand into the form of Binglan Maru. Then, with the tip of the knife directly below Kazuhiko, 6 ice nodes were specially set up to form a formation, which just wrapped it in. 6 clothes ice and clean formation. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. After finishing the preparatory work, Bai Ye's mouth again whispered, and the hexagonal formation emits a light blue light. The stones scattered in it were instantly frozen, and quickly spread to the top, freezing all the objects wrapped in it. Quote. Kazuhiko above suddenly frowned, and he could sense that in order to prevent Kakashi's sneak attack, he specially dispatched the worms to enter the underground, and the information he had been passing on suddenly appeared and cut off for a moment. Not good. The frozen worms began to issue warnings in an instant, telling them that they had an unknown ability to freeze them, and that unknown danger was approaching quickly. Kazuhiko, who had just wanted to act, discovered that his injured legs, coupled with the kneeling posture, were numb to the point that he was completely unable to move, and directly ruined the prime time to escape. Then a layer of ice condensed from the surface and continued to spread rapidly along Kazuhiko's calf. A small icicle was formed in an instant, sealing him and the poisonous insect in it, and his thinking slowed down. This is Bai Ye's ability. Asma looked like a dog and glanced at Kai, who was sitting on the ground from time to time. It was only after believing this guy's nonsense that Bai Ye had lost his combat effectiveness. It's not that you don't know that Bai Ye can recover on his own. It is not normal for him to become able to act again if no one is watching him for so long. Kai noticed the eyes gathered around him, and suddenly felt the chrysanthemum tighten, and explained to everyone with an awkward smile. Although Kazuhiko below was frozen in his body, he was not able to cut off the connection between him and the worm. They controlled them to temporarily give up chasing Kakashi, and all returned directly to gnaw on the frozen ice. The sealed poisonous insects are also constantly releasing toxins, staining the interior of the ice with a faint purple intent, and gradually corroding to the surroundings. Advertisement. I don't have enough power, it looks like I'll get out of trouble soon. Kakashi, who had escaped for a long time, finally had time to breathe. Observing Kazuhiko's situation from a distance, he found that the effect was not very satisfactory. I don't know if it's because the area covered by the ice is too small. Woo, boom. Seeing that the situation was not very good, Kakashi threw a few kunai from a distance, and tied a detonation talisman to all the kunai's tails. Relying on the impact force and fire light produced by the explosion, the worms surrounding that piece were blown up, trying to temporarily delay the speed of the opponent's escape. He didn't believe that Bai Ye had no success, and wanted to try his best to get some preparation time. Kakashi, this idiot, was almost buried alive. The White Knight still underground did have other actions, but Kakashi continued to use the detonation talisman to cause an explosion. As a result, part of the tunnel has collapsed. Although the center of the tunnel was reinforced by ice, it will be buried alive if the speed is slower. Before Bai Ye deliberately set the range of the Luyabingji formation to be relatively small, now he is continuing to set up a larger formation, hoping to attract all the bad bugs and then kill them all. After all, his move is different from the normal sealing technique in Hokage, but there is no way to isolate chakra's transmission. It's okay to deal with ordinary people, but like Kazuhiko at most makes him unable to move, and it doesn't prevent him from continuing to control the worm in the air. But the same success forced him to return to defense. If he was frozen in for a long time, it would cause huge damage to his body. Kakashi, this guy definitely wants to kill me together. Bai Ye looked at the stones that were constantly being shaken off his head, and further accelerated the movements of his hands. My heart secretly sighed that Kakashi was really a local tyrant, and the detonation charm was used like no money. He had never bought a piece of this luxury item. Kakashi, above, did not change his face even with these expensive props. The legacy his father has accumulated over the years of doing tasks can make him squeeze into the Konoha rich list. In fact, Kakashi didn't like to use these external forces, but the current chakra is enough for him to ignite the detonation talisman, and at a critical time, he will not be reserved. Chapter 75 End of Assessment. 6 clothes ice and clean formation. After spending a lot of effort, Bai Ye finally set up a larger formation, covering almost 10 times the previous. From the outside, it seems that the icicles are a bit wasteful. The insect swarm only occupies a small area in the center, and most of the remaining ice is frozen out of thin air. The reason why it is so big is because Shiraya is still setting it according to the quantity controlled by Kazuhiko at the beginning. He could only judge the general situation by sound, and he didn't know that the number of insect swarms had shrunk drastically, and he wasted a lot of chakras in vain. Does this guy run out of chakras? However, the visual effect looks very shocking, all secretly from the gap between Contrast and White Knight. The battle lasted almost a whole day, during which a bunch of high-intensity ninjutsu was released, and there was still no way to replenish physical strength through eating. From what he showed, he felt that the amount of chakra was no worse than the Uzumaki clan or the Senju clan, and he also mastered various strange ninjutsu. This talent is a bit abnormal and excessive. It is not clear why I have never heard the gossip about Bai Ye before. What kind of physique is this guy? Except for the illusion that he hasn't used before, all other aspects are abnormal. Some people watched Kakashi directly surrender after Kazuhiko was completely resolved, and they couldn't help but sigh. Although the content of this year's Zongnan exam is a bit strange, everyone basically agrees with Bai Ye's strength. Especially the picture that destroyed the entire surface with a single blow. It is impossible to forget this moment in this life. It's very happy to have a genius in the village, but it's uncomfortable to be born in the same age as him. In troubled times, normal people definitely hope that the village is stronger, the better, but the dazzling light of the other party will cover them all with green leaves. Just like the most famous people in the last era were Whitefang and Sannin, the other less famous people are relatively less famous. And that Kakashi, I heard he seems to be only 6 years old now. 2 people who were promoted to Zongran at the age of 6 appeared in one breath. We are all fortunate to witness this historic scene. Although the promotion list has not been announced yet, none of them thinks they will fail, and at any rate they occupy the top 2 spots. Why does Kakashi, this idiot, give in? I really want to see him fight White Knight. No matter what other people think, I have been looking forward to this battle for a long time with dirt, but in the end it was nothing, and now it is as uncomfortable as eating shit. Advertisement. It's enough to be Zhang Ren. This kind of trivial matter will have opportunities in the future. As soon as Kakashi came up, he heard the spit with dirt, and didn't understand how he cared more than himself. He has done all the things that should be done before, and it feels unnecessary to continue to waste time playing. Especially because of the current state, there is no guarantee that he can win. Bai Ye's physical fitness is too suitable for protracted battles. If he continues to fight, it is equal to giving away for nothing. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. By the way, when did Bai Ye and Kakashi negotiate to join forces? Swift next to her asked the question she had been holding back for a long time, and felt uncomfortable if she didn't ask it out. No. At first, I was going to shame Kakashi first, but I changed my plan temporarily after finding out that the shadow clone was there. Bai Ye would like to see if the time of Kakashi's promotion to Zongnan has changed. Will there be any interesting changes in the plot later? He was already ready to try to change everything on his own, and he didn't care much about the plot of the original book, and he did things more freely. Maybe because of the butterfly effect, many established facts will not happen directly, and it may be said that Madara will have no chance to play in the future. Really, Swift showed an expression that I had guessed a long time ago. At first, she felt something was wrong when she saw Bai Ye sigh. Hearing the news, Kakashi was full of black lines, and looked at the relaxed White Knight silently. If he wasn't prepared to do enough, he might have been overcast at the time. Congratulations to you two in advance for being promoted. There was a trace of envy hidden in Asma's eyes, and he belonged to the kind of people who wanted to prove himself. I don't want to hear that every time someone mentions him, he will say, oh, he is the son of 3 generations of adults. I didn't care about other people's opinions until I was fully mature in the future. Swift looked at them from a more marginal position, deliberately controlling his emotions. After all, he should be happy at this time. However, after thinking about it, he could only be arranged to do some safety tasks, and the whole person was a bit unable to lift up, feeling that Bai Ye and Yu were completely dragged down by him. Humph, sensitive Yu noticed that Swift was not in the right mood, and quietly walked behind her, passed her hand under her armpit and began to knead the airport in front. Do not move. Yu rarely showed a rather aggressive picture, and the Swift who got her showed a hint of shyness. He stretched out his hand to pat the silly hands, forgetting his troubles for a while. Advertisement. Well. Hongdo also came behind Yu at some point, and Nong Yu let out a low cry. You two are playing so well, she acted unscrupulously towards both of them at the same time, and the painting style suddenly became weird near the guardrail. Outside of a group of people who are studying where to have dinner next, there are some pink pictures mixed in. Then, next announced the list of promoted Jongnen. Oshimaru suddenly opened his mouth, drawing everyone's attention. The 3 of them also separated naturally at the first time, except for the slight infrared on their small faces, and there was nothing wrong with them. After our research and discussion, the personnel include Shiraya, Kakashi, Kazuhiko, Kazuo, Sheng, Masago. It was long expected that the first 5 people could be promoted, and the main focus was on some of the back names. Especially after Zheng Jing heard his name, he almost fainted with excitement, before he thought he had no hope. Later, I picked a few guys who were eliminated in the second round. These people looked calm after being called by their names. It is not unreasonable to be specifically selected. Those who were eliminated in the first round were very miserable. There was really no one who was optimistic about it, and they all came here to make a soy sauce. Why don't you have any more text? How about choosing the disciples that you said at the beginning? Tai Tu had long known that he was definitely out of play, and was completely uninterested in this list. What are you doing so excited? Anyway, you will definitely be ruled out first. Kakashi looked at it with excitement, and maliciously proposed what he didn't want to hear. Kakashi, don't think that if you become Zhang Ren, I will be afraid of you. When Kakashi's words touched him, his hair exploded, his body began to tremble a little, and he pointed to the opponent's nose and began to scream. You two will be uncomfortable if you don't fight together. Lin had a headache and separated the two teammates. It was really comfortable to quarrel several times a day. Chapter 76 End. In terms of potential, I think Bai Ye and Kakashi are more likely to be. After raising a head with Soil, everyone followed a heated discussion. Isn't Kakashi already a grandson of Lord Jiraiya? I think I should be avoided. Bai Ye has a good chance anyway. There are still differences between the two in nature. I think Kakashi still has a chance. Anyway, no matter who it is, Bai Ye is the most likely to worship Sannin as a teacher, but there are some differences about Kakashi. As for the other candidates, it is not easy to judge, just like Kazuhiko, although he is very strong now, but also took advantage of the Shinin period. Most of them rely on physique and basic ninjutsu to fight, and that kind of difficult ninjutsu is only mastered by some geniuses. This can easily restrain most people, and only Bai Ye relying on the ability of Binglunwen can suppress him in turn. Of course, there is another aspect because of being a little older. If you are at Z's age, you can control such a number of worms, and your talent can also be counted as a terrifying level. Don't discuss me anymore, I am not interested in becoming a disciple of Sannin, okay. Everyone would mention him when they saw him, and Bai Ye felt very speechless. Although Sannin is very good, especially with regard to Jiraiya, Bai Ye's previous life also liked this character, but he was not cold about being a disciple. After so many years, Bai Ye has often practiced various ninjutsu, but he has never succeeded. In addition, he has the bonus of Zanpaku Sword, almost giving up ninjutsu, and wants to concentrate on studying the system of the god of death. At the moment, Beiman Dunjia, a forbidden technique that does not require fine manipulation and relies entirely on violent chakras to stimulate the body, is the only technique he has successfully used. Bai Ye's most uncomfortable place is also here. Obviously, he controls chakra very delicately, so he can only use techniques that don't require special manipulation. It feels like even following Sannin, if he can't solve the problem of not being able to release ninjutsu first, he will actually not learn much. Like Ji Lai Yi's Shanshu, let alone whether he can learn it, just need a lot of chakras, and he has been turned away from him now. Although he was very interested in Tsunade's strange power technique, he was using it for reference at most. He doubted that this kind of ninjutsu, which required fine exercises, would definitely not be used. Advertisement. I'm really not interested in Dashawan. It's better to exercise than to waste time doing human research there. Especially to prevent the opponent from using himself as a container, and don't want to be cursed like red beans. It is awkward to think about the opponent's clones stored in his body. And Bai Ye also likes the current life, doing light tasks with you and Swift every day. This kind of days with people feels good. Every time when the sky is down, you can also use your own master to exercise, and occasionally you can have dinner with other friends. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. I don't really want to become a disciple of a certain person, and then follow the other person around the world, and I still can't learn anything. It's not that they don't believe in their ability to teach disciples. The problem is that if you can't learn ninjutsu, it's better to follow Dai and run around. I think Itsuki Bean is quite promising to become a disciple of Dashawan. Although Bai Ye didn't know when in the original book, Itsuki Do followed Dashawan, there is definitely nothing wrong with saying so now. After all, he has not yet begun to significantly influence the development of the plot, and many things in the near future should follow the original route. No, you turned this topic too bluntly. How could I be taken seriously for my performance? Itsuki Beans looked at Bai Ye with black lines, so she should dream of this kind of thing. What are you doing so hard to talk about? Sannin has already left. After Ibexi's reminder, everyone noticed that Sanren didn't know when they had left, and the other people who took the exam were also going out. They won't miss it all alone, right? It's better not to mention it in the first place. Swift was a little annoyed in her heart. Although she felt that she didn't have much hope, she also showed some deliberate performance during the game, but still had some illusions. It's not bad now, just like no one has seen. She originally wanted to have a good relationship with Tsunade disciples, and wanted to get a little bit of learning experience back. And Lin was also a little bit lost in her heart, but she controlled it well and didn't show it. The rest of the people didn't care much, and they didn't particularly yearn for this kind of thing. Yu's mood also remained unchanged, and the disciple who wanted to become Zi Lai Yi was mainly related to Xiao Nan. She now knew that the other party was one of the three ninjas, and then heard a bunch of different legends circulating in the village. As for some other information, I haven't deliberately learned about it, and I don't even know what the other party is best at. Advertisement. If possible in 2 days, I will introduce someone to you, who should be Tsunade's disciple now. Bai Ye felt something from Swift's tone, which was a disguised comfort. I think that since Tsunade is in the village now, if Silent is already her disciple, she will definitely follow him back, so I can find out about the other party. Even if he hasn't received it yet, he can also take this opportunity to get to know him in advance. Speaking of which, he himself has never seen Mute in the village. Really? When did Tsunade-sama accept a disciple? Don't lie to me? Swift swept away the previous decadence, staring at Bai Ye. Her excited little face looked red. She and Lin have almost been in a state of exploring on their own. Nisara and Mizumon have no knowledge of medical ninjutsu, so they can only find some related books for them. The two can keep making rapid progress all the time. It depends on their own talents. If they can communicate with people who have received professional training, their learning progress will definitely improve. Okay, let's go, everyone is going to finish it. Bai Ye pushed Swift behind and hurried out. He hadn't eaten for a whole day. In addition, he had just conducted another high-intensity battle, and he was now hungry. This kind of thing is going to be explained at the table, but now I don't have much energy. Jichi, you are still too lazy. When Bai Ye came to the door, he found that Kazuhiko was preaching to Z. Because the other party was thawed from the ice, his clothes looked a little wet. Waiting for my success in my research, I will fight you. When Kazuhiko watched it, Bai Ye nodded slightly. After the next battle book, he left here alone, without continuing to say anything to Shichi. Kakashi, the other party just wants to fight against Bai Ye, it seems you still can't do it. After Kazuhiko walked away, he took Tuna's arm and stabbed Kakashi with a hint of teasing on his face. Hey, if you don't speak, it's acquiescence. The noise of the crowd is getting lighter and lighter, and there is only one examination room that needs to be pushed to the reconstruction. Chapter 77 Convince, 6-year-old Jongren, Bai Ye's son and Day's adopted orphan? Danzo flipped through the documents that he had just sent, which contained detailed information about the Jongmen exam. In particular, Kakashi and Bai Ye are both highlighted, and they are the two best super geniuses in this batch. Kakashi isn't very easy to do, but Bai Ye can try to get in. Danzo touched his chin, thought for a while before making a decision. Kakashi has clearly been counted as a member of the 3 generations of factions, basically there is no hope. He regrets that when his 5-year-old graduated, he did not choose to compete with the 3 generations because of bad actions against Bai Fang. Bai Ye can be regarded as a daily difference with the neutrals, and since he was not born in a big family, it seems that there is still a lot of room for manipulation. Grown-ups. I saw a member of the Roots handing over a scroll. Just now, after Tuan Zhang made a decision, he asked people to get more detailed information. Oshimaru has been eyeing the other party. I don't know where the Roots were collected, but they actually recorded this kind of secret information. However, because Danzo and Oshimaru were currently in the honeymoon period, they gave up their plans after knowing that the other party had already taken action. This idiot, even if he accepts his own disciples, he also recommends the Hyuga sect family to Tsunade. But when he saw some of the following information, Danzo couldn't help but frowned, obviously dissatisfied with the news. Originally, because of the excessive vigilance of the 3 generations, he could no longer find the opportunity to start with Swift. If Swift really follows Tsunade, he won't even be able to grasp the specific whereabouts of the other party by then. For this kind of person who wants to abolish the Hyuga family separation system, he absolutely does not allow comfort to survive, and wants to directly stifle the unstable factors in the cradle. You, go find a way to get Kazuhiko in. Danzing told a man with sunglasses. He looked like a girl from the oily clan in terms of clothing. Since the two with the best talents were not easy to win, he chose Kazuhiko, who looked slightly worse. I didn't think about the plan by myself, and directly handed it over to the people below to solve it on their own, which shows that the degree of attention is relatively low. Advertisement. Are you sure you want to accept these people as disciples? 3 generations were sitting on his seat and exhaling a puff of smoke, and then questioned the 3 of Dashimaru standing in front. At first, Oshimaru just reported it, and after the Nakanobu test was over, he pulled Jiraiya and Tsunade over to make the matter completely settled. After all, he still needs 3 generations to adjust from it, otherwise he can't see the difference and say sad face. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Hey, Nikkei, I'm interested in your disciple, give him to me quickly. When the time comes, the 2 people are afraid that they will not directly treat it as a fight. As you know, I have been running around outside with this child, Silent. Now I want to find a companion for her, and I will teach both of them well. Tsunade changed her usual state and answered 3 generations very seriously. Now the more difficult thing to deal with is the question of her accepting disciples. But you also need to know that Swift's identity is special. Are you sure that your current state can protect her? 3 generations posed a very sharp question. If Tsunade used to be, he would have nothing to worry about, but the opponent's current phobia affected normal fighting. If it is deliberately targeted by a caring person, there is a real possibility of overturning at that time. When I take her, I won't be out of the head of the country of fire, right? Tsunade responded in an angrily manner, that there was nothing wrong with Oshimaru and Jiraiya. When she had so many things, her mood became a little irritable. At the same time, he glared at them secretly, and it was too much to say a few good things without helping. Especially Oshimaru, he obviously found himself back, and he lost the chain like Jilai at a critical time. Old man, don't be so rigid, it may not be safe to stay in the village. Ninjas from other countries are not often lurking in. After being threatened for a while, Jilai quickly used his brain to remember the rhetoric. Indeed, Tsunade's usual whereabouts are very secretive, and I spent a lot of effort when I went to find her. Dashi Wan also added that if the 3 generations really disagree, he will have some difficulties. According to his long-term observation, Bai Ye is not as withdrawn as the data says. I can clearly feel that he has a very good relationship with his 2 teammates. If you don't arrange the way out of the other 2 in advance, you will always feel rejected. And even in this way, Oshimaru feels a little unsafe. Just from the amount of training each day, it can be judged that his mind is also very firm. Advertisement: if you think that you are not helping him, you will probably be rejected, so there is an insurance that will definitely move him. The teammate's business can only be regarded as a bonus appetizer, and that insurance can be regarded as the real main course. Remember to send me news regularly. After considering for a long time, the three generations finally decided to compromise. I know, it's really long-winded, we haven't been together for many years if we want to drink together. After getting the affirmative answer, Tsunade revealed his nature. Dinner is just a small matter, and drinking is the main purpose. I'm still looking for a Japanese escort to come over and talk about it. I finally asked the other person to come over and talk about this kind of thing. Three generations stretched out their hands and hammered their sore necks. When they thought that the total time was less than half a year, they would go to the opponent's hand to ask for someone again, and felt a little pain in the skull. Then let's go first, remember to come early, before he started drinking. Tsunade looked a little drunk, holding Oshimaru and Jiraiya with both hands and went outside. Only three generations were left sitting there and shook his head, and then gave orders to the sudden appearance of Anbu. Hey, you are here too, you are welcome, both of them have invited the drinks and barbecue tonight. The Tsunade trio, who had just left the Hokage building, came to the barbecue queue and found Shiroya who were having dinner together. When she was in a good mood, she made a decision for the other two with a big wave, picked up a bottle of soju from the counter and walked over. Although Shiraya and the others didn't know what was going on, they all seemed very excited about Sanin's arrival anyway, and they soon got into a fight with Tsunade and the others. Come on, continue to drink. Tsunade was messing around here, so that, let alone adults, the little guys who were under 10 years old were all bewitched and drank some small wine under the warm atmosphere. Many people just drank it directly after drinking, with a blushing face, lying on their faces, and the corners of their mouths kept shaking, as if they were saying that I could still drink. Bai Ye, who had been drinking alcohol for the first time in his past and present life, did not know if it was because of his special physique that he became the only one who could compete with Tsunade. The three generations came over after a long time, but they were brought down by Shiraya and Tsunade. The crowd had been playing around until midnight, and after they consciously sent a few people who were completely unable to drink back home, the party was completely different. Chapter 78. Wait. My head hurts. At noon the next day, after Bai Ye woke up in a daze, he found that he had a splitting headache, which was more torturing than usual training. This body is fake, I didn't respond to anything last night, and I still have a hangover today. Bai Ye lay on the bed for a while, and stretched out his hand to rub his temples, trying to relieve the pain. Oh, it's so late. He turned his half-fascinated eyes to the alarm clock beside the bed, and he woke up completely, seeing that it was long past the meeting time scheduled for yesterday. I didn't care about the painful brain, just deal with the messy appearance, grabbed the slice of bread that Kay had placed on the table a long time ago and ran out. The B**************** D Bai Ye, let us wait for a long time. In front of the Hokage building, Swift was also a face that was not awake, and she was forcibly called by the sun's slag in the early morning. After being forced to rush to the assembly ground, only to find that Bai Ye and Yu hadn't arrived yet. At that time, I could comfort myself by saying that it was normal to be late for a while. As a result, Yu also waited for a long time before arriving late, and Bai Ye waited until noon and still disappeared. Feeling wronged in my heart, it feels better to let her sleep for a while, it's really white to wake up so early. That's why I said, let me go over and see the situation. After running over in a hurry in the morning, she realized that she was not the latest, and she was quietly relieved. The three of them stayed stupidly in front of the Hokage building, and they all met a lot of friends who came to pick up the task. No, I will see how long this D can drag. Swift made a vicious expression, showing the little tiger teeth at the corner of her mouth, as if she wanted to pounce on Bai Ye's body to bite. When the White Knight was running towards this, a chill suddenly rose behind him, and he watched the surrounding situation vigilantly, and started to rush again after confirming his safety. Have you heard of yesterday? Of course I know, the unsuspecting kid in our family is on the scene. Advertisement, hey, let me tell you if it's true. If I didn't see people discussing it everywhere, I would have thought it was fake news. HMPH, I have first-hand information about that White Knight. What Bai Ye didn't think of, he walked all the way, and most of the people were discussing yesterday's Jongin exam with great interest. Especially the names of him and Kakashi seemed to have spread throughout the village. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In addition to some real information, he also heard a lot of fake news that made him dumbfounded. For example, he was actually 3 years old when he was born, and now he has grown to be an 8-foot-tall man, and he doesn't know which guy with a big brain is in that humiliation. However, despite the positive news that came out, Bai Ye was also secretly vigilant in his heart. There must be some spies from other villages lurking in the village. After his information is exposed, he must be as careful about other assassinations as Swift. A genius must find an opportunity to kill in advance, otherwise it will be difficult to deal with after it has fully grown up. And realize that the 3 members of his team have become the focus of other villages. Yu's writing round eyes can be said to be a strategic material that is only a level lower than Bayan. In fact, not only the 3 of Swifts have been waiting for White Knight, but there are also 5 people waiting quietly in the Hokage office. Master Oshimaru, how long are we going to wait here? In the end, Hongdu was selected as a disciple by Dashimaru, but her excitement at the beginning has been eroded in the waiting, but she has some uncomfortable surrounded by the 4 big men. I don't know if it's because Dashiwan has a ghost in his heart, so I deliberately selected one more disciple to divert his attention. Idzuki Beans, as a ninja, you need to have enough patience. Dashi Wan stretched out his hand and rubbed Itsuki Bean's head, looking like a kind teacher teaching the students. I will wait for Bai Ye to understand that it takes a price to let others wait for him. As if singing a counterpoint, from Tsunade who was standing by the window, there was a disharmonious word at the same time. She was looking at the three Swifts downstairs, her clenched fists were creaking, and she could not help but want to vent after waiting for a whole morning. 3 generations are sitting in a leisurely position smoking a small cigarette, slowly processing all kinds of messy documents. Didn't he have already rushed over, and if you try harder, it will collapse. Advertisement Jilai also looked at the more and more cracks on the sides of Suna's hands and feet, so he had to come over to soothe the other party's emotions. Such an important place of the Hokage Tower was so funny that it collapsed. Yeah, early. As everyone waited impatiently, Bai Ye finally arrived late, and once appeared, he said something very unpleasant. The new clothes I just changed were almost broken by you. Bai Ye easily avoided Swift's sudden and difficult attack, and reached out and grabbed her wrist, preventing the opponent's subsequent actions. A few months ago, Bai Ye specially customized a large number of Death Tyrant outfits, specially used to replace the clothes damaged by the battle. He also slightly changed the style, and he deliberately kept the red cloud pattern that Xiao Nan once embroidered, which seemed to have a strange feeling. Behind the moon is still a symbol of the Uchiha clan, but the dress that was modified by Xiao Nan is kept at home that she cherishes. Don't bother you two, there are other people waiting for us upstairs, and there are surprises waiting for you there. The day difference prevented Bai Ye and Swift from fighting, and his face was still a little booing. Unknowingly, he has taken these little guys for a long time, and for a long time in the future, it is estimated that there will be no chance to take them out of the task. Yesterday, when the 3 generations informed him of these things, there was no dissatisfaction. There were more powerful people to teach his disciples, and they were actually quite happy. Because except for the first period of time, Nikkei has long discovered that there is nothing he can teach, and things like experience have been repeated many times. I can also occasionally give pointers to Swift's knowledge of Rukon. As for other aspects, it is almost natural, and can only make small comments each time. In particular, the tasks performed every time are also very simple, and I feel that he is not needed to lead the team. Really, can we go a little farther to perform the mission? Hearing the surprise mentioned by Nisara, Swift immediately put the matter of White Knight behind his head, and took it for granted that the surprise must also be related to the task where he took the task. Okay, don't shake it, you'll know when you go up. Nisara looked at Swift's excited face without giving too much explanation. Acting with Sanin, it is true that you don't have to act near the village like following him, which is indeed equivalent to fulfilling his wish in disguise. Chapter 79 Refuse. Red beans. Coincidence. After the 4 people pushed the door in, they found the red bean standing next to Dashi Wan. Bai Ye didn't feel any strange about this, and directly waved hello. Have you been accepted as a disciple by Oshomaru-sama? You seemed very curious about this incident. After all, Hongdu's performance yesterday could not be said to be very brilliant, and she couldn't figure out the criteria for selecting his disciples. Baya, you were very strange. Please tell me honestly, how did you know that Hongdu would become a disciple of Dashawan yesterday? Taking advantage of you and Hongdu's communication, Swift leaned her head to ask Baya easily, and her eyes were full of threats. I didn't just say it casually yesterday, but now I also say that Tsunade is waiting here specifically, and is planning to accept you as a disciple. Bai Ye responded in an angry manner. This girl is always particularly sensitive in some inexplicable places, and she gets old when it comes to business. Cut. I can't make a joke. Swift hummed back. She still felt that there must be something tricky in this matter. I'm really scared of you. If you want to know, just go and listen to Hongdu's explanation with you. Bai Ye was stared at by Swift's hot eyes uncomfortable, and dragged her to walk forward quickly. Teacher Oshimaru, they are actually waiting for you here. Hongdu's expression became more comfortable after they appeared, and she was excitedly explaining to you. Pulling Swift over to Bai Ye just to hear these words, a trace of puzzlement grew in my heart. I don't know what to wait for them. You'll talk later, there are some things I want to talk to you first. The 3 generations suddenly spoke, interrupting the words that Bai Ye had originally wanted to ask. White Knight, you hold this certificate and uniform first. 3 generations took out some things from the drawer and gave them directly to Bai Ye, which was Zhang Ren's proof and uniform. But what makes Bai Ye a little strange is that he didn't expect that the 3 generations would personally give him these things, before he had been curious about when they would release them. After the 3rd generation gave these things, he didn't continue to say anything, and motioned with his eyes to Tsunade who was standing next to him. Are you willing to be my disciple? After Tsunade received the prompt, he came directly to Swift's face, without any foreshadowing, and asked directly very straightforwardly. Advertisement, Suddenly, Swift seemed a little confused when he heard the news. He looked blankly at Bai Ye and the others, and stretched out his index finger to confirm. Yes, didn't the 3 of us say that we would choose disciples among the personnel of this competition? Tsunade gave a very feminine smile, and softly explained to Swift. However, Swift seemed to be taken aback by the sudden news, and stood there blankly for a while, and did not reply. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Yu also took a timid glance at Zilai, who was holding her hands on her chest and leaning against the wall. I wondered if I would become a disciple of Jiraiya if everyone would receive one. Then he shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel this unrealistic idea directly. Seeing that Swift hadn't responded for a long time, Bai Ye stretched out his arm and stabbed the opponent, pulling his thinking back to the real world. I don't know. The recovered Swift bit his lip lightly, replied in a low voice, and looked at Bai Ye and Yu as if he asked for help. Although she had always said yesterday that it would be nice to be Tsunade's disciple, she just said it casually while thinking that this was impossible. Now that this incident suddenly became a reality, she didn't know what to do. I knew very well that if I agreed, I would temporarily withdraw from this team, and I don't know if I have a chance to come back in the future. I always felt that it was very likely that as soon as she left, another person would be arranged to come in to replace the place that was vacated because of her departure. Promise it. Bai Ye moved her mouth vaguely, hinting at Swift with her lips. He can analyze from the expression on the face of the daily difference that there is no fluctuation. The other party must have known this in advance, and the surprise mentioned above should also refer to this. Although Bai Ye felt a little bit reluctant, he believed that this choice would definitely be the most beneficial to Swift's future development. Our team will not disband. Seeing that Swift was still a little bit hesitant when seeing Swift, she told her what she wanted to hear most at the moment. This made her nodded completely determined, and she agreed. You have to come to us often in the future. After Yuji and Swift agreed, she looked a little disappointed, but she still controlled her facial muscles and showed a somewhat reluctant smile. Advertisement. Since enrolling, they have rarely seen each other for a long time. Especially when I graduated before, I was very happy to be separated, but I didn't expect to be separated for a long time before it passed, and my heart was full of reluctance. Well, Yu, would you like to go with me in the future? Jalila felt very painful looking at these pictures, and she was a little embarrassed to speak. Okay. Because of the precedent of Swift, after Yu took a peek at Bai Ye, she nodded easily and agreed. The reason why it is so easy to agree is that there is actually a reason hidden in Yu's heart. She could feel that the gap between herself and Shiroya was constantly widening, and because Niji hadn't studied ordinary ninjutsu, she couldn't usually provide her with particularly good advice. I feel that following Jiraiya's words, not only can he make up for what he once said to Xiaonan, but it should also shorten the gap between him and Bai Ye. I don't want to be a burden to the other party in the future because of my incompetence, at least to ensure that I have the ability to protect myself. Well, you two don't forget to come back and see me often, I will be the only one left now. Bai Ye blinked her eyes innocently, didn't she just pick up the task as usual, and suddenly he was the only one left. No, I still have my share. Then Bai Ye saw Da Shiwan walking in front of him, but he spoke first. Before he saw that the red bean was here, he thought that there should be nothing wrong with him. Now he was panicked by Dashuan's movements, and he wondered if the other party wanted a two flowering. It's pretty smart, how about it, do you want to follow me? Dashi Maru specifically chose the last one and said that it wanted to use Swift and Yu as a foreshadowing to increase some success rates. Well, Bai Ye was smiling and groaning on the surface, but he had already cursed in his heart, and was thinking of how to refuse. In this case, if Oshimaru was replaced by Tsunade or Jiraiya, maybe he would agree to it. But Dashimaru, a dangerous person, didn't want to have too much contact before he grew up. I still want to be with the Nikkei teacher. I really don't worry about leaving him here as an old man. After Bai Ye's erratic eyes saw the day's slack, his mind got alive, and he unceremoniously labeled the other person as an old man. Chapter 83 Body Technique. When am I old enough to need your little b************ d to take care of? Nisera heard Bai Ye's blinding force and was full of black lines, and immediately used the iron fist of love and called up. Bai Ye's footsteps, who sensed the wrong, stepped lightly and wanted to dodge backwards, but the fist, which was like a shadow, was getting closer and closer to the center of his forehead. The attacked part immediately swelled up a small bag, and coupled with the influence of the hangover, the pain was constantly coming from the head. The taste of internal and external affairs was not ordinary sour and refreshing. They both left. I'm not afraid you feel lonely. Bai Ye half squatted on the ground, rubbing the bulging bag with his teeth grinning, still muttering in his mouth. Why do you refuse? When Yu ran over to support the white knight that was squatting there, she whispered a question. Although I feel a little sorry for the Nikkei teacher, but Sanin will definitely be stronger in all aspects, and there should be no need to specifically refuse. Master Da Shi Wan has already accepted red beans as his disciples. It is not just right for one person to accept one, so I don't need it. Seeing that the path of Nikkei was blocked, Bai Ye hit the red bean with his idea. Are you looking down on me? Does being a teacher with me make you very embarrassed? Red Bean's brain circuit didn't know what was going on, obviously it had misunderstood the other party's meaning, and was ridiculed in that yin and yang strangely. Bai Ye really wanted to cry without tears, no matter how anyone mentioned it, it seemed to blow up her hair. Don't be too busy to refuse, you can take a look at this first. Dashi Maru didn't care much about Bai Ye's performance before, so he threw a scroll at him. This is. Bai Ye was very puzzled and reached out his hand to take it, and opened it with some curiosity. He was not afraid of the small movements of Dashi Wan in this place. 3 Body Technique. After seeing the title, Bai Ye's mind was full of black question marks, and she resisted spitting out in her heart, not understanding why he was given this kind of basic ninjutsu scroll on the street. Don't worry, you'll know if you keep watching. After Oshimaru felt Bai Ye's questioning gaze, he didn't make an explanation, just let him keep watching. Swift and Yu, who were standing next to Nong, also squeezed in curiously to observe, but Dashimaru did not stop watching their behavior. Advertisement. Is this a bit different from what was posted in school? Swift hadn't practiced these ninjutsu before, only glanced at it randomly when the school issued the training scroll. So even though based on the impression, it seems that the two things are a bit different, but they can't be completely confirmed. Chakra's root has been changed. Yu was easily affirmed, and she was still very confident about the knowledge of ninjutsu. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Sure enough, you can't use it. Bai Ye, do you want to try it? In the following month, I tested it in accordance with the method described above, and found no reaction at all. After the failure, Yu looked at Bai Ye with a little excitement, but she didn't believe that Oshimaru would give a scroll that didn't have it. Since she couldn't use it, maybe it was specially prepared for Bai Ye. For Bai Ye, he has been unable to use ordinary ninjutsu, but Yu has been caring for a long time, and has also worked hard to think of a lot of ways, but every time it has no effect at all. I know, don't stay so close. Before Bai Ye wanted to try it, he was actually more interested in ninjutsu than the power of death. After all, he has never seen the god of death, and he has no clear concept of these powers. He has a lot of ninjutsu that he wants to learn. Oh. After Bai Ye's reminder, Yu suddenly reacted. She and Swift were holding one of Bai Ye's arms separately, wanting to view the content on the scroll more conveniently. Immediately, he let go with a little embarrassment, and took the scroll in Bai Ye's hand by the way. Hey, after freeing up his hands, Bai Ye also had the mentality of trying it out. He didn't expect that with a bang beside him, an identical clone would really appear. The benefits of having exercises to manipulate chakras are now reflected, and this simple technique can be easily used at a glance. In fact, Bai Ye tried to change the root of chakra at the beginning, but gave up without any response. According to this situation, the energy in his body was indeed affected by the Zanpaku Dao, which was different from others that he did not know. According to normal cultivation, there is no way to successfully release it, and it needs to be specially coordinated to make some changes. That is really good. Yu's performance seemed more agitated than Bai Ye herself, and she jumped into the other's arms, completely unable to suppress her inner joy. Although Bai Ye has a lot of strong abilities relying on Zanpaku Sword, it also has many flaws because he can't know how to do ninjutsu. Advertisement Yu has always worried about this, and now I can feel relieved. If you develop it well, all aspects can be enhanced a lot, so that the adaptability to different environments can also be greatly enhanced. That one. Bai Ye lightly hugged the moon in his arms and looked at Da Wan with a little entanglement, and his mood began to get a little complicated again. Although I don't know how the other party researched it, as long as he decides to follow along, he will definitely increase his speed of progress by another level. However, because of the thing that Da Wan suddenly took out, Bai Ye began to be really alert. The current situation is that he must have been studied by Oshimaru, and he has clearly known that the other party has some ulterior motives. After I really agreed, the level of danger might be much higher than I expected. Can you tell me first, how did this work out? After thinking about it, Bai Ye still chose to ask directly, wanting to see the response of the other party before speaking. However, he had already made a decision in his heart. After all, he had been targeted, unless he escaped from Konoha, otherwise there was really no good way. Instead of evaporating inexplicably, it is better to take the initiative to get some benefits before talking about it. I have a child here who is in a situation similar to yours. I worked out with him. This time I want to try the research things and see if you can use it. Dashimaru also didn't intend to conceal everything. Bai Ye chose to follow his words. Sooner or later these news would be known. But it didn't make it too clear. There were many other people around. When did you adopt a child? Why don't I know? Especially Jiraiya. As soon as he heard the news, he was the first to question. That's the most recent thing. You haven't been out all this time. Is it because of this that you suddenly paid attention to Bai Ye? Dashimaru naturally gave out the excuses he had thought up a long time ago, and Jilai also perfected the reason for him very well. Your brother? Hongdo observed Bai Ye curiously, and became a little bit eager to see the person in Da Xuan's mouth. Regarding some of the more private information, Bai Ye did not deliberately hide it from his friends, basically knowing that he was picked up by Dai. Suddenly hearing this news, it is estimated that anyone will think about this aspect. Chapter 81 Respective Journey. It should. Maybe. Probably. Maybe. Not right. Bai Ye's first reaction when he heard the news was not to believe it, but after thinking about it, it seemed that the process of coming into this world was fascinating. It's not impossible that this kind of situation will happen. Maybe there are other people who have crossed over together? Dashimaru also didn't give any explanation, and chose to obscure this, let others slowly guess. Teacher Oshimaru, can I make a request? After Shiroya put down the moon that hung on her like a koala, she came to Oshimaru. He didn't try the other two ninjutsu, and agreed directly in disguise. Yes, talk about it. Dashimaru looked at Bai Ye with interest, and felt that this disciple was much more interesting than imagined. There is nothing special, the main thing is whether we can allocate some time for free movement in peacetime. The reason why Bai Ye made this request was to have the ability to return to the village on his own. Before leaving, he was going to talk to Kai specifically. If he didn't go home for a long time to leave a message, then notify Dai to look for him. Yikai's character doesn't ask too much. It's a kind of insurance to prevent being locked in a small dark room by Da Xuan to do human experiments. No one knows. If you don't say I will not restrict you too much. Da Xuan did not expect that Bai Ye's request would be so simple, and at the same time, this permission also included Red Bean. He himself didn't plan to do anything bad, but wanted to secretly study Bai Ye's body, and at the same time, he wanted to see how far he could tap the other's potential. The Oshimaru of this period has not yet completely perfected the immortal reincarnation, and it is still in the prime of life, and will not have any special thoughts for the time being. You will call me Senior Sister Hongdu. The red bean on the side didn't care about the mess, but relied on becoming a disciple first. He came over and patted Bai Ye on the shoulder, revealing a big sister's head. What did you say? I didn't hear it clearly. Bai Ye blinked his innocent big eyes and stared at him. With a cordial tone, it seemed that he didn't use the Zanpaku knife to rest on the opponent's neck. You are not cute at all. Beware that no one wants it in the future. Hongdu pursed her mouth and patted the blade on the edge of her neck, and glanced at Yu, who was standing behind Bai Ye's side, causing the other's face to flash into a flush. Advertisement. Okay, go out and talk about it, don't affect my work. Seeing that things were settled for 3 generations, they immediately started chasing people. Old man, have you forgotten something? Bai Ye and the little ghosts were very obedient and resigned and left. They seemed to be begging for something in the end. Hearing the movement, Bai Ye turned his head subconsciously, and just saw the 3 generations of Chaoji also threw a small bag, and then waved impatiently to drive the other party away. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi, go, don't look. Behind Bai Ye, Swift pushed Bai Ye, who turned his head to wait and see, directly out, causing the other party to not see what Ji Lai also took out of it. Why are you in such a hurry? She was interrupted as soon as she was curiosity aroused, and Bai Ye felt uncomfortable for the thief now. Don't talk about some, let us wait all morning, you have to treat you at noon. The voice gradually faded away, it was almost a few of them, the last time they had a dinner together in a short time. I just happen to be able to meet each other next time, so I don't know how long I have to wait. Teacher Oshimaru, why are we walking in such a hurry? Bai Ye originally wanted to take advantage of this half of the day to stay with you and Swift for a while, but he was taken away as soon as he finished the meal. Also, I haven't left a message for Kai, so I have to plan to come back next time to talk about it. Bai Ye and the 3 of them have been living together for almost 4 or 5 months, and suddenly they are going to be separated for a long time and they are really uncomfortable. Didn't I have promised you all, I will have time to come back in the future. Dashimaru secretly said that he had endured it for 3.5 months, and now he has finally achieved his initial goal, so there is no mood to waste in the village. Can you slow down a little bit? The most embarrassed is the red bean, and she doesn't want to say anything about leaving just after dinner. But Bai Ye and Da Shiwan were advancing too fast, she could only barely hang on her back with all her milk-feeding energy, and her stomach began to ache as she ran. At this time, they were quickly shuttled through the forest, and their goal was the small base that had just been built some time ago. In order to prevent Bai Ye and Red Bean from thinking too much, there are no illegal items in the new base for the time being, most of which are normal medical equipment. Advertisement in the short term, Dashuan will definitely not let them know about some things. As for what happens in the future, it depends on the specific situation. On the other hand, Yu and Zalai were also walking on the street, but the current distance between the two was quite far apart. The thing is like this. At the dinner table before Buju, Bai Ye had the opportunity to tell Yu something about Jilea, especially when he repeatedly emphasized that the other party was an old pervert. As a result, Yu now had to keep a distance of more than 10 meters from Jilea in order to be at ease, just like a little rabbit who was frightened and afraid, only daring to hide in the distance to observe each other's actions. With the constant progress, the flow of people gradually became scarce, and in the end, only the 2 of them were left walking around on the street. Where did it go? As she continued to walk, Yu found that the Jilai in front had also suddenly disappeared, and her whole person was stunned. Why are you so far away from me? Then Yu felt a big hand on her little head, and a word from behind came from behind that seemed to be a little gloomy to her. Her body froze there for an instant, she didn't dare to move, only the sound of popping heartbeat proved that she was alive. Okay, don't stand stupidly, go in. Jilai also showed a helpless wry smile, and urged after seeing that the other party hadn't responded. At the same time, I secretly thought that next time I saw Bai Ye, I must fix him well, so that I would teach my lovely disciple badly. After a month of reminding, I realized that I had already returned to my door without knowing it. I can still drink. Swift was the hardest hit, she was carrying her drunk Tsunade on her young body. Bai Ye was taken to the base where she would stay in the future, and Yu was taken home to say goodbye to her mother. She was wandering around the village under Tsunade's command, and it was the 5th time she had passed by the places she was passing by. Is Tsunade-sensei really Minin? How is it different from what the family information records? Swift started to wonder if the person next to him was a fake Tsunade. It was the first time that he discovered that there was someone who was less reliable than him. Chapter 82 Small Castle. Suna-sama, why are you drinking like this again? After Swift wandered around for a long time, she saw a girl about her size rushing from the front. It seemed that after going around for a long time, he finally arrived at his destination, and at the same time looked at the other party curiously. Guessing that she should be the one Shiraya said yesterday, Tsunade's other disciple muted. Excuse me, please send our stupid adult home specially. Silent Trot came to the front and bowed slightly to Swift. It seemed that at least the tutor was excellent. At the same time, even though he called Tsunade-sama, he felt the undue respect, and the relationship between the two was estimated to be very good. Just leave it to me. When we meet for the first time, my name is Hyuga Swift. Swift stopped mute and wanted to take Tsunade's hands, with a smile on her face, and her first impression of her was not bad. You just need to mute me. After being held by his outstretched hand, Mute was obviously taken aback, and subconsciously responded with a simple self-introduction. The two looked at each other and smiled, and together they held the drunk Tsunade into the room not far in front. After finishing everything, just like two little sisters who haven't seen each other for a long time, they chatted wantonly. Mute also learned about Swift's identity from it, and then began to talk ill of Tsunade, complaining wildly to Swift, and the sky gradually darkened. Hey, why did your face become so ugly? Let me tell you, Tsunade, why stabbed me? After talking about the silence for most of the day, her interest was not diminished. She was still surprised at Swift's expression. He didn't expect the danger to be approaching at all, and blamed the other party for interrupting her. Yes, what's wrong with me? Keep talking. Silent was still a little puzzled looking at Swift, who was good at covering his face, but after hearing the sound of gritting teeth from behind, the whole person trembled uncontrollably. He secretly hates how excited he is, and forgets that Tsunade is under the same roof with them. I mean, Tsunade-sama deserves to be one of Konoha-sanin, who easily solved the little thief blocking the way some time ago. With cold sweat on his forehead, he kept silent, flipping through the memories in his mind frantically, and finally barely remembered an event that could be boasted. I will settle accounts with you in the future, and I will prepare to leave soon. Advertisement. Tsunade let Silent experience the iron fist of love, and then talked about business with a serious face. Big night. Where are we going? What happened? Silent rarely saw Tsunade serious once, and couldn't help but ask curiously. Just follow along. How did I find that you have a lot of nonsense today? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Under Tsunade's stern gaze, Silent shrank his head in fright. While rubbing the swollen bag on his head, he was also sorting out some clothes and other things. Tsunade didn't want to explain too much about Swift's identity. He deliberately chose to leave in the middle of the night to avoid the eyes and ears of some caring people. Swift didn't ask much, and followed Mute to tidy up, and before leaving, he took out a black headband from his arms and tied it to his forehead. When the three of them left the village, Zilai was sleeping in the guest room of Yu's house in a very unsightly manner. Yu also slept in the same bed with his mother after a long absence. This only duo also became the last group to leave the village. At the same time, Bai Ye arrived at their destination not long ago. When they first arrived, Bai Ye and Hong Do were both stunned by the sight in front of them. It was not the kind of gloomy and hidden environment that Bai Ye had imagined in his mind at all. The buildings were built on the surface in an arrogant manner. You can easily find this place from a distance. It is a small castle, but because of the large area, the interior is slightly deserted. Bai Ye doesn't doubt that Oshimaru can build this kind of thing, but always feels that the style of painting is a bit weird, and the other party should not be so high profile in the impression. Hong Do was really surprised. The style of this building is completely different from that of the village. This is the first time she has seen such a magnificent building since she was born. Ever since I came in, I have been looking around, looking like Grandma Lu strolling around the manor, full of curiosity about all the things inside. You should choose a room you like first. After you choose Bai Ye, remember to come to the top to find me. Dashimaru took the two of them around for a while, then left alone to prepare something. Hey, Bai Ye. Where are you going to choose? After the excitement at the beginning of Hongdu passed, he suddenly remembered that in this small castle, he hadn't encountered a person all the way, and it felt a bit scary to be deserted. Especially after Dashawan was gone, he became more and more lacking in vitality, and the gloomy aura became more vigorous. I just choose this one. Advertisement. Bai Ye felt the breath coming from behind and was a little speechless, but he did not expect that the fellow Hongdu would be afraid of something, and the other party was standing nervously behind and grabbing the corner of his clothes. There are still some considerations in choosing a house in Bai Ye. This European-style castle, he roughly observed the appearance of about 5 floors. And judging from Oshimaru's words, the top layer should be a more important place, so the other party should stay there often. He chose the lowest level near the door, and was ready to run away in advance. Then this is my room. Itsuki tangled for a while, but chose the room next to Bai Ye, not embarrassed to choose to live together. The style of this house is actually a bit strange. The outside looks obviously European, but the sleeping place is designed in Japanese style. The area of each room is very large, and it is the kind without a bed, so you have to lay the floor by yourself when you sleep. If you are alone, sleeping in an empty room and your mental quality is not good, it will be really stressful. Oh, I'm an idiot, we're all just kids, what's wrong with living together? But when Hongdu entered his room, he regretted it, and fell directly to his knees, holding his head madly. No, you have to be strong. This is just a small exercise. Just resist the past. Then he changed his status and started to comfort himself. A person kept showing various small theaters in it. Bai Ye threw his luggage into the room and was ready to go upstairs. When passing by the door of Hongdu's room, he heard some strange sounds coming from inside. This is a complete refresh of my 3 views, and I found many things that were not shown in the original work. I feel that the red beans in this state are also quite cute. Bai Ye eavesdropped at the door for a while, then quickly reached the 5th floor. Seeing the structure here is a little strange. Looking around from the entrance of the stairs, I found that all sides were sealed, except for a small door directly in front. Have you chosen so soon? Wait a minute, I'm not ready yet. After Bai Ye opened the door, he could see some big snake pills in it. After hearing the door opening, the other party didn't put down his hand movement and spoke without looking back. Someone joins the group, fan group, 375,279,554, chapter 83 3 energies. At this time, Bai Ye was stretching her hands to keep pushing the door, and did not speak and did not respond to Da Shiwan, and her whole thoughts were a little confused. Although he had guessed about the scene behind the door in advance, after he actually saw it, he found that he still underestimated the abilities of Dashimaru. There were all kinds of instruments in front of the light, and some things could be recognized by his insight. But there are more things beyond his imagination, and it feels more sci-fi than he has ever seen some sci-fi movies. It was thoroughly confirmed that the Hokage's technology tree was really mysterious and crooked. There were obviously a lot of high technology beyond imagination, and many things were still at the level of ancient times. These creatures are all made by Dashawan. Bai Ye stepped forward to observe all kinds of novel things, and couldn't help but admire secretly in the bottom of his heart. It was a reacquaintance of Dashimaru, and it was indeed the most capable existence in the shinobi world. In addition to a bunch of instruments that White Knight couldn't understand, there were also various strange creatures, which were obviously not born normally. All were confined in a cylindrical glass instrument by the big snake pill, which was filled with a green unknown liquid, immersing these creatures in it. This three-headed dog was modeled after the legendary three-headed dog from Hell, but it's still an unfinished product. Dashimaru didn't know when he came behind Bai Ye, and explained to him the origin of the biological prototype in the glass in front of him. I know the three-headed dog in Hell, but what's the matter with the 4, 5, and 6 heads next to him? After listening to Dashiwan's introduction, Bai Ye couldn't help but skim the other creatures nearby, and started to complain inwardly. Life is a wonderful existence. It is because every change is uncontrollable that it seems very interesting, isn't it? Dashimaru noticed Bai Ye's gaze and spread his hands casually, with a trace of enthusiasm hidden under his smiling face. The various strange creatures in it are all the works left over from his long-term experiment, and they are placed here to show Bai Ye to see. In fact, he still has a lot of works on human body research, but because he was afraid that Bai Ye would not be able to accept it for a while, he did not deliberately bring it from other places. Those are the essence of his current research, which allows the human body to fuse with a variety of different genes to burst out more powerful forces. At this time, Dashimaru hadn't met Shigego, so he hadn't started to spend energy studying more advanced curse seals. This child is called Ja, the one mentioned in the Naruto office earlier, who worked with me to develop a new type of 3 Shingen technique. Advertisement immediately afterwards, Dashimaru introduced Bai Ye to the child standing next to him. When Bai Ye first saw this child, he had a very familiar feeling, but he just couldn't remember who the other party was in the original work. It wasn't until Oshimaru said the other party's name that Bai Ye searched for the answer from the depths of his memory. Wasn't it the codename that Yamato used to stay at the root? Yamato looked like he was only 3 or 4 years old. In Bai Ye's impression, the other party should have been brainwashed by Danzo at this time. I don't know why I'm still following Dashimaru now, the whole person looks a little stupid. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Hello, my name is Bai Ye. With a curious look, Bai Ye took the initiative to extend his right hand to the other party. I know. Yamato's tone seemed a little faint, and he couldn't find any emotional fluctuations at all, but he did reach out his hand in response to Bai Ye. If you are interested, you can talk to me later. Come over with me now. I'll show you a baby. After Da Shiwan finished speaking, he took Bai Ye and walked to the instrument that was standing just now. He has put a lot of energy into researching and developing this thing. This machine is not that complicated from the outside, it is only about 1 meter in height, and the overall shape is a white rectangular parallelepiped. There is a circular groove at the top, which is filled with light blue liquid. On the right side of this groove, there is a square display, but nothing else. Put your hand up to transport chakra. Yamato, who heard the order from the Oshimaru, stood on the small stool next to him, completely soaked his right hand in the light blue liquid, and then mobilized the chakra in his body to transport it here. Instilled by Yamato chakra, the light blue liquid became deeper and deeper, slowly turning to the blue of chakra. At this time, the screen on the right also began to appear, but the reaction was the opposite of the liquid in the groove. At first, it appeared as a chakra-like blue, and then the color gradually dimmed. While transforming into light blue, a lot of white and black particles faintly appeared, interspersed in every corner of the screen. This blue represents the chakra in our usual sense, while black and white are the other two energies hidden in the chakra. After Da Shiwan completely stabilized the blue color, it then began to explain Bai Ye. Advertisement. Now the screen looks blue like an ocean, with small white and black particles swimming in it. What are these two energies? It wasn't Bai Ye who asked this question, but the red bean who didn't know when he came up. She stayed downstairs for a long time, her feeling of fear in her heart became stronger and stronger, and finally sneaked up, and there was also some curiosity at work there. Originally, Hongdu was going to hide in a low-key peek, but was directly shocked by the scene on the 5th floor, and only discovered that it was wrong after he said it in a daze. I have looked up a lot of information and haven't found relevant introductions. You can treat them as 2 new types of energy that are different from chakra. After Da Shiwan heard the sound of red beans, a strange color flashed on his face, but there was no sign of anger. Let me try it. Seeing that Dashiwan didn't blame herself for running in, Hongdu secretly breathed out and even acted shamelessly. Try it if you want, Baya, you can also try it. Idzuki Bean passed the approval of Oshimaru and quickly hugged Yamato off the stool. After standing up, he put his hand into the groove and stared at the screen not far away. But after Yamato left here, the screen went dark. Idzuki Bean held it up for a long time without any reaction, and the scene suddenly seemed a bit awkward. I want to transport chakra inside. It was obvious that Hongdu had just arrived not long ago, and had not heard what Dashimaru had said before, so Bai Ye had to remind him. Don't tell me. Hongdu murmured with a red face, and finally began to gather chakra on his right hand. This time there was a change, but as expected, only blue was displayed on the screen at the end, and there was obviously only chakra energy in her body. Hurry up, it's up to you. Idzuki Bean saw that the only normal person was chakra, and he didn't feel any sense of disappointment. On the contrary, he was more concerned about whether Bai Ye would be in the same situation as Yamato. Chapter 84 Cell Viability. Why so many? Hongdu looked at the White Knight incredibly. Although she had expected the color of the picture, it was completely different from what she had imagined. After Bai Ye put his hands on it, the color displayed was already dim from the beginning, and the subsequent changes were not the same as Yamato's. What appears is not the kind of scattered particles. White, black, and blue are intertwined with each other, and it is impossible to easily determine which color is the main body. If there is a way to make statistics, it can be found that each energy is almost equal, occupying 1/3 of each. Bai Ye is the prototype of A, and the ratio of energy in the body is also perfect. Da Shiwan licked her dry lips, staring at Bai Ye with a slightly hot look in her eyes. Many question marks appeared on Red Bean's forehead, and he couldn't understand what the other party was saying. It is normal if Dashimaru finds other excuses. Anyway, Bai Ye will seem to agree with him no matter what he says. I didn't expect Dashimaru to say it so bluntly, since knowing that someone similar to him is Yamato, Bai Ye knew that the other party must have done something secretly. And 8 achievements are the same as the first generation cells. Some cells were stolen without knowing it. He was tried to integrate into Yamato's body, but he didn't expect it to succeed. The 3 different cells did not reject each other. White Knight, I will take a little of your blood and study it. Da Shiwan didn't give Bai Ye a chance to reply, and I didn't know where he took out a small syringe before he finished speaking. And at a speed that Bai Ye couldn't respond, it was directly inserted into his neck, and a stream of blood poured out from it, quickly filling the syringe. Teacher Oshimaru, you can't be tactful. Bai Ye was full of black threads and touched some of the blood spilling on his neck. This small wound healed the moment the needle was pulled away. However, although Bai Ye was quite straightforward in the speechless Da Shiwan, he was less suspicious because of this. Let alone the others, the personality charm of Dashimaru is really lacking, and it can be done just right for a person in the world. Advertisement can easily insight into the hearts of others, but many people in the original work were trained by him, and they were willing to die for him. At the same time, Shiraya remembered that Sasuke was also very aware that he would be cultivated as a container, and Dashimaru seemed to have never deliberately concealed it. Therefore, the mood is much calmer than at the beginning, and I feel that it is actually quite good to follow the other party, especially when I have use value. It's too early today. The restaurant will take you to the lobby on the 2nd floor. I have ordered the food to be prepared in advance. If you want to take a bath before going to bed, there is an outdoor hot spring in the backyard. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. After Dashimaru collected the things he wanted, he concealed the order to expel Bai Ye and Red Bean. Ms. Oshimaru, see you tomorrow. Bai Ye was very witty and pulled the Red Bean, who still wanted to stay here, to leave. He didn't have to look at what the other party was going to do with his blood. If you want to eat, you can go by yourself. Why do you have to take me with you? The Red Bean who was being pulled away has unhappy writing on his small face. It's not interesting to see Dashiwan's research on such trivial things as eating. How did you live to the beginning of the feature film? Looking at the noisy red beans, Bai Ye had a headache, and she really didn't observe the surrounding atmosphere at all. At the same time, I was very curious as to which point Dashimaru fell in love with Itsuki beans. After thinking about it, Itsuki was not the weakest among all Sannin disciples. There is really food. Obviously I didn't meet anyone on the road. The Red Bean, struggling all the way, after seeing the food, immediately threw his thoughts behind his head, grabbed a chicken leg and gnawed at it. How do you feel that you are alone? It's harder to deal with than the 2 girls in my team. Bai Ye originally thought that his team was already in trouble, but he didn't expect to be able to meet a more troublesome one after changing a place. I want you to take care of it. I will tell you and Swift from now on. You keep talking about them behind the back. There was a pile of food stuffed in the Red Bean's mouth. Without looking up, he was vaguely eating while eating. On the top floor, Dashimaru moved into action after Bai Ye and Hongdu left. Hey, you should be able to use these things after reading them so many times. I want to deal with Bai Ye's blood, you can deal with your own. Da Shiwan came to the glass bottle filled with various unknown liquids and took out a clean test tube from it. Advertisement after dripping some Bai Ye's blood into it, a lot of things were added immediately, and the mixed liquid gradually approached transparent. Yamato bit his finger and took some blood, and then he was very skilled in doing the same operation as Da Shiwan. After the blood was processed, Dashiwan came to an instrument that resembled a microscope again, sucking a small amount of liquid from 2 test tubes and dripping it on the glass under the lens. There is also a monitor next to the instrument, which is playing the picture below the lens. Not bad, there seems to be room for further improvement. With a smile on Dashimaru's face, he was obviously satisfied with the results shown. It can be seen that the cells of the 2 people are attracting each other and uniting gently, without causing any bad phenomena. If the White Knight's cells were replaced with the intercolumn cells at this time, the situation at this time was that the cells in the intercolumn phagocytosed Yamato cells unilaterally. The content of intercolumn cells in Yamato's body has reached the limit that it can bear at present, and it will be completely destroyed if there is a little more balance. After adding the White Knight cells, it will neutralize and can withstand more intercolumn cells in a disguised form. This is a phenomenon that Dashiwan discovered a few months ago. At that time, cells from relatively low levels were used. As the body continues to evolve, the neutralizing effect will continue to improve. Sure enough, the activity is much stronger than it was a few months ago. If this speed is maintained, there may be a chance to surpass the activity of the cells between the columns. Compared with the unknown energy in Bai Ye, the cell activity is what Dashiwan cares most about. However, he also suspects that the reason why the activity of White Knight cells is higher than that of normal people may be related to the two unknown energies. And on the surface, it doesn't look like the intercolumnar cells, as if they are not very aggressive. But this requires him to continue to experiment with some other individuals, and after confirming that it is not because of the special reason of Yamato physique, he can start the next step of the plan. But it's still a little far behind. At present, even the cell viability after death between the columns can't be compared. It seems that we need to arrange a training plan quickly. Da Shiwan only analyzed Bai Ye's current physical condition, and did not continue other research. He collected the blood and was about to leave. You should also take a good rest these days, and strengthen your body in a few days. Regarding the strengthening of Yamato's body, he also did not rush to expand, but was arranged by him a few days later. Chapter 85 Mie-Jai, Tick. Tick. The blood kept sliding down along the tip of the knife, staining the surrounding soil with a layer of blood. Crack. The sound of the branches being trampled was particularly harsh in this quiet atmosphere. The guy hiding in the haystack shuddered subconsciously after hearing the sound. Listening to the approaching footsteps, the tears in his eyes could not stop falling. I used my hands to cover my mouth tightly, trying to prevent myself from being too scared and unable to control the screams that would attract the other person. When the footsteps reached the maximum, he could clearly judge the distance between himself and the god of death outside, and the distance would never exceed 1 meter. Frightened, he was closing his eyes tightly, and his heartbeat, bang bang, came in his mind, praying for the plague outside to leave. I don't know if God is pitying him. For the first time in so many years, he responded. The man outside stopped here for less than 2 seconds before turning away. The heart that was about to be so nervous that it exploded, at the moment when the opponent's footsteps were far away, it finally eased slightly. After returning to his senses, he felt a little warm in his lower body, and subconsciously freed a hand from his mouth to touch it down, and a wet feeling came from his fingertips. But he didn't care about these little things either, feeling the other party's footsteps getting farther and farther, his inner joy couldn't be expressed in words. This thin young man named Hokage had been a gangster who had nothing to do all his life. A week ago, I was recommended by a friend, and I just passed an assessment and joined a village named Shinigami Village. Although the name here sounds nice, to put it bluntly, it is actually a group of bandits in the Land of Fire, but because it is low-key enough, it has not been suppressed by the Konoha faction. Originally, he was still complacent about being able to join this organization, because it was heard that the leader was the legendary traitor. To him, the ninja is like a fairy, and he can use many fairy skills that he can't imagine. But all this changed half an hour ago. Is this Shinigami Village? Suddenly a strange child appeared at the gate of the stockade, wearing a black kimono, embroidered with a red cloud on his back, and wearing a long knife at his waist. Advertisement. Where's the silly boy? Yo, there's a knife hanging around his waist, so he can help you palm your hands. The guy who guarded the gate was the one who brought Hokage into the group. It happened to be his turn to guard the gate today. He is in a bad mood now. After seeing this kid, he couldn't help but want to have fun. Using awkward movements, he stretched out his right hand to grab the opponent's collar, while his left hand also wanted to pull out the long knife from the opponent's waist. Wild. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Not far away, when Hokage saw this kid smile, a chill suddenly rose in his heart for some reason. He felt something was not right and he wanted to stop his partner's stupid actions. But before he could even finish the name, he felt some water stains on his face, and the whole person looked a little weird. I could see his little friend. His head suddenly flew straight when his right hand was about to touch the child's collar. The blood that rose up into the sky at the same time stained the surrounding area with a bloody smell, and a bloody smell quickly spread. And the child remained in the same posture as he was just now, with the knife stuck in his waist, and he didn't even pull it out. What? How could Hokage, who had never killed a chicken, bear such a scene? Instinctively made a sharp scream, attracting everyone in the village. He also knew that he was screaming here, because the other party didn't make any bad actions, otherwise he could have gone to hell with his little buddy long ago. Boy, who gave you the courage to make trouble in Shinigami Village? Haven't heard that we have 108 warriors? The people who were attracted by the screams gathered together, and it was really black at first glance. It is estimated that the leader who came out of the crowd was the leader. When the leader just arrived, he saw that one of his subordinates had become a headless corpse, and his heart also burst. I thought that the deeds I had hidden for many years had been revealed, and subconsciously thought that it was a ninja sent by Konoha. But when he saw that the other party was just a child, he immediately settled down again, and came out to pose in a coquettish posture. Although Hokage understood that he was surrounded by his own people, he was absolutely dead if the other party dared to come over and continue to provoke. But the anxiety deep in my heart has been lingering, and he cowered and hid to the back of the crowd. However, he didn't run away directly, and wanted to see the leader who was shocked by him as a heavenly man, and use some fairy techniques he hadn't seen before to solve the opponent. In that case, I'm relieved. I was a little bit afraid of cutting the wrong target just now. The leader suddenly felt as if the voice was coming from his ear, only then did he discover that the other party had disappeared for some time. Advertisement at the same time, there were bursts of tingling pain from the heart, and he opened his mouth subconsciously, and could not say anything. Instead, a burst of blood spurted from it. With his head hanging down weakly, he saw the child close to him, holding the knife in his hand from bottom to top, completely piercing his heart. Only the hilt of the knife was left outside. The child pressed his left hand on the leader's abdomen and gently pushed it, and easily pulled the knife from his chest. The leader, who lost the support of the blade, fell directly to the ground. At this moment, everyone saw the child who was blocked by the leader's body just now, and the smile on the other's face shocked everyone. Obviously it should look cute, but with the blood splashed on his face, it gives people a sense of sight of a demon grinning. Seeing the sudden death of the strongest leader, a small riot occurred in the crowd, but only the newest gang Hokage hid nearby. Others shouted, avenging the leader, killing each other as the next leader, and so on. Everyone drew out the weapons they were carrying, and rushed forward, as if they wanted to use their aura to overwhelm the opponent. There was still a smile on the child's face, as if he was walking, moving forward slowly. At the moment when the two sides handed over, they took the initiative to brandish the long knife in his hand. Unlike the aggressive robber, he was more like performing, giving people a pleasing feeling. The flashing speed of the blade didn't seem to be too fast, but it easily blocked all attacks from all directions. And with every step you take, it will surely take life away. This person is a demon. Ah, ha ha ha. After a long time, someone finally couldn't bear the pressure and collapsed. He threw away the weapon in his hand, kneeled down there and laughed, apparently being irritated to go crazy. I'm sorry. I'm not a robber anymore, can you let me go? There were also people who kept kowtow, tears in their eyes, and wanted to ask the other person to go around him. It's not that you haven't thought of running away directly, but all those who flee are borrowed by the other party with weapons scattered on the ground, kicked out with their feet, and killed them in the air. Hokage, who was hiding in the haystack, kept ringing all kinds of crying and crying in his ears, until he finally calmed down. There was no one in the village except him. Of course, this was only his own conjecture, and he didn't realize that there was a gap in his neck that was invisible to the naked eye, and it would be completely separated with a little force. And the figure that kept going away under the moonlight was exactly the white knight that left with Dashimaru. Chapter 86 Metamorphosis. This broken task wasted a week of my time, and the reward was so small. White Knight after the incident was resolved, with a trace of fatigue on his face, complaining that he pushed open the gate of the base. Since this task did not mark the specific location, a lot of Bai Ye's energy was wasted looking for it, and the actual time to solve the enemy was only half an hour. It has been almost 3 months since I left with Oshimaru, and the time has come to December of Konoha's 41st year, and the new year will soon be ushered in. The surrounding environment of the base was covered with a thin layer of snow, and this area ushered in a light snow for the first time when we went out for missions in the White Knight. I am back. As soon as he entered the door, Bai Ye yelled loudly, and the rapidly spreading sound wave shook off all the snow attached to the nearby leaves. Dying you, so loud in the middle of the night. Bai Ye went out alone for a long time, hearing the familiar voice feels more cordial, and then with a swish, a white object flew in the middle of his face. I obviously learned this from you. Don't forget that some time ago, whoever came back in the middle of the night would knock on my door frantically. At this time, Hong Do was standing in front of her room with sleepy eyes, yawning constantly, reaching out and rubbing her half-fascinated eyes, wearing a bunny-style pajamas. During this period of time, Bai Ye had always been on a quest alone, while Itsuki Beans followed Dashawan every time. So every time the two of them acted staggered each other, especially every time they came back in the middle of the night, they couldn't help but spoof each other. Dashimaru's words did not show up, although Itsuki had strongly requested him to live next door, saying that it would be more at ease. However, the opponent seldom actually sleeps downstairs, and spends most of the time in the base on the top floor. It is estimated that he still stays there now. Are you a fool? What if my clothes are soiled by you? Bai Ye led the pillow thrown by the red being with one hand, and with the other hand skillfully took off his clothes, and threw it towards the other party. Provoked Hongdu completely awake, frowning and pinching the flying clothes with his fingertips. He stretched his hand straight and held it at the far end with a look of disgust, but a pungent bloody smell came on his face. It's yourself that you have to bet, don't think about recklessness now. Advertisement Bai Ye wore only a pair of short shorts, showing off her white and tender skin, and her body proportions looked perfect. He did not become the kind of muscular man with big muscles because of overtraining. Especially because of the speeding regeneration, the injuries suffered by tasks or training in ordinary times did not leave a trace on the body. Brother, it's midnight now. Hong Do stared at Bai Ye a little jealously, and found that even if he can take care of it, he can't compare to this guy who doesn't care about his body at all. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Some parts of her body are inevitably left behind because of daily training. You can figure it out by yourself, I'm going to take a bath first. Bai Ye shrugged casually, and as he passed by Hongdu, he placed the pillow in his hand on the other's head, and gradually disappeared into the darkness. Really, we can't get along well. Itsuki Bean blocked her mouth, and rubbed her cheek with her hand. Hey, my skin will definitely get worse when I get up tomorrow morning. After turning back to the room, he threw Bai Ye's clothes aside, and fell asleep again in depression. On the other hand, after Bai Ye cleaned up the body hastily, he immediately lay down in the hot spring comfortably, leaving only a small head with a white towel exposed outside. I don't know if I can see them when I go back in the new year. During this time, Bai Ye returned to Konoha with Itsuki Beans and stayed there for a while. Taking advantage of the rare vacation time, the long-lost friends gathered with the little friends who have not had a task for the time being. Regarding Yu and Swift, they said they haven't come back yet, and they don't know where they're now. Kei happened to be in the village at the time, but Bai Ye didn't come up with the original idea. During this period of time with Dashimaru, his inner thoughts have also undergone a series of transformations. The first task Dashimaru found for Bai Ye was about assassination, and this was also his first contact with this type of task. At that time, Bai Ye told the truth, she couldn't calm down at all, she instinctively rejected these things. Advertisement. Needless to say, in the previous life, he has not even killed a chicken, and because he is in a peaceful age, the dead are rarely seen. In this life, in desperate circumstances, he had to kill twice in order to save his life. The first time I went into a coma immediately after killing the opponent. I didn't even know that I killed the enemy at that time. Another time was when he was escaping, when the situation did not allow him to think about it, and his nerves were strained along the way. And that time was not a face-to-face killing. After a few days, I was safe. I didn't feel any real feeling when I thought about it. The tasks assigned to their teams by the next 3 generations were also very simple, and almost even situations that required battles rarely occurred. Obviously, the mission arranged by Da Shiwan was specially selected, and the target was the kind of heinous bad guy. A document was specially produced for his life and deeds, and the records were all the kind of bad events that would kill the other party immediately after reading it. However, the goal of the mission is just an ordinary person who has no talent to become a ninja. After reading all the information, Bai Ye's brain became hot, and he directly sneaked into the opponent's base camp and killed him. It wasn't until he felt the temperature of the blood splashing on his face that Bai Ye came back to his senses what he had done, and put all his worries behind on impulse. After killing the person, Bai Ye's mood was unusually calm, but he didn't hear the chaos after the mission at the beginning. It was more or less related to the target being a wicked person. Although he should know the situation of the world he is in, because he hasn't encountered anything cruel for a long time, Bai Ye subconsciously thinks he is in an era of peace. This task made him fully awakened and understood that this is the real world of Naruto, a world where either you die or I die, a cruel world. In the past few months, Maru had not directly taught Bai Ye anything, but kept arranging various assassination and annihilation missions there. The object of each task is carefully selected, and in that conscious guidance Bai Ye let him slowly fade away the naivety that has always been in his heart. Bai Ye didn't understand the purpose of Orochimaru at the beginning, thinking that this was just a task that normal ninjas would do. But when the time passed by, it has always been this kind of task. No matter how stupid it is, it should be noticed that something is wrong. After Bai Ye discovered the problem, he didn't care much about Da Shiwan's arrangement and was willing to take the initiative to bear it. Rather than bringing his teammates into desperation because of his softness and innocence in the future, he is more willing to take the initiative to adapt to these and use it to hone his will. At least during the war, he was not allowed to have kindness that he shouldn't have. Chapter 87: The Mission of the Misty Village. Although it has improved, the progress is a bit slow. Da Shiwan leaned on the hospital bed behind him, resting his chin with one hand, staring at the messy monitors in front, analyzing useful information from them. At this time, Bai Ye was lying naked behind Da Shiwan, with various things plastered on her body at the same time. There are even needles inserted in the blood vessels of the neck, and a small amount of blood is drawn continuously from it, specifically for some kind of analysis. You have to do an inspection every week. It's weird that there will be a big improvement in such a short time. Bai Ye, who was lying there, couldn't help but started to complain, and seemed to have no good feelings about this examination. He had just finished soaking in the hot springs and was preparing to rest. He wanted to relieve the fatigue of the past few days, but he was dragged here by the sudden appearance of Da Shiwan. Bai Ye wasn't really reluctant to do the checkups, but it just felt that it was too frequent. During this time, he had not done any special training, and he had to run around doing tasks every other time. The most excessive thing is not to give an accurate location every time, saying that it is to exercise the ability of independent investigation, which leads to a lot of time wasted on investigation almost every time. I can clearly feel the current training effect, even worse than when I was in the village. However, because each time he was fighting alone, his growth rate in other areas was much faster than before. Now Bai Ye can be called a real ninja, unlike the original, at most just a little clever rash. Of course, when the strength reaches a certain level, it will be over as long as it is reckless. Don't underestimate these data. Regarding the intensity of your training plan in the future, you have to use these as a reference. After reading the data, Da Shiwan turned around and took out a small notebook and began to record it in detail. You have done almost this stage, and you can start the next stage of training later. While Bai Ye listened to Da Shimaru talking there, on the other hand, he was very skillful in removing things from all parts of his body. Really? I remember, but I begged you for almost a month and a half. Why did you suddenly change S*X today? When Bai Ye was about to put on clothes, she looked at each other in surprise. Every time he arranges a task, he must kill someone and he doesn't say anything. He got used to it for so long. Advertisement, but the goal of each mission is a bunch of rookies. Killing is usually solved with a single knife. This kind of brainless task of beheading people is really boring. In recent missions, Bai Ye started to have fun in hard work, actively researching how to cut the opponent with the least effort when he could kill the opponent with a single knife. He even took the initiative to ask Orochimaru for the body structure. However, in the recent period of time, the skill of killing has been greatly improved by several grades. If you like it, you can continue to do those. Anyway, there are many such low-level tasks. Ahem, Teacher Dashawan, your joke is not funny at all. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. At this time, Bai Ye has already put on her pajamas, and the style is also a cute bunny. That's right, it is the one worn by Red Bean before. Bai Ye's original pajamas were also pure black, just like the Death Tyrant outfit he usually wore. After being washed by Red Beans, the other party told him that a thief had stolen it and gave him a newly bought pajamas. Because this pajama can barely be considered the same style for men and women, and it is only worn at night. Bai Ye didn't care too much and didn't expose the other party's botched lie. After putting it on at the time, Hongdu patted him on the shoulder, saying that it was more comfortable to wear it like this. It turned out that the piece looked too old. The speaker has no intention, the listener has the intention. This also reminds Bai Ye to wake up, remembering that he is only a 6-year-old child now, and he may be noticed by someone who is too mature at this age. In the past, because he was alone most of the time, no one would pay attention to him at all, and even the temperament of Kai and Dai would not care about it. The only thing that makes Bai Ye a little strange is that Yu and Swift didn't seem to say anything about his behavior. From that day on, no matter what action White Knight is, he will think more about it before doing it, and think about whether it would be too counterintuitive to others. Yes, the situation in Wuyan village is not quite right recently. You can try to find out some information. Dashimaru put away the small notebook that had been recorded, and threw a scroll toward Bai Ye. The more detailed information is recorded in it, so remember to destroy it after reading it. It's another task. When can I arrange some other training plans for me? Bai Ye reached out and grabbed the scroll in midair, then put it directly into his arms, and did not choose to check it now. What he wanted to learn most about ninjutsu with Oshimaru was that it had been so long, and there was no sign of it at all for the time being. Advertisement: look at your performance this time. After you can fully grasp the power you have now, it's not too late to consider other things. After turning off most of the instruments, Dashawan walked to the door. Why don't I know there is such a saying in Hokage? Seeing Maru still refused to let go, Bai Ye had nothing to do, but dared to complain secretly in his heart. As the two left, several creatures enclosed in the glass barrier suddenly opened their eyes, and then slowly closed their eyes again soon afterwards. I can see these creatures with open eyes, and there are tiny gaps in my chest, and they continue to expand to the surroundings. Hey, how do you feel? In the village, Yamato, who did not appear at the Oshimaru base, was kneeling halfway in front of the Tuan hideout at this time. During this period, apart from cultivating Shiraido and Azuki beans, the remaining energy of Dashawan was mainly spent on Yamato. After continuous debugging and experimentation, many White Knight and intercolumn cells have been incorporated into Yamato's body, once again reaching the limit that the body can bear. However, the ratio of white energy to black energy in the body has not changed compared to before, and has even decreased a bit. The Dashawan speculates that because of the influence of the cells between the columns, the chakra in Yamato's body has become more powerful. According to Lord Oshimaru's analysis, Mu Dun's power can reach up to 25% of the original power in the future. In terms of experimentation, Dashawan succeeded very early because of its multiple operations experience. For the rest of the time, Yamato's future growth limit was tested, and it was only in the last few days that he was completely confirmed, and then he was returned to Danzo. After hearing some reports from Yamato, Danzo suppressed his excitement forcibly and waved his hands to let the surrounding men retreat. I didn't expect to hear this kind of good news. When he was alone, Dan Zhang's face rarely showed a smile, but the smile looked very hideous. He was willing to fund Dashawan mainly for the intercolumn cells. He originally thought that only Shulanyan could suppress this domineering Mu Dun. Unexpectedly, he suddenly discovered that there was another way to go. For the time being, he didn't need to stare at the Uchiha clan. After all, he wouldn't do it directly when there was no excuse. Chapter 88 Two-Person Team. Teacher Oshimaru, is it really okay to let Bai Ye perform such a dangerous task alone? Red Bean stared at the delicious breakfast on the plate, but he didn't have any appetite. In the empty hall, only the three of them, the teacher and the apprentice, were eating here, which looked a little deserted. It's okay, I don't have any special characteristics, so I just need to change my clothes before leaving. Bai Ye was eating breakfast heartlessly, not caring about sneaking into the Wuyan village, as if just traveling there. He had read all the mission information before going to bed last night, mainly because Wuyan village suddenly started martial law recently and refused to allow anyone to enter and leave at will. This somewhat abnormal behavior quickly attracted the attention of Konoha's high-level officials. It is estimated that other shinobu villages will also send people to investigate. And Bai Ye also has his own ideas about this situation, and the most likely thing is that the blood fog policy has already been implemented. Although the exact time is not disclosed in the original work, it is estimated that it should not be too far apart, and of course other emergencies cannot be completely ruled out. However, Bai Ye didn't want to care about what it was, and planned to throw the culprit directly on the blood fog policy when no useful information was found. Although it is correct to say that, it is one of the 5 ninja villages. Teacher Oshimaru, do you want to go with Shiroya in this operation? It's time for me to perform the task alone. Hongdu feels that this matter is still not very reliable. If it is exposed, the other party can easily solve Bai Ye by sending a shinobu casually. And because it is going to go deep into the enemy's hinterland, the news will not be easy to pass at that time, and it will not be possible to send someone to respond in desperate situations. I never said that this time only Bai Ye participated in the action. Halfway through, Da Shiwan cut a small piece of beef from the dinner plate and discharged it into the mouth. The current plan is to disperse several teams, and other villages will definitely send people. The situation is not as bad as you think. Because of the food in his mouth, the words spoken were a little vague. Besides, Bai Ye has already been promoted to Jongren by virtue of her own strength. He can be called the backbone of the village. It's time to get in touch with these tasks. After swallowing the food in his mouth, Dashimaru continued to elegantly cut up the steak. Master Oshimaru, this is the latest information from the village. Advertisement. Suddenly a figure appeared in the dining hall where the three of them were eating, kneeling respectfully in front of Dashimaru. lowering his head slightly, and holding a scroll with both hands. Bai Ye and Hongdu had already been surprised by this. Although there were indeed only 3 of them living in the base, many people had been patrolling in secret. The purchase of some things in the base, as well as other chores such as cooking, are all done by this group. The people in the village have also been arranged. You can set off back to the village when you are ready. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Dashimaru glanced at the information recorded on the scroll, with a playful smile on his face. Why is it so urgent? I still want to take advantage of these few days to exercise. Bai Ye felt very painful when he heard the news, and severely tore at the steak on the plate, venting all his dissatisfaction on the food in front of him. Zanpaku Dao is currently close to the edge of promotion, so he doesn't have time to train, and he almost gets stuck in a key place, feeling uncomfortable in his heart. You trainer. Red Do doubts that Bai Ye and Kai are brothers, except that they don't always talk about youth, they're all training lunatics. Time came to the afternoon in the blink of an eye. Who is the team with you? Why haven't you come? Hong Do stayed with Bai Ye under the tree at the entrance of the village, looking around. The clothes that Bai Ye wore at this time looked very ordinary, and a lot of dust was deliberately put on his face, turning into the unremarkable kind of thrown into the pile. This look is a masterpiece created by him and Hongdu. It looks relatively low-key in all aspects, and the Zanpaku knife is also specially changed to be wrapped in rags on the back. The red bean was called by Bai Ye for a special reference, mainly because he was afraid that he had overlooked any details on his clothes and didn't know how to expose it. I think it's just fine for me to be alone. There is no need to team up with others. Seeing that his teammate was so late, Bai Ye wanted to leave, but was forced to stay by Hongdu, saying that it was too dangerous to act alone. There are a total of 4 teams in this mission, and each team has 2 people cooperating with each other. The first 3 teams have met in the White Night. There are 2 groups that are the kind of Anbu squads, all wearing masks and Anbu costumes, and they seem to be hiding in secret. There is also a team that wears the same clothes as Bai Ye and is very ordinary, and it seems that they are not too old, they belong to the kind of existence that will not be specifically recorded by other villages. Advertisement seeing them by I think of my teammates, probably a pair of salty fish who are not very well known, instinctively a little disgusted. When the time comes, it will be troublesome to be dragged down, and it is not as comfortable as to be alone. Especially since the other party has been late for so long, thinking about it, there can be no reliable existence. Yeah, Kazuhiko, it's been a long time since I saw you how to remodel, and where did your gourd go? When Shiroya was waiting very impatiently, he suddenly found Kazuhiko walking in the distance. This was the first time the two had met since the Nakanin exam. The other party didn't wear the kind of clothes that would cover him tightly. Although it was still mainly black, it looked much more ordinary, and he didn't even carry the gourd behind him. Had it not been for the fact that he had seen the other party's true face at the end of the battle, and if he continued to wear that pair of sunglasses, Bai Ye would almost never recognize who he was. Fog Hidden Village, Mission. Kazuhiko, who walked closer, was still so concise, and he didn't have anything to say after he said it. Are you the one who teamed up with me? Bai Ye was a little surprised at the other party in large numbers, but he didn't expect to meet someone he didn't know much about. Sorry to be late, let's go. Although he was apologizing, Kazuhiko couldn't see the slightest apology on his calm face. After speaking, he walked towards the village gate. I believe there is nothing wrong with the opponent's strength, but Bai Ye, are you sure you can cooperate with this cold guy? Hongdu silently looked at Kazuhiko as he walked further and further, always feeling that Bai's trip to the hidden village in the mist would be very difficult. What can I do? I am also desperate. Bai Ye groaned feebly, how it feels better to equip him with a salted fish. It's hard to say how far it can be done in terms of tasks, but I will definitely follow along on the road to autism. Come on, you. Hongdo stood there and waved, watching Bai Ye leave. Then he walked into the village and gave her a small vacation in front of Dashi Wan. Chapter 89 Maritime Maze. In the middle of the sea, where the border can't be seen at a glance, there are dark clouds and wind and rain. A miserable-looking raft is surging with waves, and it seems that the boat will be destroyed in the next second. We can really rush to the country of water. If it weren't for 2 consecutive days of storms, according to my method, I would definitely have reached the destination. There are 2 members on the ship, who are arguing about one thing at this time. These 2 are Shiraya and Kazuhiko, who set off together not long ago. As early as 2 days ago, the 2 arrived at the port on the border of the Fire Country. As the water country suddenly declined all communication and directly implemented a country locking strategy, all merchant ships stopped operating. Now if you want to go over, you can only think of a solution by yourself. However, the 2 people who were slightly shy in the bag did not choose to find a black ship for smuggling, and they reached a consensus in secret. The boat can just be a raft that can float, and then Shiraya will be the engine, and Kazuhiko will release the bugs in his body to correct the course. Then the 2 children, who had no experience in sailing, went out to sea without any preparation. And the provider of this plan was Kazuhiko, who was constantly complaining about Bai Ye. According to the plan, with the power of the White Knight brand engine, it can be assigned to Yunokuni in 1 day. Give some replenishment in Yunokuni, rest for a night and then transfer to Mizu no Kuni. At that time, Bai Ye really agreed with his mind, but it was less than half an hour before going out to sea that he encountered a storm. At this time, Kazuhiko said again, believe I am right, even in this weather environment I can find the right path. Well, Bai Ye looked at the other party with a vow, and once again made the second wrong decision. As a result, the storm is getting bigger and bigger, causing the 2 of them to have completely lost their direction in life. If the mission fails, you will fail, but if you don't hurry up and find a place where you can go ashore, I will starve to death at sea. Bai Ye was like a salted fish, lying down on a small raft without an image, and life lost its luster. As planned, I could go to Unokuni in one day, so I only prepared food for one day, and neither of them had eaten for a long time. Because I'm not sure how long I will stay in the water country, I am not willing to eat this strategic material that cannot be supplied, such as Bingliong pills. Advertisement. I didn't catch a few fishes, and I would eat them when I was hungry. Kazuhiko lay down on the other corner of the raft, and between the two, 3 poor fish were forcibly inserted into the boat by Kuwu. It sounds good. Who was in front of me started gagging there after taking a bite. It can be found that there is a row of tooth marks on the fish in the middle, and the blood oozing from the wound has been washed away by the rain from the sky. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. If this unprocessed fish is eaten raw, the fishy smell is a bit too heavy. After taking a bite, Heian almost vomited all the food from yesterday. But the only comfort is that in the stormy weather environment, sufficient fresh water resources can be continuously provided for the two of them. Kazuhiko, don't pretend to be dead, let your bugs come out and explore the way. Stop it. If these bugs could find their way in this weather, we would have arrived in the water country early. I don't know if it was because of being trapped in the sea. Kazuhiko is rarely willing to talk. By the way, can you try to control the bugs in the water? Speaking of bugs, Bai Ye suddenly thought that there were bugs in the water too. He remembered that the oil girl family could temporarily recruit bugs in nature. Hey, it seems there is indeed value in trying. After Bai Ye's reminder, Kazuhiko immediately sat up and began to use family secrets to try to control. Because the usual battles are on land, no one from the oil girl clan will deliberately use the bugs in the water. As a result, Kazuhiko selectively forgot about these, and did not remember that in fact there are also various kinds of insects in the water. It can be, but the speed of these bugs is too slow. It didn't take long for Kazuhiko to successfully hook up the target, but his speed really made him speechless, and he was not at the same level as flying in the air. Well, I just talked casually, but didn't report any expectations. Bai Ye lay there stretched out, turned around, changed to a more comfortable position and continued to lie down. However, Kazuhiko is still trying to communicate with all kinds of bugs, and found that many of his abilities are quite interesting and have value to bring back to develop. Don't lie down, have you noticed something wrong? Sitting there, Kazuhiko quickly patted the white knight lying on his side, his expression a bit solemnly perceiving the surrounding situation. Enemy attack. Advertisement. Surprised Bai Ye couldn't care about the exhaustion, and instantly took out the Zanpaku knife on his back and made a fighting posture. Are you stupid? Where's the enemy from the sea? I perceive the direction of the water from the insect swarms in the water a bit wrong. Kazuhiko covered his eyes weakly, and couldn't bear to look any longer. I can feel a ghost. This sea area is not very calm. Knowing that there was nothing special, Bai Ye lay down lazily again, and tried not to waste his energy if nothing happened. Because the waves at this time are particularly huge, if you stand up, you must gather chakra on the soles of your feet to help stabilize your figure. If you are lying down, you just need to tie the rope to death, and you don't need to care if you will be suddenly lifted out. I didn't joke with you. Although the range of my current perception is not large enough, I can also infer that there should be a very large vortex near here, and we are being pulled toward the center. Kazuhiko closed his eyes and felt for a while, and finally he guessed a conclusion based on the actual situation. Vortex. Is it a tornado? But although the sea surface is a bit messy, it doesn't look like a problem. Seeing the other party so seriously, Bai Ye stood up again and looked into the distance, but still did not find anything strange. We have been moving towards the center of the vortex for a while, and the farthest distance I can perceive behind is also in this watershed. Kazuhiko also spent a while to check the situation behind him. The scope of the impact can be so wide, it should be a well-known river basin. Do you have any impression of this? Kazuhiko asked Bai Ye casually, at least within the scope of his insight, he hadn't involved such knowledge at all. Could it be the country of Uzumaki? Isn't it? It took us 2 days to advance such a little distance. In Bai Ye's memory, he was barely able to find this place that was more suitable for the situation, but he didn't know if there was any other place. Where is this small country? I have never heard of it. Kazuhiko looked a little at a loss, as if he had never heard of it. Although they have been subjugated to the country for many years, but the signs have always existed in every corner of our village. Bai Ye feels that the Whirlpool family is really too miserable, the clan emblem is dangling under the eyes of others every day, and he doesn't even know what this symbol represents. Chapter 90 Landing, the country of Vortex. Are you sure you want to continue to the center of the vortex? How do I feel that the ship will be destroyed and killed? Kazuhiko could perceive that the ocean current becomes more ferocious as it gets closer to the center of the sea under the surface of the sea, and to this point, it can be vaguely observed even on the surface of the sea. It's better to go and see than to resign it to fate. Seeing the fierce momentum of the storm, I don't know when it will stop completely, so Bai Ye proposed to go to the center to see the situation. After all, the two of them are pure noobs when it comes to sailing. They are completely incapable of finding a precise route in this kind of weather. They don't know how long they will drift without seizing the opportunity. If this sea area is really near the country of the vortex, Bai Ye thinks about going to the center of the vortex. Maybe you can see the island where the country of the vortex is located. Snapped. After traveling a lot of distance, the rope tied to the raft suddenly broke, and finally reached the limit that he could bear. I said the ship will definitely break. At the moment when the rope broke, Kazuhiko successfully grasped the two ends of the rope with his swift hand speed, and was forcibly fixing the hull with his physical strength. This is obviously broken by the waves, and not by the vortex. Don't think I can't understand it, okay? And don't worry about the broken ship. I'm ready to go ashore. I see the land. In the white night, when the raft came to the highest point along with the huge waves, he vaguely saw a piece of land appearing on the right front. Really? Hearing this news, Kazuhiko no longer cared about the raft that was on the verge of collapse, and after standing up, he followed Bai Ye's line of sight and looked into the distance. The raft that lost Kazuhiko's strength broke apart as soon as he let go. At this time, the two stood on a wooden board separately, as if they were surfing, both standing on the highest point of the wave. Go, don't hurry up and get lost again, now there is nowhere to stay. As the waves fell, the wooden boards that had just been scattered everywhere disappeared, and there was nothing under the feet of Bai Ye. Nature is amazing, how did this thing come into being? On the way to the island he saw before, Bai Ye turned his head to look at the scene not far away, with emotion on his face. Advertisement. At the center of the vortex, it is obvious that the sea level has begun to sink violently, and it looks like a tornado on the seabed from a distance. They are constantly devouring the surrounding objects, among them is the small boat that Bai Ye and them had just been dismembered not long ago. A few wooden boards kept rotating fast there, following the whirlpool, and when they were pulled to the most central position, they suddenly disappeared, and the corpse was buried here. Looking at this scene, Bai Ye secretly decided to go to the bottom of the sea when he had time to see what was under the center of the whirlpool. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It's finally here, it actually took more than 2 hours to look so close. Bai Ye closed her eyes quietly, feeling the real feeling from the soles of her feet, and found that she was still comfortable on the land, and she felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart. After feeling for a while, he lay down on the beach without any image, the whole person was like a big letter, lying motionless there. Today, I did not eat at all for the whole day, and I continued to exercise with high intensity for more than 2 hours. Bai Ye only felt that he was more tired than usual training. I'm going to find food. In addition to the good news of successfully logging on to the land, the weather on the island is relatively better, and Kazuhiko has been able to release the worms in his body to explore the surroundings. With the help of a large number of insect swarms, Kazuyan soon returned with a bunch of food. Do you know how to cook? Bai Ye, who was lying down there, heard the movement and looked up and found that in addition to bringing back a bunch of fruits, the other party was dragging a wild boar towards him. Cannot you do it? I can instant noodles. After a few questions and answers, the two of them looked like they were stuck, looking at each other stupidly, unable to say a single word. Let's go, see if there are any people living on the island, and leave quickly after finding out the direction. Our progress is already slower than others. After Bai Ye eats the fruit that Kazuhiko brought back, although he feels only 5 points full, he has already recovered a lot of vitality. He originally wanted to finish the task earlier and wanted to return to the village before the new year, but he didn't expect to be out of school. I had known that I would not be greedy for small and cheap, and it would be great to just spend some money to find a black boat to smuggle it. It should have appeared on the land of the water country now. I observed it when I was looking for food. At least there was no sign of human activity in this area. A pile of fruit pits were left in place, and the two quickly left the place amidst the sound of discussion. Of course the miserable wild boar was also left here. Advertisement, swish. Relying on Kazuhiko's huge range of perception, the two of them moved forward purposefully, and adjusted their direction at any time, without a trace of muddle-headedness at all. Following the white knight behind Kazuhiko, compared to the situation of his solo action some time ago, his heart was filled with sad tears. He secretly made up his mind, and after he was ready to go back, he must wrap the Dashawan to learn the perception methods, when the search efficiency will definitely increase geometrically. Walked this way and found the building. A faint smile of joy appeared on Kazuyan's face, and after walking around for a long time, it finally proved that someone was living here. He almost thought that he was living on an island. What's happening? Not long after the two turned to move forward, Bai Ye saw Kazuyan frowning suddenly. There are buildings in front, but there seems to be no living people. After Kazuhiko discovered the building, he sent a large number of insect swarms to this direction to investigate, but the feedback returned was not very satisfactory. With the strength of the feet of the two people, they quickly reached the destination. These so-called buildings are all in dilapidated condition and seem to have been abandoned for a long time. It seems that this is indeed the country of Vortex. Bai Ye looked around and found that there were signs of whirlpools in many places. Coupled with this degree of dilapidation, it was obviously the former residence of the Whirlpool family that had perished for many years. When Kazuhiko saw these familiar signs, he understood what Bai Ye mentioned earlier, and remembered that there was this Whirlpool sign behind his own Jongmin uniform. No one on this island will not exist anymore. When I was free, Bai Ye introduced Kazuhiko about the situation of the Uzumaki clan, letting him understand why this is happening here. It is said that the Maelstrom clan was too dangerous to master the powerful sealing technique, and was annihilated by many forces during the war. Bai Ye felt that someone was actually stealing their seal, and the threat theory was just an excuse to provoke disputes. Imagine that even the sand-hidden village, as the 5 largest villages, could not come up with a perfect means to seal the tail beast. From this we can understand how precious the sealing technique mastered by the Whirlpool family is. Moreover, the physique of the Uzumaki clan is also particularly suitable for being a container for the tail beasts. In addition to having good relations with Konoha, the extermination is also estimated to be aimed at Konoha. 4 PS Chapter 91 Sealed Land. After so many years, the valuable things here have been taken away by others. Bai Ye looked at Kazuhiko in surprise, wondering what he was going to do with a bunch of bad bugs suddenly released. It doesn't take much time anyway, just treat it as looking for someone, and maybe there is a hidden secret room under any piece of land. Every time Kazuhiko took a step forward, a lot of worms would emerge from the collar of his shirt and quickly disappear into the darkness. The sky had already darkened, and the rain became smaller and smaller as time went on. Continue to develop according to the current castration, maybe it will be clear before tomorrow. In this way, even if there is really no living person found on the island, he can directly rely on Kazuhiko to explore the way at that time, so that he will not be trapped here. Quickly keep up. As he walked, Kazuhiko ran away in one direction suddenly, as if he had found some traces. Originally, the two of them slowed down after they arrived at the ruins of the Uchihara hidden village, and moved forward slowly, almost at a walking speed, so that Kazuhiko could search. Is it really successful? Bai Ye also speeded up and followed immediately, with a look of interest on his face. Regarding the sealing technique, when Bai Ye first came to this world, he made it one of the ninjutsu that he must learn if he had the opportunity. He has always believed that high-end sealing techniques are definitely the strongest ninjutsu in the ninja world. Needless to say, the earth-blasting star that comes with the Eye of Reincarnation, it has been developed to the extreme, but even Datangmu Huie can be sealed. Even if it is a second-class sealing technique, it can also seal various powerful tail beasts, which can be used well but extremely practical. Even if Bai Ye's special physique currently makes it more difficult to learn ninjutsu than normal people, he must adjust it to suit him before he can use it. Not to mention the sealing technique, which requires extremely meticulous ninjutsu, and the difficulty of Bai Yejun's desire to learn will definitely increase exponentially. But he was still going to give it a try when he had plenty of time, and he felt that something was missing when he came to the Hokage world without learning seal art. Arrived, Bai Ye stopped with Kazuhiko and carefully observed the surrounding environment. Is this the ancestral hall of the Whirlpool clan? Advertisement. In fact, the surrounding buildings have been destroyed by the fire. Bai Ye made a secret speculation from the dark incense burner and the stone steps behind it. Above this row of stone steps, there are a lot of charcoal, which looks like burnt tablets. It's here. Kazuhiko stopped here to feel it, and then continued to walk a distance, and finally stopped in front of the rockery in the backyard. Looking towards this rockery, one can clearly feel a sense of distortion in the surrounding space, which seems a bit out of place. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. For such obvious things, those people used to be blind, so none of them can see it. After Bai Ye stared at it for a while, she felt nauseous, and she couldn't figure out how this kind of thing would remain intact. This should be an illusion combined with the seal technique, just to hide this area. This situation should be due to too long time, and no one has continued to strengthen the seal, resulting in a significant reduction in the effect of the seal. Kazuhiko observed carefully for a while, then slowly explained to Bai Ye. He had thought of using the insect swarm to use the seal technique, so he had learned this knowledge specifically. But because I didn't waste any energy studying the illusion, it took some time to finally confirm it. Such a high-end technique shows that the hidden things inside are very important. The magic seal Bai Ye had heard of in the original work. Itachi used the 10-fist sword to seal the big snake pill, which belonged to this category. However, this situation should belong to the opposite usage. Here is the use of the seal to keep the illusion in operation. I felt that this superb sealing technique was probably lost along with the demise of the Maelstrom clan, and Bai Ye had never heard of other similar situations anyway. How about it? Do you want to force it open to see the real situation inside? Bai Ye looked a little ready to move, and she couldn't help but want to start directly. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Let's take a good rest and adjust to the best condition first. Kazuhiko seemed to be interested in this place too, but he made this decision very calmly. At present, the two of them are not very healthy because they have been drifting at sea for 2 consecutive days. If something bad is sealed inside, then forget it, don't even have the strength to run. Hey, get me something to eat before taking a break, I didn't feel full just now. Advertisement. Bai Ye looked at the other party with some embarrassment. Since she has decided not to leave, she wants to replenish her own energy first. I remember that 3/4 of the fruit was eaten by you. Kazuhiko looked at Bai Ye a little speechlessly, feeling that this guy can really eat as much as a pig, and he is still not full after eating 3 times the amount of him. Actually, I didn't eat enough yesterday. The food you prepared is really too little. Because Bai Ye has always maintained a high-intensity exercise, the appetite has also been cultivated very exaggerated, otherwise the nutrition will not keep up. In fact, like Bai Ye, both Kai and Dai have very exaggerated appetites. Most of the money their family earns from performing tasks is basically eaten. I'll be back when I go. When Kazuyan left, many insects were left around the ancestral hall, and one was also lying on Bai Ye's neck. The worm on the neck will bite down when there is a special situation around it. It is specially used for alert. After Kazuhiko left, Bai Ye turned around and returned to the ancestral hall in front of him, randomly found a slightly cleaner place to lie down, and leaned Erlang's legs comfortably. I hope there are treasures hidden inside. If it is a dangerous creature, it will be troublesome, otherwise it will definitely waste a lot of time. For tomorrow's affairs, Bai Ye still has some worries in his heart. The creatures that can be sealed with such care will definitely be very powerful in terms of strength. But he was not ready to give up either. He would definitely be struck by lightning if he kept the treasures in front of him, and even if he was lost, he would have the certainty of escape. This kind of creature that has been sealed for not knowing how many years is good if it hasn't been starved to death, and it must be a very weak one when it comes out. Give. Bai Ye, who was squinting in a false sleep, suddenly felt a heavy stomach, and Kazuhiko's voice followed closely in his ears. These bugs are so convenient. Seeing Kazuhiko, who returned soon, Bai Ye muttered softly. Although he was envious, if he really wanted to parasite in the body, Bai Ye would definitely refuse, and the hurdle in his heart would not be able to pass. It's really blessed to be teammates with the oil girl. Bai Ye watched Kazuhiko have begun to rest, and couldn't help sighing again. The oil girl clan is simply the most perfect field assistant. You don't even need to worry about enemy attacks when you sleep at night. You can sleep at ease by ordering insects to patrol in advance. Chapter 92. Another group of people. In the middle of the night, I vaguely felt someone pushing his shoulder, and immediately awoke from his sleep, assuming a vigilant posture. Shush. The sober Bai Ye subconsciously wanted to say something, so he saw Kazuhiko on the side making a silent gesture, and motioned for himself to follow. The consciousness that Bai Ye has cultivated in the past few months is still very good, and it has stopped the words he wanted to ask, and it has not caused any noise. Then softly drew out the Zanpo knife on his back, and minimized the sound of footsteps, and quickly followed Kazuhiko out. Kuji, it was because you didn't keep vigil at night, and our ship was completely swallowed by the whirlpool. Bai Ye followed Kazuhiko for about a minute, and found that 4 people were walking among the ruins in front of him, and were walking in the direction where they were. There is still a lot of distance between the two sides, and Kazuhiko perceives each other in advance, and has deliberately chosen a darker corner. The group didn't seem to notice anyone hiding in the dark, and they continued to walk forward without any alert. Are you kidding? When I was in the Iron Country last night, I had already stayed overnight. Okay, how could it be me today? One of the thinnest looking guys is probably what they call Kuji, and he is dissatisfied with his comrades. Both of you will not say a few words. If the broken ship is destroyed, it will be destroyed. Now hurry up and find a better house to rest. We have to hurry up tomorrow morning. The oldest of the 4 interrupted their quarrel with an impatient look, and seemed to be their team leader. Uncle Duff, I heard that you participated in the destruction of the Wuchao hidden village back then, is this true? The guy who had a dispute with Kuji turned his head and faintly boasted about the middle-aged man, with a look of admiration on his face. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect even your kid to have heard of it, then I will introduce to you the legend I left behind. Duff patted the other party's shoulder with satisfaction, and in the process of bragging about himself, he unknowingly approached the place where Bai Ye and the others were hiding. When the other 4 were approaching, Bai Ye made a beheading action to Kazuhiko, trying to take the initiative to attack directly without the other being vigilant. Advertisement. Bai Ye looked a bit tyrannical after seeing the other's forehead protection. These people were from Cheyenne village, and some were forced to recall the scene of being ambushed half a year ago. Originally, according to Bai Ye's temperament, although he would be a little unhappy with San Shinobu, he would not want to kill the opponent directly. The main reason is that people who were arranged to kill by Oshimaru for several months have become somewhat contemptuous of life deep in their hearts, and their personal thinking has become more arbitrary. However, Shiraya, who wanted to act, was held down by Kazuhiko with his hands, and shook his head to signal him not to act rashly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In this way, he missed the best sneak attack opportunity and could only watch the opponent go further and further. Wait. Because it was inconvenient to speak, Kazuhiko controlled the insects to put out the words specially, indicating that Bai Ye was safe and not irritable. Kazuhiko would choose to stop Shiraya, of course, it couldn't be because of the kind thoughts in his heart. Since the moment he became a ninja, he had already made consciousness. Although there is no war in the ninja world, the relationship between the 5 major ninja villages is also not very friendly with each other, and various bloodshed events often occur. Regardless of whether the two sides know each other, as long as there is a chance to solve the combat power of other villages, they will definitely kill them without hesitation. Because if you can't bear to make a move, you may die, and your companions may be killed by the other party in the future. Sure enough, after the other party continued to advance some distance, Bai Ye also saw Kazuhiko's thoughts. I saw these 4 people passing by Bai Ye and them, and on the path they're currently moving forward, they will definitely pass by an ancestral hall not far away. At such a close distance, even if they didn't specifically observe it, it is estimated that they could see the particularly conspicuous spatial distortion, and Kazuhiko wanted to use these people to explore the situation. Uncle Duff, there seems to be a sign that someone has been active here. There are some leftover pits on the ground. Near the entrance to the ancestral hall, Kazuhiko specially sent bugs to move out the fruit pits left over by Bai Ye, hoping to attract the others' attention. You won't take a closer look. According to the degree of weathering of the core, you obviously don't know how many years ago it was left. These pits have been specially processed by Kazuhiko, and at first glance they look like things left over from years ago. This is the location of the ancestral hall of the Maelstrom family. Maybe some survivors have come back to worship. Affected by this pit, Duff subconsciously observed the surrounding environment, and said his own speculation very confidently. Advertisement, Uncle Duff, look there quickly, is it always like this? After staying here for a while, a sharp-eyed guy soon discovered the unusual, causing everyone to look in the direction of his fingers. This is, after seeing the distorted space, Duff began to think about what happened that year, and found that he had no impression at all. Go and take a closer look. Duff's voice faintly revealed excitement, doubting that there must be something hidden here. He was sure it was definitely not like this back then. Although Cheyenne village was originally involved in the operation, they were not able to send a large number of people because the two places were too far apart. As a result, Even if the Maelstrom clan was successfully annihilated, he didn't get any sealing technique at all, and it was completely useless to work for others. Until now, their village still has no way to seal a tail well, but they are very greedy for those powerful sealing techniques. Wow! When the four came to the backyard, they found that the entire rockery was in a distorted state, and Duff threw a shuriken at it vigilantly to test it. The flying shuriken disappeared the moment it touched the distorted space, and there was no movement at all. Did it disappear? Shu-er, send your puppet to take a look. Duff touched his mustache and ordered Shu-er, who had never said a word from start to finish, to try with the puppet on his back. Shu-er received the instruction and still didn't respond, silently lifted the white bandage tied to her body, and controlled the puppet to approach slowly. Before coming to the distorted space, he first carefully controlled the puppet and raised his right hand, and he could see that he was still holding a handful of kunai in his hand. The puppet moved very gently to insert Kuwu into it, and after waiting a short while, he pulled it out and took a look, and found that Kuwu did not leave any traces on it. Then he controlled the puppet to extend his entire right hand in, and after nothing happened, he directly controlled the puppet to step in. Chapter 93 Another seal. There should be no danger inside, there is only a seal technique in the center. Based on the visual sharing of the puppet, Shu-er searched it carefully. Go, let's go in and take a look. Seeing that there was no danger, Duff walked forward anxiously and disappeared into everyone's eyes first. The remaining three glanced at each other, and had no choice but to follow quickly and walk in together. What to do? We can't see what's going on here, do you want to go in directly with you? After Sand Ninja and his party disappeared, Shiraido no longer hid and walked straight out of the darkness. I can actually perceive the situation inside. This sealing technique does not isolate the effect of chakra. Kazuhiko raised his right hand to indicate to Bai Ye, and he could see a small bug lying on the joint of his index finger. If you can perceive it, why don't we go in directly by ourselves? Bai Ye silently gave Kazuhiko a glance. He thought last night that the insects could not be sent in. The outer layer is just for shielding. There is no danger in the first place. I am afraid of the other one. There is also a seal inside, which seals a passage to the bottom. The breath revealed from there will make my darlings scared. Kazuhiko stretched out his middle finger and pushed his sunglasses, telling what he had detected. However, treating these bugs as treasures, Bai Ye is curious about how the oily women find their wives. Women who don't hate bugs should be very rare. According to you, what is sealed underneath should be sure to be a living thing. Bai Ye was a little curious about what was being sealed underneath, and he was still able to release his breath to the outside. I feel like I can catch up with the big-toed immortal. As long as I stay in a state of dozing, I can live without eating or drinking. Go in. Those few people succeeded in breaking the seal on the surface, and they are now walking down the passage. After waiting for a long time, Bai Ye began to look a little impatient, and then Kazuhiko informed that he could go in. White Knight after entering, I found that the rockery that can be seen outside actually exists. The only difference is that the rockery inside is covered with black seal text, and part of it looks a bit torn. Advertisement. It is estimated that these incomplete places are the reason for the distortion of the outer space. Walking inside along the gap between the rockery, you can see a large hole in the most central position, with a lot of rubble scattered around. Originally, the entrance of the cave was sealed by a big stone. They couldn't find the conventional means to break the seal, so they cracked it by force. Before going in, Kazuhiko gave a timely explanation. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Tisk tisk, it should have taken a lot of effort to break this seal. It seems we have to thank them. Bai Ye kicked the gravel beside his foot, revealing a hint of playfulness on his face. This time the opponent's overall strength is expected to drop a lot. It can be specially used to seal such tightly sealed places. Even if there is no reinforcement for a long time, it is estimated that the strength will not be bad. There at the bottom, let's go down too. Kazuhiko has placed a few bugs on the opponent, and can easily catch the opponent's position without being discovered. It's the same as installing a monitor. This guy doesn't use bugs to spy on women's bathhouses. The White Knight following Kazuhiko whispered inwardly. The longer we stay together, the more convenient the other's ability will be felt. In particular, some aspects are easier to use than White Eyes, and the consumption of chakras is also smaller. Because they had to deliberately lower the sound of their footsteps, the speed of the two White Knights was much slower, and it probably took nearly twice as long to reach the bottom of the earth. The Maelstrom clan is sick. All kinds of sealing techniques along the way are really enough. The sight below was extremely dim, and Bai Ye could only barely use the firebook lit by the other party to observe, feeling that the underground environment was still empty. I saw that Duff looked very irritable at this time, and there was a pile of intertwined iron chains in front of them, completely blocking the way forward. These chains look a lot like the diamond blockade used by Ju Zinai, but the number seems to be much exaggerated. With a thick layer of iron chain, even the line of sight was completely blocked, and I didn't know what was behind it. Boom! Shu-er controlled the puppet to accelerate from a distance, and slammed into the chain at a very fast speed, and a loud noise reverberated here non-stop. No, it has no effect at all. The iron chain that was hit easily took the blow, and the hole shook with a shake and settled down again. It's useless to dig tunnels. I don't know how long these things are. On the other hand, Kuji came out of the ground, and he could see that there were chains in the hole he had dug. Advertisement. Damn, you forced me. Having already reached this point, Duff was naturally unwilling to give up like this, and directly took out a large number of detonating charms from his arms. Uncle Duff, you are so rich. This dozen detonating charms seemed to have at least a few thousand, which stunned the other three friends. In their impression, Duff was obviously a very stingy Iron Sea ***K, and he didn't expect to be lavish in such a place. This is the material allocated by the senior management for this mission, but I didn't expect it to be used in such a place. Duff looked very painful, although these detonating charms would need to be turned in again even if they were not used up, they would not be his thing. Speaking of how much should be used, do you think 100 sheets is enough? Duff looked like a miser and counted out exactly 100 of them with a heartache. Uncle Duff, I think it's safer to use more. Kuji silently looked at the opponent's movements, there were so many there and so careful calculations. What do you know? The power of a detonating talisman is no less than the advanced fire escape ninjutsu released by Shangren. Can you imagine a picture of 100 Shangren releasing ninjutsu together? When Duff heard that Kuji wanted to make him dig more, he immediately began to blow his beard and stare, and without any explanation he put away the other detonating charms. Seeing Duff's state, the other two didn't say much and didn't want to come forward to get in trouble. Seeing that there was no objection, Duff nodded in satisfaction, holding the 100 detonating charms, and came to the iron chain. In the end, he was reluctant to look at them again, and only then fixed all the detonating charms on an iron chain, ready to break through from here in one breath. Boom! The sound of continuous explosions kept coming, and a large amount of dust was lifted in the firelight. In fact, the continuous sound is Duff's fantasy. Just thinking about it makes me feel a little heartache for some reason. You should know that Xiaonan's 600 billion detonating charms were completely exploded in only 10 minutes. In just 1 second, it can directly explode 1 billion sheets, not to mention that there are only 100 sheets, which is really not even a splash. Chapter 94 Coffin, Sacrifice. Due to the violent vibration caused by the explosion, many cracks appeared on the wall, and a lot of rubble was shaken off. Ahem, how is it? Have you succeeded? Duff waved his hand vigorously, trying to fan the dust in front of him from the explosion. Wind escape big breakthrough. Seeing that the smoke and dust had not dispersed for a long time, Kuji directly chose to use the wind escape ninjutsu, and the wind blowing from his mouth blew all the smoke and dust toward the entrance. Damn, I'll be the first one to have an operation later. Bai Ye watched as a puff of smoke pounced on his face, and there was absolutely no place to dodge, and he had to control himself not to make any noise. I just felt that a bunch of things were madly drilling into his nose at this time, and he secretly hated the other party in my heart. Kazuhiko on the side was quite relaxed, controlling the insects in his body to wrap his body without being affected at all. Kuji, don't do it. Duff just wanted to compliment his team members, but after seeing the place where the explosion just now, it was as if he had eaten shit, and he couldn't say anything for a while. It can be seen that after blasting here, a huge pit was successfully blasted, and the iron chain was also successfully blasted. But there are only a lot of them. Although the surface layer is broken, there is still a pile standing there behind, and it is still kind and can see the situation behind. I'm not saying enough, how could this kind of place be exploded with just 100 detonating charms? Seeing that it was not completely successful, Kuji couldn't help but vomit. Although the detonation symbol is very valuable, the annual output is still very large. Although it is good in terms of power, it is not as strong as imagined. Duff on the side had a dark face, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but move, but in the end he couldn't say anything to refute. With a ruthless heart, he took out a stack of detonation charms without saying a word, and stuffed the one that hadn't counted towards the place where he had been bombed once. This thick stack of detonation charms roughly looked like there were nearly 1,000, and it was obvious that the blood had already been spent. I can't break through this time, I will definitely look back immediately. After Duff made all the preparations, he swore viciously, and then ignited all the detonating charms together. Advertisement, wow. Bai Ye behind him suddenly tilted his head, and at the same time an object flew past his ear. The results this time looked pretty good, at least not only the chains were broken, some parts were blown out. The object that flew past Bai Ye's ear was the remains of one of the iron chains, which just flew over with the impact of the explosion. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The dust raised this time is also even more exaggerated, completely obscuring everyone's view, and the visibility is less than half a meter. Kuji, hurry up, ba ba ba. Duff felt that breathing was a little difficult at this time, and every breath would enter his nasal cavity with a large amount of dust. At this time, Kuji didn't care about finding the best place to release ninjutsu. He stood there and started blowing desperately outside. This time Bai Ye also learned well, and used the 39-bound Dao round gate fan at the moment of the explosion. A spherical shield was formed around the body, which perfectly cut off the invasion of dust. I said, Uncle Duff, is this really going to give up? Chungyue, who had been playing soy sauce next to him, subconsciously asked after seeing that there seemed to be an unbroken iron chain behind. The depth of the explosion was nearly 1 meter, as if it was endless, with a strong chain behind it. Aren't you stupid? You can vaguely see the scene behind if you haven't seen it, right? After Duff stepped forward to observe carefully, he did not hesitate to count down his teammates, selectively forgetting what he had said before. Well, this is the last time. Duff has uncontrollable excitement on his face. I believe that the defense here is so tight, there must be a peerless treasure hidden in it. With the last explosion, a gap of about 1 meter in diameter was finally opened here, and the originally flat wall outside was already full of cracks. Without these 4 guys, we really wouldn't be able to break this seal very well. After Sand Ninja and 4 of them got in from here, Bai Ye and the other 2 also came to the front of the seal, reached out and touched the iron chain here, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After all, they didn't bring any detonation charms. The most violent move was the Kango instant kill that Bai Ye had researched. And let alone whether it can successfully break through, at least after using this trick, Bai Ye is completely abolished for a period of time. Advertisement another way is to take out the poisonous insects he cultivated and try to slowly corrode the iron chains here. But they don't have time to waste here. After all, the real task should be to go to Wuyan village to investigate the news. It can only be said here that it was incidental without spending a lot of effort. It's pretty bright inside. Bai Ye and Kazuhiko hid in the hole that was blown up together, and found that the scene inside was a little different from what was expected. The floor area alone is 10 times that of the outside. There is a blue flame at each distance on the two walls, extending all the way to the end of the deepest point, completely illuminating everything inside. It can be seen that apart from the passageway specially reserved for people to walk in, other places are neatly filled with various styles of coffins, which also extend to the end of the underground. It can be found that all the coffins in the same row are all the same style, and the coffins in different rows are not exactly the same. In the location near the entrance of the cave, several coffins could be seen opened by the sand that came in, but there was nothing inside, and there was no corpse as imagined. The other party probably didn't care about these coffins anymore after seeing this situation, and they were almost coming to an end at this time. The breath I felt in front of me came from behind that door. Looking from a distance, you can see a huge gate standing there at the deepest point, and Kazuhiko's eyes at this time are extremely solemn. On the top of the door, there is a portrait of a human figure. If you look closely, you can find that this is actually very similar to the death god summoned by the seal of the ghoul. What a weird place. Bai Ye feels that these coffins are just like sacrifices, and the object of worship is the portrait carved on the door, that is, the god of death who does not know the truth or not. He all doubted that the Reaper's body might be behind this door. After all, the ghoul seal itself was a forbidden technique for the Maelstrom family. A former classmate of Bai Ye once said that the god of death sealed by the ghoul was probably an ancestor of the Maelstrom family. Originally, he sneered at this statement, but after seeing this picture, he didn't even start to doubt whether it was really possible. Are you ready? I'm going to open the door. Duff and the others have completely come to the end at this time, and his hands have been pressed on the door. It seemed that there was no resistance, and the door opened slowly to the rear with the strength of his hand. Through the gap between the two doorways, a big bloody eye suddenly appeared above, staring at Duff who was still pushing the door below, and the atmosphere instantly became terrifying. Chapter 95 Creatures in the Door, Da, Da, Da. Chungyu's body couldn't stop trembling, so nervous that she couldn't even say a complete sentence. She could only barely lift her right hand and push the opponent's lower back. What are you kid doing? Don't make trouble. Duff turned his head back impatiently, and found that the other party was just as crazy as a sheep epileptic. The light was shaking constantly, and he couldn't even say a word. He was thinking that the treasure was right in front of him, but he didn't notice that Kuji and Shuji next to him were in a very wrong state. Because the three of them are still young, they don't know the suffering in the village, and they are more curious about this place. So I didn't lose my head, I kept my vigilance, and realized that the situation was not right the first time. Run. Seeing that Duff wanted to continue pushing the door, she was shocked and barely suppressed the fear in her heart, and shouted out with all her strength. The body also regained its strength, dragged the corner of the opponent's clothes and ran backwards desperately, not wanting to stay here for a moment. Duff, who wanted to turn his head back to curse, finally found something wrong while being dragged, and the body he wanted to resist suddenly softened and let the other party drag him. Kuji and Hideji also recovered from the yelling in their ears, and turned and ran without saying a word. Just by looking at the exposed eye, they knew that the things inside were not something they could deal with. In the process of escaping, Shu were distracted and manipulated the puppet, controlling it to quickly come to the door, and stretched out 6 arms to quickly close the door completely. Seeing that the door was about to be closed by the puppet, a giant sharp claw suddenly appeared from the middle of the door, blocking the door from continuing to close. Boom! This seemingly sharp claw fell sharply downward, and the puppet was split to pieces without even having a chance to react. After this sharp nail fell on the ground, it did not look much smaller than the intact puppet. One can imagine how big the real body is behind it. Don't run, it's been so many years, and finally I see alive people again. Duff, who had been dragged away, suddenly heard a word from behind the door, and his whole body was clever. Advertisement of force burst out of the body, and Cheng Yu Wechun was dragged away by the anti-guest, almost twice as fast. Kuji and Hideji, who fell behind, were about to cry when they saw it, and were suddenly abandoned, wishing their parents gave them 2 extra legs. If we want to, let's run away, the things in the door seem to be much stronger than we thought. After seeing this picture of the tip of the iceberg, Bai Ye couldn't help swallowing, feeling that he should be free to talk about the secret of the Whirlpool clan in the future. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. This Nima can also have an automatic repair function. I thought it was a dungeon to brush the boss. There is also the setting of not letting out the boss if you can't kill. Bai Ye, who was about to run away, looked back and saw that 10,000 grass and mud horses ran past, feeling that the whole world had lost its color. The iron chain at the back did not know when it would be restored, and there was no change in the area where the two of them stood. Get out of the way. If you have any grievances, let's talk about it somewhere else. Duff, who ran over, finally found the 2 white knights who had been lurking in the back. They appeared in such a place, and at a glance, they knew that the other party must have no good intentions. But in this case, there is no way to delve into anything, just want to run from here quickly before the monster behind the door comes out. Bai Ye didn't say much, they walked out of the cave naturally and made a place for Duff who was rushing over. Duff didn't expect that the two of them were so acquainted. With the help of the accumulated momentum running all the way, he used a trick to leap the dragon gate with a carp, and plunged into it with Chungyue. Bang! A melodious impact sound came from the cave, and it kept echoing here. Puff! Bai Ye didn't expect that the other party could be so reckless, and he didn't want to be able to go. How could he still see them here? He might have escaped from Wuchao Hidden Village. It can be seen that the upper half of Duff's body is now in the hole, and the other half of his body that is exposed outside is now sitting underneath by Cheng Yu. Chungyue. You get started for lousy. Following Duff's roar, Cheng Yu stood up subconsciously with a blank face. All this happened so fast that he hadn't turned his mind until now, and he looked at the two white knights stupidly. After Duff crawled out of the hole with a big bag on his head, two other little friends who had escaped also arrived here. Advertisement at this time, the door in the distance was completely opened, and the 6 big bloody eyes were extremely conspicuous in the darkness. You still have a lot of detonating charms, take them out quickly, otherwise everyone may have to die here. After seeing these 6 eyes, Bai Ye got goosebumps all over, and at the same time felt that the surrounding temperature seemed to have risen a lot. Duff also knew that every minute was important now, and he was not in the mood to talk with the two of them who suddenly appeared, so he took out a bunch of detonating charms and threw them into the hole. Hurry up, I'm going to detonate. After placing the detonating talisman, Duff jumped away from here and looked at the 5 people who did not move. He couldn't help but remind him. You guys don't make trouble, it's not fun at all. Then he seemed to have thought of something, a cold sweat began to appear on his forehead, and his body was trembling slightly, continuing to urge everyone pretending to be calm. Not fun? Are you guys playing something? After hearing a voice from above, Duff showed a crying expression on his face, and the sweat completely wetted his clothes. Hello, my lord, may I have the honor to hear your name? After Bai Ye had a fierce ideological struggle in his heart, a spring-like smile appeared on his face. He also learned the etiquette of a deacon, stroking his chest with his right hand and bowing his body slightly behind his left hand to show respect for the other party. I could see that there was a huge creature in front of them, and Bai Ye felt that it might be bigger than Toad Wentai. This guy can barely see the existence of his shoulders. There are 3 huge dog heads growing on them, each with a big mouth full of fangs. The body was covered with crimson patterns, especially its back, which looked like magma, with a faint light radiating from the veins. What a funny little guy. How long has the outside world developed like this? The other party's words made Bai Ye breathe a sigh of relief. Although he didn't answer his question, at least it didn't look like that kind of random killing existence. However, the scene slowly became a little dignified, and the other party suddenly kept saying nothing, and looked at Bai Ye and them condescendingly. Seeing Bai Ye, they were frightened. They really didn't know how to stir up the topic, for fear that they would be swallowed up if they said something wrong. Chapter 96 Secret Art Flame Burst. None of you belong to the Maelstrom family, right? I don't know how this guy judged it, but with the naked eye I could tell that these 6 were all aliens. The way to get in is actually relying on these pieces of torn paper, but the idea is pretty good. Afterwards, I left the hole behind everyone, and I could see a lot of detonating charms scattered in it, and the iron chain was slowly recovering at the same time. It had always been asleep, so it didn't hear the 3 explosions in front of it, and it didn't sense until Duff's hand touched the door. Bai and the 6 of them heard the tone and content of this guy's words, their hearts trembling constantly, and they all felt as if they were all pulled together. No matter how it looked, it seemed to have a different relationship with the Maelstrom family, and I didn't know if the other party would not clean them all of these foreigners. Boss, let's say okay first, this guy was involved in the destruction of the Maelstrom family, and this hole was also blown out by him. Bai Ye seized the opportunity, chose to strike first, then pointed at Duff and revealed everything. Although the other party is a bit more fierce, but in terms of expression and tone, it is very casual, not like being held for a long time, it feels more like staying here voluntarily. After careful consideration, he decided to take a gamble, trying to get into the relationship with the other party as much as possible. And there was no added oil and jealousy in the words, the other party somehow distinguished their identities. Bai Ye is already very jealous about this, who knows if he can even tell lies, it will be funny when the car rolls over, you. Seeing Bai Ye suddenly pointed the finger at him, Duff couldn't say anything with anger. The fingers that pointed at Bai Ye were trembling, and a layer of haze appeared in his heart. At first, everyone was still grasshoppers on the same line, but it fell well and kicked him to another, more dangerous line. Sure enough, the clan has been exterminated, no wonder I feel like I have been asleep for a long time this time. The 3 canine capitals showed a trace of emotion, and they didn't seem to care about Duff's appearance. My lord, I really didn't blame me for that thing back then. Seeing that the other party didn't deal with him in the first time, Duff breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately began to talk about it, trying to save his image as much as possible. Noisy. Seeing that Duff kept pushing, the 3 heads showed boredom together, and then Bai Ye felt a breeze rushing toward him. Duff's body seemed to have received a violent impact, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant, and the flying figure slammed into the coffin on the side. Advertisement, boom. The immense strength took Duff's body abruptly through dozens of coffins, and finally after the power was completely exhausted, it stopped in one of the coffins. His appearance at this time looked very miserable. The whole person was stuck among the wooden boards on the edge of the coffin, and a pile of blood was constantly flowing out of his mouth. His chest was still rising and falling slightly, and it looked like he was not completely dead for the time being, but his internal organs were probably directly smashed. Even if Tsunade was here, he might not be able to continue to hang his life. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi, so fast. Bai Ye's eyes successfully caught all passing, and felt that the speed of the opponent's claws was not slower than that after he opened the door. Tisk. I didn't want to care about you for the time being, so I have to keep bothering me. The dog's head naturally showed a hint of sarcasm. I really don't understand what this person is thinking. Isn't it good to stay low-key and stay aside? The other three of Duff's eyes were a little sluggish at this time, and they did not expect that the strongest of the four would be solved so easily. At this time, there was a violent struggle in my heart. I clearly wanted to go forward and fight the opponent desperately, but after seeing the huge figure of the other party, his legs and feet didn't let it. Anyway, the Whirlpool clan is already dead, it should be okay to break a few coffins. The dog head on the left, staring at the coffin damaged by it, muttered softly. Which clan are you from? This is the first time I have seen an existence whose soul energy is stronger than the Maelstrom clan, and I almost admitted it wrong at first. After solving the annoying Duff, the other party looked at Bai Ye with interest and said, What? Bai Ye didn't expect that the other party would suddenly ask himself this kind of question. At the same time, he was stared at by 6 big blood-red eyes, and he felt that his breathing was starting to not be smooth. I don't know, I was picked up by my father, not to mention the bloodline. Bai Ye didn't know if his body was the one from the previous life, but just happened to be teleported over with the soul. Or it was born into a baby casually, and descended into this world as a half-native. That's it. The other party yawned and didn't know what was thinking. Only the guy next to him, who is full of bugs, is with you. It seemed to have made some decision after being silent for a while, and suddenly opened its mouth and asked about Kazuhiko. Bai Ye's heart tightened, not knowing what the other party wanted to do, and nodded vigilantly. Advertisement. The hand also pretended to be very natural, and quietly touched the handle of the Zanpaku, preparing for the worst. I will give you a good lesson, let you know that some places cannot come in casually. The dog head in the middle said these words with a smile, but it made the hair of the person who heard it stand up. Bai Ye and Kazuhiko glanced at it when they were talking, and reached a consensus secretly, and slowly withdrew away from the 3 Sand Shinobu. The 3 people stared at Sand Shinobu, their inner fears also reached their limit, which instead prompted them to regain control over their bodies. Avenge for Duff. With a loud roar, they seemed to have sublimated along with them, and they were all closing the seal with the speed of their hands that exceeded their limits. Wind escape 1,000 faces wind. The 3 of them used the same ninjutsu at the same time, even Shuji, who mainly manipulates puppets, is no exception. Everyone has made thousands of wind knives, of which Kuji made the most, and there are tens of thousands of them mixed together. The 3 bet everything on this blow, and they have completely drained all the chakras that can be generated in the body, and raised the power of ninjutsu to the extreme. Seeing tens of thousands of wind knives rushing towards him, the dog head in the middle has no emotional fluctuations, just watching it quietly. The dog capitals on the left and right opened their mouths, and they could see 2 different energies converging inside. The one on the left looks like a big fireball, while the hole on the right is transparent, and the space here is slightly distorted. Secret technique blazing. 2 giant energy balls spit out from the mouth at the same time, easily swallowing the opponent's tens of thousands of wind knives, and come into contact with each other as they advance. I don't know what the principle is, but the volume of the 2 energy balls fused together reduced by a circle and flew downwards at a faster speed. The 3 sand ninja dodged in the first time, and the energy balls suddenly shrank continuously, and they all managed to escape the attack range. However, this unstable energy ball continued to shrink after it touched the ground, without causing any damage to the surroundings. When compressed to the extreme, the overall color becomes flawless, just like a small sun. Immediately, the energy ball suddenly began to rebound, and suddenly expanded towards the surroundings, instantly becoming dozens of times larger than the initial 2 energy balls added together. The speed of expansion was so fast that there was no reaction time left, and the 3 people who were fleeing directly swallowed everything around them. Chapter 97 Seal Memory. If it weren't for running ahead of time, it's estimated that the scope of this spread would have to be opened to the point of hurting the door before I could run out. At this time, Bai Ye's body was leaning forward slightly, her arms crossed in front of her, blocking the oncoming hot air waves. However, even if he was prepared to resist in advance, his body was forced to move backwards, and the impact of the explosion seemed extremely terrifying. Kazuhiko on the side looked a bit more tragic, and the worm that he was usually proud of was completely useless at this time, and was blown out with him. This guy is definitely showing off my muscles, something that can be solved with a slap, it must be so exaggerated. Bai Ye lasted for almost 10 seconds before completely stopping his figure, silently looking at the place where the attack was hit in front of him. I saw that the parts that were swallowed had very neat cuts on the edges, and did not hurt the slightest bit of the outside. The interior disappeared out of thin air, leaving only a huge hemispherical crater that looked very regular. It was as if this piece was being teleported away out of thin air with space power, completely annihilating the material that should have existed here. Even the thick layer of iron chain was not spared, and a big hole was opened directly above the huge pit, which thoroughly confirmed that it was indeed impossible to seal the opponent here. In other words, what are these coffins made of? Obviously, they broke when they were hit in front of them. Bai Ye curiously reached out and knocked on the coffin next to him. Even Kazuhiko was blown away by the impact. Unexpectedly, these things stayed in place intact. After a while, Bai Ye felt that this space had become very hot, and his physique almost couldn't bear it. After thinking about it, he whispered Jifangyu, pulled out the Zanpaku knife behind him, and liberated it into the form of Binglan Maru. As a result, A ground made of ice was condensed, and the coldness was constantly exuding to the surroundings, and the body immediately felt a lot better. You little guy is getting more and more interesting. I didn't expect that even the shape of the soul can be changed. These three-headed dogs didn't know when they had come close, and they didn't care about the place destroyed by it. Obviously, they were more interested in Bai Ye's state at this time. There are souls in the world of Naruto, and Bai Ye has known about this a long time ago, but he didn't expect that the other party could directly see the soul in his body. In Bai Ye's impression, it seems that only the death god summoned by the ghoul seal is the only soul body that can be observed with the naked eye. Huh? I didn't expect that even this knife had soul consciousness, but it seemed to be incomplete. Advertisement. It seemed to have discovered some new world, and lowered its head specifically, wanting to observe it more closely. This knife has a soul? Is it alive? Bai Ye looked a little surprised at the Zanpaku Dao in his hand. For so many years, he hadn't thought about this at all. Bai Ye once had the experience of forgetting to go out with the Zanpaku Dao. When she left a certain range, the Zanpaku Dao appeared in front of her out of thin air. He was taken aback at the time, and after that, he did several experiments because of curiosity. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. I found that every time I left the range of more than 1 kilometer, the Zanpaku Dao would reappear in front of him, even if it was pressed under a pile of things. However, because the possession of the Zanpaku Sword is very strange in itself, I instinctively ignored these things at the beginning. Now it seems that Zanpaku Dao actually sensed that he was too far away, and then took the initiative to teleport himself over like using space ninjutsu. Bai Ye suddenly became very curious, wondering if it would be possible to awaken the Zanpaku Dao in terms of space in the future. You kid, you don't even know the specifics of what you own, then how do you resonate with it now? Bai Ye was more and more confused by it, completely unaware of what the other party was saying. Are people so unlearned nowadays? Bai Ye looked at the other party with a look of hatred for iron and steel, and couldn't help being speechless. He had never heard of anyone who understood this knowledge. This kind of soul-related knowledge, someone who really needs to understand, is probably only the perverted Oshimaru. It means that your soul and the soul of the knife are like the feeling of intertwined with each other. In this way, the hidden power in your body will be stimulated, and the shape of the knife will change because of this. When the other party talked about this knowledge, they seemed very excited, as if they were showing off their knowledge with a soil bun. Bai Ye said it was all about chicken stuff, and it sounded like it was very tall. In fact, as long as he shouts Jifangyu with his heart, all these operations will be completed autonomously, and there is no need to understand what the principle is. He can't see the soul, nor can he feel it, and it has no reference value at all. The two of them had been talking here for a long time, and then Kazuhiko limped back from a distance. Normally, with the exception of the Maelstrom family, all other creatures that enter it need to be obliterated. Advertisement. The three-headed dog cast a glance at Kazuhiko who came by, and said words that made them both cold, feeling that the other party might launch an attack in the next moment. What about abnormal situations? Bai Ye cautiously tested it, but he didn't expect that the other party had just had a good chat with him, and suddenly he wanted to turn his face and refused to recognize people. Don't move, I don't care if I die. The other party didn't answer directly. As he spoke, he stretched out his huge claws towards Kazuhiko and prodded his forehead with one of the sharp nails. Kazuhiko looked very calm at this time, and he really did not move very cooperatively. Even if the eyebrows were poked with blood, there was still no reaction. Something that looked like black text followed the nail into the pierced eyebrow and enveloped the brain inside. I didn't expect to be quite courageous. After the three-headed dog finished everything, he also praised Kazuhiko. It just used a special sealing technique that can completely seal the memory of the other party within a day. And in the process of casting, the target being treated will endure great pain, as if his head is about to burst open. Unexpectedly, Kazuhiko could bear this kind of pain without changing his face. What's up with him? Bai Ye hadn't reacted at all when he saw Kazuhiko, thinking that the three-headed dog didn't do anything particularly excessive. But at the moment he retracted his paw, no sign happened, and Kazuhiko suddenly passed out like this. Bai Ye immediately flashed over and hugged the opponent's fallen body, and began to check nervously. Don't worry, I just sealed his memory of the day. If I really want to do something bad, you can't resist. The words spoken by the three-headed dog really made Bai Ye unable to refute, and sometimes the strength is the last word. There are finally no people in the way, so let's start talking about business. Of the 6 people who invaded tonight, 4 were killed directly by it, and 1 was left in a coma. Even the memory was sealed, and only Bai Ye was left intact. Chapter 98 Contract. Then I now give you 2 choices. One is to sign a contract that is good for you, and the other is the same as this guy. The three-headed dog pointed at Kazuhiko with his huge paws, and gave Bai Ye 2 options that didn't sound very good. Do I have another choice? Bai Ye sensed the dangerous look in the opponent's eyes, and helplessly complained in his heart, feeling that if he chose the latter one, he would definitely be silenced. You don't have to worry too much about the contract. I can guarantee that when you are alive, after signing the contract, there will only be benefits and no harm, and you can live longer than ordinary people. Seeing that Bai Ye has not responded, the three-headed dog couldn't help but tempt it again, looking like a strange scorpion cheating a child. The information revealed from the other party's words gave Bai Ye some speculations. In his memory, the people of the Maelstrom family basically belonged to the longevity of everyone, originally thought it was due to the immortal body. Thinking back now, it seems that the Thousand Hands clan, who also have an immortal human body, have not spread the word of longevity. They are all existences with extremely strong vitality, and there is no reason that one party will live longer than the other. And this guy specifically mentioned being alive, indicating that the price should be paid after he died. Look at the pile of coffins under the ground. It should be one of the contents of the contract. The specific effect is unknown. It is estimated that in the coffin on the side of the door, the corpses of the ancestors of the Whirlpool family should be lying. The reason why the coffin next to him was empty should be prepared for the future clansmen, but he didn't expect to be annihilated suddenly. In the same way, Bai Ye finally understood why the Uzumaki clan had a very good relationship with the Qianshu clan, but he didn't join Konoha at the beginning. Obviously, he was bound by the content of the contract and could only stay in the country of Uzumaki. But it should not be so harsh. After all, the wife of a generation, Uzumaki Mito, was buried in the village. I can choose to sign a contract, but you can't make excessive terms. Bai Ye deliberately struggled for a long time before responding. Although the current situation is stronger than others and has to agree to it, he still has to find ways to get more benefits. It's useless for you to tell me. I don't have the right to change anything in the treaty, but I can give you a personal advantage later. Advertisement. The three-headed dog blinked at Bai Ye innocently, and increased the bargaining chip in a disguised form. After Bai Ye pretended to think about it for a while, he directly agreed. He originally had the mentality to try. Regardless of whether there are additional benefits, he does not have the right to refuse, and now he has earned it in vain. As for the person who signed the contract, Bai Ye didn't think it was the guy in front of him at the beginning, and felt that the most likely thing was the god of death depicted on the door. Let's go, I will take you inside to complete the ceremony. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The three-headed dog turned and walked inside. Bai Ye looked at Kazuhiko who was holding him. After thinking about it, he decided to put him here first. Who knows if there will be any accidents inside. You just stay in this environment all the time. Bai Ye quickly came to the door with him, and found that the inside was not as dim as it looked outside. In terms of size, it doesn't look much smaller than the outside, but it looks extremely empty here, and there are no objects placed on the ground. After reaching the deepest point, you can see a large area of magma below. There are some flat stones scattered inside the magma, which looks like the place where the three-headed dog usually stays. Behind this magma, there is another gate, but it looks a lot smaller than the outside. And it was not only covered with chains similar to the diamond blockade, but also covered with a lot of sealing techniques that the White Knight could not understand, completely sealing the place. I'm always asleep, so I don't need any entertainment. I saw the three-headed dog jump on top of one of the rocks, with a very happy expression on his face. Hurry up, I can't stand the environment here. Bai Ye uses the ice wheel pill to continuously condense thin ice on the surface of the body to offset the heat wave from the magma. As a result, white mist kept coming up around the body, which seemed quite awe-inspiring. Wait a minute, this door is a bit troublesome to open. The opponent jumped directly into the magma, easily withstanding the hot temperature inside. Then he sat up cross-legged inside, and put on a strange posture, which looked very similar to the posture of Ninetales' condensed chakra. Advertisement. The lines on its back have also become brighter, as if it blends perfectly with the surrounding magma. Drink. With a low drink, it was exposed in the mouths of the three dog heads above the magma, slowly gathering three different energies. The ones on the left and right were seen not long before the White Knight, and the hole in the middle was blood red, giving people a very evil feeling. When gathered to a certain extent, the three-headed dog gently spit out three different energy balls at the same time, keeping them flying towards the door at a pace. Looking at the places where these three energy balls flew, Bai Ye found a place that he hadn't noticed before, and just left three blank places on the door. The three blank circles are distributed on the door in the form of an equilateral triangle as a whole. After the energy balls successfully touched a specific location, there was no violent fluctuation as imagined, but slowly merged into it. Are you okay? Bai Ye found that after the other party had spit out these three energy balls, his state looked very sluggish, and his body shrank directly. Don't worry, even in this state, I can still slap you to death. Bai Ye shrugged helplessly, and the voice of the three-headed dog at this time also sounded thick and weak. If you really want to do it, now is the best time. However, it is estimated that there is a more terrifying existence in the door. Even if Bai Ye is really lucky enough to kill the three-headed dog, he will face other creatures. With the continuous integration of the energy ball, the originally pitch-black sealed text was quickly dyed with three different colors. After successfully swallowing the last bit of black, the door emits a bright light, and Bai Ye's eyes are a little painful. At the same time, the three different colors of text began to shrink into the three circles and quickly fill in the original blank space. Until all the text disappeared, the three circles happened to be filled. After that, the circles with different brilliance began to wriggle toward the center of the circle, and they mixed with each other. It quickly reintegrated into a larger circle, and all the chains on the door broke at the same time. After completing all these changes, the door of Squeak slowly opened to the outside, and a gloomy breath eroded from the center to the outside. Chapter 99. Grim Reaper. How can it be like this behind this door? Bai Ye stared at the things inside the door somewhat puzzledly, always feeling a bit similar to the scene of divine power. I saw a distorted bloody vortex inside, which kept turning toward the center. All the places inside the door are completely occupied by it, and it seems that if you want to go inside, you must first go through this bloody vortex. This vortex is the main body. There is actually nothing behind the real door. It was specially set up to limit the vortex from expanding. The three-headed dog seemed to see through Bai Ye's inner thoughts and directly corrected his wrong perception. I don't know if you have ever heard of a different space. You can choose to understand this vortex this way, although the principle of generation is somewhat different from this place. After feeling the breath emanating from the whirlpool, it showed an extremely comfortable expression, and its physical condition looked much better. I probably know something about the different space. Bai Ye just felt that this was very similar to the way the divine power was activated, but he did not expect that the bloody vortex was really connected to another space. As far as he knows, the ability to open different spaces seems to be only the power of the earth and the Wangshen Bilangzaka of the Datongmu clan. And from the other party's tone, it should be natural that there is no known reason, and the breath that naturally emerges from the whirlpool is constantly eroding the surrounding environment, transforming it into another look. It seemed that if it weren't for being sealed in the door, it would have been expanding, and maybe it would be able to completely swallow the entire ninja world. If I'm right, you are actually the creature that came out of it. The breath revealed, and it made Bai Ye feel uncomfortable all over, but there seemed to be a faint desire coming from deep in his soul. And the three-headed dog seemed to enjoy it very much, and even swam in the direction of the door initiatively, completely different reactions from him. However, after this breath came into contact with magma, its ability to corrode seemed to be greatly weakened, and the speed suddenly slowed down. It seems that the magma here is not only prepared for the three-headed dog to rest, but also to restrain the spread of this breath. Bai Ye even had some doubts that the thick iron chain outside was not laid by the Whirlpool family. Advertisement. It feels more like the existence of this door, and another insurance specially left behind to prevent excessive damage to the outside world when the door is opened. Have you heard that there are some words that are only suitable for rotten in the stomach? The other party didn't seem to want to talk more about this topic, but he admitted it in disguise. When did people from another place come? It's been so long. Bai Ye looked at the surrounding environment with some worry. In just such a short time, a large area had been eroded into dark red. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The magma on the ground is in good condition, but the speed of expansion on the wall is a bit unreasonable. So far, it has successfully spread to the top, and about this thing, I don't know if it can penetrate the rock formation and erode directly to the surface. Don't worry, you've also seen the special iron chain outside. That thing has a dead space that covers the entire area. It is specifically used to prevent the breath from leaking out, and in the future I will also absorb everything that spreads out. The three-headed dog also wished that the slower the man came, the better. Since it had to stay here, it hadn't felt this kindness for a long time. Bai Ye didn't realize that while he was waiting, because of inhaling the aura spreading out of these other worlds, the experience bar on the Zanpaku Sword had once again actively increased. Little San, I didn't tell you, don't open this door casually if it's okay. Okay. There are even outsiders. Before the figure appeared completely, a voice faintly came from the whirlpool. I haven't seen you for hundreds of years. Have you been itchy again? A total of 3 rules have been set for you, and I have broken 2 of them in 1 day's work today. At the same time as the second voice came, a figure appeared at the center of the whirlpool, floating in the air without any help. The other party is really the same as the death god summoned by the ghoul seal, all in white, with white hair and a pair of blood-red horns. But regarding the face, I don't know why it looks inexplicably handsome. Bai Ye very much doubts whether the other party has undergone plastic surgery. The temperament gap is also too big. You think I'm okay and want to look at your stinky face? How many times have you said that you don't call me a mistress? The three-headed dog, known as Xiao San, was grinning viciously at the figure that had just appeared, showing a very upset look. Okay mistress, I won't call you mistress anymore. This person unscrupulously teased Xiao San again, and then flew towards Bai Ye's direction. Advertisement, 1 body and 2 souls. And at a glance, he succeeded in seeing Bai Ye's difference, with an interesting look on his face. Should the other soul belong to that knife? The mistress, who was swimming with him, was surprised how could he misunderstood with the other's eyesight. You are sleeping stupid, obviously the 2 souls are one, but one of them is currently borrowed from the knife. This handsome guy who looked like a god of death hit Xiao San's head with a punch, and a big bag bulged in the place where he was hit instantly. You be asterisk 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 D. How many times have you said not to hit me on the head? You really don't want to see you at all. Xiao San bit her tearfully at the corner of her eyes, but he rushed to the air and was easily dodged by the other party. Wait, this is 1 3 souls? The other party seemed to have discovered something again, and suddenly appeared in front of Bai Ye, grabbing his shoulders with excitement. With this grasp, Bai Ye felt as if his bones were about to be crushed, and a heart-piercing pain continued to come. Ah, sorry, the first time I saw this situation, I was a little too excited by accident. Well, the first time you meet, you can call me the god of death. This guy who claimed to be the god of death seemed to have discovered his gaffe, and even showed an embarrassed look, and he chose to apologize actively. White Knight. Bai Ye looked at the other's right hand stretched out, thought about it or shook it, and succinctly stated his name. In fact, he really wanted to die and add, what a coincidence, I am also a god of death, but you are not in the same world as you. Well, can you tell me in detail about the 1 3 souls you mentioned? Bai Ye was very interested in the 3 souls that the god of death said, and it was only after so many years that she realized that she didn't understand her body at all. If it hadn't been for accidentally came to the country of the Vortex, and happened to discover the weirdness of the ancestral hall of the Vortex clan, he might not have a chance to know these information until he died. Chapter 100 Evolve Again. Have you ever heard of the concept that a soul will exist in the world after a person dies? Reaper didn't know what method to use, and with a touch of his right hand, he made a delicate table and 2 chairs. I know, and I also know that the soul should be in another dimension and be able to be re-summoned back to this world. Bai Ye didn't seem too polite with the other party, and took the initiative to pull the chair away and sit in. In previous lives, there has been constant debate about whether there is a soul after death, and no one can come up with substantive evidence. In the world of Naruto, Bai Ye clearly knows that there are many methods that can manipulate the soul, and his teacher, Oshimaru alone has mastered a lot. I didn't see it, you were young, and you know a lot of secrets. The god of death somehow made out a tea set, and his hands who were about to pour the tea could not help but pause, and his gaze at Bai Ye revealed surprise. The ones that can control the soul are all extremely high-end forbidden techniques, which generally only a very few people can master, and many of them have disappeared directly in the long river of history. He subconsciously believed that Bai Ye should be from a big family, and he was the kind of guy who could hold the core power. If this is the case, then I won't waste time introducing these basic information. The god of death continued to complete the action that he had just paused, and pushed the poured tea in front of Bai Ye. No hurry, you can drink my special tea for soul awakening first. Seeing that Bai Ye was still staring at him, the god of death took the initiative to ask him to taste it first, as if this thing was very precious. Bai Ye looked at the other party with a serious face, and then re-emphasized the cup of tea. He thought that the other party had just made it casually. The surface of this cup of tea looked greenish, and Bai Ye didn't find anything from the appearance. It felt like it was no different from ordinary tea. There is no waste of time in this regard, just pick up the cup and drink it all, and are not afraid of the other party poisoning it here. It feels like the 10 pots of tea in our village. Bai Ye licked the water stain on the corner of his mouth, did not notice any changes in his body, and the taste was not very good for him. Some people wonder if this thing is really what it thought at the beginning, that is, something ordinary can no longer be ordinary, the other party is actually just a symbolic meaning. It's a waste to give it to someone like you who doesn't know how to drink tea, and at least you have to wait a while if you want to have an effect. You thought it was immortal water. Grim Reaper looked at Bai Ye with black lines, feeling that his baby had been ruined by the other party. Advertisement. Do I look like the kind of old man who can taste tea? Bai Ye also slowly became more relaxed than at the beginning, and dared to take the initiative to turn back towards the opponent. This feeling. Bai Ye, who wanted to continue to say something, suddenly realized that his body had finally undergone a different change, and then he believed that the other party had not fooled him. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. However, Bai Ye felt familiar with the changes that had taken place. It was almost like what happened during the evolution of the Zanpaku Sword, and his whole body began to become warm. Then he took the initiative to mobilize the Zanpo Dao's information, and his face suddenly turned black, and he found that the feedback was that he was evolving. Feelings are all because of myself thinking too much, I simply don't know when the experience value of Zanpo Dao is full. Regarding the evolution of Zanpaku knife, it is also slower than once. From the very beginning, it takes a lot of time to transform the body. Hey, the effect is so obvious, I don't remember that this thing has the function of repairing the soul. When the god of death was undergoing transformation in the White Knight, he immediately noticed something was wrong. You haven't given this thing to the remnant soul guy. It's weird that something happened that you don't know. Xiao San, who was lying in the magma, also noticed it at the same time, but obviously didn't care about this kind of thing. You idiot, am I surprised by such a trivial matter? Didn't you find that these three souls were transforming together, but the remnant soul changed the most? When Grim Reaper and Xiao San had a heated discussion, this White Knight's change was also coming to an end. From the outside, it feels like the skin has become more supple than before. Is this the real function of that cup of tea? After completing the transformation, Bai Ye murmured to himself while holding the Zanpaku Dao in his hand, and found a different change in the newly appeared information. Zanpaku knife. Flowing knife like fire, 136 6000s, new. Broken road. 54 broken road. Abolished flame, 136 6000s, new. Bound Dao. 58 bound Dao slap toe chase bird, 136 6000s, new. White hitting. 6 segments, 136 6000s, advertisement. Instant step. 6 segments, 136 6000s, overspeed regeneration, 6 stages. Flowing saber like fire. The strongest and oldest Zanpaku knife of the flame type, possesses the strongest attack power of the hot Zanpaku knife. 54 broken path. Abolishing flame. It releases a disc-shaped flame, burning the target to the limit. 58 of the Dao. Slap toes and chase the bird. Perceive the opponent's chakra, track and capture its location. Bai Ye noticed that the information passed back from Zanpakuto this time, especially the experience value, was not the usual 0. And the numbers continued to grow. I understand that this is the true benefit of that cup of tea. At the same time, there was also a skill that made him very concerned, that is, the 58 of binding Dao, slap toe chase. Regarding the perception ability, Bai Ye has been longing for a long time, and originally thought that after returning home, he would have to wrap around the Dashawan to learn something. Although this binding path does not seem to be easy to use with white eyes and bad bugs, the effect is no worse than taking the time to train a ninja dog. Moreover, although Bai Ye's psychic target hadn't thought about it for the time being, he didn't want to sign a contract with the dog for investigation. He still wanted to choose a stronger psychic beast. Like Kakashi's 8 ninja dogs, Parker will often be called out to help find the target in the future, and the others will have no chance to show up. After all, in the later stage of the combat power report, if the psychic beast is not large enough, it is embarrassing to be summoned. Tisk tusk tusk, there is a little more scorching heat in the soul, you should have awakened the blood inheritance limit on fire. The words of the god of death caused Bai Ye's pupils to shrink, and he didn't expect that the other party could even see such things. It just seemed to be mistaken for the awakening of the blood legacy boundary. Bai Ye didn't plan to correct the other party's mistakes, otherwise he would be sliced for research. Let me do the math. It's hot, cold, sharp and a little bit impenetrable. It can awaken the 4 kinds of blood inheritance boundaries at the same time. How much blood do you have mixed? In particular, the scorching heat and cold breath existed at the same time, and the soul did not show any signs of collapse. This physique was really abnormal. Bai Ye was stared at by the god of death, making her whole body uncomfortable, as if she was stripped and thrown into the street, constantly being scrutinized by passers-by. Chapter 101 Contract Content. Bai Ye pretended to be calm and ignored the other party's words. After seeing the teapot on the table, his eyes lit up, and he poured himself another cup at the fastest speed. You guy, don't spoil my baby. When the god of death saw this scene, he was distressed, so he quickly put away the remaining half of the pot. It was a violent thing to give this kind of people who can't taste tea. This thing is specially used to wash the impurities in the soul. Normally, 1 sip is enough, and more will not have any special effect. He didn't forget to explain it specifically, otherwise he seemed to be stingy. When the cup was already on the White Knight's mouth, his body froze there immediately, and for a while, he didn't know if he should continue his mouth. That. Lord Grimm. How you retract and put things. Can it be counted into the contract conditions? In the end, Bai Ye put the cup down, rubbed his palms in a jealousy, and embarrassedly made a request to the other party. Since it is useless to drink more, Bai Ye wants to collect this cup of tea, and prepares to take it back to you and Swift to taste it. But because he currently doesn't know how to seal items, and since this item is not easy to carry with him, he wants to find a way from the god of death in front of him. Contract? What contract? Why don't I know this? Although Bai Ye's honorific title made the god of death feel very comfortable, but the following content said that he had a dumb face. This replied to the question that Sanlian also made Bai Ye look dumbfounded. He was half threatened to sign the contract. Why did the parties seem to be completely unaware? Ah, because the Whirlpool clan seems to be dead. I'll find another one for you by the way. Xiao San was stared at by the 2 people at the same time, and suddenly felt the chrysanthemum tighten, and quickly explained in a low voice. What? Another offspring of that old guy is going to be extinct? When Reaper heard the news, a surprised look appeared on his face. I said that for a long time, no one took the initiative to report to me. Bai Ye on the side lowered his head in deep thought, and analyzed a lot of useful information from the other party's words. The god of death thought that Bai Ye could not understand it at all, and he didn't cover up too much in his words. The old guy in his mouth is obviously 6 Tao immortals, and he feels that these 2 people definitely overlap. Moreover, it can be judged from the word, aga, that the decline of the Qianshu clan should be earlier than the Maelstrom clan. Advertisement. In addition, the god of death knew about the Thousand Show clan, but did not know about the Uzumaki clan. It can be inferred that he should visit the underworld every once in a while. Maybe the underworld connected to this bloody vortex, so the breath revealed from it would make one feel uncomfortable instinctively. Then can I not sign this contract? Bai Ye looked at death with some hope, although he didn't know the specific content of the contract for the time being. He always felt that this kind of thing was a demon contract. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Don't say it like this. I am a more kind person than Xiaosan, so how could I cheat you like it does? Reaper obviously didn't have this plan at the beginning, but after being reminded, his mind immediately got alive. With a wave of his hand, something very much like a seal scroll appeared on the table, probably the so-called contract. Well, I drank all the tea. You haven't told me about the 3 souls. At the last moment, Bai Ye wanted to continue struggling, and his eyes began to fluctuate. Want to know? No problem. Sign this thing. If you find it troublesome to sign, just press a fingerprint. The god of death was very considerate and created another container with a bright red liquid flowing in it, which looked like fresh blood flowing out of it. Let me take a look at the content head office first. Seeing that he couldn't hide it, Bai Ye had no choice but to pick up the contract on the table and read it carefully. Don't worry, what I am giving you is the advanced version, and the benefits are much better than the previous Maelstrom family. Grim Reaper has not forgotten to continue to add fire, and feels that he can become MLM leader in modern times. Article 1. Party A can satisfy all reasonable requests made by Party B. Article 2. After death, Party B shall serve Party A for a certain period of time to repay the debts owed during his lifetime. Party A. Wangchen. Party B. The content of the treaty is that simple? Advertisement. Bai Ye spread out the entire scroll and observed it over and over several times, but it was only these words. However, some people learned the real name of the god of death from the above, but they didn't expect it to be so concise and clear. It is said that it is customized for you. Other people signing is much more complicated than this. Huang Quan responded in an angry voice, feeling that why this person is so troublesome, other people are begging to sign. I can't sign it yet. Bai Ye feels that this treaty seems to be nothing bad, and the service time is also determined according to the degree of the other party's contribution, which is a very fair equivalent exchange. He didn't have the harsh requirements he imagined, and he couldn't help but wonder where he was so special that he was worthy of the other party's hard work. As Bai Ye pressed the handprint on Party B's position, the entire scroll immediately ignited. The burnt dust split into 2 halves autonomously, drifted towards the 2 of them separately, and easily penetrated into them, as if they had blended with their souls. Okay, the contract is finally officially reached, you take this first. With a satisfied smile on his face, Huang Quan reached out and took out something from his arms, and threw it towards Bai Ye. When Bai Ye successfully caught the object, he was very curious about the purpose of this thing. This was the first time he saw the other party holding things like this. How do you use this necklace? Bai Ye held a necklace made of an ultra-small Reaper mask in his hand, and found no special place after turning over and over. It only felt like the masks stored in Konoha's noodle hall by the Uzumaki family, but I don't know if it has the same effect. It can seal the soul into it. You can enter chakra into it and you can have a remote conversation with me. Don't break this thing for me. It is very troublesome to make. Also remember that it is best to always carry it. It can keep your soul warm. Generally speaking, the strength of the soul will limit the upper limit of a person's development. The spiritual energy that you promote through exercise is related to the soul. Normally, the stronger the soul, the higher the upper limit of the chakra. What Huang Quan said was the theory that Bai Ye heard for the first time, and he had never thought about it before. After understanding why everyone has grown to a certain level, and obviously also has very hard training, the growth of chakra's total volume suddenly began to become very slow. It is estimated that this is also one of the reasons why a lot of Jongren has not been able to become Shangren. Some of the talented people can also rely on outstanding performance in certain aspects to become the next special Shangren. Chapter 102 Distressed White Knight. Also within half a mile of your body, if someone dies, it can automatically collect the escaped soul energy, which can be used to feed back itself. Huang Quan showed a triumphant posture and continued to show off the other functions of the pendant. Said Bai Ye's eyes glistened, and he quickly put the pendant directly on his neck. By the way, regarding the strength of a person's soul, will it naturally increase? Bai Ye suddenly remembered the bottleneck he had encountered. At that time, he almost thought that he really didn't have the talent to become a ninja. Every time he worked hard, he could only strengthen his body. Normally, before the average person officially reaches adulthood, the strength of the soul will increase rapidly with age. And then it will tend to a stable state. If there is no special means, it will be like that for a lifetime. Huang Quan savored the soul awakening tea in his hand, and after successfully dragging the opponent on his black boat, his posture became more comfortable. Bai Ye glanced at the Zanpaku knife in his hand without a trace, and understood that this guy would carry his soul with him every time he evolves. It is estimated that this is why his strength suddenly grows faster and faster. If Bai Ye had watched the Reaper anime completely, he would understand that the soul is the most important to the Reaper, and his physical transformation is actually incidental. Bai Ye relied on several transformations in his soul to make his current soul strength far surpass that of his peers. This was one of the reasons Huang Quan and Xiao San were attracted to him. Now you should be able to teach me how to collect items out of thin air. Bai Ye watched the other party sipping tea with a look of intoxication. He just couldn't enjoy this bitter and astringent thing anyway, and couldn't wait to learn something more practical. It's not that I don't want to teach you, it's an exercise of soul power. If you only use chakras, you need to resort to the usual sealing methods, and there is no need to ask me to learn this very common thing. Obviously it was a good thing to say before signing the contract. Huang Quan turned around and began to deny him, and chose a very reasonable excuse. After all, you can learn this by yourself, not that I deliberately didn't teach you, so it doesn't violate the first contract. Soul energy? Can you see if this works? Advertisement? Hearing a movement in Bai Ye's heart here, Dashiwan detected 3 different energies in his body. Maybe one of them is not the soul energy? The two people are sitting face to face now, and Huang Quan puts forward something about the soul every time, indicating that he may not be able to clearly sense the physical situation. In order to let Huang Quan feel the specific situation more intuitively, Bai Ye deliberately injected chakra into the pendant on his chest. This thing can allow him to contact Huang Quan across the border, indicating that the other party must have left a method of induction in it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Moreover, he looks even more distressed than the Oshimaru, and he doesn't know how long he has existed, so he can't tell the difference. It is absolutely impossible. Although a living person can influence the soul by special means or even rely on the soul, it is essentially just a means of using chakra. Huang Quan waved his hand disapprovingly. He is an expert in this field, how could he make a mistake in his judgment? Wait. It's impossible. It must be that I got up too early today. I even perceive this kind of things wrong. But when he felt the connection from the pendant, his smile gradually disappeared, and he shook his head fiercely, trying to wake up. Yeah, our beloved Lord Grim Reaper, you might have made a mistake in your judgment. Xiao San, who was nestling on the side, found that Huang Quan's condition was not quite right, and his 3 mouths opened up mock mode at the same time, which was simply an enhanced version of surround sound. However, after seeing the other person cast an indifferent look at him, he couldn't help shaking, feeling that the space was frozen at this moment. He immediately pinched his tail and shrank into a ball, secretly vowing that he must be a dog in the future, and never cheat. It's really getting more and more interesting to find that you guy, there are so many unconventional things in him. Huang Quan turned his head back again, with a smile on his face again, as if he had appeared at that moment, and the extremely terrifying existence was not him. There are actually 2 opposites of soul power. It seems that chakra is neutralizing it. No, this is. There is no mutual influence, the 2 forces themselves have a perfect balance. Huang Quan was fascinated by his eyes, feeling this power carefully, and he was still muttering something in his mouth. So, can I learn? Advertisement. Bai Ye suddenly felt that this guy seemed very unreliable, and he was always there to cheer himself up, and his mouth still made wretched laughter from time to time. Oh, this is easy to handle. I have already stored the method in the pendant. You can discover it by sensing it carefully. But I have to inform you in advance that because of the interference of chakra in your body, you may not be able to practice successfully. Huang Quan stored the method in the pendant very well, so that Bai Ye would have to continue to instill energy into it. F*K. It feels like practicing ninjutsu, you have to find a way to change it to suit you. Bai Ye, who was reading the information happily, began to hold his head in pain and scratched his hair in a mess when he heard another sentence from the other party. He couldn't even find the knack to change the simple ninjutsu. Regarding the power of another system that he hadn't touched at all, let alone say it, and it seemed quite complicated to use. Bai Ye really didn't understand, so the power that Zanpaku gave him could be used normally, and the power of other systems would have a little problem. You mainly want to seal this thing. I'll do it for you directly. When you go back, you can find someone who is good at sealing to unlock it. Seeing that Bai Ye was about to collapse, Huang Quan kindly took out a small scroll and sealed the cup of tea in a seemingly ordinary way. You should also be about the use of soul power. Can you open it with chakra? Bai Ye happily accepted the sealed scroll from the other party, but later found that something was wrong. This is obviously the sealing technique of two different systems. I want to use the technique of another system to unlock the technique of this system. It is a bit unreliable to think about this matter. It's great for you to have this idea, but I don't know. Huang Quan shrugged helplessly. After all, he wouldn't usually appear in the ninja world, and he really didn't know about this tricky question. If it doesn't work, you will have to run back all the way with this cup of tea by yourself. Huang Quan thought for a while, and in the end he could only give Bai Ye a helpless look. He has a lot of various sealing methods, but the other party can't learn it in a short time for some reasons, and no matter how many methods are used, it is useless. Chapter 103 Hidden Worries. By the way, I remember that you were summoned by the ghoul seal, right? Then can I rely on this thing to also summon you, and then you can help me unlock the seal? There was a flash of inspiration in Bai Ye's mind, and he pointed to the pendant on his chest with a little excitement, and had to compliment his thoughts. At the same time, he also made up a bunch of pictures, such as encountering enemies that couldn't be beaten, or looking at people who were not pleasing to the eye, and directly summoned death to seal them all. Yes, you even know the ghoul seal, but in that case, you should also know that there is a price to be paid if you want to perform that technique. Huang Quan did not fluctuate in his heart at this time, and he had already begun to be surprised. The kid sitting opposite was very knowledgeable in the mystery. Ah, look, the price is paid to you anyway. Can you give me some special treatment in private? Bai Ye blinked her innocent big eyes, and kept releasing small stars to attack the opponent. Let me first declare that the price to be paid is not my stipulation. Under normal circumstances, I cannot intervene in this world. Also, the contract needed to cast the ghoul seal was not signed with me directly, but the masks I left behind in the Maelstrom clan. You can think of them as my clones, and my ontology can't act in this world at will, but that will cost a lot of money. Huang Quan, who was unmoved, directly blocked the road by the way, so as to stop the other party's thoughts. You guys can't do anything. This first contract is obviously suspected of fraud. I request a return. Bai Ye was frustrated. This treaty-breaking writing was quite beneficial to him, but when it was needed, it was useless at all. It is true that the final interpretation right belongs to Party A. You don't know what's good or bad. If you publish the effect of this pendant, you can definitely become a public enemy of the ninja world. You must know that the stronger the soul, the longer the lifespan. Huang Quan rolled his eyes angrily, and he had already given away the most precious things. As a result, the other party still had to find himself for some rubbish, and the ninja world of secret techniques was all over the street, but this pendant was the only one at present. Don't you just want to take this cup of broken tea back? I will help you solve these little things when you leave. Advertisement Xiao San, who was yawning, looked very sleepy, and cut in again after a long absence. What the hell are you guys making? How come I don't know when you can do this? Huang Quan turned his head and stared at Xiao San, as if trying to see him through. Don't worry about these little things, just remember to tell me before you leave. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Xiao San gave a ha-ha, turned around and slid in the direction of the gate, swimming at a fast speed. By the way, you haven't told me about the 3 souls. With the seemingly unreliable guarantee, Bai Ye reluctantly let go, only then did he remember that the other party hadn't answered his first question. Well, let me tell you this first. Under normal circumstances, a person has only one consciousness. In your situation, there are 3 at the same time in your body. Huang Quan thought it over and tried to choose the most popular language to explain. 3 consciousnesses? Is this the legendary seizure? Relying on her powerful brain supplement ability, Bai Ye's consciousness spread to the realm of Shenxia. What is deprivation? Let me tell you in a more layman way. Your condition is commonly called schizophrenia in medicine, although the principle is somewhat different. Huang Quan discovered for the first time that there were vocabulary that he did not understand, and he began to secretly wonder if he hadn't walked around for too long, and he had derailed from the world. Ha ha ha, your joke is really funny. If that's the case, how come no one has ever told me such a thing, and there are 3 kinds of personality at the same time? Although Bai Ye's mouth was still retorting, his stiff smile had already betrayed him. After all, the other party really didn't have to deceive himself in this regard. But if there is really schizophrenia, why does it seem that the disease has never occurred before? The symptoms of this disease should be obvious. I have said that it is just an analogy. Schizophrenia is the existence of different consciousnesses under the same soul. You are 3 souls directly in the same body. Damn it, it sounds inferior to schizophrenia. How do you feel that the more you talk, the more terrifying? A chill rose on Bai Ye's back. Although his schizophrenia had a different personality, he still considered himself. Advertisement this time is fine. It really feels like there is a possibility of being seized. Maybe one of the souls will suddenly come out and inherit everything. He also wondered if he robbed another person's body after being reborn, and one of the souls was the original owner of this body. Don't be so pessimistic, I still have something to say. In fact, the origins of your 3 souls are the same. This shows that they were once one, but you don't know what happened to cause your soul to split, so no matter which piece is missing you will become incomplete. Bai Ye thought a little speechlessly. After going around for a long time, he returned to the concept of schizophrenia, but it appeared to be a bit more high-end, which can be called soul split. Anyway, no matter what, I might be replaced by one of the consciousnesses, right? Bai Ye was like a salted fish that had lost his dream, lying on the table lifelessly. Of course, this is not only a disadvantage. If you can successfully draw on the power of the other 2 souls, your strength will increase rapidly. Your use of that knife was just using the power of one of the souls, but you didn't notice it yourself. Huang Quan glanced at the Zanpaku knife in Bai Ye's hand, and continued to instill knowledge on the opponent. Boss, you know that there must be a solution, right? When Bai Ye saw Huang Quan open his mouth, he suddenly realized that the other party was not a big man in the soul realm, and immediately began to lift his thighs without any image. Ahem, don't worry too much, your current consciousness is obviously the main soul, maybe nothing will change until you die. I have not been out for a short time, if there is nothing else, I will go back first. Huang Quan pretends to be calm and wants to change the subject. This kind of soul is divided into 3 parts. He can know a ghost, so he can't be an idiot to try to split the soul. People who would normally do this kind of death have basically become idiots because of improper operation, and even the more miserable ones will be wiped out, and even the residue can't be left in this world. That's why he was very surprised by Bai Ye's current state, and wanted to try to cultivate the opponent to the extreme first, and then see if he could gain something from it. Chapter 104 New Visitor, Tisk. There is also a time bomb in Ren Julie's body. It's good for me. There are already 2 inexplicable 2 in my body. If you get a tail beast, you can play mahjong. Bai Ye suddenly discovered that both herself and Ren Julie were like thief who could forcefully explode the seeds, and at the same time, she had to prevent her body control from being seized. If you think about it this way, I feel a little at ease. Since human Zhu Li has perfect human Zhu Li, then I should also be able to perfectly integrate the power in the body. I think your idea is pretty good. After you seal the tail beast, maybe the 3 consciousnesses will restrain each other, and then you will profit. Huang Quan's words are serious. In fact, he just wants to see if there are 4 different consciousnesses in a person's body at the same time, what wonderful changes will occur at that time. Please, let's not say whether my physique is suitable for use as a container. At present, all tail beasts are owned by the owner. Bai Ye felt that after all, he was different from Naruto, and he was not someone with a particularly strong natural vitality. The chakras in his body are all cultivated step by step, and the total amount is currently estimated to be far less than Naruto. In this case, if a large part of chakra is divided out to provide the seal, specifically to suppress the tail beast. At that time, it can be said to be half abolished, and it can only really rely on physical skills to fight like Kai. Moreover, the physical skills are estimated to be a lot worse than it is now. After all, strengthening the speed or attacking strength also requires chakra for bonuses. Unless the tail beast you encounter is willing to actively cooperate with you, or you have grown to a very high level, you can find a way to try to use the tail beast to make yourself stronger. It's up to you. Anyway, I can't directly help you seal the tail beast. I have imported all the secrets of the soul into the pendant. If there is something you can't understand, you can contact me directly. Huang Quan was originally not prepared to teach Bai Ye these things at first. After all, he would teach Bai Ye if he couldn't use it. But now that the other party seems to have the potential to learn, he is not stingy, ready to teach most of his knowledge and insights to the other party. Of course, I deliberately chose to store it in the pendant, mainly to observe the changes on Bai Ye's body at all times. I said, how do these things look like ordinary ninjutsu? As soon as Bai Ye heard that it was about the secret technique of the soul, she was immediately excited, but she withered instantly after seeing the actual content. Advertisement, it's the right thing. These were originally made by me according to ninjutsu. It would be troublesome to be original. Huang Quan clasped his nose uncharacteristically, completely disregarding his plagiarism. Hey, even the flying god Thunder has it. Have you seen the 2nd generation after death? When Bai Ye found out that they were actually ninjutsu surgery, he glanced at the name directly and quickly, the more rare the ninjutsu after the list went. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Who is the 2nd generation? I got the words about flying god Thunder from the Qianshu clan. I have some impression of that person. I remember it was called Qianshu Janma. This guy has to be said to be a genius. He has developed a lot of weird ninjutsu, and he has made great achievements in the soul. Huang Quan's face revealed a look of admiration, and there were not many people who could remember him specifically. Can you tell me what the world is like after death? Sure enough, as Bai Ye guessed, the other party mainly understood the current situation from the postmortem population. When I saw that Dashawan could reincarnate the soul of the 1st generation back into the world after decades in the White Knight, I became curious about the world after death. The original work has never mentioned this aspect, and occasionally mentioned it several times, and the description is particularly vague. I don't know how the people there live, whether it is really a world without disputes, as others have imagined. I especially want to know if the people inside can live forever in it without saying that there is no reincarnation or rebirth, or the soul also has a lifespan. You'll know when you die. If you really want to know, I can take you over and have a look. Don't blame me if you can't come back then. Huang Quan looked as if he didn't want to talk more, making Bai Ye a little itchy, but he couldn't help it. Little San is ready to see off the guests, are you alright? Seeing that the aura had broken through the barrier of magma, Huang Quan didn't plan to stay longer. The most important thing was already given anyway. You can contact the pendant if you have anything. Wait, don't worry, you guys will talk for a while, I'll be fine right away. And Xiao San didn't know what was being fiddled with. Half of his body was lying in the bloody whirlpool, only the head of a dog was stretched out and he came back and roared, looking a little anxious. Bai Ye stared at Huang Quan's face cautiously, and his chill full of smile made him shiver involuntarily. Advertisement sure enough, the opponent disappeared in an instant, and then Xiao San's body rose out of thin air, and was squeezed into a big ball by an unknown force. Go ahead, how do you like to die? You can see Huang Quan sitting on top of the big ball, and sitting underneath his buttocks is one of the heads of Xiao San. I didn't forget to call you here this time, so I can't treat me a little better. The small three who was pinched into a ball, completely recalled the fear of being dominated by the opponent, and only dared to protest in a low voice. Why are you still so miserable, Cerberus? Seeing that Huang Quan was about to hit Xiao San's head with a punch, a milky voice came from the bloody whirlpool. It's not because of you. How come your B************** D is so slow? Xiao San felt wronged in his heart, because the other party was going to die a few seconds earlier, so he didn't have to suffer this beating. It seems that Cerberus that the voice said is probably the real name of the Junior 3, but this name doesn't know why, it sounds a bit contradictory. Why did you call it here? Why does this sound a bit wrong? Are you trying to? Huang Quan obviously knew the creature that hadn't fully appeared yet, and at the same time figured out what Xiao San wanted to do. I can't help it, this is the last chance, otherwise the ghost will call you over, and every time I meet, he knows to beat me. Xiao San rolled his eyes angrily, and secretly vowed not to open that door when he died. You should know how much damage this will cause to the other party. Huang Quan didn't seem to be in any playful mood, and he restored Xiao San to his original state, with a rare trace of worry in his eyes looking at the whirlpool. But you should also know that if you do nothing, the end result will only be worse. Xiao San's eyes revealed firmness. It would break the rules and spare the White Knight, also for the creatures in the whirlpool. And the White Knight in the distance is like listening to the heavenly scriptures. These two guys are extremely obscure in key positions, and they can't analyze any particularly useful information at all. Chapter 105 Psychic Beast. Little San, this guy is your child. When the White Knight couldn't understand what they were talking about, he focused his attention on the whirlpool, and found the creature that came out the first time. Originally, the direction he was staring at was lower than the center of the whirlpool, but the claws of the opponent appeared at the bottom end of the whirlpool. After the whole body shape was exposed, you could see that the other side was very similar except for the lines on the body, and Xiao San appeared to be somewhat different. Compared with Xiao San, his size is more pocket-sized and cute, and the whole looks cute. This scene is like when Naruto hid Gaara, summoning Toad Cat and Toad Queen Mother. The huge difference in body size makes it hard to imagine that they are the same race. You want to die, don't you? Who allows you to be called my uncle and mistress? What kind of eyes do you, stinky boy? I'm much handsomer than him, how could he be his child? Bai Ye's words caused the two dogs to jump at the same time, glaring at them from a distance. Well, talk slowly if you have something to do, I still won't bother you. Being stared at by 12 eyes at the same time, Bai Ye only felt the chrysanthemum tighten, turned around and wanted to slip away. He even forgot to ask about how to take the cup of tea back safely. Don't worry, there is one more thing I haven't explained to you. However, Huang Quan suddenly appeared in front of Bai Ye, stretched out his right hand and pressed his shoulder tightly, skewing his body halfway back into position. No, do you want to be so cruel? Can't I apologize? Bai Ye cried with a little face, so he just vomited casually. Why, this big man also made a move. Is there a metamorphosis in Hokage? Which guy is this person's cub? What are you trying to make up for? Didn't you think that I gave too little, so I decided to help you arrange the psychic beast? Huang Quan showed a very kind smile and stuffed the small three-headed dog that had slipped on his left hand into Bai Ye's arms. Even without giving him a chance to react, another super large scroll appeared out of thin air on his left hand, which quickly spread to the ground with a sound of crash. Advertisement. The entire scroll rolled for a long time before it stopped. The total length seemed to be almost 50 meters, and the front and back were filled with dense text. And many more. Bai Ye finally opened his mouth while the scroll was rolling, but Huang Quan ignored it at all. Roughly cut the palms of Bai Ye and the little three-headed dog, and held them together and pressed the palms of their hands to the unfolded scroll. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Then they dragged the two together and began to run wildly, pulling a long blood mark in the center of the scroll, leaving a mark on the entire scroll. If you observe carefully, you can find that fresh blood is constantly penetrating the paper, leaving a slightly faint blood stain on the reverse side. Ah, did you just want to say something? No way, people's ears become a little awkward when they get old. After all this, Huang Quan's face was slightly relaxed, pretending to look like he hadn't heard before. If you want to thank me, then you don't have to. After all, we have signed a contract. It should be your heart to train you. He even more shamelessly took this behavior as a good thing, and patted Bai Ye on the shoulder with a smile. Bai Ye, who was full of black lines, could not say a word at this time. The contract had been forcibly signed, so what else could he say? Unexpectedly, he would just come out to perform a mission. The result was that he had not reached the water country because he was lost first, and then he signed 2 contracts inexplicably. I read the content of the first copy, but this time it was even more excessive. I didn't even look at it, and I was controlled and forced to sign it. Although he has not studied psychic art, nor has he seen how other people signed a psychic beast contract, but his own contract is 100% tricky, otherwise the other party will not completely explain it. Don't worry about it. This contract will not restrict you, and it has a lot of benefits. You will understand how I treat you well in the future. Huang Quan seemed to have no intention of explaining the content of the contract anyway, and rushed to the entrance with Bai Ye. Slow down. I have a companion lying there. Pulled by the white knight by the yellow spring, I experienced the feeling of flying for the first time, and the facial muscles were a little out of shape due to the strong wind pressure. I can feel it. I can't feel such a conspicuous soul breath. Haven't I been in vain for so many years? During the flight, Huang Quan grabbed Kazu Yan with his left hand, and easily absorbed him out of thin air, and stopped at the boundary of the seal with the two people and the dog. Advertisement, then I won't continue to send you off, I have to fix this place again. Bai Ye didn't see the specific actions of the other party clearly, and saw that the chains in front of him began to extend out of thin air, and within a short while, the space was completely sealed again. With the white knight holding two creatures in his hands, standing there for a long time unable to speak, he always felt a sense of being miserable. I can't do anything about it. After all, the price has already been paid. I hope I have a chance to see you again in the future, but don't die completely. Bai Ye didn't know. Huang Quan, who was behind the seal, showed a sad color, standing in a daze and muttering to himself. Originally, because you didn't step out here, I didn't want to worry about it, but you shouldn't let that guy out together. A figure with the same forehead horns and white clothes appeared beside Huang Quan, but the style of the clothes was slightly different. I saw 6 Guyu jade arranged on the neckline of his chest, and 9 Guyu jade arranged in a 9-square grid pattern on the back, with an icon resembling the eye of reincarnation above it. You guy hid next to him for a long time, and now he's finally willing to come out. Huang Quan replied without turning his head, as if continuing to look at the small 3-headed dog outside. Yi Yui, you should be able to see that. I am not bad in the rules, we have already paid the price. Huang Quan took a deep look for the last time, then turned around and said the other party's name, which was the true name of the 6 immortals in the legend. I'm here to remind you that if you continue to interfere with the world at will for it, I will have to take action at that time. You have been dead for so long, why do you care about so many things in this world? When your offspring were destroyed, why didn't you think about saving them? There is only one of the original 3 branches. The two looked like old friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time, chatting with each other. They all have their own destiny, and I won't worry about it. But recently in the ninja world, 2 breaths that made me feel very strange have suddenly been added, and I don't know what effect it will have. Yui couldn't help frowning slightly when he mentioned this, and looked a little worried. Chapter 106 Life and Death Together. Is one of them Bai Ye? Indeed, when he is alive, he can directly use his soul power, which seems a bit weird. Huang Quan instinctively thought of Bai Ye, but he found a bunch of incredible things in the opponent. The cognition can still be associated with being born in a big family, but the strange physique and soul can't think of any good reasons. A person can behave differently from ordinary people in so many places, and it feels particularly like a man-made person, with a lot of genes added to it wantonly. Yes, but what you are talking about is just a trivial matter. In fact, forget it, you don't understand it. Yui had noticed the existence of Shiraya a long time ago, and observed it in secret for a long time. Don't you say that I can understand a fart, forget it, it doesn't matter, anyway, even if this world is destroyed, it doesn't matter to me. Huang Quan's face was full of discomfort, and he found that the other party was still the same as before, and he didn't say everything every time. The two people met for a short time, and they split up after a few exchanges. One of them returned to the original world after resealing the door, while the other continued to observe the entire ninja world, silently guarding it. Hello, my name is Bai Ye, I met for the first time, please give me more advice. Although Bai Ye outside the seal was full of dissatisfaction, since everything had been finalized, he still felt that he should try to get along well with his psychic beast. You can call me the boss. From now on Hey, don't turn around. I can't do it if I am wrong, oh. Bai Ye looked at this little guy with such a stinky appearance, and the resentment that was barely suppressed broke out, pulling the other party's tail and spinning frantically, fast enough to leave afterimages. The small 3-headed dog, who was still flaunting his might a second ago, suddenly experienced what is called an invincible hot wheel, and he was so sick that he was about to spit out the food last night. Oh, boss, if you like, just call me a little 4. After some remodeling, the guy who claimed to be a little 4 had to be soft, and was caught by Bai Ye's tail and slid in front of him. There were many small stars in his 6 small eyes. I won't say much about signing a contract with you, the little rookie chicken. You should find a safe place to live by yourself. Bai Ye suddenly found that Xiao Si seemed to be very fragile, and he was ready to release it as soon as his head turned. Just pretend that you don't have a psychic beast, and I always feel that staying with this little guy is not very safe. Advertisement, don't be like this, I call you the boss, I can serve you tea and water, beat your legs and rub your shoulders. When Xiao Si heard that Bai Ye wanted to give up on himself, he suddenly shook his whole body, waving his limbs in midair, trying to cling to the opponent's thigh. If it is really abandoned, then it will not have paid such a high price for nothing. It's okay if you want to stay, but you must first tell me that there are any restrictions on the previously signed contract. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Bai Ye shook his right hand slightly, watching Xiao Si keep swinging in front of him, thinking that the other party actually looked pretty cute. As long as he cooperated obediently, it would be fine to keep him as a pet. This and that. As soon as he mentioned the contract, Xiaoxi's eyes began to dodge a little unconsciously, and he couldn't hold back any good reason for a while. Seeing that the other party kept shuddering, Bai Ye couldn't help but a layer of haze appeared in his heart, and threw it directly on the ground. Fourth of binding Dao this rope. With a low groan in his mouth, a light cord was formed from the tip of his right finger, which quickly wrapped around the little fourth who wanted to avoid. This thing will dissipate on its own after a while. Let's see bye-bye. After Bai Ye had done all this, ignoring the other's struggling figure, Kazuhiko, who lifted his feet, was about to go out. Don't go. I can still roll, sell cute, warm the bed, I can do everything if you want. Xiaoxi saw that Bai Ye walked further and further, a look of fear appeared on his face, but because his body was tied up, he could only wriggle forward slowly. On the other hand, Bai Ye looked completely inaudible, even moving faster and faster, and he was about to reach the exit. Don't go. Seeing that Bai Ye really hadn't looked back, and disappeared completely before his eyes, Xiaoxi let out a scream. If I die, you will die with me too. Xiaoxi didn't know if the other party could hear it, with tears in the corners of his eyes, staying on the spot and shouting in the direction of the hole. Bai Ye didn't plan to leave at first, just wanted to hide in the passage temporarily to see if Xiaoxi could not resist the pressure. After all, the other party seemed to want to stay by his side very much. As a result, the effect of this method is still very obvious, but the other party's words also turn out to be ugly. Advertisement. When he saw that the scroll was so full before, he had already realized that the contract effect should be terrible, but he didn't expect that the lives of both parties could be linked together. And regarding the content of the contract, Bai Ye knew that there was definitely more than this one, but this one alone had completely restricted him to death. He didn't understand what these people wanted to do at all, and he would definitely not get an answer if he asked. The little four had already thrown enough chips. I am sorry. Xiaoxi was very happy to see that Bai Ye was willing to come back, but after seeing the other's indifferent face, he subconsciously shrank his head. Bai Ye didn't feel much in the mood to reply at this time, grabbing the back of the opponent's neck and walking outside without saying a word. The little fourth who still wanted to say something, after feeling the depressed atmosphere around him, opened his mouth, unable to speak a word. After a few days, the moon finally revealed himself again. After I walked out of the underground passage, I didn't know what I was thinking about in the white night. I just stood quietly at the entrance and looked up at the stars. At noon the next day, on the beach by the sea, Kazuhiko strenuously opened his eyes, only feeling that his head was swollen and painful at this time. You finally wake up. Not far away, I could see Bai Ye also lying on the beach at this time, but he was sunbathing, and he immediately noticed the noise made by Kazuhiko. There is also a newly made small raft on the beach, but Xiaoxi's figure is not here, and he doesn't know where he has gone. Here it is. Kazuhiko, who just woke up, reluctantly propped up his body and shook his head vigorously. Kazuhiko can't recall exactly what happened. The memory still stayed at the time when he lost his way at sea, and suddenly appeared on the beach, making his thinking a little confused. This is the country of the vortex. Our original small raft was swallowed by a nearby vortex in the middle of the night. You should have knocked your head at that time, and I rushed here on your back. Bai Ye grabbed the fruit next to him and threw it at the other party. These remarks were all he thought of in advance in the middle of the night last night, trying to avoid the other party's suspicion as much as possible. The entrance to the backyard of the ancestral hall was also destroyed by him, and he wanted to bury the secrets of this place underground. Chapter 107 Unokuni. As that's so, Kazuhiko touched his head. Instinctively, he always felt that Bai Ye had something to hide from him. But he also couldn't figure out the reason for the other party to do this. His memory was mainly stuck in the period when he entered the vortex range, and he felt that there was no loophole in the rhetoric. You must be a little confused because of the head hit, so stop thinking about it. Hurry up and finish eating and you are ready to go. We are already several days late. If we don't hurry up, we might miss the special event of the fog. Quote. Bai Ye made a ha-ha, and quickly changed the subject. The province himself accidentally missed his mouth, letting the other party notice something. Kazuhiko didn't continue to ask more, silently picked up the fruit that Bai Ye threw over and gnawed at it, as if he had been persuaded. Seeing this, Bai Ye also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect Kazuhiko to feel so keen, and if he did something bad in the future, he had to avoid him. Kazuhiko didn't eat too much, and arbitrarily solved the hunger problem, and immediately set sail again with Bai Ye. The sailing route this time seemed very stable. Except for the larger waves in the eddy current area, the rest of the journey seemed very calm. Coupled with the full power burst of the White Knight brand engine, it successfully arrived in Unokuni before the night completely arrived. It should be said that it is a country that can survive on tourism resources. The environment looks really beautiful. I discovered the beauty of this place as soon as I went ashore. It is no wonder that after the Third Ninja World War, Tangren Village will be known as the Ninja Village for getting war, and there is no need to fight with other countries. Today we can take a good rest, but tomorrow how can we go to the country of water? It is difficult to continue to paddle by ourselves. Although the surrounding environment is good, they are not in the mood to appreciate it slowly in the white night, and quickly shuttle through the woods, ready to find a reliable town for a good rest. It's better to find a way to get on the smuggling boat. If there is heavy rain again, I don't know how long it will be delayed. Kazuhiko seems to have given up the plan he first proposed. Not every time he encounters an accident, he can be so lucky. Next time, he may be completely trapped at sea. Where's the wild boy? There is a stench. Go out quickly. Don't affect the mood of other guests eating. It didn't take long for the two of Bai Ye to find a small town. After all, the territory of Yunokuni was not very large, but they were bombed out as soon as they entered a restaurant. This dog looks at the low-handed boss. We call it natural aura. We really don't know how to appreciate it at all. Advertisement. Bai Ye's forehead was battered with blue veins. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing, and his heart seemed extremely unstable. Especially because of this, people around them pointed, and Bai Ye couldn't wait to let the boss know why the flowers are so red. They have been soaking in the seawater for the past 2 days, and they have not cleaned them properly, and they have indeed given off some fishy smell. But the smell actually doesn't smell great, it's just that the other party is in a bad mood today. The two of them look like weak chickens, and they are honorably selected as the targets of venting. Don't cause trouble, let's go. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Kazuhiko looked quite calm, pulling the restless Bai Ye and wanted to walk far away, preparing to clean up his body first. Little beggar, my uncle is in a good mood today. This is for you, let's share it quickly. However, the boss inside really didn't plan to let them go, and continued to throw half of the leftover meatloaf at the feet of the two, with a happy expression on their faces. Damn, can you bear this? You can't tear down this broken shop today. Bai Ye suddenly wondered whether Yunokuni was beaten by other countries and had to love peace. This arrogant shop owner gave him a bad first impression. Gone. Bai Ye looked at Kazuhiko's calm look, and couldn't help but feel a little helpless. The Oil Girl clan's calm judgment was unnecessary at this time. After Kazuyan took Bai Ye and walked for a distance, there was a sudden riot from the rear, and the source seemed to be the store where the two of them had just entered. Boss, what's wrong with the bugs in my meatball soup? Don't you tell me it's made with bug meat. Hole. When you said that, I also suddenly found half of a bug's body in my meat buns, vomit. What's the matter with your store? Do you always use this kind of food for cooking? Misunderstanding. It is really a misunderstanding. This must be someone trying to frame me. Misunderstanding you. You don't give a reasonable explanation today. I told brother number 80 to smash your broken shop. Amidst shouts and screams in the rear, there were sometimes bowls thrown and the screams of the boss from time to time, making the scene extremely hot. I didn't see that you were so ruthless, but now the reputation of this store has directly ruined most of it. The moment Bai Ye heard of the bug, he thought that it must be the big guy beside him who did it. It was almost invisible. It's no wonder that the other party didn't look angry at all before, but he actually started secretly a long time ago. Advertisement. Some wild people were recruited on the way, and the money for smuggling should be enough. Kazuhiko did not control the worms in his body, so he was reluctant to waste them in such a place. Then he took out a large stack of banknotes from his arms, and the thick wad of white knights felt dizzy. When did you looted you? With so many, we can live a very smart life in the future. Bai Ye wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, and had already made up for the picture of having a big meal tonight. It was the boss's contribution. I took advantage of the riots to control the bad bugs and brought some over. Not only to cut off people's money, but also to let go of their lives. It's ruthless, I like it. The two of them walked further and further, ready to enjoy the money contributed by this person with peace of mind. Listen well, I'll declare it again, we are only responsible for sending you there, and then how to come back and figure out how to do that. Of course, if you really want us to come and pick you up, that's not all right. As long as you continue to pay more, we can satisfy you with whatever service you want. In the early morning, on a seemingly delicate sailing boat, there was a man with an extremely fierce appearance talking about it. There was a group of people standing on the shore, Shiraya and Kazuhiko mixed in among them, and their plain costumes made them inconspicuous at all. Last night, relying on omnipotent money, they easily obtained the information they wanted from a small D. The one-eyed man on the ship was named Shuji, a bully in the small town where Bai and the others were staying. After the water country blocked the waterway, he was keenly aware of the business opportunity, and relied on his relationship with the road to reopen a waterway with a group of younger brothers. Basically, there will be a smuggling operation every 3 days. I heard that he has made a lot of money in this short period of time. For the sake of safety, many smugglers take this ship with the highest safety factor every time. The two of Bai Ye also took a fancy to his connections, and didn't want to have another incident. They would rather spend more money to get on the best black boat. Of course, the money was originally not theirs, and it didn't hurt at all to spend it. I had a good experience of the life of a local tyrant last night. Chapter 108 Accident. I won't talk any more nonsense. Just line up and pay for the boat one by one. If nothing happens, you can arrive at your destination in the early morning of tomorrow. Shusi was not too long, and after a little mention of the rules, he began to put people on the ship. The group of them chose to set off at this time, and it has also been carefully studied. The sky is still not bright every time you reach the opposite shore, so that the target is not as obvious as during the day, and you can quickly drive everyone off the ship and return immediately to avoid risks. As for the safety after landing, it is not within their consideration. This one-time source of customers will die if they die. Customers who pay more are the key care objects. They will take more secret boats, and the landing location is also carefully selected. Boss, there are 13 people in this group. A dog-legged guy, after receiving the money, immediately ran to Shusi to kneel and lick, and respectfully handed the money with both hands. Among these 13 people, besides Bai Ye too, there is also a child who exists, and it looks like he is alone, and he doesn't know where the money is for him to board the boat. Because it was an illegal act, the ship deliberately chose a small one in order to reduce the risk, so there were not as many cabins in the ship as expected. It's good to say if you know someone; if you don't, you need to live with strangers for a day. Little brothers, do you want to live with your big sister? At this time, a beautiful young lady, after scanning the day in the crowd, finally made up her mind to come to Bai Ye and them. She should seem to be the kind of alone, and what is more miserable is that she is only one woman out of 10 adults. Obviously she does not want to live with those big men. I don't care, but the two of us don't know this person. Bai Ye didn't act too xenophobic either. Of course, it wasn't because the other person was good looking that he agreed. By the way, he clarified that he was not in the same group as the other kid standing near them. Before boarding the boat, Bai Ye used his slapped toes to chase the bird a little bit. It was confirmed that the chakra fluctuations of only one person on the boat were relatively strong, and the rest were ordinary people. As for the only one, Bai Ye guessed that Shuji should be a ninja specially hired to protect his safety. So I feel more at ease about the current situation. After all, apart from poisoning, no one on board can threaten them both. Well, how about we have a room for 4 of us? The young lady smiled and seemed very friendly. This temporary small team was formed under her suggestion. Advertisement. When there are outsiders, Kazuhiko reverts to the appearance of an autistic boy, and another boy he does not know is also an autistic. On the way to the assigned room, I also had constant communication with the young lady in the white knight, and it seemed that I was getting along fairly well. Just 2 beds. Little brother Bai, do you want to sleep with your sister at night? Bai Ye looked at the 2 autistic men next to him, and shamelessly chose to sink into Wenrong Township. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Along the way, Bai Ye also learned that the young lady's name was Chuna. As for what she was going to do in the water country, she hadn't heard about it yet, and the other party's tone seemed very tight. As for the little boy, let alone his purpose, he didn't even know his name. Hey, Bai Ye, do you think that boy is a little bit wrong? At this time, only Bai Ye too can be seen in the guest room, and Kazuhiko deliberately lowered his voice to communicate with Bai Ye. The 2 of them were sitting cross-legged on the bed with a pile of poker cards in front of them. Akina suggested to play not long ago because they were too boring. Kazuhiko was forcibly pulled over by Shiroya to become a strong boy. The little boy suddenly left the room midway, not knowing what he was going to do, and has not yet returned. Akina, who was playing cards, said that her stomach was uncomfortable, but the result was gone forever. I can detect a ghost. Just say that you can detect something by the bad bug. Shiroya, who was entertaining himself with the card in his hand, gave Kazuhiko an angry look, and he couldn't see what the other party was doing now. The man is on the deck now, lighting 3 incense sticks, as if he was worshipping something. And then, gone. Bai Ye looked at Kazuhiko speechlessly. Didn't the other party just light incense to worship a person? Did he use it so nervously? He thought that the other party was going to do something earth-shattering such as bombing the ship. Speaking of whether or not you sent bad bugs to follow Akuna, wouldn't it be more strange that she never returned? Compared to the little boy, Shiraya was more interested in Akuna, and turned to look at Kazuhiko with a wretched smile, and suddenly wanted to know whether the vision of the worm can be shared. What's so good about the other party going to the toilet? Kazuhiko looked at Bai Ye with a puzzled face, his pure heart pierced Bai Ye into embarrassment. Advertisement. By the way, do you feel a little strange? The fog outside seems to be spreading into the cabin. Bai Ye felt that this topic was not suitable for discussion, and immediately raised other topics. The ship had already unknowingly sailed into the smog area. Looking out from the window, the visibility was less than 5 meters. At that time, Bai Ye thought that under such weather conditions, he might not be able to move on. But there seems to be an old driver on the ship. In such a harsh environment, he can find the right direction, and he is still driving quickly towards his destination. It's okay, it's been so long, and some spreading doesn't actually happen. What's weird? Kazuhiko also found that the concentration of fog in the cabin was indeed a bit abnormal, and his words paused unconsciously, and his tone turned into interrogative sentences. By the way, that kid's cigarette is not a signal. Looking at the increasing concentration of smoke, Bai Ye felt a bit painful. How could the current situation be so similar to the effect of the mist hiding technique when it was activated? They all selected the most expensive black ship, but it seems that they still haven't been able to avoid the accident. What? On the slightly silent sea, a scream was suddenly remembered, and after careful discrimination, it was found that it was the voice of a woman. There is only one woman on this boat if you want to. There was a trace of helplessness on Bai Ye's face, and if it were other people, he wouldn't want to be nosy, but before and Akuna got along pretty well. If it's not troublesome, you can try to save him. 58 of Bound Dao slapped toe to chase the bird. While reading the chant, Bai Ye's right hand was not idle, and soon drew a slightly more complicated formation on the floor. The only troublesome thing about slapped toes and chasing birds is that they have to use formations to perform, but the efficiency of detection is also very high, and they can instantly perceive the location of everyone around them. There are currently 3 ninjas on board, and 2 of them should have just arrived. Bai Ye pointed a direction to Kazuhiko, and he released a lot of bad bugs in the direction of the target. Although this trick is very capable of finding people, it also has flaws. If you leave the formation range, you can only lock on one target, and the breath of other people will become undetectable again. Chapter 109 Rescue. Boss, what do you mean? I have no less respect for you. Shusi, it's not that I didn't lose your face. You must know that I haven't moved other passengers. But you should also know that I rely on word of mouth to mess around in this area, and you are cutting my financial way now. Because Bai Ye spent a little time investigating, and when he arrived on the deck, he saw the two groups confronting each other. Akuna is currently under the control of the group of people who sneaked in, and the children who Kazuhiko thinks behaved strangely are also mixed with that group. I don't know if it is to facilitate the communication between the leaders on both sides. At this time, the intensity of the fog and concealment technique is not high, and Bai Ye can easily determine the approximate location of everyone. Then let me tell you the truth, but someone paid a lot of money to ask me to take this little girl back. I have to take her away today. With a fierce expression on his face, the elder waved his hand, and the younger brother in the boat behind all drew out the weapon from his waist. Bah, you were scared when you were Lao Su. Calling you the veteran is to give you face. When Lao Su came out, you didn't know where to play in the mud. Shu spit out with a look of disdain, and the younger brother behind him also consciously drew out his weapon to confront the opponent, and the scar on his left eye became more vigorous. Yeah, you are so courageous, so you hired a ninja to come over. You really think you can turn the sky upside down, right? The elder clapped his hands, and soon two figures emerged from the shadows. Both of them casually put their right hands on the shinobi on their waists, and their standing postures were also extremely casual, as if they didn't put each other in their eyes at all. Evil, 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 brother. The ninja standing next to Shuji couldn't help trembling, and his words all revealed a strong fear. What are you afraid of? What about two ninjas? We have so many brothers, we can hack them to death by slashing them with you together. Obviously, Shuji had never heard of the other party's name, and patted the ninja next to him on the shoulder. They are all rebels from Wuyin village. We should better not conflict with them. Shuji almost lost the soul of this ninja in these 2 times, and he didn't want to fight for this little money at all. The reason why he was willing to come over to be a bodyguard was because of the stability of this journey, but he just wanted to easily make some money along with it. Advertisement. Ha ha ha, Shuji, it seems that this little brother is more acquainted. After hearing the ridicule of the veteran, the Shusi, who had always retired, suddenly felt that it was a little shameless. How about it? Do you want me to help? Secretly, Kazuhiko saw that Bai Ye was also ready to do something, so he opened his mouth and asked. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. This thick fog is also especially suitable for Kazuhiko to play. He has successfully distributed a large number of bad insects everywhere, and can kill most of the opponents with a single order. Forget it, you bugs are so conspicuous, anyone who has seen a little bit of the world can guess that they are Konoha's oil girls. Bai Ye thought about it and shook his head, feeling that it is better to be a little low-key, but it is not good to be noticed. After killing these pirates, he felt that it would not take long. There was no need to make dangerous moves specifically to save this time. If something accident happens, Kazuhiko will launch a surprise attack in secret. The two of them exchanged such 2 sentences, and the visibility around them has further decreased. It seems that the 2 sides are ready to officially fight. Little 4 comes out to report for a lower position. After Bai Ye fumbled for a few steps forward, he found that the visibility was completely compressed to a range of about 2 meters. He who had not fought under such conditions felt very uncomfortable. With Bai Ye's call, a dark red light flashed across his chest, and then the clothes on his chest bulged up, and 3 small heads came out from it. It's really troublesome. I'm not a dog, can you tell me to do something like this? As soon as Xiaoxi appeared, he couldn't help but complain, squinting his dim eyes, apparently still asleep just now. Its essence is actually a soul form, so it can hide in the pendant on Bai Ye's chest. This is what Bai Ye asked the other party to do, otherwise it would be too conspicuous, and I am afraid that people will be stared at if it is not just after arriving in the country of water. In other words, how can I tell who these people are? I haven't asked them how they taste in advance. Xiaoxi twitched his little nose. Although the approximate position was judged, he suddenly remembered this very important thing. After taking 2 steps forward in the white night, the whole person was stunned. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that this was indeed the case. Can I go back? So sleepy. Advertisement. Seeing that Bai Ye didn't reply, Xiaoxi couldn't help yawning again, and the spirit to just mention it was gone. Don't run, you can smell it and see if anyone smells better. Bai Ye grabbed Xiaoxi who wanted to retract, and decided it was time to verify whether the body fragrance actually existed on the woman. Fragrance. Deodorant. Did you come from the mountains? How old are you? You still believe in this kind of thing? And among all the people, the smell on you is the most comfortable. Xiaoxi looked at Bai Ye with disgust, and it was enough to have such a stupid owner on the stall. I was wrong, the second incense just walked about 20 meters in that direction. When Xiaoxi felt that Bai Ye's hands were in a fist-like shape and pushed his 3 heads together, he noticed that something was wrong. Sure enough, the next moment the White Knight double fist is like an electric small motor, and it starts to spin continuously there, and experience a legendary Zhuanzhuan fist for free. 20 meters, have been taken to another boat. After getting the information he wanted, Bai Ye did not continue to toss the small 4, quickly fumbled towards the target location amidst the sound of weapon clashes, and smoothly chopped down that it was not a pirate on the way forward. On the other side, Akina's face was full of tears. Because of the yelling before, he was currently tied with a black cloth, leaving a lot of saliva on the corners of his mouth that could not be closed. At this time, her heart was full of despair. About the name of the evil ghost brother, she had heard her father mention it. The two of them were originally Zhang Ren from Wuyin village, who sold the village news for money and escaped from the village before they were completely exposed. It is said that they have been fighting in the nearby waters, and in order to retaliate against the village by sending people to chase them, they specially snatched the passing merchant ships, a proper wicked template. Akuna remembered it very clearly because his father had encountered the opponent once, but the opponent was directly repelled by the hired ninja. Therefore, it is very clear that Shuji and the others will definitely lose. A shonen can't be Zongren's opponent no matter what he thinks, and he has no hope of being rescued. Girls had better cry less, otherwise they would be unsightly. Forced to follow along, Akuna was lowering her head, and suddenly felt a warm sensation on her face, and subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. The pirate who had forcibly pulled her fell in a pool of blood at some point. Standing next to him was a very thin and fragile figure, but at this time he looked very tall and reliable. Chapter 110 Achieve Basic Goals. This panic happened too suddenly, and Akuna suspected that he must have been under too much pressure and had hallucinations. He wanted to open his mouth to tell something, but he was restricted by the cloth strips tied to his mouth. After Bai Ye had dealt with the surrounding pirates, the tip of the knife pointed at the corner of Chuna's mouth, and the cloth strip was easily broken without hurting the opponent the slightest. This illusion is too fake. How could Bai Ye be so powerful? It's more reliable to imagine that his father suddenly appeared and led a team to save himself. With his mouth liberated, Akina started to talk to himself non-stop, and from time to time he closed his eyes tightly and opened them again later, wanting to quit this so-called hallucination. Miss, don't play anymore, the crisis has not been resolved yet. Bai Ye didn't know if he should be happy at this time. Judging from the other party's current performance, his disguised image must be very successful. But this feeling of being underestimated is a bit uncomfortable in my heart. Stop talking to me, or I won't be able to wake up. Ah, it hurts, why hit me? Seeing that the other party was completely immersed in her own fantasy, Bai Ye couldn't help but knock the other party's forehead with the back of the knife. The knocked Akina, with a red mark on his forehead, was squatting on the spot holding his head, and there was a trace of mist in his eyes. Hey, it hurts. Is it true? Shuna's slightly dull reflex arc, it took a while to fully react. Bai Ye just stood aside quietly, not eager at all. Anyway, the other punks were completely unfamiliar with him, and whether the deaths and injuries would be too serious had nothing to do with him. I said, can you stop doing these dangerous moves on the battlefield? Bai Ye stared at Shuna in front of him speechlessly, and the other party inexplicably pinched his small face, but the sight in front of him was also blocked by the other party's face. I really don't know how the other party's big nerves were cultivated, and I suspect that it is not her who kept crying before, and this personality has changed too much. Ah, sorry. Shuna's small face flushed involuntarily. Just now it was all her subconscious actions. After recovering, she realized that her behavior was too Meng Lang in this situation. But she didn't get up either, but squatted and detoured behind Bai Ye, feeling that the other person's image seemed taller and more secure. At this time, the surrounding fighting sounds were already much lower than at the beginning, and it seemed that the two sides were about to completely decide the winner. Advertisement. The winner is estimated to be on the side of the veteran, and Bai Ye is not at all optimistic about the ninja hired by Shu Si anyway. Ha ha ha, Su Si, look at your current vision. The person you hired directly abandoned you. Little C, is there anyone blocking the direction of that laughter? When Bai Ye took Shuna back quietly, he suddenly heard the arrogant laugh of the elder, and made a decision in his heart. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. What did you say? Shuna, who followed Bai Ye, pulled the corners of his clothes along the way, and his nerves were tense to the extreme, keenly aware of the other party's murmur. I said you hurry up, don't get lost. Bai Ye didn't want to justify what to say, and found a suitable reason to fool the other party. As for whether the other party believes it or not, it is out of his consideration. Originally hiding in the pendant, Xiao Si got out again quietly, and communicated with Bai Ye in a low voice. After getting the information he wanted, Shiraya pointed the tip of the knife in the direction of the target, and his gentle movement did not arouse Akuna's attention from behind. Shoot him, gunslinger. After confirming his position with Xiao Si, he lowered his voice and let out a soft drink, and the blade of Zanpo Dao quickly extended towards the distance. Like a poisonous snake, it immediately launched a swift offensive after seeing the target. After Bai Ye felt that the tip of the knife successfully penetrated the obstacle of the flesh, he immediately restored it to its original state, all of which was completed in an instant. This set of running clouds and flowing water did not arouse Akuna's awareness at all, and Bai Ye took her forward at the same speed. In fact, Akuna had always heard Shiraya's self-talk, but she never asked about it afterwards except the first time. I asked before because I was too nervous, but now I heard. I didn't hear anything, echoing in my mind, forcing myself to hypnotize myself. Bai Ye in front of him glanced at the retrieved Zanpa Dao, and the blood stains on the knife showed that this attack should be a success. Hey, Yuan, what are you doing? You can retreat. An enemy ninja found Yuan who was retreating next to him suddenly motionless and leaned forward strangely. After the ninja on the side of Shu Si escaped, the evil ghost brothers directly carried out a massacre, and quickly slaughtered all the surrounding enemies. Advertisement. In the words of Shuji himself, as early as when he realized that the situation was not right, he hid in advance, did not notify the so-called brothers at all, and successfully recovered a small life. You are interesting and boring. It's okay to pretend to die. I tell you, don't want to lose our money. The ninja walked a few steps forward, and gently pushed the elder's shoulder. As if the other party was boneless, he lay on his back with a bang. The main purpose of this ninja who was following the elder was to protect the other's life. He hadn't noticed that someone was lurking over to attack the veteran, so he thought the other party was joking. The attack before the white knight penetrated the back of the elder's head, and the tip of the knife was thin enough, the attack was fast enough, and the hair was covered. It is difficult to find where the fatal wound is if it is not carefully observed. Rescued, I will protect her. On this side, Kazuhiko has been observing the audience by sending bugs, and before Bai Ye was within the visibility range, he spoke first. I'll be back soon. Don't go. Let's run away quickly, you can't beat the evil ghost brother. Akuna was relieved after seeing Kazuhiko, but when she saw that Shiroya was about to pass again, her heart suddenly lifted, and subconsciously pulled the corner of the opponent's clothes to prevent him from leaving. In Akuna's thoughts, Kazuhiko and Shiroya are together, and they seem to be much older, and they are estimated to be much stronger than Shiroya. But even so, she is not optimistic that Kazuhiko can beat the evil ghost brothers, let alone the weaker Bai Ye. Stop it, we are on the sea, where are we going to escape? Bai Ye felt the look in the other party's eyes, and couldn't help but blacken her old face, always feeling that she was thinking about something rude. If the other party can choose to retreat, Bai Ye can also choose to let them go, depending on whether the other party has this kind of consciousness. After all, it is too conspicuous for a person to completely wipe out the other party, not to mention that he currently looks like a child. Don't worry, Bai Ye, has the fog started to clear? Kazuhiko, who just wanted to catch the white knight, was blowing hard, suddenly realized that he could see farther, and the visibility was increasing rapidly. Chapter 111 New Identity. They don't think that you have been tied to that ship. Bai Ye glanced at Chuna in surprise. This group of guys left without any confirmation, and it was a bit unprofessional. After the fog dissipated a little, it was obvious that another ship was leaving. This is a good thing, we haven't rushed to take the opportunity to sail and escape. Although Akuna's vision is not as good as Bai Ye's and they can't see far away, but she really believes Bai Ye's judgment, and her small face is flushed with excitement. What do you think of me? I don't know how to sail. Bai Ye rolled his eyes silently, and when he saw the danger was lifted, he walked into the cabin. Why are you two walking in such a hurry? Wait for me. At first, Chuna saw that Bai Ye didn't want to take the opportunity to run away quickly, and she hated iron and steel. But when he saw Kazuhiko leave without saying a word, he suddenly felt gloomy around him. The strong bloody smell kept stimulating her nerves, she instantly threw all her thoughts behind her head, and ran desperately towards the direction where Bai Ye and them had left with a weeping face. As for the veteran's ship, it will be evacuated directly, of course, not just because he died. For the evil ghost brothers, it doesn't matter whether he is dead or not, and the two sides are only interested in the relationship. If the elder dies normally, the evil ghost brothers will definitely continue to kidnap Chuna in exchange for money. But he died too bizarre, and the boss of the evil ghost brothers was very confident, thinking that no one in this boat could hide his eyes and kill the elder silently. The two who usually do too much evil often have nightmares at night and are particularly sensitive to spiritual events. Seeing the unclear death of the elder, my heart suddenly panicked, and as a result, I frightened myself and ran away. Thanks to being too neurotic, the evil ghost brothers passed by the true death god. Fortunately, they saved 2 small lives and can continue to do evil in this area in the future. Advertisement. Yeah, this is the first country you arrived in. Ana Avenue, there are 3 figures walking slowly here. These 3 people are Shiraya, Kazuhiko, and Akina. 2 days ago, Shuji hid in a dark corner for a long time, and only dared to reappear after completely confirming his safety. And as soon as he appeared, he resumed his arrogant posture, and started to command some of his remaining subordinates. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Especially at that time, after learning that Akuna was still on the boat, her face began to change continuously, and she finally decided to take a bunch of people to block the door, wanting to vent all her grievances. At the same time, he had some careful thoughts, ready to control Chuna himself, and then he would find a way to contact the elder's family. After all, if something like this happened today, Shuji couldn't continue to make money from it, so he could change career after he finished the ticket. But the thoughts are often beautiful, it can be said that they walk in arrogantly, lie out with a blue nose and swollen face, being beaten by Bai Ye so that he can hardly recognize it. With this plague god on the boat, the Sus never slept peacefully. Although he had let his subordinates row the boat desperately, there was a shortage of manpower, and it was a whole day late to arrive at the destination. Because of the extra day's sailing time, and Bai Ye rescued Akuna twice in a row, the other party completely put down the guard in his heart. In addition to small talk on this day, Bai Ye also easily revealed a lot of useful information. Akina was exactly what he thought, she was indeed the eldest lady of a business family in Wuyin village, whose full name was Akita Akina. The Akita family's main business is similar to international trade, often organizing caravans to resell between countries. In terms of comprehensive financial resources, it can rank in the top 10 in Mizuno. The reason why Akina, the eldest lady, appeared here alone was actually because she sneaked aboard a ship to the Unokuni trade a month ago, and then she stayed there alone to play. The main reason for choosing to slip out is that the family rules are too strict, and the rebellious period of Chuna, who is eager for freedom, is already running away from home. Originally, Akina, who just wanted to play for a few days and went back, ended up tragically encountering a major change in the country of water policy. All merchant ships were forbidden to travel, causing her to stay outside for nearly a month. The only good news is that she has enough money, plus the scope of her activities has been in the town, and her small life during this period of time is also nourishing. Shuna suddenly decided to embark on a black ship to sneak back, mainly because of money. Although she brought enough at the beginning, she couldn't help her casual squandering. The money that was enough for ordinary people to eat and drink for several years was completely defeated by her within a month. It should be said that she is the legendary rich second generation. At that time, Bai Ye's eyes were glaring at hearing, and when the other party invited him to go home to be a guest, he agreed without thinking about it. This time not only has an identity that can reasonably act in Wuyin village, but also leads a luxurious and corrupt life by the way. Advertisement. But because of this, Bai Ye discussed with Kazuhiko a new set of identities to prevent any accidents. After all, Shiraya didn't expect to act with Akuna at first, so he didn't deliberately conceal his name. It would be too arrogant to sneak into the core area of Wuyin village directly with his real name. Who knows if the other party has recorded his own information, they can be perfectly mixed in, and then overturned because of these trivial things, it would be too painful. Bai Ye's current newly negotiated identity is the only descendant of Baiyu, the country of iron, who is currently traveling between countries, practicing swords and heart. Also derived from this, he is actually a single name for a knight. Bai is ready to wait for the future to completely inherit Baiyu before adding it. Then Kazuhiko was the dead man who was arranged to protect, so the whole person looked cold, like a killer with no emotions. Of course, there are still many loopholes in this rhetoric. For example, the Baiyu genre does not exist at all, and the problem can be found by just a little closer inspection. But the two of them didn't plan to stay longer. When the Chuna family realized something was wrong, they had already returned to Konoha. You know my age is impossible. Yunokuni is my first stop. Because his new identity is a samurai, Bai Ye put the Zanpaku sword back to his waist again, so that he can react faster when encountering special circumstances. Well, it seems that your knowledge is about the same as mine. Give me 3 years, I can walk around the entire ninja world, and then return to the country of iron to participate in the samurai contest. Bai Ye cast a provocative look at Chuna, and her eyes were full of small stars, and she looked envious. Then can you tell me about the samurai contest? Akuna stared longingly at Shiroya, in a posture of crying for you if you disagree. Well, let me remember first. Bai Ye wanted to cry without tears in her heart, so she just blew it out casually. The ghost knows what the samurai contest is, and it needs to be said whether it exists or not. When the two of them were chatting, Kazuhiko followed silently, perfectly denoting what is called a dead man of motor feelings. Chapter 112 Strange Town. I'm finally going to Seto Town. It's really troublesome not to be able to disembark directly at the pier. In order to take care of Akuna's traveling speed, it should have been a short distance for the two of Bai. It took the three of them a whole morning before finally seeing a house that appeared not far away. The route and destination are all decided by Akuna. Although she has never been to other countries at all, she is quite familiar with the environment of the water country. Because the domestic transportation routes are fairly safe for the caravan, Akina often follows her father around, almost completely tired of seeing the scenery. This is also one of the reasons why she would want to see the world outside. I said that you can carry you on your back, because you have to do your best, or you will be there early. Bai Ye looked at Chuna helplessly, the other party's forehead was covered with fine sweat, and the corners of his mouth opened slightly, and she kept exhaling white mist from it. Obviously it was almost winter, and some parts of her clothes were slightly wet, and her legs and feet were trembling unceasingly. At first glance, she knew that this was a spoiled eldest lady, and such a short distance almost brought her to the limit of physical fitness. I don't have to go back in a hurry. I have nothing to do after I get home anyway, so I might as well take a walk here. Chuna, who had long wanted to lie down to rest, still refused to admit defeat. He had to act hard, and wanted to move on his own. For her, to let such a thin child carry her on her back, just thinking about it will cause guilt to grow in her heart, and it feels like she is going to carry the other person on her back. Because Akuna's traveling speed was getting slower and slower, it took the three of them a lot of time to successfully reach the nearby town. As this town so bleak, not long after arriving here, Bai Ye noticed something was wrong. Along the way, I can find that the pedestrians on the street are a bit too scarce. Even if it can't be compared with the small towns in the Land of Fire, it shouldn't be too far behind. Moreover, the figures that can be seen occasionally are rushing, and the brilliance in the eyes is relatively dim, like a walking dead, the whole person has lost its brilliance. How do I know? I also occasionally visit Seto town. Who knows if they will have any special customs during this period? Akuna only felt physically exhausted, and didn't want to worry about other people's affairs at all. His goal was very clear to move in a certain direction. Advertisement. Seeing that the other party was dying, Bai Ye didn't ask much, just continued to silently observe the surrounding situation. Not only is there not a lot of people on the street in this small town, but many shops around are also closed. In particular, there are some restaurants among them that will close their doors during the best time for business, which is a little strange to think about. The Misty Blood Mist policy seems to be at the very beginning stage, and the current scene seems to have been through for several years. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Boom boom boom. After seeing a shop, Akuna regained his energy, and quickly stepped forward, knocking hard against the closed door. Uncle, fortunately, are you inside? Why is it closed in broad daylight? Judging from the other party's words, this shop is connected to her home no matter how you think, maybe it is one of the small branches. What the hell happened? According to the regulations, it should be open until midnight every day. After knocking on the door for a long time, Chuna's palms seemed to be red and swollen, but there was no sound from the shop. This made her start to care about the changes in the town, and her expression looked a little anxious. If you know the owner of this store, don't you know where his home is? Seeing that the other party continued to knock on the door unwillingly, Bai Ye couldn't help but ask the doubts in his heart. Just now Kazuhiko had secretly informed him that there was indeed no one inside. I've been here several times when my father was out on errands. I can remember the location of this shop is already good, and I might know other things. Shuna's face was a little helpless. This small town is not very large, so the number of times he comes here is very small. I wanted to use the carriage here to go back, but now it seems that I need to find a way to rent a car dealer, and I don't know if I have enough money. Akuna pouted a little unhappy, and for the first time gave birth to the idea that she shouldn't spend money indiscriminately. For the money, we can just pool it together. The prices here shouldn't be too exaggerated. After deciding to rent a car from a car dealership, the three of them began to consciously search in the town. When I get home, I will pay you back. Advertisement. Akuna dragged her leaded legs to walk, struggling for a while, and finally nodded and agreed, ready to make up for the other side along with her life-saving grace at that time. That, may I ask? Because he has not found a car dealer, Bai Ye thought about it or tried to communicate with these hurried passers-by, and wanted to see if he could get the information he wanted from it. This was already the seventh goal he asked about, but it wasn't because the person who asked about it just didn't even know it. It was these people who either proceeded forward without hearing them, or suddenly showed a frightened expression, turned around and ran, as if what happened to them by Bai Ye. You people in the water country are a little too independent, right? What should we do now? If it weren't for bringing Akuna together, with Bai Ye's abilities, they would have already been on their way to Wuyin village. Who are you guys? Akina, who looked a little ugly, was about to say something when she was interrupted by a loud shout from behind, frightened like a frightened little rabbit. Ignoring the pain in his leg, he retracted behind Bai Ye at the fastest speed, squatting halfway to ensure that he could hide most of his body. Akina, who was hiding behind Bai Ye, cringed and stretched out half of his head to observe the speaker. After seeing the other person's appearance, his heart settled again. My name is Akita Akina, and I belong to Akita Trading Company. Seeing that the person was wearing the forehead of the Wuyin village, she didn't want to conceal anything, and directly revealed her identity. Afterwards, he found that he was still hiding behind Bai Ye. He stood up a little embarrassed, and a blush also appeared on his small face. Akita firm. Your branches here are closed, why are you back? The ninja still seemed to be on guard, and did not fully believe what Akuna said. As early as when the three of Bai Ye entered the town, he had been observing behind him, and found that the performance of these three people was somewhat incompatible with the people in the town, which seemed out of place. Chapter 113 set off, target the Misty Village. This is a pendant unique to the core members of our firm. Akina pulled out a pendant resembling a certain clan emblem from the neckline to prove his identity. As for why she appeared here, she really couldn't think of a reason. It's hard to say that she just came back from smuggling. In addition, because of the lack of understanding of the current domestic situation, it is also not easy to make up some reasons. If one is said to be bad, it will be dismantled, and it will become more troublesome at that time. Forget it, you guys should pay attention, it's best not to do anything illegal. The other party didn't know if he really knew the pendant. Anyway, he didn't seem to want to continue embarrassing the three of them, and the figure disappeared before his eyes. Regarding this Wu Ren, Bai Ye and Kazuhiko had long discovered that the other party was following them, but because they didn't want to be too noticeable, they kept pretending not to see them. In fact, the other party hasn't gone far now, and it is estimated that they are still under surveillance. I don't know what the rules are. Shish. Don't talk too much. Akina, who wanted to complain casually, was immediately stopped by Bai Ye in a low voice. If someone secretly learns that they don't understand the rules, it will definitely cause unnecessary trouble. At the same time, Kazuhiko also secretly sent a signal to Bai Ye, which probably meant that he had found the specific location of the car dealership. It took a lot of time to successfully find the place, but also because of being secretly stared at, it was inconvenient to act, and only a few bad bugs could be sent out to investigate. Let's go. Since Uncle Xingyi has left early, let's go back to the village as soon as possible. When Bai Ye received the signal, she deliberately spoke very loudly, pulling Akina and walking towards the direction of the car. Although Akuna could not be said to be very smart, she could detect something from Shiroya's abnormal behavior and just let the other party pull herself. It also became quiet along the way, and arrived at the destination without any accidents. Boss, there is no free carriage, we want to go back to the village. Advertisement. The three of them entered the car dealership and found that in the huge place, only the boss was lying in front of the counter, in the shape of a salty fish. This deserted look seemed to be about to close down, and there was not even a groom who usually drove the car. You want to rent a car back to the village. The village is stricter than here. I advise you not to go back if it's okay. This seemingly chubby boss unexpectedly pushed out when the business came to the door, and he was very kind to warn them. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Thank you for your kindness, uncle, but we really have to go there in a hurry. If possible, please make it easy. Seeing that Akuna was not very good at dealing with this scene, Bai Ye had to take the initiative to push it up. His posture was also very low, and he bowed his body specifically to show respect. Little brother, it's not that I don't want to help you, you can also see that there are no figures here, and no one is driving at all. And if the head office didn't allow us to close the store at will, I wouldn't stay here at this time. Quote. The boss smiled bitterly, and he didn't know what kind of wind the country's top executives had recently made, and he almost couldn't manage it anymore. What should we do now? Bai Ye had to ask Akuna's opinion. He was completely unfamiliar with this place anyway, and he didn't know if there was any other way. In fact, compared to these trivial things, Bai Ye wanted to ask the boss what happened at this time. The whole town revealed the unusual. This led him to particularly want to know the specific content of the new policy, not only for ninjas, but also for ordinary people's lives. Boss, can you ask you to catch the car once, all my money is here. With a pop, Shuna patted all the money on the table, staring at the other party with a very pitiful expression. If she is in other towns that are more familiar, she can find some other ways. In Seto town, there is really nothing she can do. No problem, this lady, everything is on my body, not with you. When I was young, I was a good driver of cars. The boss saw the stack of banknotes, his eyes straightened, and he took it into his arms with the fastest hand speed in his life, for fear that the other party would regret it. The little money in Akuna's eyes is the price for him to make dozens of trips to Wuyin village. If you count the time cost of each time, this trip can make a net profit of hundreds of times the usual. And because he drives the car by himself, he doesn't have to pay the driver, and the profit can be doubled. Advertisement. He immediately put the shit of the policy behind his head, not to mention that it is not illegal to pick up passengers normally, even if he did, he would dare to walk the tightrope. In this picture, Chu Na had a question mark on his forehead, and he didn't know what the other party was so excited about seeing these little money. Bai Ye secretly said that he held this big thick leg, and no one would want to drag him away until he had enough money. Look, miss, this is our supreme carriage, driven by 4 horsepower, with. The boss who had collected the money seemed to be more agile, and took the initiative to introduce the 3 of them to the backyard. You can see that there are all kinds of carriages here, and the one in front of them should be the most high-end one. In addition to being pulled by 4 horses, the pulled car is also extremely luxurious, and it is 4 times the size of a normal car. When you open the curtain, you can find that the environment inside looks very comfortable, with blankets that feel good to the touch, and a lot of entertainment gadgets to relieve boredom. Of course, for the boss, this amount of carriage must have cost a lot of money in it. But this kind of thing that can be used forever as long as you spend it once, as long as you don't break the foundation, you won't feel distressed how many times you use it. This is the first time I have seen such a luxurious carriage. Akina's little face was full of exclamation. Caravans usually don't use such flashy things. As a result, her family is obviously rich, but she has never seen a carriage that is not very valuable to her. At this time, Bai Ye was also full of curiosity about it. As a ninja, he had never rode in a carriage. After all, it was not as fast as he usually trots. In his previous life, he had entered the age of science and technology long ago, and horse-drawn carriages had long been replaced by cars. This was the first time he observed such things up close. It's good if you can be satisfied. The boss also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, although it's nice to be taken over by this kind of best product. But because of Tai Chi, his conscience began to be a little uneasy, and he wanted to try his best to satisfy the other party. This is our route. If you don't have anything to prepare, you can set off directly. If nothing happens, you can reach the destination the day after tomorrow. The boss took out a map from nowhere and made a gesture on the small town that he would pass through. Chapter 114 Goblin Brothers reappear. Before leaving, the 3 of Bai Ye went to a nearby restaurant that was still open to quickly solve the lunch problem. Although the restaurant they went to seemed very deserted, there were still scattered people eating here. It is estimated that it is not a problem to barely make ends meet according to the current situation. Uncle Naoto, when do you think this life will end? After successfully breaking away from the town, Bai Ye realized that the ninja did not continue to follow him, so he dared to discuss some sensitive topics, and wanted to try a few words. Hey, who knows, I'm already thinking about changing careers. In the current situation, no one will run around at all. The boss is named Naoto, who was asked by Shiroya not long ago, in order to pull in the relationship between the 2 parties. The driving skills are indeed as bragged in front of him, able to tame 4 fierce horses at the same time and move forward obediently. The carriages at the rear also behave very smoothly, and the White Knight feels like sitting on the land. That's right, our Akita Chamber of Commerce branch here can't open anymore. I don't know how much money was lost in vain. It's almost time to see Bai Ye, and cleverly borrowed the information he had learned from the ninja before, and wanted to try to resonate with the other party through the same tragic encounter. You are originally from the Akita Chamber of Commerce. No wonder you are so rich. When Naoto heard the 4 words of Akita Chamber of Commerce, his hand movement subconsciously stiffened. For the first time, there was a little tremor in the carriage that led, and a trembling sound was revealed in his words. Your situation is much better than that of civilians like me, so high taxes can only be afforded by people like you. He shook his head slowly, a wry smile appeared on his face, and the scattered thoughts were pressed down again. It's nothing if it's just taxes. Other new rules are even more troublesome. A bright light flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. The current trend is just right, and he has successfully induced the other party to say some messages. And more boldly regard what he guessed as facts, and want to continue to seduce the other party. Just like this, in Akuna's admiring gaze, the topic of both sides continued to deepen, until the information that Naoto knew was completely drained. Advertisement. Bai Ye directly filtered out the useless nonsense, and then added some of his own conjectures to the remaining words, which inferred most of the rules for ordinary people. The most demanding one for ordinary people is the sudden increase in taxes, which has caused many people to run at a loss. Therefore, we can see that many stores have closed directly, leaving only a few small stores that are barely profitable. For upper-class people like the Akita Chamber of Commerce, the prohibition of foreign exchanges is more serious, which causes the supply of goods to become somewhat inadequate, and some branches have to be selectively closed. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In fact, there is a more serious rule, that is, people who have opinions about the new rules will be put to death. This is the main reason why most people are rustling and looking haggard. According to Shiraya's speculation, the ninja who went to execute the execution were mainly from the Mizumusuki clan. Because according to Z's description, most of the deaths were extremely miserable, and the blood was spewed out from various parts of the body under the control of others, leaving a great shadow on the hearts of others who were forced to watch the execution. Of course, it is impossible for the rules to only add these three, but some of the others are relatively less serious. When Bai Ye was going back to write the report, it would be nice to mention other aspects a little bit. Ninjas need sufficient self-judgment ability, it is impossible to report all messy things, and to avoid adding some meaningless workload to Hokage. As for what changes the Wuin village has made to the ninja, this is not something that Naoto can know, and this is also the main goal other villages want to explore when they come over. What Bai Ye can know from the original work is that one must kill each other when he wants to graduate from the ninja school. Other aspects also need him to investigate. Hey, you two make sure that each other will pass through here. If it fails, don't think that my boss will pay you. On the only way they had to go to Wuin village in Bai, 3 people were hiding in a tree secretly, and one of them was impatient. Don't worry, we have known the docking location scheduled by the group of Shusi a long time ago, and it's impossible for her to detour back to the village deliberately. The new person was the boss of the evil spirit who was scared away by him not long ago. At that time, after the two of them fled back for inexplicable reasons, they were severely scolded by the employer, and the two of them put up with it for money. This time he was sent out again, and the target was the last time Akuna had failed to capture. Advertisement. Moreover, because the employer was not at ease, he sent another subordinate whom he had been employing for a long time to assist in completing the task and also had the meaning of monitoring. HMPH, I came to you at the beginning because your reputation in the industry is pretty good, but I didn't expect it to be 2 mental illnesses. If you delay the boss's plan again this time, don't think about continuing to mix in this business. Quote. The person who was sent over was also a Zhang Ren, who seemed to be dismissive of the evil ghost brothers, and his eyes revealed obvious sarcasm. Fan Ming, don't look like a villain. Believe it or not, I will report you secretly. Then don't want to hide in the village as happily as you are now. After hearing the other party's ridicule, the second devil's second person suddenly became irritable, looking like he was going to die. Stop arguing, someone is here, the current situation does not allow us to fight inwardly. The evil boss stepped into the middle of the two, and at the same time grabbed the fists they wanted to throw, and kicked them apart. Following the direction of his vision, he could see an extremely luxuriously decorated carriage approaching from a distance. Cut it, it's cheaper for you. The devil's second child still looked very upset, but he didn't even think about continuing to do it. Although he has a bad temper, he can still tell the urgency of the matter, knowing that the expensive goal may have appeared. Someone is lying in wait on the road ahead. In the carriage, Kazuhiko glanced in the direction where the evil ghost brothers were ambushing, and then lowered his voice to notify Shiraya and Akuna. Because Kazuhiko perceives the appearance of the enemy and knows that they are coming for Akuna, this time he didn't pretend to be unaware. He was specially arranged to protect Bai Ye. As long as he didn't directly control the worms to fight, he didn't have to worry about showing some abilities that would be particularly abrupt. Chapter 115. A knife. Is it against me again? Akuna's face was bitter, and he could think of the other's purpose without thinking about it. After all, Shiraya and Kazuhiko are the first time to come to the country of water, and it is impossible for them to be directed at them no matter what. She really couldn't figure it out, but she slipped out to play once, and when she came back, everything became different. The two of us are very strong, just let us solve it without worry. Bai Ye patted his chest and assured the other party. He can judge from Kazuhiko's subtle reaction that the person who ambushes should not be very strong. This time there are 3 people from the other party, 2 of whom have met on the ship before, and the strength of the other is estimated to be about the same as the 2 of them. Kazuhiko perceives it carefully and confirms that the surface strength of the 3 should be similar, and the specifics depend on the actual battle. Evil ghost brother. The same one, you leave me alone, you should run for your life. Akina, who had looked better at first, turned paler than before, and was pushed down the cliff by Kazuhiko's words. You don't like me so much. Being allowed to break into the world shows that my strength has been recognized by the elders, okay. Although Bai Ye's mouth was nice, there was a touch of solemnity on his face. One person can deal with 3 Zongren at the same time, and it is not easy to use some extraordinary powers, which still has a lot of pressure for him. In terms of swordsmanship, Bai Ye can only be regarded as pretty good, far from reaching the level of Kakashi. After all, no one has ever taught him this aspect of knowledge systematically, and his own talent in this aspect is relatively average. Coupled with so many various abilities, there is no special in-depth research in this area. The only thing that Bai Ye can use at the moment is the abnormal physical fitness, otherwise it is really possible to overturn the car by relying solely on skills. Ding! What? A blade of light penetrated from the back of the curtain, clinging to the straight man's cheek, sliding diagonally upwards, just to knock off a fierce shuriken. Advertisement. It's okay to keep screaming, I didn't help you block this blow. After Bai Ye took advantage of the opportunity to get out of the carriage, he picked up the pastry next to him angrily, and stuffed it into Naoto's open mouth, which restored the tranquility here. What he didn't know was that Naoto was actually frightened by the Zanpaku sword that he stretched out suddenly, and he couldn't see the trajectory of the shuriken flying over with the opponent's eyesight. Not bad, there are bodyguards around, read more at hotmtl novel.zi. Fan Ming threw out the shuriken just now. He wanted to clean up the miscellaneous people first, but he didn't expect to miss it. According to the information he had obtained, the other party was supposed to be alone, but now it appears to be clearly wrong. And the evil ghost brothers followed Fan Ming, completely pretending to be the other side, and it was completely impossible to see that the two sides were almost in conflict before. Miss Akuna, it's better for you to take the initiative to follow us, otherwise this child will die because of you. Originally, the person I saw was just a child, so Fan Ming directly chose to walk out of the dark, wanting to get rid of it at will, without paying attention to Bai Ye at all. However, after he was stared at by the opponent, the hair on his body suddenly stood up, and a strong sense of crisis was born in his heart. Although Fan Ming thought that it was only his own feeling that was wrong, he was not willing to take the risk because of his cautious nature. Hey, Fan Ming, this is not like you. When did you become so kind? Is it possible that you are even scared of this kid? Before Bai Ye's side could respond, the devil's second child couldn't sit still at first, and couldn't help but seize the opportunity to ridicule the other party, wanting to express his anger first. The evil spirit boss also stood there without saying a word, and didn't want to stop him. Obviously he had tolerated the other party for a long time. Neither of them had the same sense of crisis as Fan Ming. After seeing that the opponent was just a child, they thought they had the chance to win, and they didn't even think about continuing to maintain the stability of the team. Okay, then he will leave it to you to deal with it, and I can help you get more bonuses when I go back. Fan Ming shrugged, looking completely indifferent, and took advantage of the trend to push the target he felt was more dangerous to the opponent. That's what you said, so don't squander it when the time comes. As soon as the devil's second child heard it, he immediately responded. In his opinion, this was the money he was picking up in vain. He twisted his somewhat stiff neck, made a click sound from it, and approached Bai Ye with excitement. The evil spirit boss felt that Fan Ming's performance was a little abnormal. The whole person also became particularly vigilant at this time. Fortunately, he could provide immediate support at the moment of an accident. Advertisement. Uncle Naoto, hide in the carriage, too. Seeing that the opponent didn't attack immediately, Bai Ye took the opportunity to let Naoto hide in first. If the other party dies from accidental injury, it will be troublesome. After all, he and Kazuhiko have not driven the car, not to mention that this car is more difficult to drive than normal. Be careful. Naoto didn't hesitate, and hid as quickly as possible, and together with Akuna, he opened a corner of the curtain to watch the situation outside. The two sides were as if they had negotiated well, and at the same time dealt with the chores, leaving the battlefield to Bai Ye and the devil's second child. Boy, blame you for the wrong person. You can have a snack in the next life. Also remember that the killer is called the evil ghost brother. Quote. After the second devil walked about 5 meters away from Bai Ye, he stopped and looked at him with pity. At this moment, he was pressing the scabbard with his left hand and holding the handle with his right hand, as if he was ready to go. Excuse me, then you should blame yourself for too much nonsense. Seeing that Bai Ye was still half leaning against the carriage and did not leave, the Zanpaku knife that he held tightly in his right hand looked a little shorter than usual at this time. Seeing that the other party still dared to be arrogant with himself, the second evil spirit frowned uncomfortably, and increased the strength in his hand. You smelly. After he felt that the brewing was almost over, he kicked his feet hard, and his body shot out in an instant, and his right shoulder was also slightly lifted at the same time, trying to cut the opponent in the waist with lightning speed. However, the second child of the evil spirit was able to fly into the air. His body stretched from the right shoulder to the left waist. Suddenly a long blood stain appeared and a lot of blood was sprayed from it. Even Akina, who was hiding behind the curtain in the distance, had a little splash on the corners of her mouth, and she looked a little weird. After the devil's second child had a huge wound on his body, the sparkle in his eyes also died with the blood spurting out. As a result, the whole person lost his balance. With the force that he first kicked out, he fell on the ground in a face-to-ground position, and stopped completely until he slid to Bai Ye's feet. Look at you, what are you doing with such a big move? I could have lived a little longer. Bai Ye looked at the figure at his feet with emotion, as if he was wholeheartedly thinking about the other party. Chapter 116 Flower Tornado, signed. What happened? Akina, who was hiding in the carriage, could only see the devil's second child suddenly fell forward to the ground, and he did not know when a long wound appeared on the opponent. However, this question seems to be that no one can answer her. The only one who can see clearly is Kazuhiko, who is still autistic. The second child. The second child. The calm face of the evil spirit boss gradually transformed in a hideous direction. Because of the perspective, he could only see Shiraya's hand holding the knife as if it moved. But nothing special happened at that time. He thought it was because his mind was too concentrated, which led to hallucinations. But after seeing his brother suddenly fall down, I realized that the other party had taken the knife too fast. In addition, the blade was sharp enough, and the injury did not break out immediately. It wasn't until the second of the evil spirits moved too much that the wound was severely affected and could no longer maintain a minimum closed state. Be careful, we will solve each other quickly, maybe there is still a chance to rescue your brother. Fan Ming suppressed the horror in his heart. Although he had already guessed the strength of Bai Ye, he still underestimated it. At this moment, he had already begun to retreat in his heart, but he also wanted to try it a little bit. It was too shameful to run directly. He really couldn't hide from such a quick slash, but as long as you don't go forward stupidly and rely on ninjutsu to fight each other in the distance, it feels like there is no chance. Even if he still couldn't beat him, Fan Ming felt that there was still a ghost boss to sell anyway, and he could take the opportunity to escape. Sure enough, won't you come forward? Bai Ye secretly said a pity. The evil spirit boss clearly looked angry, but he did not choose to step forward. Originally, he thought that the opponent would lose his mind and rush over, so that he could solve an enemy with a little ease. Just now, in order to solve the evil spirit's second child, Bai Ye seemed to have only used a single knife, but in fact it also spent carelessly secretly. He took advantage of the other side's nonsense for a short period of time, first secretly dissolving the Zanpaku Dao into a sharp spear. It is used to extend the blade at the moment of slashing to achieve the purpose of increasing the attack distance. Later, in order to pursue the speed of slashing, Baman Dunjia also secretly opened to the point of life. To this end, he also spent a lot of energy. After all, after the door is opened normally, the violent chakra will passively affect the surrounding environment. Advertisement. With Bai Ye's current control power, he can only slightly suppress the chakra who is a stranger at best, and the energy that will be consumed for a short period of time is more tiring than slashing enemies with dozens of knives. With the blessing of the two abilities, this is within the seemingly safe range, and it seems that the enemy can be easily solved. If the opponent directly attacked, Bai Ye without preparation time would take a lot of effort to kill the opponent. And the other two people will certainly not just watch the battle at that time, it is estimated that they will intervene when the situation is not good. The fog hiding technique, I can't blame me for choosing to die. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. After solving one person, Bai Ye deliberately left some time for the other two to release ninjutsu. He didn't choose to rush up at the first time, trying to find a way to disrupt the other's Kian's movements. As a result, as he expected, the surrounding environment began to quickly generate a thick fog, which obscured everyone's sight. Spread it, Senbon Sakura. As Bai Ye whispered softly, I don't know when the Zanpaku knife had returned to a shallow punch, and the blade began to slowly dissipate. When the light is disturbed by dense fog, the resulting blade will look dimmer than usual. After confirming that Akuna could not see him, he thought for a while, it would be more convenient to choose the form of Senbon Sakura in this situation. After all, the impact on the surrounding environment is a bit too great after the ice wheel pill and the Ryu knife Ruahua are used up. Although the sharp gun is quite suitable for sneak attacks in this environment, when the target is vigilant, the hit rate will drop significantly. Don't make trouble, you need to know who the target of our operation is. And I will bring your brother out together, then you can retreat directly. On the other hand, Fan Ming didn't choose to directly strengthen after using the misty concealment, but took the evil spirit boss to discuss it. After spending some time, he managed to persuade the other party to cooperate with him. The plan is also very simple. One person will hold the white knight for a while, and the other will take the opportunity to take Chuna away. There is no need to smash each other. Of course, the person who dragged the white knight must be the boss of the evil spirit, and Fan Ming would not risk his life. After all, he is different from the two hired. Even if the action fails, the boss will say a few words to him at most, and life afterwards can still be very moist. But if the evil spirit boss wants to save his brother, he has to pinch his nose to take this dangerous job. Huh, you are sick, why are you scratching my face? As soon as Fan Ming was ready to act, he felt a tingling pain on his cheek, and he subconsciously reached out and touched the place where the pain was coming from. He didn't know how many people he had killed, he could judge from this unique touch with a touch that this liquid was definitely his own blood. Advertisement. Who the hell is scratching your face? Don't be fine all day long. The evil spirits are too old and majestic, feeling that the other party is simply inexplicable, and they say something unnutritious. Fan Ming, if you want to fight, just say it, don't attack me with a knife after the FK is over. The boss of evil spirits didn't want to care about each other, after all, for him, it was the most important thing for him to see if his brother could save him. The reason why both of them believed that the other party had attacked themselves, mainly because they were sure that no one had approached secretly. Fighting in this thick fog all the year round has caused them to have very keen senses in addition to vision. However, the blades generated by Chiban Sakura after the first solution were silent existences. It will only show the appearance of petals under the shining of light, which requires the naked eye to confirm the position, so that their proud abilities have lost the effect. These small blades have been quickly spread by Bai Ye into the surrounding environment while the two are still discussing with each other. Found it. At the moment when the blade cut to the flesh, the white knight not far away felt it, and easily judged where the two of them were. There was a trace of bloodthirsty hidden on his smiling face, and he immediately controlled all the blades, rushing towards the target direction. No, there is definitely something I haven't noticed. After Fan Ming was injured, he immediately leaned towards the evil boss who was very close until he could see the other side's figure clearly. Within such a close range, he was quite sure that the other party hadn't made any bad movements, but his body was still under constant attack. There will be no ghosts here, right? The original angry face of the evil ghost boss instantly turned pale, a sense of fear kept surging into his heart, and his body began to tremble unconsciously. Why are you still saying this? Don't. Secret technique flower tornado. Fan Ming, who wanted to educate the boss of the evil spirits, suddenly realized that there seemed to be a low drink in the distance, interrupting his subsequent words. Then I felt a tingling sensation from all parts of my body, as if I was being cut by thousands of swords. The pain kept stimulating the opponent's god level, almost causing his pain center to collapse directly. Before he could even scream, his eyes suddenly went black, and he completely lost consciousness. Chapter 117 arrived safely. If there is no thick fog at this time, you can see a tornado composed of pink petals, which is wrapped in two silhouettes. At the moment the two sides touched each other, countless wounds were added to the bodies of these two figures. Although every wound does not look big, the damage to the human body is therefore low. But when the quantity accumulates to a certain level, the quantitative change successfully caused the qualitative change, and eventually it could easily take the lives of others. Why did the fog start to clear? Yi, you solved them all. At first, Akuna was a little depressed because he couldn't see anything, but he didn't expect that a minute had passed and his vision became clear again. Her emotions settled again after the devil's second child fell. Although I don't know what happened, anyway, I must have nothing to do with Bai Ye. Only then did I believe that his strength was really strong, and there was no need to worry about not being able to go home safely. But Bai Ye didn't make a response at this time, and she could only quietly wait for the mist to disperse a little more. It didn't take long for Akuna to see Bai Ye coming from the woods in the distance. And the clothes on the opponent looked very neat, as if they had not fought fiercely. On the path he came back, there were two shocking pools of blood. An experienced person can definitely determine that every pool of blood stains requires at least half of the blood volume of an adult man to achieve this effect. The two people ran away. I just caught up and couldn't stop them. After Bai Ye came back, he took the initiative to explain why he would come from there. If you run away, you will run away, as long as you are not injured. Akuna didn't doubt Bai Ye's words at all, but pulled him over and observed it carefully. After confirming that there was no sign of injury on his body, she relieved her heart. As for whether the two enemies were dead or alive, she had no interest at all anyway. Bai Ye, who wanted to struggle a bit, finally gave up after seeing Akuna's concerned eyes and let the other party play around. Uncle Naoto, you can go now, or you won't be able to catch the next town before dark. When Bai Ye saw that Naoto was still in the carriage, he couldn't help but urged. The task process has been slow for several days, and he still wants to check it out early so that he can go back before the new year. Advertisement. Oh. Naoto's heart actually refused at this time, and he wanted to return the money directly, and even give the carriage to the other party. He has been in business for so many years, and he has been scornful this time. He didn't expect the punishment to come so quickly, and he might really be gone if he continued to drive. If there is a killer, he will definitely be regarded as the primary target of attack, and he can't expect Bai Ye to save himself every time. But Bai Ye seemed to be more terrifying than the enemy. If he chooses not to do it, he will be killed directly if he fails. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Straight, who had no other choice, had no choice but to recommand the horse obediently, pretending to be calm on his face, and tears could only flow in his stomach. As the carriage keeps going away, no one will know that there are two dead bodies sleeping in the dense forest nearby. The appearance of the corpse looked more miserable than the torture of blood flowing backwards arranged by Wu Yin. The flesh and blood on the surface has completely disappeared, only some rotten flesh is still attached stubbornly to the bones. The only thing that is better than 1,000 swords and slashes is that the momentary death does not cause too much pain. Bai Ye also saw that the corpse died in a terrible state, so he threw it into the distance. If Akuna saw it, she would definitely have nightmares at night. Regarding the flower tornado, this is the inspiration that Bai Ye was born from the insect tornado of the Oil Girl clan, and the names he even named are deliberately imitated. In terms of effect, it is indeed much larger than the ordinary use of Senbon Sakura, and of course the consumption has also become larger. These two similar moves have some differences in the final effect. The worm tornado can swallow the enemy without leaving any residue, while the flower tornado has nothing to do with the hard bones. This is also the first official use of Bai Ye after researching it out, and the bloody scene left is actually a bit uncomfortable for him. One day later, in the evening, several uninvited guests greeted the gate of Wuyin village. Anyone arrived safely. Lifting the curtain to look at the white knight at the gate of the misty village, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He set off from the village to the present, and the journey was full of disasters, but he did not expect a rare peace on the last day. Originally, Bai Ye thought that people who targeted Akuna would choose to continue to send people over to grab people, so that he could continue to brush up on his favorability. It's not good to be safe. Akuna rubbed Shiraya's head and said angrily. Advertisement. There were 2 interceptions along the way, which made her frightened. Yes, Miss Akuna is right. The straight man sitting outside, with 2 big dark circles under his eyes, knocked his head forward from time to time. In order to reach Wuin village as soon as possible, he chose to change his original plan. He slept in driving the carriage last night, fearing that he would be blocked by the killer again. If you want, you can come to our house to work. Seeing Naoto driving the car so desperately, Akina drew a pie on her own when she felt Naoto's heart move, completely unaware that her father was having a headache about layoffs at this time. And this unreliable sentence directly instilled infinite motivation into the other party, and began to drive the tired horses to speed up. If you enter the village, come and register. A slightly lazy voice suddenly reached several people's ears. Bai Ye glanced at Kazuhiko faintly at the same time, and the other side also nodded slightly. I'll go, you just stay on it. Because of Akuna's words, Naoto seemed particularly active at this time, and ran all the way towards the two guards. No problem. One of them should be a perceptual ninja. After feeling carefully, he didn't seem to notice any problems. I can see that there are some strange-looking insects attached to the body surface of Shiroi and Kazuhiko at this time, who are constantly waving their wings. This is a secret weapon that Kazuhiko had prepared in advance before completely approaching Wuin village. This special insect can confuse perception with the vibration of its wings. It is the secret technique of the Oily Girl clan, the technique of insects and folk tools. Ms. Chunai, I don't know the road in Wuin village anymore. I need you to come over and give instructions. Naoto finished everything smoothly, and immediately ran back and drove on the carriage. Just go like this, and then go like this. The excitement on Akuna's face also grew stronger. This was the first time he had left home for so long. With the constant approach, the yearning for home has become stronger and stronger. At the same time, I felt a little uneasy inside, and I felt that I would be severely reprimanded by my father. Chapter 118 Exploration Plan. It's so big, it doesn't look much smaller than the place where Hyuga Zong's family lives. In front of a mansion, Bai Ye couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In terms of financial resources, very few ordinary people who can make money are indeed richer than most ninjas. No twists and turns occurred along the way, and the spirits of the people in Wuin village looked much better than those in the small towns that passed by. You can still see many people chatting with each other on the street, and basically not a few closed shops. I have to say that people who can live in the village are either those who have the qualifications to become ninjas, or they are hidden little local tyrants. Even in this high-pressure environment, life is still quite moist. Look, is the lady who got on and off the carriage. The two guards at the door of Akita's house stared at the carriage from the very beginning. One of them rubbed his eyes vigorously, wondering if he had hallucinations. Why are you pinching me? Oh, just want to see if you wake up. The other person was also suspicious of his own eyes, thought about it, and finally reached out his hand to his colleague and pinched the other person's face severely. Master, Missy is back. Especially after confirming that the other party was not mistaken, he immediately ran away, not forgetting to shout out loudly at the same time. This little BCH, don't let Lao Su have a chance to put on you shoes in the future. The guard who was still in place rubbed his swollen cheek aggrievedly, and greeted him in the direction where Akina was. Yuan you and Yuan Yi are still on duty today. When Akuna saw Yuan Ji walking towards her, she felt cordial. She hadn't seen a familiar face for a full month. Miss, where have you been these days? The master is almost mad about this matter. And you should also know that after you disappeared, the country was not very peaceful. We are all afraid of your accident. Quote. Advertisement. After Yuan stepped forward, like a 7-ant and 8-ant, he kept chattering. It's all right, I'll go to my father first. Akuna's original good mood was immediately destroyed, and he ran to the mansion as he fled. The three of Bai, who were forgotten in the same place, didn't know whether they should follow together for a while. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Where is the place where you parked the carriage? It's not appropriate for this big guy to stay at the door all the time. Naoto felt that the atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward, and witty thought of a reason to get in first. Don't worry, I am not an outsider. I was bought by the lady together with this carriage. Seeing that Yuanji's expression was still a little hesitant, he sold himself directly. He would never let go of the big thick legs of the Akita family. Then you two stay here and don't move around, I'll be back when I go. At 2h at carat at plus. Yuan expression struggled a bit, and seeing that these people were all coming back with the young lady, he felt that there shouldn't be any major problems. In the end, only Bai Ye and Kazuhiko stood stupidly at the door. People who didn't know thought they were the guards. In other words, we have successfully mixed in, do you have any plans for the next move? After everyone left, Bai Ye looked more relaxed, and after confirming that no one was eavesdropping nearby, he whispered to discuss with Kazuhiko. For the time being, he has no idea about the follow-up plan. After all, this aspect is not his strong point, and the power he masters is basically to increase the frontal combat capability. As for Kazuhiko, his positioning is more inclined to detect news than fighting, and of course his combat capability is also not weak. Well, you continue to maintain a close relationship with Akuna, of course, if you can, it's best to strengthen it further. Given her father's position in Wuin village, there should be a way to get a lot of inside information, and you can start with this in time. Quote. Wait, this seems to be all I do, don't tell me you are going to be lazy around. Bai Ye listened to Kazuhiko for a long time, and suddenly found that the other party seemed to have been teaching him how to do it, and he didn't mention his own affairs at all. I'm going to keep a low profile. Normally, just send a worm clone to follow you. If the body is concerned, it will go to some important places to investigate. It is true that with Kazuhiko's detection level, it is too wasteful to stay with Shiraya. If the two act separately, the efficiency should be greatly improved. The only thing that needs attention is that Kazuhiko must be sufficiently vigilant when he acts. If he is accidentally exposed, even Bai Ye will be exposed with him. Advertisement. At that time, if you want to escape from the core area of Wuyin Village, it is estimated that at least you need to have the strength beyond the general shinobi. I don't know what other teams have detected. It would be nice if I could share the news. As if thinking of something, Bai Ye murmured casually. Their squad infiltrated. It was very successful anyway, but I don't know if other squads have succeeded in getting in. The purpose of choosing a two-person team is to reduce the risk of exposure. Don't think about these unrealistic things. Although knowing that Bai Ye should just talk casually, Kazuhiko couldn't help but persuade him. Don't be so rigid. I think you can send bad bugs out and find some ninjas who sneak in from other villages. First squeeze some useful information from these people, and we can sell them all by the way when we leave. Quote. There was a flash of inspiration in Bai Ye's mind, and he finally connected all the thoughts together, and enthusiastically told Kazuhiko his thoughts, feeling that there was still a lot of room for manipulation. As long as it is handled well, it will not only speed up the speed of information acquisition, but will eventually overwhelm other Shinin villages. A ninja who can be sent to perform this kind of task will not think too much. If it is accidentally broken, it will be enough for other villages to feel distressed for a while. However, it should be noted that if Kazuhiko's worm is discovered by others, it will be necessary to prevent it from being used in reverse. The other party produced some tempting false information. It was not that there was no possibility of killing the two of them. Sorry, I forgot about you just now when I was excited. By the way, where did Uncle Naoto go? When Shiroya discussed the specific operation details with Kazuhiko, Akuna, who had disappeared for an unknown period of time, finally returned. Judging from her current state of mind, it is estimated that the meeting with her father is quite pleasant. He went with the guard to store the carriage, and he hasn't returned yet. Seeing other people appear, Kazuhiko returned to a cold state again, leaving everything to Bai Ye to handle. Forget it, leave him alone, come with me, my father wants to see you. Shuna, who ran all the way, panted slightly, with a few undetectable drops of sweat on his forehead. After pulling up Bai Ye's little hand, she continued to hurriedly ran towards the mansion. Chapter 119 Guess. Bai Ye looked at the surrounding scenery curiously, and secretly compared it with Hyuga's house. It turns out that ordinary people will enjoy it more, and there are many valuable ornaments along the way. In the next step, Akita Katsuaki, I would like to thank this little brother in advance. Not long after I left, I saw a middle-aged man who looked very haggard in the yard. It was probably Akuna's father who was waiting for them. In appearance, it felt like he had just recovered from a serious illness, and his weak body was filled with a smile. He also deliberately bowed towards Bai Ye, wanting to express that he was really grateful, not just talking about it. You also know that our country is a bit unbalanced recently, so with the exception of very few requests, you can just mention anything you want, and I have covered all your consumption during this time. Shengming's tone sounded very weak, but it made the people on the side feel domineering. Then there will be Uncle Lao during this time. Bai Ye suppressed the excitement in his heart and accepted it, pretending to be calm. He wouldn't be silly polite. If the other party chooses to change his mouth, then he really wants to cry without tears. Face is not worth a lot of money anyway. What's more, Bai Ye is only a child now, and no one cares about his face. Look, uncle, what areas of your place need special attention? After satisfying her selfishness, Bai Ye asked openly about the main purpose of this trip. He felt that Akuna's father would say something more or less. As for how much he could understand from it, he had to rely on his clever little head. For someone like you who is only going to stay for a while, there is actually nothing special to pay attention to. Just ask Akuna later. But the most important point is that you must not be close to the water shadow building within half a kilometer. 4 generations of adults didn't know what was wrong recently, they suddenly set it as a restricted area, and many people have been executed because of negligence. Quote. Shengming's face flashed solemnly when he mentioned this aspect, and it is estimated that he has heard many examples of this. Hearing this news, Bai Ye glanced at Kazuhiko vaguely, knowing that there is definitely an ulterior secret in the Shuiying building. Advertisement. By the way, I almost forgot one more thing. You better not have any contact with the ninjas of the Mizuzuki clan. Shengming, who wanted to go back to the room to continue processing the documents, suddenly paused when his body turned halfway, and then turned around again and exhorted him. I know, I don't have a common language with those ninjas. Knight, I will take you to the village. Akina, who had been a little impatient for a long time, responded with a perfunctory response, and immediately pulled Bai Ye away quickly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. A woman's temperament changes quickly, and she looks very eager to see her father before she enters the door. This girl, Shengming shook his head helplessly, just watching his daughter drift away. The Shibata family is right, it seems that I have been silent for too long, no one knows the horror of the Akita family. After he was the only one left here, a fierce look appeared on his face. Sheng obviously has some speculations about the people who want to kidnap his daughter, and he is ready to beat the people with bad intentions again. Knight, where do you want to go shopping first? Let me tell you, we have. Shuna said many places like a few treasures, completely ignoring Kazuhiko who was following, and had already resorted to Jin Chan's plan to escape. Only one clone was left behind and continued to follow, and the main body had no idea where it was going. This body was still following Bai Ye next to Akuna. On the surface, it seemed that he was constantly echoing the other party, showing a look that he was very interested in everything. But secretly, he was quietly sorting out the information he had gained, combining some information revealed in the original work for some analysis. At this time, it should be because Madara did not know what method he used to control the 4 generations of water shadows. Choosing to cut off contact with other countries outside the world should be to cut off people from other countries coming to entrust tasks. Regarding the tasks of the country, you can choose to delegate some authority and hand it over to the next level people to arrange. This can reduce the time that the 4th generation of water shadows have contact with other people, thereby reducing the possibility of being suspected. As for deliberately increasing the difficulty of ordinary people's life, Bai Ye does not have a good idea at present, and the key message is still slightly less. But it is estimated that it should be inseparable from the Shui Wuyu clan. After all, the executions are basically done by this clan, and they are deliberately arranged no matter how they think. Advertisement. From the tone of the previous Shengming, he can understand that he should be a person who hates this family very much. Of course, it is also possible that they have received some information in private, but it is difficult to tell them clearly, so they can only choose to use this tone to warn them. This gave Bai Ye a feeling that the Shui Wuyu clan should not be far from the day of extinction. Excluding those who have the ability to get inside information, the majority of the rest of the general population should be the people who hate and fear Mizuki very much. Therefore, in this period, if it is directly annihilated, then all the black pots will be buckled up. So not only the 4 generations of water shadows can be whitewashed, and the control of the country has also been greatly improved because of these series of events. As for how to make people believe in whitewashing, it depends on the level of those politicians. Similarly, after the Mizumusuki clan is destroyed, it can also form a deterrent to other ninja families. It will make people produce a kind of loyal dog that is so obedient that the other party can die because of some trivial things. Then other people don't need to say more, they can only be humans with their tails sandwiched. Let's go back. Let me tell you, later you must taste the special delicacies of our water country. As Bai Ye blind chicken analyzes, the sky darkens unknowingly. Okay, let me say okay first, but my mouth is very awkward, if it doesn't taste good, I won't buy it. The two of them added a fake, and after wandering for a long time, they were finally ready to return. These 4 generations of Shui Ying are simply sick, and it is enough to plant more than 50 ninjas around. On the other hand, at a location not far from the Water Shadow building, Kazuhiko rarely complained. His target for this afternoon's raiders is here, but he spent a lot of time, he is still wandering around the periphery, and he has not found a trace of loopholes in defense. And he didn't know what seal enchantment had been set up around him, and his worms couldn't sneak in directly. In the end, after learning that Bai Ye and the others were going back, Kazuhiko was ready to go home, and wanted to discuss it with the other party first. Chapter 120 The Hidden Effect of the Pendant. By the way, Kazuhiko, are you sure you can take a bath? In a seemingly luxurious bathhouse, Bai Ye was looking at Kazuhiko with a worried expression on his face. After taking off his clothes, he suddenly remembered the story of Naka Shino's bath in the original book. I remember that at that time, Shino's body seemed to be soaked in the bad worms, and it didn't take long for him to keep coming out. Tooth and Akamaru who were on the side were disgusted. What's weird about being able to take a bath? Don't dare, I have something to discuss with you. Kazuhiko looked very calm, but Bai Ye felt that the scene was a bit familiar. Nothing, that, I said, do you have to choose this time to discuss things? Bai Ye touched the back of his head and slapped haha. If it wasn't for the other party to say something important to discuss, he would definitely turn around and leave. The entire bathhouse is full of insects. This picture is enough to numb the scalp just thinking about it. If you experience it in person, you may directly experience heart failure. I'll be ready to go out again later to see if the guards near the Water Shadow building will be relatively weak at night, but there is no free time to waste. Kazuhiko didn't realize it at all, and walked forward with a reluctant look of Bai Ye. At this time, Bai Ye really wanted to take his hand out and give the other party a big mouth directly. Obviously, he usually seems to be able to watch his words and actions, now he is not deliberately revenge himself, right? The water in this bathhouse is so fragrant, the life of the rich is really corrupt. As soon as Bai Ye entered the water, he smelled a delicate fragrance, and his nerves that had been strained for several days slowly eased. Why are you so far away from me? Kazuhiko frowned on the far side at this time, and immediately swam away from him when he hit the water in front of Bai Ye. Don't worry about these details, just tell me if you have anything. Bai Ye looked at Kazuhiko speechlessly, why would he do this? Isn't it hard to count? Not long after the soaking, some small black spots appeared around Kazuhiko. Advertisement. It's up to you, anyway, there is no one around now, and it doesn't matter if you speak loudly. Although I did not succeed in sneaking into the Water Shadow building today, it can be seen from the fact that the deployment arrangements are several times larger than in our village, that there are indeed problems. Quote. Kazuhiko didn't continue to care about these little things, and started talking about business with a serious expression on his face. So, you actually found nothing today. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It has been known that there is a problem with the Water Shadow building. The problem is what is the main problem inside. However, After saying this slightly complaining, Bai Ye suddenly found that he seemed to have been playing for most of the day today, and he seemed to be much more than the opponent. Don't worry, I haven't finished speaking yet, but there are still some gains. In this afternoon, I met a total of 3 groups of ninjas who wanted to sneak in, and by the way, they all hid some bugs. But now because they are too far away from those few people, they can only vaguely determine where they are, and the specific information can't be conveyed at all. Quote. I see, you mean there are 3 options now, and you want to discuss with me which one is better. Bai Ye almost understood what the other party meant after hearing half of it. One plan is to continue to think of ways to get into the Water Shadow building. Even if you can't get in, you can mark the ninjas in other villages by the way. And the other 2 plans are not to continue to iron out, just to find a way to get information from the marked person, or to go to the Shui Wuyu clan to inquire about the situation. Well, I think it's better to stay near the Water Shadow building for these 2 days. You can mark a few more targets first. Let me think about it. You can go to the Shui Ying building and stay like that first. It feels like it's better to monitor the Shui Wuyu clan after you are almost done. Regarding the ninjas in other villages, don't worry. According to the situation where they are still fooling around outside, it is estimated that the current information is not too much. Finally, it depends on the situation to deal with them. With regard to asking Kazuhiko to focus on observing the Shui Wuyu clan, in addition to the reasons that Bai Ye said, he actually had some selfish intentions. After he got the pendant from Wangquan, many people around him died. A large number of ordinary people died when they were on the ship, but there was no obvious reaction at the time, and the experience value of Zanpaku Dao only slightly increased. After arriving in the water country, there were 3 more mortal Zongren nearby. At that time, Bai Ye obviously felt a warm current flowing through his body. Afterwards, when he went to check Zanpai Dao as usual, he found that the experience value increased more than the benefits brought by previous battles. Advertisement. And he didn't have any special insights at the time, so he was sure that it was the extra bonus brought by the pendant. Suddenly there was a shortcut to become stronger, and Bai Ye began to particularly yearn for large-scale battles around him. Of course, he has a trace of anxiety deep in his heart about this kind of power that is not exercised by himself. Although Huang Quan had promised Bai Ye that it was absolutely harmless, but who knows if the other party lied to him. After all, the 2 had never met before. However, even if he rejects this deep in his heart, he is still very honest physically, and unconsciously wants to use this force to quickly become stronger. Just like a game player with a plugin, knowing that opening the plugin may lead to being banned, but the plugin is still not merciless. I also think this is more reasonable. Kazuhiko nodded. Except for some details, his own thoughts were basically the same as those of Bai Ye. The 2 people's ideas coincide, indicating that the operability of this program is still very high. Hey, how long have you been soaking? Why are you ready to leave? I still have something to say. Kazuhiko, who wanted to continue talking about something, suddenly stood up when he saw Shirito on the opposite side, wrapped a bath towel, and wanted to walk outside. No hurry, I'll talk about it later when I have time. I suddenly remembered that there are still some urgent things, so I'll take a step first. Bai Ye waved his hands without looking back, and disappeared into the opponent's line of sight. Damn, I can stand it until I leave now. Could it be that after staying with this pervert for a long time, my resistance to bugs has also improved? Bai Ye, who left the bathhouse like escaping, immediately stretched out his hand and patted his chest, trying to calm his mind. Looking inside the bathhouse now, you can see that there is a thick layer of worms floating around Kazuhiko, which has occupied almost 5/6 of the water. If Bai Ye gets up in the evening for a while, you can enjoy the legendary insect bath. Kazuhiko's progress is not bad. I also need to find a way to obtain information, but what method should be better? Shiroya wore the bathrobe that Akuna had prepared in advance, while thinking about her next action plan.